Don't speak. Be good. Don't speak. Bai Jiji's palm glowed with green light. Using the vines, she carefully lifted Qian Sun from the ground. His body couldn't move. She looked at her gentle care, at her tears because of him, at her worry. Silent tears slid down her face. He really was so useless. He couldn't even wipe her tears. The light on her body was gentle, like seawater wrapping around him. Qian Sun coughed again, spitting out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Bai Jiji hurriedly loosened her grip. After pouring all her vines light into him, Qian Sun's face finally looked a little better. Outside, the fighting continued, sounds approaching then receding. She gently laid Qian Sun on the ground, reached out to tidy his hair stuck to his face, and said, "Wait for me." Before Qian Sun could speak, Bai Jiji strode out confidently. Bai Qi also appeared, anxiously searching below. When he saw Bai Jiji, he hurried over, limping. He asked, "What happened?" "That long insect doesn't look like Lan Ting." "Father, step back. I don't have time to explain now." She was going to cut that long insect. It had injured her favorite fish so badly. Bai Jiji didn't know Bai Qi's strength, but he knew that if she got close, she would definitely be doomed. She received guidance from the beast god, and the future of the wolf tribe depended on her. She must not make a mistake. Therefore, he quickly grabbed her arm. "Don't be impulsive. Chonghua is a top-tier beastman at the 8th level, just 1 step away from the 9th. With Lang Yi and Nailing helping, the fight isn't over yet. How can you go?" But Bai Jiji only glanced at him and then brushed away Bai Qi's attempt to stop her with her right hand. "Father, have you seen Qian Sun? My little fish is almost broken." Bai Jiji's eyes turned red, filled with sadness and sharpness. Bai Qi was stunned. Suddenly, he felt her gaze was very unfamiliar. In his memory, Bai Jiji was always timid. She would never rush to the front. But now, he couldn't hold her back. Above, Yeming was feeling uncomfortable. He really couldn't understand why these males were so stubborn. He had clearly helped them deal with a rival, yet they turned around and attacked him fiercely, without even a thank you. When 3 8th-level fighters fought him, Yeming gradually fell behind. But the Tengu was always fierce in battle, and this kind of fight only made him more eager to win. The snow leopard was very agile, skillful, and fierce in attack. His lightning powers annoyed him the most. Thinking of this, Yeming actually admired the snow leopard a little. Although only at the 8th level, he could make him use all his strength. He had some skill. The silver wolf was attacking fiercely in close combat and could teleport instantly, making him hard to defend against. After a while, he started to feel annoyed. As for the 9-tailed fox, Yeming hadn't figured out its abilities. Compared to the other 2, it seemed like just a bystander. He didn't attack first, only coming in to finish off when it showed an opening. Fortunately, that female had healed his injuries, or these 3 would have been quite a handful. Chonghua's eyes narrowed. He swung punches from the left and right at Lang Yi. Yeming quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the punch. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, like an earthquake. 2 fists collided on the mountain top, which instantly collapsed. Nearby, Kuei-shing watched in fear and was glad he hadn't resisted that night. While he was thinking, Yunju and that ugly female, Iris, carried firewood over to him. Kuei-shing turned around, trembling with fear, and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Now, Iris is no different from the previous Bai Jiji. Her father tried everything but couldn't heal her face. The flesh tumors hanging on both sides of her face looked disgusting, like little beasts. Her body is also as small as a mountain. Kuei-shing looked at her with disgust and kicked her aside. "Did you dig a cesspit? Why are you turning around, ugly thing? Can't even move this little bit of firewood." He then signaled to a few disabled beasts. Iris was scared and wanted to hide in Yunju's arms, but Yunju pushed her away. "I can't help you." She couldn't even take care of herself. So, in broad daylight, Iris was dragged into the bushes by a few disabled beastmen. Soon, screams of pain and the sounds of beastmen mating echoed. Yunju didn't dare look. She hated it, but she couldn't run away. She really wanted to kill Bai Jiji, that wicked girl, but Kuei Xing was watching too closely. He even destroyed her face just to show loyalty to Bai Jiji. That wicked girl made Kuei Xing surrender and then abandoned her. So, this was her plan all along because she was her mother. She let others torment her. So cruel. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, after avoiding Chen Hua and Lang Ye's attacks, was about to swing his snake tail when he saw Bai Jiji out of the corner of his eye. He was excited. He had been observing from afar these past 2 days. Now that she was so close, his eyes involuntarily looked over. She seemed to have become a little more beautiful. Niling. He followed the gaze of that longworm and saw it was staring at Bai Jiji. Instantly, he snapped. 9 tails shot out and wrapped around Yiming's neck. With a forceful front paw and a kick with his back leg, he threw Yiming over his shoulder. Yiming was caught off guard and choked, blood coming up from his throat. Bai Jiji moved gracefully, smiling just like that night. She shimmered with a green glow and was walking through broken walls and fallen branches toward him. Yiming was overjoyed. He knew she wouldn't ignore such a strong male. Her 3 beast husbands had some strength, but they were definitely weaker than him. What was going on? Lang Yi and Chenhua looked at each other, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Could it be that Jiji has taken a liking to this dark longworm? Lang Ye's heart tightened with worry. Chenhua shook his head, signaling him not to act rashly. Naling swung her 9 tails, radiating a dangerous aura. Is it you? You're here? I was hurt by them. Are you here to heal me? Yiming's eyes sparkled with happiness. He thought to himself that he was much stronger than those others. As long as she nodded, he would do everything he could to defeat those people and then bring her back to the divine realm. Yes, I came to find you. Bai Jiji smiled like a flower. She placed her hands on the plants, smiling warmly. She sat down on a broken tree trunk nearby and waved at Yiming. Honestly, from Yiming's point of view, her pose was quite annoying. He was a powerful beast man of the 10th rank in the divine realm. Shouldn't this female come straight at him? Could it be that his recent display of strength wasn't enough? Although he was annoyed, she was still smiling at him. And right in front of her beast husband. Thinking of this, Yiming's irritation disappeared. He transformed into a human form and strode toward Bai Jiji. Chenhua kept his wind magic ready at all times, and Lang Yi was the same. Naling's fox eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, if Yiming dared to make any move, they would rush over and tear him apart. You're the little snake from that night, right? Yiming smiled. That's right. After getting the answer he wanted, Bai Jiji stood up. She also smiled, but her smile was icy. You seem quite proud. Bai Jiji tilted her head. Yiming said, Of course. Little female, come with me. I'm much stronger than your beast husbands. Look, they use numbers to bully the weak, but they haven't hurt me much. And by the way, you played a part in that. That hurt her heart. She should have stepped on him that night. I have 2 roots, and even if I were alone, I could make you happy. Yiming's eyes were filled with longing for Bai Jiji. He didn't realize that vines had already wrapped around his body. The vines seemed to grow from within him, spreading quickly like a serpent, then taking root and sprouting in an instant. Lang Ye's claws were poisonous. After his wood magic was upgraded because of her, the vines also picked up some toxins. Not deadly, but enough to cause numbness. It was very useful for healing and just as effective for killing. After hearing Yiming's shameless words, Shenhua and Lang Yi Niling's breath grew cold, and they felt both anxious and angry. But when they saw the vines at Yiming's feet, they quickly realized what was happening. They had thought that the little female was interested in this dark, long creature, but it was just a false alarm. Still, they couldn't entirely blame her. Even for them to see, Yiming was quite handsome, and he was a 10th rank beast. In the beast world, females admire strength, so they suddenly felt a bit unsure of themselves. Bai Jiji said, Yes, I understand. But what I didn't expect was that you would repay kindness with evil and hurt my beast husband. She shouted this last part, feeling heartbroken. Her little fishman was almost strangled by the long creature in front of her, breaking almost all his bones. She had to get justice herself. Yi Ming sneered. Beast husband? Such a weak male isn't worthy of being your beast husband. Little female, look carefully. I am a 10th rank serpent beast man. Compared to the three of you here, I am also top tier. Are you sure you want to make me unhappy just for that weak male? He was angry too. She had smiled at him gently and even touched his horns, but now she was shouting at him for a 7th rank loser? Be happy. I hope you can be happy later too. After saying this, Bai Zhizhi activated her wood element magic. The vines suddenly grew wildly, sprouting and spreading from Yi Ming's body. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Not only Shenhua and the others, but even Bai Qi, who was rushing over from behind, was amazed. Bai Zhizhi's wood element ability could be used like this? Powerful and strange. At this moment, Yi Ming finally reacted. He looked at Bai Zhizhi with disbelief, his face full of hurt and disappointment. I know you're very strong. Try to break free. My magic is different from ordinary abilities, so after healing you, some residual parasitic things might stay inside your body. My vines are weak, but they can your internal organs.
Ha. Ha ha.
Yi Ming's eyes turned crimson. He struggled to look at Bai Zhizhi, making hissing sounds. He originally wanted to scare her away, but she looked at him with disdain, her eyes full of contempt. I'm not a delicate little female. I have strength and means. After speaking, she forcefully used her hand, and the vines that covered the sky and blocked the sun wrapped around Yi Ming. They broke out from his body, some even emerging from his mouth and nose. The scene looked terrifying and frightening. It could have been peaceful, but you shouldn't have moved him. The him refers to Qian Sun. Zhizhi. Chunhua looked at her with concern. Lang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her and picked her up. Are you okay? The large area of vines she activated made her very tired, and her face turned pale. Lang Yi saw this and felt heartache. But it was also bittersweet. She was risking everything for Qian Sun. This shout made everyone present alert again. Yi Ming struggled to turn in the vines. He grimaced and tore the vines off his body. This was the first time he was at a disadvantage in the hands of a female. She saved him, but also hurt him for others. Blood splattered everywhere, quickly staining the surrounding vines. Bai Zhizhi raised her hand, about to act, but Chunhua moved first. The long insect's pupils shrank, and it quickly turned and ran away. Yi Ming wanted to fight again, but his internal organs ached terribly. Moving now would only be courting death.
So he didn't think twice.
After breaking free from his restraints, he immediately fled. That long insect ran so fast, Niling muttered angrily. Bai Zhizhi's brows furrowed deeply. Thinking of Qian Sun, she turned to Lang Yi, choking with emotion. Qian Sun, okay, I'll take you there.
Lang Yi also frownet.
How could he bear to see her like this? That long insect deserved to die. Qian Sun hadn't woken up yet. The bones shattered by the snake's body hadn't healed quickly. Although mermaids have strong healing abilities, they couldn't withstand Yi Ming's injuries. Bai Zhizhi activated her magic again. This time, she looked visibly exhausted, her steps unsteady, almost falling. Chunhua quickly caught her. Are you okay? I'm fine. The bones in Qian Sun's body are badly broken. I can only use vines to lift him and wrap him up. Chunhua, do you think he might die? No. Mermaids heal quickly. Last time, you broke his leg and he recovered in just a few days. Chunhua didn't mean to bring up the past. He just wanted to distract Bai Zhizhi. The young female was already very tired, and he didn't want her to worry too much. Sure enough, Bai Zhizhi chuckled softly. Yes, she still remembered the night she first arrived, when Qianxuan was tied in a mud pit and scolding her. She couldn't bear it and sat down abruptly. At that moment, she didn't realize she was so heavy, and it seemed she had sat him down quite hard. After the vines wrapped around Qianxuan, Nailing stepped forward and used his beast form to carry him into Bai Zhizhi's cave. His steps were light, so he wouldn't jostle him too much. Bai Zhizhi's eyes were very red. She had been holding back tears earlier, but now, after the other beast husbands left the cave, she finally cried out loud. She didn't want to cry, but her mind kept replaying Qianxuan's words. Sister, I hurt so much. When she saw him crying, he stubbornly said he wasn't in pain. Such a silly fish. Chunhua brought in some water. Bai Ziji carefully cut off Qianxuan's clothes and gently wiped the dust from his face with a towel. Xiaoyu loved cleanliness. Before coming here, he used to stay in the pond all day. Looking at the unconscious Qianxuan, Bai Ziji's heart ached again, pulling at her. The others behind her felt sour inside. Lang Yi leaned against the wall, watching Bai Ziji intently. He wondered if he would feel the same sadness if he were hurt and his little mate was upset. The answer was yes, because she was kind to each of them and tried to consider everyone's feelings. At such a moment, joking was not appropriate, so Nailing stepped back. He went to the small kitchen to find something to eat. He originally wanted to cook some small wontons for Bai Ziji, but when he finally lit the fire, he was so frightened he jumped up. No one told him that lighting a fire could be so scary. Nailing stepped back, trying to overcome his fear. After placing the firewood, he quickly pulled his hand back. Even so, he was burned by the red-hot stick. With his fluffy fur, fire was his biggest fear. Before coming here, he used to eat raw food. Honestly, Nailing admired Chenhua. Not only could he light a fire, but he could also cook. Compared to them, Chenhua was the most qualified beast husband. Thinking he shouldn't fall behind, Nailing forced himself to overcome his fear and added some more firewood. After the water boiled, he tried to imitate Chenhua by carefully placing the small wontons into the pot one by one. He didn't know how to do it well, so many of the wontons broke apart. Nailing got anxious because broken wontons are less tasty, and the little female wouldn't want to eat them. He hurriedly reached in to fish them out, but unsurprisingly, he burned his hand again. When Bai Ziji came out of the cave, she saw this scene. A big white fox being scalded by boiling water, jumping around wildly. Sometimes it looked human, sometimes like a beast, all while looking worried and confused about what to do. Bai Ziji called out, and Nailing's face turned red. He couldn't let the little female see him looking so embarrassing. Without thinking, he dove into a nearby pile of grass, leaving only his eyes peeking out as he secretly watched Bai Ziji. Bai Ziji didn't expect Nailing to cook wontons for her. She remembered that Nailing loved her for the most, rarely getting it wet or near fire, just like Qian Sun, who was also very clean. She looked at the pot of wontons now turned into a meat noodle soup and stayed silent for a long time. Nailing's heart was pounding hard. He knew he had messed up. The little female probably didn't like it. But what surprised him was that Bai Ziji used a spoon to scoop up the meat noodle soup and then sat at the table, eating small bites happily. Delicious. Thank you, Aling. Bai Ziji knew he hadn't left and also knew he was hiding behind the grass pile. Her little fox was a proud beast man. He must have felt embarrassed after jumping around like that, but it didn't matter. She liked it. Hearing this, Nailing's anxious heart finally eased. He just wanted her to eat something because she looked exhausted from everything with Qian Sun. Watching Bai Ziji enjoy her food, Nailing rested his head on his paws, tilting his head to watch her back and squinting his eyes. He would try harder. In the future, he would cook a beautiful bowl of wontons. Of course, a pretty little female deserves to eat pretty food. But in that moment of distraction, Bai Ziji disappeared. Nailing quickly poked his head out. Had she finished eating so quickly? Sure enough, his cooking wasn't good enough. If he could cook like Chunhua, she might eat a few more bites. Feeling disappointed, Nailing crawled out of the grass pile. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when Bai Ziji suddenly hugged him. Oh, little female, why are you still here? He felt so embarrassed. His reputation was ruined, and he didn't want her to see him like this. Once, losing face was just losing face, but now things are different. Now he is a female beast, and in front of someone he likes, he always wants to keep a good image. Should I leave? Bai Ziji pretended to stand up. Don't go, Ziji, don't go. Stay with me, okay? Nailing quickly wrapped her wrist with his tail. The little female was very tired today. If he could keep her here, she could at least rest a bit. After all, those two are in the cave. Thinking of this, Nai shrank his beast form quite a bit, becoming small and fluffy. He knew Bai Jiji liked this, and he didn't believe she would leave now that he's like this. He nudged her hand with his head, circling around her like a kitten. Bai Jiji didn't know what was happening to her. Suddenly, she felt like crying. She knew Nai was trying to cheer her up and wanted her to rest for a while. Bai Jiji sighed, then held Nai in her arms and sat back down at the table. The wontons had cooled. She scooped a spoonful of soup, and a gentle voice came from above her head. "Do you want to try some?" Nai fox eyes lit up. "Are you going to feed me?" His sharp teeth clinked against the spoon, and after a bite of meat and soup, Nai smiled. This was the spoon used by the little female, and now she was feeding him. He chuckled to himself. "Little female, are you still angry with me?" Nai was a bit nervous again. He knew she wasn't really angry, but what if she was? Bai Jiji placed him on the table and finally smiled. "I wasn't angry at all. I just hope this home stays happy, and that you all are well." Hearing this, Nai sniffed her nose and leaned forward, licking her hand twice. Then he used his nose to lift her hand until her gentle palm rested on his fluffy head. "You're good. Then I will be good. We will be good." If this home didn't have Bai Jiji, it would fall apart in an instant. So he wanted her to be happy, and he wanted Qian Sun to be happy too. Nai new fox den was right next to Bai Jiji's cave. Seeing that she stayed, Nai didn't rush to change his form. Instead, he jumped down from the table, bit her hem with his mouth, and pulled her into his cave. Bai Jiji's eyes hurt badly, and her body felt weak. Thinking that Chen Yang and Lang Yi were taking care of Qian Sun, she didn't resist anymore. She bent down, picked up Nai and walked into his fox den. Nailing's fox den was very clean, with a faint floral scent. Bai Jiji was extremely tired. As soon as she lay down on the grass nest, she fell asleep. She curled up into a ball. Seeing that she seemed to be asleep, Nailing enlarged his beast form. He gently picked her up and held her in his arms. His slender fingers brushed through her hair, softly pressing her scalp to help her relax and ease her fatigue. "Sleep now, you'll feel better tomorrow." Bai Jiji closed her eyes and instinctively pulled Nailing's hand into her embrace. A gentle green light surrounded the water bubble on his hand, quickly healing the wound. "Jiji." Nailing felt a deep pain in his heart, worse than when his hand was burned. Qian Sun woke up the next day. Lang Yi saw his eyes open and brought over a bowl of meat soup. "Can you eat by yourself?" Qian Sun tried to lift his arm, but found he couldn't. After several attempts, he failed each time. His body wouldn't recover in just a few days. Lang Yi wanted to feed him, but was afraid he might hurt himself. Thinking about how Bai Jiji looked at Qian Sun with concern yesterday, he silently sighed in his heart. "I'll go call Jiji." Lang Yi. Hearing Lang Yi say he would call Bai Jiji, Qian Sun felt strangely anxious. "Is she still angry?" Lang Yi paused, then looked at Qian Sun with a slight frown.
"You
don't remember?" Qian Sun was confused. He thought he might die yesterday. He vaguely remembered someone rushing toward him, but he quickly lost consciousness. After that, he didn't remember anything. Thinking about yesterday, Lang Yi felt even more upset. "Qian Sun, she really likes you. Yesterday, she almost risked her life for you."
She's not angry."
"Rest well, I'll go call her." Yeming was very powerful, but Bai Jiji still faced him head-on. She knew she wasn't his match, but still wanted to personally seek justice for Qian Sun. She was the most remarkable female. As she said, she was never delicate or fragile. Qian Sun paused. Lying on the bed, he watched Lang Yi walk away, but his heart was pounding like a drum. Was everything Lang Yi said true? The little female had risked her life for him? He truly deserved to die. Qian Sun, Bai Jiji finally understood what it means to want to see someone so badly that you have to run to them. She was worried all night, and finally, the little fish woke up. Qian Sun called out softly, his voice warm and gentle, melting everyone's heart. He tilted his head and looked at Bai Jiji, smiling happily. But when he remembered Lang Yi saying she would give up her life for him, his smile faded. His life was not worth much, and it wasn't worth her risking everything for. Are you feeling better? Bai Jiji asked as she sat by the bed. A green light wrapped around him. Qian Sun looked at her with wide eyes, tears starting to fall. Big sister, am I so useless? I make you worry and fight so hard for me. Stop saying such silly things. You are my beast husband. I am happy to care for you. Don't think like that. Bai Jiji spoke softly, her hand gentle as she touched his cheek. Qian Sun, with a hoarse voice and very red eyes, sniffed and nodded heavily. But, big sister, I broke the chain you gave me. He opened his tightly clenched hand, revealing the chain Bai Jiji had put on him earlier. He had been crying silently, but when he saw his broken chain, he finally burst into tears, crying like a child who made a mistake. His beautiful face was covered with tears. It's okay. It can be fixed. Bai Jiji leaned down and hugged the lying Qian Sun. Big sister, don't you blame me? I couldn't even protect the things you gave me. The child felt so defeated. Bai Jiji gently rubbed his soft hair, but she swallowed her words. What could she say? Little Fish was still alive and calling her big sister. That was already enough. Everything else didn't matter. After wiping away the tears on Qian Sun's face, Bai Jiji comforted him. You are the most important. Qian Sun's eyes shrank, and his face turned red, but he cried even harder. He was overwhelmed with emotion. When the tears flowed, he remembered what happened yesterday. He told her he loved her. He saw her carefully holding him, afraid of hurting him. Qian Sun felt warm inside, as if he was surrounded by feathers. His life was worth it. Over the past few days, you should rest here with me. I will stay by your side and take good care of you. White Gigi paused for a moment, then leaned down and softly whispered into his ear, Get well soon, sing me a song. Just like that night, Qian Sun looked down, shy and a little nervous, and gently pecked her face. But his words were a bit awkward and spoiled the mood. Sister, do you still want to end our contract? I will behave well. Please don't leave me. White Gigi smiled and responded with a kiss. She asked, Qian Sun, do you know what I like most about you? The little fish was stunned, a bit confused. He knew, but it also seemed like he didn't. What's that? Qian Sun asked sweetly. White Gigi couldn't help but pinch his cheek. Eat something. She naturally changed the subject. Qian Sun was very curious. What exactly does this little girl like about him? Seeing his curiosity, White Gigi couldn't help but smile inside. Of course, she liked his playful charm. Qian Sun had what others didn't. Those four lacked it. And he, naturally gifted. Crying and whining, weak and unable to take care of himself, and calling her sister. Before coming here, she could only double-tap those top-tier guys through a screen. Now, she was enjoying the real thing, touching, kissing, and it was all legal. Top-level life. Qian Sun was fine, and White Gigi's mood improved too. When she came out of the cave with an empty bowl, Shanhua and Lang Yi immediately approached. Shanhua said, Breakfast is ready. Do you want to eat now? He was talking about breakfast, but he was actually worried about her. Lang Yi asked, Is it more peaceful now? He was just very sour. What to do? His words carried a certain tone. Lang Yi couldn't help but deeply despise himself inside. Nai Ling didn't say anything. He chewed and jumped onto the dining table, his fox-like head drooping to one side, still half-closed eyes. Yes, his little girl was fully recovered. White Gigi felt warm inside. She handed the bowl to Shinhua and said, Eat a big bowl. The meat noodle soup from last night hadn't filled her up. After saying that, she took Lang Yi's hand and smiled. You're a bit sour today. Lang Yi quickly turned his head to the side. Really? But I can smell it. Compared to yesterday, she was in a cheerful mood today. Lang Yi watched Bai Jiji laughing and teasing her, and he also started to smile. He held her tightly and pulled her into his arms, ignoring whether Nailing and Shinhua were nearby. He was so frustrated that he just wanted to kiss her right now. His moist lips pressed against Bai Jiji's smooth neck, leaving one kiss after another. Nailing couldn't sit still anymore. Hey, just a quick kiss, okay? You're not the only one feeling jealous. Don't push your luck too far. Yesterday, The little female was stubborn about Chi-sun, and none of them felt good about it. Especially since Chi-sun was now sleeping in her cave. If they had known, they wouldn't have been so aggressive. Maybe just a simple tease would have been enough. Nailing shook his fox-like head, thinking, no, if it really goes that far, wouldn't the little female be miserable? After a small interruption, Bai Jiji noticed someone was missing from home. She had wanted to ask about it yesterday, but forgot because of Chi-sun. Where's Lan Ting? Why isn't he home? Nailing replied. After settling Chi-sun yesterday, he said he needed to go out for 2 days. He told you not to worry, he's gone again. Last time, he was away for a few days to make her a snakeskin coat. This time, it probably isn't different. Bai Jiji felt uncomfortable about it. She thought 1 coat is enough. More than that would be impolite. Do you want to go find him? I can go with you, Nailing said with a bright smile, clearly hinting at something. If they went out together, he could spend a few days alone with Bai Jiji. The distance from the wolf tribe to the city-state wasn't short, and every trip was a good chance. Chun Hua quietly reached out and held Bai Jiji's hand under the dining table. His meaning was very clear. She won't go, Chun Hua said. On the other side, Lang Yi also looked at the 2 hands he was holding. Bai Jiji, sitting in the middle, was completely stunned. These 2 people, one on each side, and now they wouldn't even let her eat in peace? Cough, cough, I want to eat first, Bai Jiji said. Here, it's cold. Chun Hua scooped a pretty little wonton with his spoon and offered it to Bai Jiji. Actually, there's no need to go to such lengths. Take matters into your own hands and be self-sufficient. I want to. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt warmth beneath her. Bai Jiji stiffened, sensing that familiar feeling. Her period has come. She has been in this beast world for a long time and never had her period before. Why is it happening today? Wait, her current body is that of a female silver wolf. The wolf's reproductive cycle is different from humans. Usually, female wolves go into heat, and it happens every 3 months. Bai Jiji felt like she was about to die. So, what about all those things she did earlier? Was she just being lustful? Lang Yi, also a silver wolf, was the first to notice something unusual. He silently sniffed Bai Jiji's scent and, upon detecting that salty sweet smell, his golden eyes shrank instantly. His expression softened. Jiji, what the heck? Why does his hoarse voice sound like it's full of fire? Even though her body structure is different, deep down she is human. She can't accept this. Even if it's uncomfortable and she dies from it, she would dig her own grave and bury herself before accepting this ridiculous natural order. She means it. Seeing Lang Ye's passionate, fiery gaze, Bai Jiji quickly moved closer to Xinhua. But instead of feeling relieved, she realized something was wrong with that leopard. Suddenly, Bai Jiji stood up sharply, covering her buttocks with her hands, and said firmly, "No way." She wanted to run, but Xinhua suddenly pulled her into his arms. His body was burning hot, and his gaze was like a blazing fire, fixed on her. Lang Yi reached out and grabbed her ankle, his eyes full of desire. Niling also transformed into a human form, with 9 tails like snakes wrapping around Bai Jiji. The 3 of them closed in on her. Bai Jiji trembled. Could this be worse than animals? I have something to say, she stammered. Though it was hard to speak, she knew she had to say it. Xinhua hummed softly, his gaze even more intense than before. Bai Jiji said, I know my scent excites you all, but any act against a woman's will is a crime. Please be aware of that. Xinhua hummed again. He swallowed hard, as if pondering the meaning of her words. Finally, he understood, and was the first to loosen his grip. His little female is different from others. She comes from a higher civilization. At this moment, she is not willing to mate, so he cannot force her. Even though she is currently in heat. Lang Yi Jian Xinhua relaxes his hand, feeling secretly pleased. He was about to bring Bai Jiji over, but Xinhua refused. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to. Niling's throat tightened, and his gaze grew more intense. The sweet, tempting scent was too strong, and his body was already craving. Jiji isn't. Don't treat her like an ordinary little female. She is different from other females. Maybe it's not just this time that she can't. Since you've accepted her as your mate, you must respect her wishes. If you can't handle this, it's better to end the bond early. Manhwa interrupted Lang Yi directly. He knew that among their group, Lang Yi was the most uncomfortable. As Silver Wolf people, the female's heat cycle is a deep-seated tradition engraved in their bones. After hearing this, Lang Yi looked at Bai Zhizhi. He saw her resistance in her eyes. After thinking for a moment, he loosened his grip. It was difficult, but he could endure. You're right, I respect Zhizhi. After saying that, he stepped back on his own. Nai Ling tilted his head. Clever as he was, he could see through this easily. Without hesitation, he transformed back into his beast form and dashed into the small forest. Brave fox, not afraid of difficulties, he could do it. They had endured not being together before, right? Just because they are now open about their relationship doesn't mean he can't handle it. Running, he suddenly turned back and eagerly asked Bai Zhizhi, "Little female, do you like flowers?" Bai Zhizhi nodded. Seeing this, he happily ran off again. Lang Yi held his breath, needing to distract himself. He looked at the unplowed fields and said, "I'll turn the soil. Tell me later what you want to plant." After speaking, he quickly left. Manhwa hadn't let go yet. Bai Zhizhi felt embarrassed. She wanted to check her space for sanitary supplies, and she could already feel that she had leaked. Manhwa's hand was sticky, so he hurriedly took Bai Zhizhi to the bathroom. After setting her down, he softly said, "You can tidy up now, but don't run around." Bai Zhizhi nodded. She definitely wouldn't run around. The three people at home had already made her realize that her situation was unusual. Running now would only cause trouble. Manhwa said, "Put the changed clothes here. I will wash them later. I will bring you clean clothes soon." Bai Zhizhi nodded and tried hard to hide her smile. She couldn't smile because the intense pheromones were already very overwhelming. If she smiled again, she was afraid Manhwa might act like a beast. Not only him, but there was also another beast in the vegetable garden, watching closely. Bai Zhizhi made a fierce face and glared at Lang Yi. He didn't get involved. He looked very fierce. Lang Yi immediately lowered his head to cooperate. His tail swept the dust as he moved. Suddenly, a silver wolf appeared in the garden. He dug a big hole with his front paws. When Bai Zhizhi looked over again, he buried his head inside the hole. It was no big deal. Once buried, he wouldn't be smelled. Bai Zhizhi watched Lang Yi dig and bury himself. She almost laughed. None of her husbands were cold anymore. They all looked soft, cute, and fluffy. Well done. Well done. If she could teach them some social dance moves later, she could enjoy being loved by all of them. Bai Zhizhi closed the door. After connecting to her space, she rummaged inside. She always kept stock of essentials like sanitary pads. She found a pack quickly. Just as she was about to leave the space, she noticed her space had changed again. She didn't have time to look carefully earlier when she was searching. Now, she looked up and froze in place. Is this still her space? She was now at her usual first landing spot when connecting to her space, the big bed. All her belongings were arranged in a circle around the bed, messy and chaotic before. But now, everything was arranged neatly on shelves, like in a supermarket, each category clearly separated. Her space was a magical tool she created herself, and it didn't have automatic organization. She was full of questions and completely forgot about her period. She took 2 steps forward and looked up. A level 3 appeared before her, next to a cute, chibi-style leopard head. The leopard was holding Manhwa's beast core in its mouth. What is this? Her current space level? Looking to her left, she was surprised to see a large area filled with women's daily necessities, everything she could think of, including toilet paper. Bai Zhizhi was moved to tears. Recently, she had been relying on Raimi leaves. Without them, she wouldn't even have anything to wipe with. Excited, Bai Zhizhi took 2 more steps forward, then she really started crying loudly. Because everything she needed was in this supplies area: shower gel, shampoo, Toothpaste, toothbrush, skincare products, and even makeup? Oh my. Her happiness was overflowing. Wah, she could finally change her toothbrush, no more using charcoal ash. There was even an automatic organizing feature. Now her menstrual pads, which she had just used, were neatly sorted here too. The drawers of different sizes all had labels with item names. Her personal clothes had also been sorted out, all ironed and hung neatly in the wardrobe according to category. Bai Gigi supported her forehead, looking at the whole wall, and couldn't help but feel emotional. She really has so many clothes. 3 black lines ran down her forehead. She had spent so much money on this. Even though she often felt she had no clothes to wear, now that everything was sorted, she felt ashamed. What can she do? Isn't it normal for girls to earn some money and want to show off their clothes? What's wrong with treating herself well? But this automatic organizing system was truly a blessing for lazy people, freeing her hands completely. Bai Gigi looked down at the red button on the cabinet. She pressed it, and a few lines of small text appeared. Instructions for LV3 Totem Space Rewards and the exclusive female zone. 1. Due to the upgrade of the space level, we divided this space into 2 main areas, the totem space and the respectful leader's personal space. Items in the personal space have been organized. Click the lower left corner to view. 2. All items in the totem space must be unlocked by upgrading before use. 3. The totem energy will regularly provide all necessary daily supplies and female care products. The snow leopard totem's passive skill, unlimited supply, means the respectful leader doesn't need to worry about running out. This is a special reward after activating the totem. Please use it freely, without any burden. Bai Gigi was completely stunned. The totem space? A new all-in-one smart system? She looked at the shining snow leopard totem on her right hand, seeming to understand and not understand what she saw before her. Are these all her exclusive possessions? Bai Gigi felt a bit dizzy. There are quite a few things in this totem space. She took a quick look around and saw many shelves at the back of the space, filled with various seeds and tools, all carefully labeled. How many levels are needed to unlock them? The names of the seeds, instructions for using the tools, and more. From level 3 to level 10, the higher the level, the more items, and the better their quality. But there was one thing she didn't quite understand. Was that door also a reward? Bai Gigi frowned and looked at the vintage dark red door in front of her, feeling a bit confused. The door was marked with a level requirement of 12. Staring at the experience bar showing 999,999 points, she shivered. Oh my goodness, if that experience bar filled up completely, wouldn't it be like grinding a needle from a steel rod? But what was that again? A scroll? She looked closer and found that the scroll was still a reward item from the totem space at level 3. She instinctively unrolled the scroll and saw the big bold words that made her feel both shocked and stunned. Guide to using Evil Cultivator and her furnace partner. This was still a level 3 reward?
Such a waste.
But when she turned a page, she was dumbfounded, because the scroll actually listed her magic level. Wait, isn't this a romance novel? Bai Gigi's hands trembled uncontrollably. She kept flipping through, and the more she looked, the more she trembled. The scroll not only showed her magic level but also provided ways to improve it and methods to break through bottlenecks. Wood Element Magic, Level 2. The first 10 levels can be improved by lighting the Silver Wolf Totem to absorb energy. Fire Element Magic, Level 2. The first 10 levels can be improved by lighting the Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox Totem to absorb energy. Earth Element Magic, Level 2. The first 10 levels can be improved by lighting the Tongue Snake Totem. Bai Gigi paused, realizing that her family's lanting was quite extraordinary. Water Element Magic, Level 1. The first 10 levels can be improved by lighting the Deep Sea Fish Emperor Totem. Does Qian Sun have such a magnificent identity? And what exactly is the Deep Sea Fish Emperor? Then there is the Wind Rising Freedom. Bai Gigi didn't understand this part. The picture frame next to it was empty, and there was also a hiss. Things got complicated. So these several beasts are not only her partners, but also her tools to improve her magic level?
That
Bai Zhizhi burst out laughing. She remembered that when she was in the mortal world, during the end of the magic era, when spiritual energy was scarce, she asked her master if there was any other way to break through her limits and become a great mage. Her master replied at the time, "Practice evil cultivation," and then it happened. After level 10, there is a bottleneck. To break through, she needs different amounts of beast cores, and as her level increases, the consumption of beast cores doubles. The beast cores are obtained from the demon abyss in the eastern part of the beast world continent. The abyss is filled with fierce beasts, and the so-called beast cores are actually the beast elixirs of these fierce beasts. Different qualities of beast cores have different prices. The cheapest cost about 3,000 crystals. Bai Zhizhi felt a lot of pressure. It seems she still needs to find a way to earn money. Women should be strong and self-reliant. No matter what others say about female dignity, Bai Zhizhi doesn't believe it. She believes that true dignity comes from strength. Her beast partners are indeed strong, but there are always stronger people and stronger forces. The sudden appearance of a black snake is a good example. She wants to become stronger. She wants to earn money. After coming out of the space, Bai Zhizhi took a hot bath. She took off her dirty clothes and changed into a modified off-white cheongsam dress with mid-length sleeves she bought earlier. The cotton linen material was comfortable, loose, and gave off a lazy feeling. Looking at herself in the mirror, Bai Zhizhi nodded with satisfaction. Since she lit up the totem with Lan Ting, her features have become much more defined. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, her skin was fair, and she looked like a different person compared to before. Now her features are clearer, no longer the face that looked like a tire had been pressed on it. This is good enough. She tied her hair up, inserted a sandalwood hairpin, and after dressing, Bai Zhizhi opened the bathroom door. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Manhwa, the dark flower, immediately jumped 3 meters away on her hind legs. The female beast was in heat, and they needed to keep their distance. Bai Zhizhi was momentarily stunned, looking at the beast form of Manhwa. She almost laughed out loud. Then she saw the linen dress placed at her feet, sent by Niling. Oh, Manhwa was here to change her clothes. Manhwa looked intently at the small female in front of her. Although in beast form, she still moved her throat slightly. The scent of flowers filled the air, and the leopard's eyes were charming. Nearby, the silver wolf couldn't help but look on. It pawed at the ground with its hind legs, and the goat tilted its head like it was greeting someone, then moved closer to Manhwa. Why tell him to stay away if he's just going to watch here? If they can't even control their animal instincts, then none of them deserve to stand beside Bai Zhizhi. After so many days together, Lang Yi understood clearly that whether they broke the contract or stayed, the initiative was always in her hands. Bai Zhizhi's charm was never just her face. Bai Zhizhi didn't know what Lang Yi was thinking, so she didn't bother with the two of them. After what had happened before, she figured they had learned their lesson. But looking at the place where they were fighting, Bai Zhizhi kindly reminded them, "I still need to plant things here. Whoever digs a hole, fill it back up." She then took out several seedlings from her space: potatoes, peppers, proper tomatoes, and beans. Some of these were from her own space, others unlocked from her totem space. Bai Zhizhi took half of each, eager to see how good the items that required experience points to unlock really were. They were all the same kind. Could they really taste 2 different flavors? Yay, come here. Bai Zhizhi didn't care what they were planning. Since they had energy, they might as well work. Facing the earth with his back to the sky, even the heavens would have to call him tired. When Lang Yi heard Bai Zhizhi call him, he was so happy he didn't even have time to change his form. After dusting himself off, he wagged his tail and walked over, looking a bit rough. "Zhizhi, you called me?" Bai Zhizhi held in her hand and smiled dryly. "Yes, I see you've turned the soil quite well. I want to teach you how to plant." He was strong and good at digging, so this job suited Lang Yi very well. She led the way to the vegetable patch, pointing to a small piece of land. "This is for planting peppers, and this is the seedling." After saying that, she put the chili seedlings aside and pointed to a nearby area. "This is for planting beans. These are seeds. 1 hole should hold 3 seeds. Do you know how many that is? Lang Yi nodded, with his tongue hanging out to the side, eyes slightly squinted. The little girl's voice is really nice when she talks. These two can't be just thrown on the ground directly. The chili needs to be planted in mounded soil, in long rows. Remember, the seedlings shouldn't be too close, or they will compete for nutrients and affect the harvest. That's about the right distance. Bai Jiji spoke while starting to plant two seedlings. Did you learn? Just do it like this, and keep practicing. Nod if you understand. Seeing this, Bai Jiji felt very pleased. Good, come over here. She then demonstrated how to plant the bean seeds, just like the chili. There are many potato seeds, an entire sack. Potatoes can be used to make many foods, and she also likes eating them. Although it's not the right season for planting now, luckily she has wood magic, so she can use it when the time comes. Since this land was cleared from wasteland and has many weeds, Bai Jiji said while pulling some weeds nearby, when you plant, do it like this. Also, the potatoes need to be planted in rows, just like the chili. But be careful, the sprouts should face upward, and don't break them. This time, Lang Yi did nod. He transformed into his human form and picked Bai Jiji up. Your clothes will get dirty. Let me do it. Like Shenhua, whenever he saw Bai Jiji working, he felt uncomfortable all over. Bai Jiji smiled slightly, signaling him to put her down. His face was flushed, and it's better to keep some distance. She also wanted to be close to him, but now isn't the time. She stepped back and continued explaining the planting method to Lang Yi. Tomatoes are the same. They all need to be planted in rows. All that pent-up energy should be released into the ground. That's all for this morning. When you finish, remember to go to the river, get some water, and pour it on the plants. Then pull out the weeds. Lang Yi replied, Okay, haha, the little girl is teaching him how to farm. Thinking about how Bai Jiji will eat food he grows makes him happy. He threw down the and smoothly transitioned to the next person, Shenhua. Jiji, sit here. Shenhua had somehow brought over 2 lounge chairs. Bai Jiji was stunned. Those chairs looked a bit too fancy. She doesn't have anything like that in her space. Seeing her surprised expression, Shenhua felt a bit shy and scratched his head. I noticed your bridge design is very clever. Last night, I tried to figure it out and made a chair you can lie on. Want to try it? Shenhua looked at Bai Jiji expectantly. Yes, of course. I must try it. Bai Jiji immediately lay down on the chair. A gentle breeze blew. The trees swayed, and a handsome face watched nearby. It was a top-level enjoyment. She rocked a little and felt it was no different from a modern rocking chair. She didn't expect Shenhua to have carpentry skills. It seemed she should focus on developing that skill in the future. Lie down, it's very comfortable. I like it. Thank you, Hua Hua. Shenhua blushed from her compliment. Like magic, he brought a bowl of washed cherries to Bai Jiji and softly said, I washed these. During the female's mating season, it's very uncomfortable. Rest well these days and I'll handle cooking and other chores. Then he hurried away. Bai Jiji looked at his back and chuckled. That rascal, he's quite considerate. And even more considerate. He was carried out by Qian Sun and placed on another lounge chair beside Bai Jiji. Qian Sun can coax people and keep you company, Bai Jiji. No, this isn't just consideration, it's outrageous. But Shenhua heard her and looked down at the half-dead Qian Sun. It's okay now. He can't cause trouble anymore. But, she wanted to say, Qian Sun is currently ill. Unexpectedly, Shenhua waved his hand again. He can't move his body, but he can still talk. Wow, that's really cruel. Qian Sun looked as if he had lost all hope. It seemed he was no longer a threat in their eyes. Shenhua snorted coldly, secretly proud. I'm going to cook. Bai Jiji couldn't stand seeing Qian Sun cry. No, she needed to avoid him, or she might end up in trouble herself. The beautiful face was covered with torn wounds, and the seductive throat was pierced by vines. At this moment, he was weakly collapsed on the ground, and the pain from tearing at his neck caused the scales around him to flicker intermittently. His old wounds were also pulled open again. He coughed twice, and in his hazy state, it seemed like someone was approaching him. Yeming smiled with dry lips. He knew she wouldn't ignore him. She was probably just pretending because her beast companions were nearby. "I forgive you," he said, then completely fainted. Iris desperately ran forward. She couldn't be caught. She didn't want to go back to that life, not for a moment longer. "Bai Jiji. When I recover, I will contract a powerful beast companion and tear her apart." Suddenly, she slipped and fell into a bush. She cursed as she got up, then looked up and saw a creature lying there, part snake, part human. She shivered in fear and hurriedly moved her chubby body back 2 steps. Is this a snake-human beast? No, he wasn't. Snakes don't have horns, but he did. It looked badly injured and unconscious. Iris tentatively kicked Yimingzim, and when he didn't move, she dared to step closer. She checked his breathing and confirmed he was alive. Then she quickly looked for any marks on his body. Yes, she was interested. The unconscious Yemings had beast markings on his face, which only beings of level 8 or higher would have. Her father once told her that anyone with beast markings on their face was at least level 9. Iris's heart raced. Bai Jiji's beast companion was often distracted by love potions and didn't have a level 9 beast. But she could easily get one. She absolutely couldn't let that lowly girl outdo her. She carefully examined him and confirmed he wasn't contracted yet. Then she tore off her beast hide. "Don't blame me. If I wait until you wake up like this, you'll definitely look down on me. So I have no choice. Besides, I used to be the most beautiful female in the tribe." Iris said this as she leaned in to kiss Yemings. Honestly, this creature was really handsome. She was so lucky. "White Jiji, I have what you have now." "White Jiji?" Yeming frowned. It seemed like he had heard her beast husband call her that before. He felt a sharp pain on his body, as if something heavy was pressing down on him. Yeming reached out and, in a daze, thought he touched something sticky and foul-smelling. He felt like vomiting. It was as if a big pile of dirt was covering his nose. Yeming's stomach churned, and he was awakened by the strong smell. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a small mountain sitting on top of him, sticking out its tongue and trying to lick him. He shouted angrily, swatting the creature aside with his tail. "Female?" Yeming looked at her with disgust. He only then realized that she was completely. Suddenly, he remembered that strange feeling just now. He was scared and quickly checked his beast hide. When he saw that it hadn't been torn, he finally relaxed. Luckily, he was injured and couldn't move, or he might have been forcibly bonded with this strange, ghostly thing in front of him. Yanwei was hit quite hard by this. She bumped her head into a nearby mud pit. After a long while, she finally recovered and, trembling, stood up. Then she showed Yeming her usual smile. In the past, whenever she smiled, the males in the tribe seemed to be bewitched. "Don't be afraid. I'm not ugly. I'll be better once I lose some weight. Bond with me.
I'll treat you well."
"You're injured," Yanwei said, crawling out of the mud pit. She moved her body and lunged at Yeming. Even a high-level beastman had nothing to fear. She was injured and could only submit obediently. Once bonded, he wouldn't be able to hurt her. She was determined to bond with a strong beastman so she could go back and tear apart those who had bullied her before. And then she would first get rid of Bai Jiji. Yeming chuckled. Did she think he looked weak? Did she think anyone could just come and touch him? Seeing Yeming not move, Yanwei was overjoyed. Almost instinctively, she half opened a bottle of champagne and muttered, "Bai Jiji, I will have what you have soon." When she said the name Bai Jiji, Yeming's pupils shrank. He suddenly grabbed Yanwei's neck and pressed her to the ground, his eyes fierce as he demanded, "Who did you just say?" "I cough. I mean Bai Jiji." Yanwei's face turned pale and purple, her eyes squinting due to lack of oxygen, and Night Ming reluctantly let go of her hand. Then he asked again, "Do you know Bai Jiji? So what if I do? That scoundrel caused me so much pain. I will definitely go back and kill her someday."
"Kill
Bai Jiji?" Night Ming looked at the ugly thing in front of him with a meaningful gaze. The atmosphere around them grew colder. Yanwei was unaware of the danger approaching. She took deep breaths and then looked at the wound on Night Ming's body. Seeing the vines still hanging from him, she seemed to find a way to get closer to him and snorted coldly. That scoundrel, thinking that just because she awakened a wood-type ability, she's so great. I think the wound on your body looks like it was caused by her wood ability. Could it be her doing? Seeing that Night Ming remained silent, Yanwei thought she was right and snorted again. That scoundrel, relying on her 5 strong beast partners, runs rampant in the tribe. She even dares to hit her own mother. Who could possibly like such a scoundrel? Strong beast partners. Every time Yanwei spoke, the atmosphere around Night Ming grew colder. Suddenly, he sneered. I like her. What? Yanwei thought she heard wrong. Night Ming. I said, I like her. I like that female named by Gigi. As he finished speaking, he grinned and showed his teeth. His powerful mental energy condensed into ice shards that pierced straight through Yanwei's chest. How dare anything interfere with the female he liked? That's just asking for death. She was ugly, and not a single word she said was pleasing to him. Black, foul-smelling blood splattered across his face. Night Ming glanced at her with disdain, wiped his face, then shrank back into his beast form and disappeared into the nearby grass. When Bai Jiji got up from the lounge chair, she was probably in such a hurry that she lost her footing and tumbled straight into Nailing's arms. Both of them were stunned. Nailing didn't expect to catch the little female just after arriving home, but luckily he was quick, or she would have fallen. He nervously steadied her and scolded, "Be careful. You almost fell." Then he smiled and said, "Here's a little flower for you, just picked. Don't forget, Nailing's taste is quite good. The wildflowers he picked look very nice and smell strong." "Does it smell good?" Nailing asked. Bai Jiji nodded. She looked at the flowers in her hand and suddenly understood. "So, you want to use this flower scent to hide my smell?" "Yes. Holding the flowers I picked means you don't have to hide. Little female, during your heat period, it's not your fault. You don't need to hide. The ones who should hide are us." He thought about Bai Jiji's panicked eyes earlier. His heart felt very sad. He must have acted too openly, which scared her so much. It must be like that. Nailing's words made Bai Jiji feel warm inside. Top-tier Hakimi. Indeed, very lucky. Look at his awareness. Bai Jiji wanted to gently rub him, but then she remembered her smell might make him uncomfortable, so she held back. She praised him instead, saying, "Oh, baby, you are really understanding." Nailing tilted his head, his charming eyes showing a hint of innocence. He was quite good at understanding people, even though he had only done it once. But he was naturally talented. Bai Jiji was also very talented. With just one look, she understood what Nailing was thinking. A happy laugh caught in her throat and quickly dried up. Nailing pursed his lips, hiding his little thoughts, and said with a smile, "I brought back a lot of fresh flowers. Later, I'll plant them in the yard." It was his fault for scaring her. The tall fence around Manhwa was very big. Nailing thought that flowers die easily without water, so it was better to plant them directly inside. That way, the little female would have fresh flowers to see every day. After saying that, he gracefully walked toward the field. After walking a short distance, he turned back and waved at Bai Jiji. He said, "The ones who should hide are them. And that fish." Nailing smiled slightly, knowing he couldn't jump that high. The little fox carried and held a bunch of fresh flowers with roots, humming a cheerful tune as he went to the field. He wanted to plant flowers all around the tall fence of Manhwa, so that when the little female saw the fence, she would also be attracted by his flowers and think of him. Since he couldn't compete with fists and kicks, he decided to use his other skills. Nailing his fox-like eyes, he narrowed them slightly, willing to do anything for the person he loved. Bai Jiji looked at the flowers in her hand, feeling very happy. She took out a vase and placed the fresh flowers inside. Surely, the girl wouldn't dislike flowers? She leaned in to smell them. They really smelled wonderful. "Qianquan? Do you think they look nice?" Bai Jiji asked. She was talking about the flowers, but he understood she was asking about her. After placing the flowers down, Bai Jiji held Qianquan's hand. A green light wrapped around him. The moment it touched the vines, Qianxuan let out a faint, almost unnoticeable groan. He still felt a lot of pain but couldn't make a sound, or the little girl might worry again. If it hurts, just say so. Bai Jiji's voice was soft. To prevent Qianxuan from dropping his little pearl again, she covered his face with a handkerchief, refusing the magic's temptation. Qianxuan frowned, feeling even more upset. Was it because he was weak? That his sister no longer liked his face? Big sister. Qianxuan's lips moved slightly as he softly called her again. His sore eyelids pulled at his cheeks, making him feel pain. He wanted to cry.
But
the little girl's handkerchief smelled so nice. Qianxuan took a deep breath, holding back his tears. At this moment, he felt like he was in a vast ocean. The green vines wrapped around him, and the lovely scent surrounded him completely. Qianxuan let out a muffled sound. His face suddenly felt hot. Though he had no water, it didn't stop him from transforming his tail into a fish's tail. It was faint and shimmering under the sun, shining brightly. Bai Jiji caught a glimpse and quickly withdrew her hand. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her scent also affected Qianxuan? Thinking of this, she took away the handkerchief from his face. Sure enough, Qianxuan looked at her with moist eyes. His fair neck showed a strange red, and his gaze was quite dazed. Qianxuan, Bai Jiji felt a little scared. She thought her situation only affected those deadly ones, but now even those in the sea could be influenced. If she knew, she definitely wouldn't have gotten so close to him. Big sister, I feel so uncomfortable. After saying this, Qianxuan tilted his head, and a big tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything and could only lie on the chair, watching her eagerly. Bai Jiji saw this and took a deep breath. She really liked Qianxuan's playful attitude, but now was not the time. This was a boundary she couldn't cross. Would it be better if I walk away? Bai Jiji asked. Qianxuan nodded and then shook his head, finally nodding again. Then you should rest well. Before she finished saying rest, a familiar voice came over. Bai Jiji turned around happily to see Luo Chao, who hadn't been home for a long time. He was sitting on Yinfeng's back holding two little ones. Lin Yu followed closely behind, carrying many bags. Did they really move here? Jiji, I'm back.
Come see what I brought you.
Luo Chao exclaimed excitedly, handing the little one to Lin Yu. She pushed a bag of grain off Yinfeng's back, and Yinfeng caught it steadily, then used her foot to precisely hook the bag's opening. Luo Chao, you're back. Bai Jiji was also very happy to see Luo Chao. She relied on him deeply, a feeling she couldn't quite explain herself. Yes, I'm back.
I won't leave this time.
Jiji, I have good news. I have a baby. Luo Chao said this naturally, then gently took Bai Jiji's hand and placed it on her belly. Her eyes softened and she whispered, Look, right here. The moment Bai Jiji's hand touched her belly, the baby inside moved. It felt so magical. Her eyes lit up with joy as she looked at Luo Chao. Luo Chao smiled. The babies really like you, just like I do. You look even more beautiful, Jiji. She smiled warmly, looking at Bai Jiji, whose changes were incredible. Her eyes were full of happiness, but after smelling Bai Jiji's scent, Luo Chao turned to Yinfeng and Lin Yu and said, You two, pack up our cave. I need to talk to Jiji. Yinfeng nodded and moved the bag of grain to Bai Jiji's small kitchen. What's that? Bai Jiji asked. It's rice, Luo Chao replied. Those three simple words shocked Bai Jiji so much she couldn't find the words to respond. Her mind exploded. Something was wrong. Bai Jiji looked carefully at Luo Chao in front of her. Honestly, the word, rice, is too exaggerated. Luo Chao was talking about rice, not bird food. Since she arrived, mulberry is bird food. Wheat is also bird food. But Luo Chao said it was rice. Hey, what are you thinking? I found this below the demon abyss. I thought you should know what it is, since you said before that you received guidance from the beast god. So, I brought it back to show you. This statement was half true, half false. But since Luo Chao didn't want to say more, she didn't ask. After all, she had her own secrets. However, Bai Jiji caught a key word, demon abyss. You went to the demon abyss? Mentioning the demon abyss, Luo Chao shivered involuntarily. Yes, I went there. I never want to go again in my life. Her face turned pale. Clearly the trip to the demon abyss was not pleasant for Luo Chao. During lunch, Chunhua prepared 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. There were also washed fruits on the table. Yin Feng put down the rice, and Chunhua politely kept him to stay. Luo Chao was Bai Jiji's good friend, so naturally, they also needed to get along well with Luo Chao's beast companions. The 2 friends walked and talked. Luo Chao still felt scared when she mentioned the demon abyss. She said, "You don't know how terrifying it is down there. I thought that the withered tree was already dead, but I didn't expect it to still move. It scared me so much I got goosebumps. It's better to stay at home. I won't run around anymore." Yin Feng heard Luo Chao mention the demon abyss again. He carefully stepped forward and held her. "Don't be afraid.
It's all over now."
Later, the little ones will be scared too. When he mentioned the little ones, Yin Feng's expression softened immediately. The baby in Luo Chao's belly was his. The joy of becoming a father was clearly visible on Yin Feng's face. "By the way, how should we eat this rice?" Luo Chao changed the subject. Chunhua quietly pulled out a chair. After Bai Jiji sat down, she smiled and said, "How about eating it tonight?" Luo Chao thought for a moment. "I'm not in a hurry. I just find it interesting because I've never eaten it before. But looking at the season now, maybe we can scatter it on the soil and wait for the harvest?" After saying that, she looked steadily at Bai Jiji. She had a wood-type special ability, and only Bai Jiji could turn this bag of rice into something magical, transforming decay into wonder. She looked at her beast husband again. Doesn't he see that others keep their distance from their beast husbands? Yet her simple-minded one is still here guarding. "Go back now. I want to play with Jiji." Yin Feng nodded reluctantly and left the small kitchen. He could smell Bai Jiji on her, but that was someone else's female. He couldn't be so bold. His own master doesn't trust him at all. After serving the food, Chunhua went to work. The bathroom floor needed changing. At first, he thought about not dirtying the female's feet, but then he realized the wooden floor wasn't good enough. As the temperature rose, the smell became a bit unpleasant. Of course, he would use the best materials for his female. So, after preparing the food, Chunhua went to the back mountain to carve stone slabs. After the 2 beast husbands left, Luo Chao finally relaxed. She ate eagerly, praising Chunhua's cooking skills. Between bites, she asked Bai Jiji and the others how they had been recently. She didn't know what to answer. Luo Chao was clearly doing it on purpose, asking questions one after another. Bai Jiji didn't expose her, and just watched her perform quietly. "Without breaking the contract, do you think I—" "Not at all." Before Bai Jiji finished, Luo Chao interrupted her. "Jiji, listen, don't have those crazy ideas. If you think they look good and are useful, keep them. If you don't like them, change them. It's that simple. I won't let you doubt yourself." After speaking, Luo Chao added another piece of meat to her plate, more mischievous than before. She even knew how to use chopsticks. Bai Jiji shook her head, forcing herself to focus. Luo Chao asked again, "Have they given you the beast pellets?" "Yes, they have." "How many did you tame?" What a shocking conversation. 4. Luo Chao. "Only 4? I've been out for so many days." "Was it the one who refused you?" "I'll go break the contract right now." Bai Jiji waved her hand.
No.
"No one refused me. It's just that some things happened in the tribe these past 2 days." She told Luo Chao everything, including how Qian Sun was injured by an outsider black snake. "Oh, that's good." Qianshuan was simply bought back by the leader. No matter what his background is, he has no right to throw a tantrum at you. You used to be very tolerant of him. I actually didn't like him from the start because he was so clueless. But from what you just said, he seems to have learned his lesson quickly. Talking about Qianshuan, Bai Jiji felt a bit embarrassed. He was bought, but he still has some rights. Also, Qianshuan has his good points. He's handsome, has a good figure, and most importantly, he has a charming personality, greedy and lustful, yet full of integrity. This is her motto. It's good that he knows how to please you. But you should be nicer to him. That fish. It wasn't easy to get. Luo Chao hesitated, though she used to be quite fierce with Qianxuan. But people's hearts tend to be biased. As she spoke, Luo Chao glanced at her good sister sitting opposite her. Now she finally felt completely at ease. After dinner, Luo Chao said she wanted to take a walk. She liked Bai Jiji's yard. It looked very comfortable. She had also chosen a spot earlier, which she could arrange later. Jiji, I won't eat that rice anymore. You've already planted it. When it's harvest time, just give me 2 bags. Luo Chao laughed so hard she almost doubled over. After a big burp, she happily went home. Thinking about Bai Jiji's hesitant expression earlier, Luo Chao found it amusing. Of course, the rice wasn't something she brought back from the demon abyss. Because that was... Cough cough ha ha. It's a bit sour, like a small cherry, but quite appetizing. Something's off. Luo Chao clearly isn't herself. Bai Jiji fiddled with her chopsticks, repeatedly replaying Luo Chao's words in her mind. Compared to her clumsy excuse at first, Luo Chao seemed more like she was guided by the beast god. The crossbow, rice, and her advanced ideas, if she wasn't from another world, then it only proves her judgment was correct. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. If Luo Chao doesn't say anything, she won't ask. Whether it's the former or the latter, she considers Luo Chao her good sister in her heart. Last time, she brought salt back. This time, it's rice. Every time, there's a surprise. And this rice came at just the right time. It's the season for planting rice. But she can't use traditional methods anymore. Thinking of this, Bai Jiji carried a small bamboo basket and went to the rice she had previously chosen. Lan Ting, Hua Chun, Lang Yi, Nailing Qiansun, and others kept their eyes on her. They also heard her conversation with Luo Chao. Her heart was pounding. First, she was grateful that the beast god gave them a good impression. Almost the little female might have really left them. Especially Qiansun. She didn't expect his advantage to be truly as he thought. Wah wah wah. She didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. She was more happy because the little female stayed with him. Bai Jiji held an oil paper umbrella and carried a small bamboo basket, walking step by step onto the new bridge. It was wide and sturdy. Chun Hua really had a talent for carpentry. Bai Jiji looked at the land, and it wasn't a problem to divert water there. Her water magic was now at level 1, so she could manage the drainage. But the land was overgrown with weeds, which looked really tough. It might take some effort to clear it. Ah, so many weeds. I hope they all die tomorrow. Then, she wouldn't have to bother with them. A shadow flickered in the grass. Was it because the weeds were bothering her eyes? Jiji, I'm back. The afternoon sun was just right. Bai Jiji was standing on the bridge when she heard someone call her. She turned around with a smile and saw Lan Ting running toward her, waving happily. Lan Ting looked excited. He hurried over and hugged Bai Jiji tightly. They hadn't seen each other for 2 days. He missed her so much. So when they met, he couldn't wait to kiss her to ease his longing. Fool. Where did you go these past 2 days? Lan Ting didn't answer. Instead, he eagerly took out a beautiful beast tooth from his pocket. Look, isn't it nice? He then released Bai Jiji and showed her a bundle behind him, happily continuing, Jiji, look. This is candy, very sweet. I heard the females in the city like to eat this, so I brought some back for you. And look at this is a headband. Isn't it better than Niling's? He kept talking, pulling everything out of his animal hide bag. And this, Jiji, look. Lan Ting handed a shiny yellow crystal to Bai Jiji, saying carefully, this is a beast core from a fierce beast in the demon abyss. You've awakened your wood element ability, right? This can help you break through. This is the gift he most wanted to give. He liked her shining, bright appearance. The handsome boy's lips moved as he spoke, each word about her. Bai Jiji didn't look at the beast core in Lan Ting's hand. Her eyes were fixed on the wound on his shoulder, which was deep enough to see the bone. Did he still want to hide it from her? So, even in the hot weather, he still wrapped himself in thick beast fur. Have you been away from home these past 2 days just for this? Bai Jiji asked in a muffled voice, staring at him steadily. Yes, am I really impressive? Lan Ting looked lively and unhurt, happy to make his little female smile. That was what he should do. A dark shadow in the bushes watched coldly. He looked at the two on the bridge, trying to hold back his possessiveness. Was he giving a gift? He could do that too. But he was still very upset. She had hurt him badly, yet she was so kind to others. It was just an ordinary black snake.
How could it compare to him?
Yiming didn't understand. Sniffing the scent coming from her, his snake pupils sharpened. Tonight, would she choose that lowly black snake? The more he thought about it, the more he felt crushed. For the first time, Yiming felt defeated. Meanwhile, Lan Ting was still talking about the beast core. He felt a bit embarrassed to put it into Bai Jiji's hand. When he looked down, he noticed something unusual about her. Lan Ting's eyes lit up. Little female, are you in heat? He had a faint expectation. She didn't have the scent of those four, so maybe tonight he had a chance? That sweet, sticky smell, even the floral scent couldn't hide it. Lan Ting took a greedy deep breath, his snake tongue licking her neck, eyes full of desire. Snake-human hybrids are naturally passionate, especially when the person they like is in heat. Bai Jiji coughed softly. She put everything Lan Ting brought into a small bamboo basket and said seriously, not tonight. Why? Lan Ting was a bit anxious. His snake tail curled around her, sounding a little wronged. Are you choosing Manhwa? Bai Jiji smiled helplessly. No, I won't choose anyone. Lan Ting, I don't like this kind of thing right now. That's my bottom line. Hearing the phrase bottom line, Lan Ting's snake tail loosened. She was different from others.
He knew that.
But did she really not choose anyone? Not choosing anyone, he asked again. Well, no one chooses. No one chooses? Yiming's eyes widened, very anxious. No, not good. Not good. Can I stay with you?
Keep watch for you.
I promise I won't do anything, just stay with you. Don't worry, I won't do anything if you don't nod. I swear to the beast god. Doing nothing is fine, as long as I can stay by her side. You'll feel upset. That's the truth. Manhwa and the others are hiding far away, especially Lang Yi, who isn't coming close to her. Lan Ting, no matter what, I want to keep watch for you. If it blows up, I'll die. He knows deep down that the little female probably won't give in this time, maybe not during her entire mating season. Does he have to stay far away every time? Lan Ting's words drifted with the wind into the ears of the other four. Although Lang Yi thought it made sense, he didn't dare to agree out loud. For him, this stage is very hard. He can't risk losing control in front of the little female.
Manhwa feels the same.
As a beast, he understands Lang Yi and knows himself well. Na Ling, of course, doesn't need to be said. Among the five, only Lan Ting and Qian Sun's reactions aren't so intense. They can't take risks. Especially Lang Yi. Have you thought it through? What's there to think about? I'm happy to keep watch for you. If not for those others, I'd want to stay with you every day. The snake's possessiveness is very strong. Lan Ting chuckled, knowing Bai Jiji had agreed. With a smack, he kisses her again, then runs off. He needs to treat his wounds. He can't let the little female see them. Otherwise, she'll feel bad. He finally gave her a gift, and it's all torn up. Lan Ting feels a bit embarrassed. Bai Jiji called out to him. Lan Ting's hair was messy, and turning his head so suddenly made it even more disheveled. Bai Jiji carried a small basket over and reached out to remove the beast hide from him. Lan Ting gritted his teeth. So painful. The wound was torn open too wide, sticking to the hide. Although Bai Jiji was very careful, it still pulled at his flesh. Did the fierce beast under the magic abyss hurt you? Her eyes clouded with tears, heart aching terribly. Yes, but I didn't lose to it. It ambushed me, and that's how I got hurt. Lan Ting spoke calmly, but a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, showing how much he was hurting. Bai Jiji pulled him to sit on the bridge pier. She placed her palm with a green glow over his wound. Lan Ting naturally embraced Bai Jiji's gaze, and his whole face sank into her embrace. I've missed you so much these past 2 days. Did you miss me? Lan Ting's voice was muffled, with a hint of playfulness. It was different from when he teased Nailing. He sounded a bit unfamiliar, rough but pleasant to hear. Yeah, I missed you. But something happened at home, so I didn't think about it as much, Bai Gigi honestly said. She didn't like lying and then having to make up stories afterward. Lan Ting looked up, his eyes shining. It's okay to miss me. It doesn't matter how much. While Bai Gigi was helping him treat the wound and holding an umbrella, she saw him look up at her. She leaned down and kissed his forehead. Yiming was furious with jealousy. He stared at Lan Ting's back, feeling that his scent was familiar but also wanting to hurt him badly. They were so close. What was so special about that? Soon, Bai Gigi would belong to him. He was sure of it. In the small kitchen, Bai Gigi made a bowl of noodles for Lan Ting and then went to feed Qian Sun. Lan Ting looked at Qian Sun sitting on the chair and couldn't help but gasp. He thought, even this lazy fish has a day like today. But what surprised him was that Qian Sun was a Tier 10 beast man. Just now, Bai Gigi told him everything that had happened over the past 2 days. Lan Ting felt worried for Qian Sun but also thought he was useless because he caused such sadness and pain to the little female. He even went to face that kind of person directly. But mostly, he was angry at himself for not being there.
Gigi, I'm sorry.
Why apologize? It's not your fault. These things happen suddenly. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Qian Sun get hurt so badly, Bai Gigi said. She handed him a cup of brewed honeysuckle tea. Lan Ting felt happy inside. He took a big sip and gave a simple comment. Delicious. Bai Gigi gave him a playful glare and then poured the rest into the teapot. There was Long Yi, who grew vegetables, Nai Ling, who grew flowers, and Manhwa, who was replacing the bathroom floor. Bai Gigi prepared a large cup for each of them. I've left these here. Come and drink later. Ling Yi. Thank you, Gigi. Nai Ling. It looks very tasty. Thank you, Gigi. Manhwa said nothing, just looked at her with a special gaze. After tidying up the bathroom floor, he drank the tea that Bai Gigi had poured, then pulled Lan Ting, who had finished eating, to go fix the fence. Nai Ling planted flowers around the bathroom area and also turned over the 2 plots of land in front. These plots are near his cave by Gigi's side. Nai Ling thought that after turning the soil, he could plant flowers there too. If the little female has other seeds she wants to plant, she can do so. Her happiness is the most important. Lang Yi carefully managed the 4 small vegetable plots near the bathroom. Bai Gigi had taught him how to do it, and now he did it neatly on his own. The potato sprouts grew upward. They are fragile. He handled them carefully, stacking 4 long strips of soil. Seeing his work, Lang Yi smiled happily. Working outside is really good. It helps him forget the smell of the little female for a while. Thinking of this, Lang Yi worked even harder. He planted tomatoes, chili peppers, and beans. After finishing, he learned from Manhwa and laid many stone slabs on the uneven ridges of the mountain behind. The little female likes cleanliness. He wants to cover all the ridges with stone slabs. He used to be unkind to her, but now he will take extra care. Although it was tiring, the honeysuckle tea was very delicious, sweet, and fragrant. Lang Yi felt very happy inside. Even though they are keeping their distance during this special time, he knows the little female is always watching them. After the sun went down a bit in the afternoon, Bai Gigi carried a small basket and went to the river. She saw many little lobsters in the water, delicious treats like egg-fried shrimp, spicy crayfish, spicy shrimp balls, and small shrimp wontons. Just thinking about it made her drool. Following the smell, she headed into the mountains. The Sichuan pepper tree should be ready for harvest now. Along the way, she gathered some wild scallions. Surprisingly, she also found some Biluakun tea. The aroma confirmed it was Biluakun tea. It's a good tea, but it's a pity she missed the right season. The main harvest time for Biluakun is usually from the spring equinox to before the grain rain. Thinking about the wheat she harvested earlier, it's definitely past that now. She might as well consider it tea for tomorrow or the day after, regardless of its quality. White Gigi picked a lot of tea leaves. She really likes drinking tea, and she has several sets of tea utensils in her space. Now she can use them. Following behind her, Yiming looked at her with some confusion. Why was this little female picking these small leaves? This time, he was clever and quietly followed her. She moved quickly and soon plucked most of the tea leaves she found. Seeing the fresh leaves in the bamboo basket, a smile appeared on White Gigi's face. It was a worthwhile trip. After picking tea leaves, she also picked some Sichuan peppercorns. Since she had no place to store them, she threw them all into her space. The space has an automatic organizing function, so she just made a mess. Thinking about Luo Chao, who was pregnant with a cub, she also picked some raspberries. Luo Chao liked meat, and raspberries are rich in vitamins and dietary fiber, which help digestion and provide nutrients needed during pregnancy. But she couldn't eat too many of these small things. Too much could cause contractions. The raspberries were sweet and sour, and some were dark from ripening. White Gigi ate some while picking, feeling they were good. They are also traditional medicine, nourishing the liver and kidneys and helping with back and leg weakness caused by kidney deficiency. How could they not be good? This was great. She needed to eat more, but some of them were quite sour. Yiming watched her eat and quietly slipped into the bushes, opening his mouth to eat too. The sour and sweet taste was indeed very good. When she was about to leave, he immediately followed silently, even faster than her, chasing away the small four-legged snakes along the way so she wouldn't be scared. Thinking of this, Yiming chuckled at himself. If she wasn't afraid of him, how could she be afraid of those small snakes? After chasing away the snakes, he quietly hid in the grass by the path, watching her walk past him. Only after she was far away did he follow behind. White Gigi put the tea leaves into her space and headed toward the small river. There were many wild ducks there, and she often collected eggs from that area. Today was the same. She parted the water plants and found many fresh duck eggs. White Gigi was very happy. Today's eggs were different. She planned to cook shrimp with eggs. Chopped green onions, shrimp, and duck eggs, delicious enough to make her eyebrows fall off. I collected about 30 or 40 duck eggs, a real harvest. By the small river, there are snails. Bai Gigi picked one up, smashed it with a stone, then took a piece of string from her space and tied the snail to it. She chose a good spot for her dinner and started the last step, catching shrimp. Yeming's role came into play again. Although he didn't know what she wanted the pincers for, he still swam into the water and pushed all the nearby pincers toward Bai Gigi. Using the water plants as cover, Bai Gigi didn't notice him. She was surprised because, in the past, when she fished for shrimp, some of the crayfish just wouldn't bite. But in the beast world, it was easier. Just put bait in, and she could catch 3 or 4 big ones at once, all looking full and healthy. After a nap, Luo Chao saw Bai Gigi sitting on a small bridge. She raised her hand a few times, then ran excitedly over, with Yin Feng nervously following, worried she might fall. Luo Chao waved her hand. Go back, I'll find Gigi myself. Yin Feng stopped, thinking she was annoyed with her little female. But then he realized it wasn't because he had a good memory, but because the 8 eyes nearby were about to pierce him. Gigi, what are you doing? Luo Chao sat down beside Bai Gigi. Fishing for shrimp. Come over for dinner tonight, Luo Chao. Shrimp? You mean these pincers? Yes, these are called crayfish. There are many ways to eat them. Tonight I'll make scrambled eggs with shrimp for you and your little ones. Sounds great. Luo Chao laughed loudly. She remembered how delicious Bai Gigi's cooking was. She had been thinking about it all this time away from home. As she spoke, she stood up and went home to ask Lin Wu to bring a wild boar. Bai Gigi's beast friends had been busy these days, so she decided to help with the food. She fished a whole basket of crayfish until sunset, finally dropping her small wooden stick. Chunhua came to pick her up and was stunned. She had caught so many pincers in just one afternoon. Gigi, did you catch all these? Yes, I'll make spicy crayfish for you tonight. Chunhua, great. I'll learn how to do it so I can make it for you next time. He said this as he picked up the small lobster and started washing it by the well, but he couldn't hold it properly, so each time he tried, the lobster pinched his hand. You're so clumsy. If you can't do it, let me try, Lan Ting said as he squatted down. As soon as he reached out his hand, the lobster pinched his finger, which hurt a lot. Wow, can this little thing really be eaten? It bit me with its claws. Lan Ting shook his hand in pain. Bai Zhizhi pressed his forehead gently, then took the lobster from him. A wood element spell followed, and the pain disappeared. I won't try that again next time, Manhwa admitted. I know I'm not as good as you. Some things really only you can do. Thanks, that's rare. Manhwa took the lobster from Bai Zhizhi and used his special power. Sparks of electricity shot through the water, and the aggressive lobster was quickly subdued. Lan Ting made a sound of surprise, then went to the stove to help Bai Zhizhi. He washed scallions and fetched firewood. Nai Ling went to take a bath. After a hot afternoon, he wanted to clean his fur. Lang Yi was also going to bathe, but first he took Qian Sun back to the cave. After 2 days of rest, Qian Sun's hand could now be lifted, though he still couldn't sit up well. After bringing him some food, Lang Yi went to wash up. Today was very tiring. The small kitchen was filled with a smell of cooking and warmth. Bai Zhizhi wore an apron. She first brewed some tea and set it aside to cool. She didn't know how to make tea, so she remembered the method she saw on TV and tried to imitate it. Smells so good. The leaves smell wonderful after being roasted, Nai Ling said, sniffing the air. That's Biluakun. I'll brew some for you to try tomorrow. I want some too, Lan Ting squeezed in and pushed Nai Ling away from Bai Zhizhi. Step back, Nai Ling rolled his eyes. I know. And I'm immune now. It was hilarious. This dark-haired guy was now teaching him how to do things. Before, Nai Ling thought Lan Ting was just a foodie and a good guy. Now he took back what he said. This snake was incredible. He even learned to mimic people. Lan Ting gave him clothes, and he gave clothes back, even beast cores. Thinking of this, Nai Ling took out all the beast cores he had collected from his space. There were all kinds, in different colors and qualities. Little female, this is a gift for you. Use what you need, and the rest you can use to support the table, Lan Ting. Where did you get so many beast cores? Na Ling snorted coldly and sat gracefully. I went to the demon abyss earlier because I wanted to get you some clothes. I can't compare to your amazing skills. I came back injured and only managed to get 1 beast core. Your strength is truly impressive. Wow, such a sharp tongue. Lan Ting was furious. Isn't his quality good enough? Among the foxes, only 1 or 2 have cores that compare to his. Besides, the chance of finding beast cores depends on luck. Bai Zhizhi looked at the many beast cores on the table and was stunned. So many. Yes, all for you. Na Ling supported his chin with one hand, looking at Bai Zhizhi with affection. As he smiled, his fox tail was revealed. The master of serving water, Miss Ji, appeared. She took all the beast cores Na Ling gave her, and then gave him a kiss. I've received all the gifts you two sent. Be good and wait for the little lobster without causing trouble, okay? Humph, Carrot. Lan Ting felt very happy. Is there anything better than a kiss?
No.
Na Ling also relaxed. He had intentionally provoked Lan Ting. Today, he received too much attention from the little female, which was more annoying than a fish. The little lobster is washed, Manhwa said as he approached. Here's some more. I'll teach you. See, just squeeze out the shrimp meat like this. Bai Zhizhi showed Manhwa how to squeeze the shrimp. I got it. Leave it to me. Manhwa took the shrimp from Bai Zhizhi and also prepared the seasonings needed. He moved quickly and worked very neatly. Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but be drawn in. After squeezing out the shrimp meat, Manhwa took off her apron and softly said, "Let me do it." It seemed he was already getting used to it after a day. Bai Zhizhi asked, "Then should I teach you?" Manhwa smiled slightly. "Yes, teach me." They heated the oil in a pot, added chopped green onions and Sichuan peppercorns to release aroma, then added the shrimp, stir-fried on high heat. The seasonings were simple, but it still smelled very good. After all, high-quality ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. Manhwa cooked carefully, following Bai Zhizhi's instructions on when to add salt and water. He could tell that the young female really liked the crayfish, so he put extra effort into making it perfect. Lan Ting was no longer upset because the food smelled so good. Although foxes were afraid of fire, with Lang Yi away, he quietly sat behind the stove and helped with the cooking. Bai Jiji didn't stay idle either. She acted as the food taster. "Want to try it?" Chunhua asked. "Is it good?" He asked again. "Do you like it?" He continued. "I love the crayfish my husband made for me," she replied. Chunhua's ears turned red, and a smile appeared on his lips. His little partner really knew how to make him happy. When the spicy crayfish was ready, Luo Chao arrived with 2 beast men and their little ones. Lin Wu carried a cleaned wild boar on his shoulder. "Come sit down, the crayfish is ready." "The baby's meal will be done soon too," someone said. Lin Wu looked at the person behind the stove in surprise. Everyone turned to him, but he was staring at Lan Ting. "Why are you here cooking? I just saw you pulling weeds by the bridge. Maybe you saw wrong?"
Luo Chao said.
"No, he's a black snake beast man, right? Even his scent is the same." The cheerful atmosphere vanished instantly, and the delicious smell of food no longer seemed so inviting. Lang Yi, freshly washed, hadn't heard the earlier conversation, only the last sentence. Before anyone could react, he teleported straight to the scene. Under the night sky, the once barren land was now spotless. Every blade of grass had been cleared away. Who had taken his job? Lang Yi held back his irritation, muttering to himself. Was it that black snake? Nai Ling's 9 tails swayed as he lifted a paw, his narrowed eyes filled with danger. Lang Yi replied, "Didn't see him." Nai Ling sniffed the air and sneered. "So he's really interested in that young female? Even injured, he still wanted attention?" Yi Ming hid in the grass, his body covered in river mud to mask his scent. Watching the warm little kitchen, he felt a longing in his heart. Maybe he should change his plans. After all, a good partner shouldn't belong to just one beast man. Was he wrong? No, he didn't think so. A good female doesn't just have one mate, but he is very strong. His status doesn't allow him to share a female with others. White Gigi, someday you'll understand that only I am the most qualified male to stand by your side. It's just a beast core. Yi Ming's pupils narrowed. Looks like he needs to go to the demon abyss. With his strength, he can surely find the best beast core for her. Better than the one from that lowly black snake. Thinking of this, he turned and left Bai Jiji's territory, heading towards the demon abyss. Meanwhile, in the small kitchen, Chun Hua remained silent. Bai Jiji was a bit curious. "Hua, aren't you going to check on him?" Usually at times like this, Chun Hua would definitely go. He smiled and said, "Your little dragon shrimp are the most important." 2 big bowls of small dragon shrimp were prepared. Chun Hua's cooking skills, passed down from Bai Jiji, made the dish very tasty. As soon as it was ready, everyone gathered around. Chun Hua's small dragon shrimp are delicious. "Looks like Jiji has taught you well." Lin Wu, "Huh? Why is she praising another male?" Yin Foam coughed twice and went to the side of Lu Zhao, hugging her. "I can learn too. Tomorrow I'll find Chun Hua to discuss cooking." "Great. I want to eat pepper fish, fried duck eggs, and this small dragon shrimp," Lu Zhao said in one breath. Yin Foam nodded affectionately, promising to learn seriously. After the shrimp was cooked, Chun Hua quickly washed the pot. The 2 little ones from Lu Zhao's family came over, their small eyes looking pitifully at Chun Hua, calling him uncle, softly, hungry, and craving meat. Chun Hua, usually quiet, now felt his heart soften a lot. "Just a moment, okay? I'll make something delicious for you both soon." His voice was gentle, full of love. Seeing this scene, Bai Jiji felt unexpectedly warm. Chun Hua would definitely be a good father someday. He turned on the stove, added oil, then cracked eggs into the pan. Once they set, he took them out and added shrimp, stir-fried on high heat with green onions, then added a pinch of salt before removing from the heat. Under Bai Jiji's guidance, Chun Hua quickly cooked this dish. The aroma was tempting, and the shrimp were big and fresh. He served 1 portion each to the 2 little ones, then plated the rest and served it. The drinks are cherry juice, sweet and sour. The fruit is freshly picked raspberries, and Bai Jiji washed a big basin of them, filling a whole table. This was the first time two families sat together for a meal. After everything was ready, Manhwa carried Qianxuan out of the cave and laid him on a lounge chair. The family wanted to be neat and organized. Bai Zhizhi sat next to Qianxuan, and Manhwa sat beside her. Next were Nailin and Lanting. "Where is Lengi?" Bai Zhizhi asked. "He's not feeling well. He probably went back to the cave to rest," Manhwa said with a slight movement of his throat, showing he still needed to practice his self-control more. Seeing Bai Zhizhi didn't react, Manhwa continued. "You and he are from the same clan. During times like this, he will be affected by the inheritance restrictions. The most uncomfortable is him, then me and Nailin, and after that Lanting and Qianxuan. We're all okay, but for Lengi, this is a tough fight." Bai Zhizhi paused. How could she forget? In the animal world, some small animals give their lives to pass on their inheritance. Thinking of this, she hesitated. Across from them, Luo Chao didn't understand what was happening and thought Bai Zhizhi and Manhwa were exchanging meaningful glances. He found it amusing. Manhwa peeled a bowl of shrimp for Bai Zhizhi. "Eat first. I'll take care of Qianxuan." When he said this, Lin Wu and Yin Feng looked at each other. That fish seemed to be Bai Zhiji's mate too? How could Manhwa be willing? Aren't they rivals? "Let me do it," Nailin said, playing with his chopsticks. He picked up a shrimp and waved it near Qianxuan's mouth. Though teasing, he was actually feeding him. Lin Wu and Yin Feng thought, this is even more confusing. The two of them usually fought over who would stay on watch, so they only got along peacefully when Luo Chao was around. But tonight, Bai Zhiji's family's mates gave them both a lesson. So, these two rarely fed each other. "Yin Feng, eat more. Lin Wu, you too." Luo Chao raised an eyebrow. It seems they've learned the main lesson of tonight's meal. 2 bowls of shrimp were placed in front of Luo Chao. He smiled and handed one to each of the 2 little ones. "Thank your father for peeling the shrimp for you." Thinking about it, falling asleep is not so easy to control. While she is used to it, if she uses it in the wrong way after learning, she will get into trouble. She looks the same as always, but she ignores everyone. The 2 children are quite happy, running over and calling her father, one after another. Now Lin Wu and Yin Feng have completely given up. Thinking about it, there are only the 2 of them in the fall. No matter who they choose as a priority, the next day it will be the other one. Why fight to the death and make her unhappy? Then, these 2 people cried loudly at the dinner table, as if they had drunk 3 bottles of strong liquor, and they reached some kind of agreement. Fall asleep laughs happily, eating plenty of shrimp. She was the first to stand up, grabbing Lin Wu. "Everyone eats slowly. I have some things to do. I'll leave first." Tonight, she chose Lin Wu. Recently, Yin Feng often claims that he is the cub's real father, trying to take over Fall Asleep's attention. But their way of competing is through fighting, and Lin Wu is no match for Yin Feng, so he's always at a disadvantage. Tonight's dinner left Yin Feng with mixed feelings, but he also knew that Fall Asleep was doing her best. If a family is always in an unbalanced state like this, problems will surely happen. Fall Asleep wants peace and harmony, and he just obeys. Look at the 5 people opposite. There are 5 of them, and they are all happy and harmonious. Nailing came over and patted Yin Feng's shoulder, comforting him like an experienced person. "Brother, stop talking. Everyone's in the shrimp meat. Come on, eat." They finished the meal happily. After clearing the table, Lan Ting washed the dishes. Manhwa and Nailing went to fix the fence. The little fox was a bit stingy and marked the surroundings in beast form. Manhwa was speechless. "Won't it smell like that tomorrow?" "Stop snipping at me." Nailing swung his hips. "You can't tell me what to do. I mark outside the territory to warn those careless ones to stay away from our land. Nailing knows he can't stop that black longworm, but what if there are others?" He heard that a few from the tribe, left by Iris, also came to confess. After settling Chi Sun, Bai Zhizhi went to wash up. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw Lan Ting staring at the shrimp she left behind, lost in thought. "It's for Long Yi," Bai Zhizhi said honestly. Lan Ting took a deep breath after hearing this. He walked to the stove and took out a glass of cherry juice. This is for him too, he said. Bai Jiji was surprised and didn't expect Lan Ting to leave a drink for Lang Yi. Why are you looking at me like that? We're family, right? He's having a hard time now. Do I look like I'm jealous? Lan Ting stepped forward and hugged Bai Jiji into his arms. His deep voice came from above her head. It's a little sour, but it's okay. His possessiveness was showing. Lan Ting pushed away the little devil inside him that was crying out. Jiji, go see him, he said. His voice was trembling. It took him a long time to convince himself to say this. He wasn't a generous person, but tonight was special. He could give her this little time because she wasn't his only one. While they were talking, the other two also returned. Manhwa lowered his eyes and looked at the bowl of shrimp on the table. He guessed right. Jiji wanted to see Lang Yi. Do you want me to take you there? Lang Yi's cave is quite high, Manhwa offered. Bai Jiji hesitated. If she went to see Lang Yi now, it might seem like she was favoring him over them. Nai Ling also looked gloomy. He held Bai Jiji's hand and smiled to comfort her. We all understand. I do feel a bit upset, but it's only a little. I'll behave. I won't cause trouble. Go see him. You know I respect all your decisions. As he finished speaking, a voice came from the cave. Me too. That fish was quite rare. All right, we'll talk more tomorrow. I'll take Jiji there first, Manhwa said, lifting Bai Jiji. Lan Ting didn't stop him. He just watched Bai Jiji eagerly. So, will you come back tonight? He asked. Yes, Bai Jiji replied seriously. The cave where Lang Yi was very dark. Bai Jiji stood at the entrance and could faintly hear low growls inside. The big wolf was lying listlessly in the grass, its body restless and blood boiling. So it curled up. Manhwa gently set Bai Jiji down. He rubbed her head softly and said, I'll wait for you downstairs. Manhwa, she said. Honestly, their thoughtfulness made her feel a little embarrassed. Jiji, we are your beast husbands. You are the center of our family. You don't need to ask for our permission for any decisions. So, don't feel sorry for anyone. You haven't wronged anyone. Go ahead, just call me when you're ready. After speaking, Manhwa kissed Jiji's forehead and quickly turned to leave the mountain. Watching Manhwa go down the mountain, Jiji glanced at the silver wolf totem on her wrist, feeling a slight warmth. Her heart sank a little, then she slowly walked inside. Lang Yi had heard Jiji's voice earlier, but he thought he was imagining things. This was Jiji's first time entering her heat cycle, and with the totem's pull, he felt especially sad about it. It's okay, Lang Yi. It's okay. If you like her, you must respect her decisions. The little female said you can't force her, so just hold on. Shivering, Lang Yi curled up in a grass nest. When he heard footsteps approaching, he slowly lifted his head. Did he call out uncertainly? The big wolf lifted his fluffy head, looking a bit tired. He sniffed the air. Yes, it was the little female, but why was she here? Just here to see you. Hearing this, Lang Yi's heart tightened. To see him? But he looked like this now. Thinking of something, Lang Yi shrank back again. His voice was cold. I'm fine. You can go back. Jiji knew he was pretending to be calm. His voice sounded cold, but was trembling with restraint. She set the food aside and softly replied, Yay, Manhwa told me. Jiji walked over and sat down. When she approached, Lang Yi immediately stood up. He wanted to avoid her, but Jiji grabbed his arm and pulled him back into the grass nest. Lang Yi's body was very hot, like he had a high fever. The moment he touched Jiji, he transformed into human form. It was more obvious now he was not just hot. His face was also unusually red. Today was the second day of her period, and she was bleeding heavily. No wonder he was so tense. Thinking this over, she extended her arm. Her slender wrist was fair and beautiful, with a faint mist and floral scent. Lang Yi's breathing grew noticeably faster. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to suppress the fluttering in his heart and avoid looking at her. I never expected that Bai Jiji would hold his face. The moment her cool lips touched him, Lang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Almost instinctively, he pushed Bai Jiji away. No. If you do this, those others will also bother you. I know you don't like it. Gigi, thank you for coming to see me. I can manage on my own. You should go back. After saying this, Lang Yi buried his head in the grass nest. Bai Gigi felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. Everyone knows now that I want to see you. They understand, and no one is bothering me. Right now, I just want to be close to you. Are you going to push me away again? Bai Gigi paused and asked. Or, are you upset with me? I'm not, he quickly replied. Why would he be upset with her? Lang Yi looked up, his eyes a little moist from restraint. He gently shook his head. I'm not upset. I didn't mean to be distant these past few days. Hearing this, Bai Gigi gently stroked his animal ears, her eyes full of apology. It was natural for her to want to be close, but because of her, he had to hold back. It was a bit cruel, wasn't it?
I understand, she said softly.
Seeing her gentle gaze, Lang Ye's body relaxed. Bai Gigi lifted his head and placed it on her lap. His puppy-like eyes were full of grievance, shining brightly as he looked at her, enjoying her touch. Lang Yi remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. Flames flickered in his eyes, rising higher and higher. Unconsciously, he reached out with his long, slender fingers. His fair hand showed prominent veins, and he gently stroked Bai Gigi's wrist, almost as if he couldn't help himself. Yay, kiss me, he whispered. What? Lang Yi was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. He looked up at her, his eyes full of surprise and longing, the corners tinged with a hint of desire. Bai Gigi leaned in and lightly pecked his cheek. Her cool lips felt very comfortable on his face, making Lang Ye's eyes dreamy. He rubbed his cheek against her hand softly, his voice gentle. His heavy, warm breath brushed against her hand, and a faint, crackling sound escaped. He said, Gigi, I feel so bad. Lang Yi nodded sleepily, his mind still hazy. The soft breath near his ear made him shiver, and he stiffened, not quite understanding what was happening. He only felt a gentle hand slide down his cheek. His throat moved slightly, and his face turned red. Bai Gigi smiled softly. The big wolf looked so easy to tease right now. He had become stronger and more handsome, and even in the dim light, his outline was clear. It was quite a sight to see. Lang Yi trembled all over, surprised by how Bai Gigi chose to comfort him. He couldn't stop the small sounds escaping his lips, his face burning with embarrassment. He felt completely at her mercy. Lying in the grass nest, his face still flushed, he watched Bai Gigi washing her hands by the door, feeling something he couldn't quite describe. After quietly putting on his clothes, he hugged her from behind.
His voice was calm again. I'm sorry.
He placed her hands on his chest and looked at her with guilt, like a child who had done something wrong. What are you saying sorry for? Bai Gigi's face looked calm, but inside she was smiling. She had enjoyed teasing him just now. His voice had sounded so nice that she couldn't help but laugh to herself. Especially during such a special time, his reactions were even more charming. It was a different kind of charm from Nai Ling's natural grace or Qian Sun's elegance. Lang Ye's was raw and unguarded, as if something hidden had just been awakened. If she hadn't promised Lanting, she might have wanted to tease him again. Lang Ye's face was still hot. He pulled Bai Gigi into his arms, feeling her warmth. After what had just happened, he felt much calmer. Bai Gigi's hands still carried his scent, and the thought made her blush again. He admitted to himself that he had fallen, once because of her, and now even her touch could make him surrender. I feel guilty for making you worry because of me. That was what Lang Yi truly felt. This wasn't like a normal bond between them. She had done everything just to help him. I just feel sorry for you.
Don't say that.
You are my partner, and I know you respect my decisions, so you hide yourself in the cave. Every night, I like you and want to help you. This is also what Bai Gigi truly feels inside. Lang Yi is so touched that he almost cries. He holds Bai Gigi tighter. He thinks for a moment and is about to speak when Lanting rushes in. He is so quick that even Manhwa can't stop him. All right, little female. Tonight I am supposed to guard her. If you hold her again, it would be rude. Lanting pulls Bai Gigi out of Lang Ye's arms and holds her himself. Before leaving, he also cares for Lang Yi, saying, Rest well. We are leaving now. As he finishes, a black snake-like body flashes and disappears in front of the two. Don't blame him. Xiaoji promised this afternoon, Chenhua says. Lang Yi replies, No, thank you all. We're family, so there's no need to thank. Are you feeling better? Lang Yi nods, feeling warm inside. Is this what family means, as Xiaoji said? Chenhua says, She brought you some food. When you're better, go eat something. Don't make her worry. After speaking, Chenhua's figure flashes and disappears. In Lan Ting's cave, he carefully places Bai Jiji into his grass nest, wrapping her in his large snake body. Bai Jiji laughs happily when she sees this. It really looks like. Lan Ting asks, What's wrong? Lan Ting, you're wrapping me in the middle like a mother hen sitting on eggs. Well, if you say so, then yes. Lan Ting doesn't ask further. He coils his tail back and uses it as a pillow for Bai Jiji. The weather is getting warmer. Sometimes, waking up in the middle of the night makes one restless. Lan Ting's cool snake body is a good choice for cuddling to sleep. Thinking of this, Bai Jiji turns over and presses his tail under her. Since he's her husband, she naturally wants to be comfortable. She touches, pinches, and rubs him. Lan Ting sees Bai Jiji playing around for the first time, and his heart softens a lot. He shifts into human form, and his snake body wraps around Bai Jiji's legs. The cool sensation spreads over his whole body, and just moving makes him feel a little itchy. Lan Ting chuckles softly. All right, I'll hold you and sleep. The last time the little female cried in her sleep, Lan Ting still remembered clearly. This time, he was cautious, pretending to be asleep first. After Bai Jiji fell asleep, he finally opened his eyes. His slender fingers gently massaged her shoulders, then pressed upward along her skin to her scalp. This was a technique he learned from Nai Ling. He said it could help her sleep more peacefully. Lan Ting looked at Bai Jiji in his arms, a small smile appearing on his lips. He had always wondered, could a person really change so much all at once? The answer was obvious. In the past, she was lazy and messy, so much so that she had lice on her head. She never cared about their lives or deaths. She only cared about what she could get. Putting aside that misunderstanding, Lan Ting truly didn't like the old Bai Jiji. But he loved the current her very much. His heart was moved because of her. He was happy because of her, and sad when she was unhappy. He wanted her to be happy, to the point that he wished he could give her all the good things in the world. He knew Bai Jiji didn't like him very much. Maybe he was just her protector, her guardian. But so what? At least he had the right to be her protector. His little female might not be the most beautiful, but she was definitely the best in the world. Jiji, I really like you, really like you. Lan Ting's voice was soft and gentle, filled with affection. At that moment, he held her without any other thoughts about her scent. He was just grateful she hadn't rejected him back then. Jiji, thank you. Thank you for not rejecting me. His eyes grew moist. Carefully, he wrapped his arms around her. Bai Jiji wasn't actually asleep. She was just listening to him talk to himself. Then she responded with a hug. It was cool and soft, a strange but comforting feeling. She was actually very afraid of snakes, but she wasn't afraid of him.
Lan Ting pauset.
Suddenly, a green light appeared in the cave, her special ability. She placed her palm on the wound on his shoulder. Sometimes, silence spoke louder than words. Maybe he should stop doubting himself so much. His little female clearly liked him too. Everyone woke up early. Lan Ting and Chenhua continued to lean against the fence. Long Yi watered the vegetables they planted yesterday. Nailing helped with the chores. After they finished working one after the other, they went across the river to clear the land. Thanks to that long black worm, there were no weeds in the field. It was really easy to dig and work on. Luo Chao brought back a bag of rice. The little girl was so excited, she couldn't take her eyes off it. They needed to work faster to clear the land and plant early so that the little girl could start eating sooner. Bai Jiji slept very well and felt refreshed. Lan Ting had already prepared the food, neatly arranged on a small tray, with a flower covered in dew beside it. Breakfast was fresh shrimp wontons. Bai Jiji took a bite. It was made by Manhwa, pure shrimp meat with a little chopped green onion. The soup was garnished with green onion and had a light oil sheen, looking very appetizing. One bowl made her feel full of energy. Lan Ting also thoughtfully prepared the face-washing water, stored in a small wooden basin. It was new, and Bai Jiji guessed it was also made by Manhwa. Is her family's leopard a bit too clever? The ability to think ahead and adapt is impressive. If this were modern times, Manhwa would definitely be a boss, quick-witted and good at innovation. After praising Manhwa and Lan Ting, Bai Jiji thought they were very attentive. She remembered what Lan Ting said last night. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Lan Ting is very thoughtful. Bai Jiji picked out 2 sets of clothes and hung them in Lan Ting's cave, along with some daily necessities she used. She had already planned that after her period ended, she would leave some of her belongings in their cave. That way, she wouldn't have to pack and move everything later. She thought of herself as a little emperor, casually choosing her daily outfits. This way, they could save a lot of trouble, even though everyone was well-behaved. Qian Sun could get up today. Manhwa wasn't lying. Mermaid healing abilities are very strong. Bai Qi, who was also injured, only managed to get out of bed in the past 2 days. But Qian Sun was already doing rehab exercises. He was wearing the linen pants Bai Jiji made for him, shirtless, doing push-ups on the small open space near the kitchen. When Bai Jiji saw him, she was both surprised and happy. She was surprised that he could do push-ups, and happy that her little fish was okay. Honestly, Qian Sun's figure was amazing. She quietly tiptoed over and squatted down in front of him. Looking down, she saw that everywhere was filled with strength. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Qianxuan's beautiful cheeks lightly brushed against Bai Jiji's foot, one hand cupping it in his palm, the other lifting it to rest on his strong abs. He was really trying hard to make her happy, because besides her, no one else would untie his clothes or stand bravely by his side. Thinking of this, Qianxuan's eyes filled with tears. The hot tears fell to the ground and turned into purple-blue pearls. Rumor has it that merfolk only form pearls in their tears when they truly fall in love. What right did he have to make her confront that dark, long creature for him? Before, Qianxuan thought she was simply herself, guided by the beast god. But after this, he suddenly understood. She was not. That year, during the rainy season, he had just broken through to the 5th level. Coincidentally, a volcanic eruption happened underwater. To save more of his people, he was swept out of the water by the heat wave and carried by the waves to a wandering island in the eastern abyss. He was kept in a cage, often suffocating from dehydration. Because he was injured and unable to resist, those wandering beast men would peel his scales to exchange for crystals. His healing ability was good, so even if he bled heavily on the first day, he would be fine the next. Day after day, endless torment. At that time, he hated his healing ability the most. But these past 2 days, he felt it was healing too slowly, and he needed her to spend her energy to heal him. And then, later, he met Bai Qi, who failed to trade salt in the city-state. Bai Qi bought him because he was a merfolk, rare and cheap. 20 crystals. He bought a half-dead mermaid for such a low price.
So, she didn't like him back then.
She scolded and hit him. Qianxuan, suffering from long-term malnutrition, was pale and thin. She often used Iris's love potion on him, ignoring his life or death, and during winter hunts, she used him as bait.
He was still a small fish then.
On land, he couldn't run fast. Qianxuan still remembered how it felt to be torn by fierce beasts, hot, fiery tearing, as if they wanted to rip his soul out. He had escaped death many times, but he couldn't remember exactly how many. Thinking of the past, Qianxuan's tears fell even more fiercely. He was too stupid. How could she be herself? She is the best little girl in the world. She cares for him, gets confused when he is hurt, sheds tears for him, feels heartache, and stands up for him when he is bullied. Big sister. I really like you so much. You're my favorite person in the world. He speaks sweet words, but he is crying uncontrollably. Looking back, Qian Sun feels like he has finally reached a safe place. He has found his gentle goddess. She loves him and cares for him. He used to like her only a little. Now he likes her completely. Qian Sun's eyes are red. He kneels in front of her, looking very careful and nervous, with complicated feelings he can't even understand himself. Fortunately, Bai Zhizhi doesn't seem to blame him. Her hand is gentle as she softly wipes away his tears. Her embrace is warm and comforting. She says, Qian Sun, you must have suffered a lot before, right? She doesn't think she has done anything extraordinary. She just doesn't like others bullying the people she cares about. She is protective and just took care of someone she likes, nothing more. But these feelings are enough to make Qian Sun act this way. Bai Zhizhi can clearly feel that today, Qian Sun has let go of his need to please her and has other reasons for his actions. He is too humble, so humble that he puts himself at her feet. Qian Sun's eyes narrow in surprise. He didn't expect Bai Zhizhi to say this. All the feelings he had kept inside for years suddenly burst out. He throws himself into Bai Zhizhi's arms, bends down, and sobs like a child. Big sister, will you blame me? If Bai Zhizhi started to be different from that night, it was probably because of that night. He said many things he shouldn't have. He thought the beast god must have replaced the soul of the Bai Zhizhi from before. Now, in front of him, is a fairy. It must be. Bai Zhizhi gently pats his back and softly says, I've already scolded you. Besides, who would argue with a child? She isn't a saint. She doesn't want to get involved in past grudges with the original owner. No matter what others say, right and wrong are in people's hearts. She is not someone who wastes energy on internal conflicts. For her, enjoying the present is the most important thing. Just like Luo Chao said, if it's useful and makes you happy, that's enough. If Chonghua had hurt her on the day he sneaked into her cave and refused to believe what she said, she would never have accepted him, even if he later begged her to take him back. If Lanting hadn't helped her remove the leech from her leg, she probably wouldn't have given him another chance later. If Langyi truly hadn't brought her food, she wouldn't have kept any of the meals or even the dishwater for him. If Nailing hadn't chosen to trust her and tried to please her, Bai Zhizhi probably wouldn't have accepted him either. She knows they're not bad people. Thinking of this, Bai Zhizhi chuckled at herself. Maybe some would say she's lowly, that she likes to pick up leftovers from others, but what does it matter? She was the one who took the first blood from those four. She feels proud and happy about it. She likes Chonghua's face, likes Langyi's fierce look, likes Lanting's fiery and stubborn personality that still wants to please her, likes Nailing's charm, and likes Qianshuan's efforts to win her over. Although they don't love the original owner much, they still fulfill their responsibilities even when there are misunderstandings. Are they bad? Not at all. She still remembers that Qianshuan's beast rank was stuck because of the love potion. If the original owner hadn't believed the rumors, maybe he could have fought back when facing danger. Being bought wasn't his choice. Qianshuan was just trying to survive. She can feel that Qianshuan's feelings are directed at her, unrelated to the past. She didn't ask anything, but she just knows, she's certain. This includes Lanting, Chonghua, Langyi, and Nailing. What's wrong with her? She's eating so well. Sometimes Bai Zhizhi mischievously thinks, forget about these for eating her food. Even if she spat on them, they'd probably scramble to lick it up. So what's wrong with being kind to them? She can turn leftovers into a dish worth 2,800 coins. That's skill. Profitable happiness lasts longer. That's reality. Just like when she was at home, she was a money loser. After going to the mountain, her parents and brother came to ask her for help, and even family ties can be so fragile. Everything must be based on profit. Bai Zhizhi has long seen through this. What she wants is happiness. As a woman, she should never live only in her own ivory tower. She has carved out her own space, able to attack or defend as needed. She is free, loves wealth and beauty, and is full of integrity. So, is she blaming Qiansun? The answer is no. Teaching her children in front of others and teaching her husband behind the scenes, Whether he's a dragon or a tiger, as long as he lies beside her, who cares about the past? Qian Sun feels happy. He sniffs her scent and feels like he's the luckiest little fish in the world. Big sister is a fairy in the sky, and I am her little dog. Bai Jiji gently pats his head and laughs happily. You can't be a dog. Qian Sun looks confused. Why can't I be a little dog? Bai Jiji smiles without answering. Well, is that phrase, I've had enough of this, appropriate? Bai Jiji picks up all the small pearls on the ground. Qian Sun's face turns red. His sister really loves him. She treats his tears like treasures. So loving, so happy. Inside her mind, these are precious. The color, the quality, the size, all are like RMB, Chinese currency. While picking up the pearls, she takes out a beautiful box from her space and carefully places each one inside, afraid of damaging even a little. Qian Sun feels even happier. Wah, I want to be her dog. I'll be her dog. After collecting the pearls, Bai Jiji feels very happy. The box is full. How can she not be joyful? But she can't show it openly, or it might seem unkind. Haha, she can't help but feel so happy. Baby, what do you want to eat for lunch? She loves feeding her little fish beast husband. Who doesn't like being petted, touched, and cuddled? Chung Hua goes to the ground. He definitely won't be cooking lunch. He's a beast husband, not a plain cow or horse. I'm fine with anything, as long as it's made by Big Sister. Bai Jiji thinks for a moment and says, All right, then I'll just do my best. Okay, then I'll help Big Sister. Good. Bai Jiji says, then tiptoes to pinch Qian Sun's cheek, soft and tender, so much so that a gentle pinch can make it blush. She becomes a bit mischievous. If she bites down hard, what would it look like? It seems she was too gentle before. She hasn't truly and thoroughly spoiled him. Ouch! Qian Sun's voice stretched out long, and seeing Bai Jiji's smiling face, he seemed to realize something. He whispered shyly, Sister, do you like that kind of thing? Huh? That kind? Bai Jiji was momentarily confused. Qian Sun's face was flushed, and his voice was even softer. If Sister likes it, I can too. You don't have to pity me. I heal quickly and can be your toy, Bai Jiji. I always knew you had impure thoughts, and now they seem even more muddled. Are you still a submissive person? I don't like it, Bai Jiji answered firmly. Of course, from now on, whether she likes it or not, she will say so clearly. Time to cook. People say food is the most important thing, and nothing should delay cooking. There's still plenty of flour left, minus the seeds, enough for a few meals. While it's still early, Bai Jiji plans to make a chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch, add some flatbread, and dip it in the broth. Doesn't that sound delicious? A few days ago, she noticed many wild chickens on the back mountain. She initially wanted to raise some, but she disliked chicken droppings, so she gave up that idea. Though she didn't want to raise them, she still wanted to eat chicken. Let's put aside our little plans. Follow me to the back mountain. I'll bring you chicken for lunch, Bai Jiji said, patting Qian Sun's strong chest, then sneakily touching him again. Satisfied, she took out her slingshot and headed to the back mountain with Qian Sun. Bai Jiji isn't very tall, but compared to Qian Sun, she's quite small. Now holding his hand, she led him up the mountain. He looked at the device in his hand, feeling a bit doubtful. Can this little thing really catch prey? Never mind. If it doesn't work later, he'll secretly use his powers to make those wild chickens die. His sister wants to eat them, so they must die. The small woods on the back mountain were very quiet. Bai Jiji made a shushing gesture to Qian Sun. She listened carefully to the sounds around her, confirmed the direction, then signaled him to throw a stone. Qian Sun was strong. The stone he threw startled 6 or 7 wild chickens. Before they could fly away, Bai Jiji's small stone from the slingshot hit them in the head, killing each instantly. It was a very cool stance, and her movements were quick. Qian Xuan was once again stunned. Indeed, the strong female is quite formidable. She doesn't need their support and can even take care of them instead. Qian Xuan finally understood and clearly positioned himself. Besides a bit of attractiveness, he and the others are useless in her eyes. They can only serve as toys or little dogs. Why are you just standing there? Go pick them up and bleed them, or the meat will turn purple and won't taste good later. Hearing Bai Jiji's voice, Qianxuan snapped out of his thoughts. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the wild chickens, and was pleasantly surprised to find there were quite a few. Big sister, there are so many eggs, Qianxuan happily called out to Bai Jiji. It looked like there were about 30 or 40 eggs in total. Bai Jiji quickly grabbed a basket. Qianxuan pulled some grass to line it, saying, "This way they won't break easily." "You're so clever," Bai Jiji always liked to praise. She carefully collected the eggs one by one. It was great. By noon, she could make shrimp and egg custard, though she didn't have rice. Thinking of the bag of rice that Luo Chao gave her, Bai Jiji swallowed her saliva and told herself not to worry. There would be food soon. Over at Xinhua's place, everyone was working hard. The female animals there were already planning what to plant in this field. They couldn't fall behind, so they all worked shirtless, sweating and stirring up dust, with shovels flying up. The four of them dug out 4 acres of land in the morning, even turning over the land near the mountain. Li Niu, working alone to clear the land, wiped his sweat. Maybe Luo Chao should marry 2 more beast husbands. If he keeps working like this, he'll be exhausted. Why hasn't a kind-hearted snake come and pull out the weeds from their abandoned land? Bai Jiji and Qianxuan were busy in the kitchen. Qianxuan cleaned the wild chickens, leaving the intestines, and washing everything thoroughly. They had green onions, eggs, flour, and some Sichuan peppercorns. Looking at her few remaining seasonings, Bai Jiji glanced at the vegetable field in front of her. It was time to plant some soybeans to make soy sauce. Cooking without soy sauce is like missing the soul of the dish. "Qianxuan, after we finish eating, come with me up the mountain." Bai Jiji still wanted to try her luck. The beast world is rich in resources. She hoped to find some fragrant spice trees, or even better, get some or other herbs to plant. This is a special tool for removing fishy smells. Since there's a river right outside my door, we often eat fresh river fish. Without, it just won't do. Plus, everyone at home is a meat eater. We have meat 3 times a day, so is essential. Qian Sun, who is busy lighting the fire, responds with a nod. He puffs his cheeks and blows at the bottom of the pot. Suddenly, a big flame shoots up, almost singeing his hair. He looks dirty and dusty. Qian Sun quickly wipes his face. Coincidentally, or maybe not, he ends up with a little mustache. Bai Jiji isn't really laughing on purpose. She is a very polite person and usually doesn't laugh unless she can't help it. "Qian Sun, you say Baka and try to copy me. Come on, do it. Shall you blinks then?" "Baka haha, that was hilarious." The tongue clicking was so perfect it was almost identical. No wonder mermaids can sing so well. It's a different level. "Not bad, you really got the feel. Your tongue is very flexible." Bai Jiji laughs as she pats Qian Sun's shoulder, then continues with her work. She doesn't realize that because of her words just now, Qian Sun secretly blushes behind the stove. Bai Jiji first mixes the flour, then kneads it into small pieces and soaks them in water. These are used to make pancakes. Infeng wanted to learn cooking, but when he saw Bai Jiji cooking, he didn't come over. Avoiding all females except his own mate is basic courtesy for a male who has formed a bond. He chops the wild chicken into pieces, then heats oil in a pot. Adds chopped green onions and Sichuan peppercorns to release aroma, then puts in the chicken to stir-fry. The fragrant oil makes the dish even more delicious. The seasonings are simple, but the quality of ingredients is key to good taste. With Bai Jiji's cooking skills, she brings out the full flavor of the ingredients. The aroma of chicken spreads through the tribe, making many beasts drool. In the past, people thought Bai Jiji was ugly and only used this method to attract her mate. Now, they realize they were completely wrong. Bai Jiji isn't guided by the beast god. She is simply the daughter of the beast god. They used to pity Manhwa, who made a contract with such a female. Now they can't even lick her. Bai Jiji's cave is blocked by a fence, and her territory is marked every day. Several beastmen take turns patrolling. They can't eat or see anything, only suffer 3 meals a day. But things are different in Luo Chao. At noon, she brings her children to eat, and Bai Qi comes along too. Last night, Chunhua sent him a lot of small lobsters. They tasted really good. Bai Qi didn't expect those claws to be so delicious. The flavor was amazing. Today, early in the morning, many beast men went to the river to fish. Hey, father, you're here? Are your legs better? Bai Zhizhi asked. Bai Qi, much better. I came to see you because I have something to talk about. It's about that stone pot. Recently, Bai Man's family has also started cooking food. I looked at that stone pot and it's really good. Because of this, many beast men in the tribe have come to ask him if he can talk to Bai Zhizhi about it. They also want a stone pot. They really don't want to eat roasted meat anymore. Fried food smells so good, and so does boiled food. Is it about the stone pot? Chunhua's carved stone pot. Bai Zhizhi is very confident about it. The first step in spreading culture is to start with taste buds. To quickly learn about a place through tourism, you start with local food. Honestly, she's just waiting for Bai Qi to ask her about it. Do you know about it? Bai Qi was surprised. He hadn't said anything yet. Yes, but father, that stone pot is different from the bug repellent pouch. The pouch is something I, as your daughter and a member of the tribe, should do for free. But the stone pot isn't. It was carved out by my beastman husband Chenhua using his special powers, so I need to charge money. When she said, money, even Bai Qi was stunned, and so was Luo Chao beside him. They both asked in unison, money? Bai Zhizhi thought quickly and organized her words. It means you need to exchange something for it. I was thinking one hunted animal for one pot, and I would personally teach everyone how to refine oil and cook. White Qi was stunned. Although the orcs in the tribe were not very high in rank, hunting a prey was still easy for them. Moreover, this unique way of cooking that only the beast god knew about should require at least 10 prey, so he was a bit worried that Bai Zhizhi might suffer a loss. Does father think I am at a disadvantage? Bai Zhizhi asked knowingly. She definitely knew she was at a disadvantage, but as the weather got hotter, she just didn't want the tribe's hunters to go out hunting. Furthermore, storing large amounts without a refrigerator was difficult. Even drying with salt in summer could attract bugs, and during the rainy season, she couldn't stand the smell. Anyway, since everyone was from the same tribe, losing a little didn't matter so much. Mutual benefit was the goal. She believed in planning ahead. After all, she was using the body of the original owner, so she should contribute something, right? It's not that I think you are at a disadvantage, but I see that the stone pot Bai Man used is very hard. Looking across the entire tribe, only Chenhua or Lang Yi might be able to carve it. Carving a stone pot was a skill, not just brute force. Before White Qi arrived, he and the high priest had tried twice, and both times the stone was shattered into pieces. No way it could be used for cooking. Moreover, he wasn't here just to mooch food. The recent invasion incident was well known among the orcs, and Bai Zhizhi's display of wood element powers had exceeded their understanding. Plus, the high priest had mentioned that White Qi was already considering stepping down. These two sudden events had been handled very well by Bai Zhizhi, especially the lion tribe, which was a pleasant surprise. But how to say, White Qi only dared to think about it. His daughter had abilities beyond those of a great shaman. If he suddenly promoted her now, he worried it would attract other strong tribes to seize her. He thought it was better to wait until Chenhua and the others reached level 10 and had the strength to protect her. So he swallowed back what he wanted to say. But father, I don't think I am at a disadvantage. The weather is getting hot, and going into the mountains is not easy. Let's just decide this. Later, you can have the orcs who want the stone pot come here to register, Bai Zhizhi said as she handed the stuffed mushroom with shrimp to the two little ones who had been silently watching her speak. Honestly, I must say, the two small fluffy creatures from Luo Chao's family are really adorable. They smile with little dimples and sit quietly when talking to adults, making it hard not to like them. The young fox cubs are also very cute. Thank you, Auntie. Wow, I like them even more now. Their soft, gentle voice made Bai Zhizhi can't help but reach out and squeeze them. Luo Chao protests. I want some too, Zhizhi. I want to eat as well. Bai Qi says, then Dad wants to too. Qian Sun? Big sister, Qian Sun, hiding under the stove, carefully tugged at Bai Zhizhi's skirt, looking at her eagerly with his mouth wide open, waiting to be fed. Bai Jiji took a mushroom and put it in his mouth. The mushroom was juicy and wrapped with shrimp meat, making the taste very rich. Qian Sun was satisfied and continued to help with the cooking. Bai Qi had never eaten this kind of food before. He remembered that mushrooms were usually poisonous, but this one was so fresh and juicy, it was surprising. It seems he also needs to work hard. As her father, he must improve himself, or he won't be able to support her in the future. The more Bai Jiji excels, the more trouble she might face. The reason is simple: the wolf tribe is too small, so small that it might not be able to protect her. Bai Qi didn't stay to eat with Bai Jiji. Setting aside his role as her father, he was also a male. When he just ate the mushroom, he caught a whiff of Bai Jiji's scent. After swallowing the mushroom, Bai Qi looked for an excuse to leave. "You guys eat first. I'll go count how many beastmen need stone pots. I'll tell you later how many we need." Bai Jiji nodded. "All right, then I'll leave it to you, Dad." The aroma of chicken grew even stronger. After the small incident, Bai Jiji poured the mushrooms into the pot. She stretched and flattened the small dough balls she had prepared earlier, then pressed them around the edge of the pot. The small chicken pie looked so delicious that even divine beings would be tempted to eat it. Luo Chao looked at Bai Jiji with starry eyes and admiration. She thought, "Wow, Jiji is amazing. Just look at how she makes this food. It's so tempting, it could make anyone drool. Jiji, I'm hungry. I want some meat." Luo Chao couldn't wait anymore. She was more eager than her own cub. "Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon." Recently, Shenhua found that one pot was not enough, so he built a small stove nearby. After preparing the mushrooms, Bai Jiji steamed an egg custard since there was a child present. Luckily, there was a little shrimp left, so everything was used efficiently. When lunch was ready, Shenhua and the others returned. Na Ling and Lan Ting ran the fastest, pushing and shoving each other to get in front of Bai Jiji, showing off the flowers they brought like treasures. "Jiji, this is for you. Do you like it?" Lan Ting looked at Bai Jiji excitedly. He didn't believe he was worse than Na Ling. He carefully chose this flower, which was blue and pink with red in the middle, bright and colorful, just the kind of flower a young girl would like. Lan Ting was very confident, with one hand on his hip and his chin held high, as if he had already won. Bai Jiji. Lan Ting's flower reminded her of the old phoenix's feathers from a movie, so colorful. In comparison, Na Ling's flower was much simpler, all one color. Was it a tulip? A pink tulip? "Thank you. I like the one A Ling gave me more. Sometimes, honesty is very important." Bai Jiji took the flower from Na Ling, feeling very proud. She leaned her face close to his in front of everyone. "This is my return gift." He smiled and pointed to his cheek with his finger. That was a victory. A kiss wouldn't be too much. "Someone's here. Is it okay to a kiss?" Bai Jiji put the flower in a vase, adding a splash of color to the table with its simple hues. Luo Chao watched the scene, unable to hide his smile. Love really is about watching others fall in love. "What about me?" Lan Ting asked sadly. Bai Jiji pinched his mouth and took the flower from his hand. "Lan Ting, you dislike fighting over love the most. Go wash your hands and come eat." He wanted to say he was cute and jealous, but what could he do? The young girl seemed to be teasing him. So clever. "No matter. I want one too." After a quick kiss, Lan Ting gracefully went to wash his hands. He saw that the young girl had made many delicious dishes today. Na Ling also didn't want to be outdone. He took a bite, kissed her, and then planted the flowers brought back from the garden. It was at least the intention of that silly snake. The little girl didn't say she didn't want it. So, he really is a good person. Na Ling was almost moved by his own kindness. Chen Hua and Lang Yi came over one after the other. Bai Jiji's gaze was on Lang Yi. Seeing that his face looked much better today, she finally felt relieved. "Thank you for your hard work," Lang Yi said as he took the plate from Bai Jiji. The big wolf smiled, his ears slightly red, and his eyes full of affection. "Are you feeling better today?" Bai Jiji asked softly. As she spoke, she gently moved the hair stuck to his face behind his ear. A warm feeling from her fingertips touched his ear, making him feel a tingling sensation, like a gentle electric shock. An amazing feeling. Lang Yi tilted his head slightly, his cheek brushing against Bai Jiji's wrist. His lips pressed lightly to her hand, his voice a little husky. Much better now, thank you, Jiji. Last night's romantic scene replayed in his mind, making his heartbeat quicken. His gaze on Bai Jiji grew even sweeter.
Eat now.
I made egg custard today. You haven't eaten much these days, so you should eat more. There's still work waiting for him later, so he can't collapse now. Lang Yi chuckled softly. Okay. Worried there wouldn't be enough food, Bai Jiji cooked 2 more pots. The egg custard filled a big bowl, sprinkled with green onions and topped with hot oil, delicious enough to make your eyebrows curl. There was also chicken stew with mushrooms, fried shrimp with mushrooms, and pan-fried pancakes with a big bowl of egg custard. 7 adults and 2 children gathered around. Bai Jiji first served the egg custard to the 2 kids.
It was just right for them.
Jiji, I want some too, Luo Chao said, holding out his bowl. Sure, I was going to serve you anyway, she replied. In front of good friends, men should stay on the side. Because friendship lasts longer and is more reliable than love. Although Bai Jiji hadn't experienced the pain of love, she listened to all those stories online. Thinking of her good friends, she felt a little sad. She wondered how those 2 were doing now, whether they were sad because she left. The last time they met was the last time. She shook her head, trying to shake off her worries. If she couldn't go back, she didn't want to think about it. Otherwise, it would only add to her troubles. After giving Luo Chao a good bowl of egg custard, Bai Jiji took Lang Yi's bowl and scooped a large spoonful for him. Then she thoughtfully wrapped the chicken leg in a pancake for him as well. Qian Sun, there's really no reason to feel jealous. But didn't they just kiss? Why is she now serving him the egg custard first? I'm not sad. Brave little fish, I'm not sad at all. Lanting, this is my bowl. I also want to wrap a chicken leg. Bai Jiji chuckled softly and affectionately patted Lanting's head. Okay, I'll make one for you right away. Qian Sun. Lanting rolled his eyes and turned to glare at Qian Sun, who was pretending to be serious. If he wants something, just say it. Does he expect the little girl to guess his thoughts? Jealousy is hard to understand. Chen Hua frowned slightly. Qian Sun just managed to get out of bed today, and with what happened a few days ago, he's probably feeling a bit down. Qian Sun is actually a bit stubborn. Jiji, do you have plans this afternoon? Chen Hua asked. Yes, I plan to go into the mountains, Bai Jiji replied. Chen Hua nodded thoughtfully. The place you mentioned, I already dug it up this morning. You can see what you want to plant. I'll take the 3 of them to plant it this afternoon. Niling. Why 3? Are you excluding someone? He was just about to cause trouble. Chenhua. Qian Sun is just right. He's not suited for heavy work, so it's best for him to stay with Gigi. As for you 3, you have plenty of strength. Isn't planting just right for you? Niling. No need to ask more. That hurts too much. Let's plant beans. Bai Jiji said as she took out a bag of soybeans from her space. This was a reward of LV2 seeds from the totem space. It's not too late now. Later, she could cook boiled soybeans, which would be delicious. But the main reason isn't just eating soybeans. She needs these beans to brew soy sauce later. Okay, is it similar to planting mung beans? Lang Yi asked. Bai Jiji. Try to be a little closer. This isn't the same as planting mung beans. You don't need to build rows, but it should be organized a bit for easier harvesting later. What about rice? It's a good season and we shouldn't wait. Luo Chao spoke up at the right time. This can't be rushed. Actually, growing rice is quite complicated. Ideally, the seedlings should have been planted a month ago. A month? What do you mean? Lan Ting asked. There are 4 seasons in a year. Each season has 3 months. 1 month has 30 days, sometimes 31. A week is 7 days. Bai Jiji patiently explained to Lan Ting. Unexpectedly, Luo Chao interrupted her. She had a big mouthful of food and quickly answered. For example, today is May 19th. Although she didn't understand the full meaning, she thought it probably didn't matter. Bai Jiji rested her chin on her hands and looked at Luo Chao thoughtfully. You really know a lot. Huh? Haha. Really? Luo Chao shoved another mushroom into her mouth, trying to laugh it off. Everyone at the table looked at each other. Luo Chao was very clever. People in the wolf tribe knew that she was the one who invented the crossbows used for defense. She had always been a wandering orc, but every time she returned, she brought back many things. Like some magic herbs, sea salt, and this time, some rice grains. These were things they didn't know about. Bai Zhizhi put down her chopsticks and asked again. Change is constant, but luck is unpredictable. Her eyes were full of hope. Actually, she hoped Luo Chao would know. Luo Chao sighed. She had wanted to pretend she didn't know, but Bai Zhizhi kept asking. Fine, she gave up pretending. Stop asking. I really don't know what you mean by change being constant and luck being unpredictable. After swallowing her food, she looked at Bai Zhizhi and smiled. Think carefully about what silly excuses you've used before to hide yourself. Now turn the tables like me. The others at the table looked at Luo Chao and Bai Zhizhi. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. What kind of game were these two playing? Bai Zhizhi's mood was like a roller coaster. She looked at Luo Chao, feeling a bit incredulous. No way, could there really be a beast god? Luo Chao, I didn't put any magic powder in this dish. Don't talk nonsense. I told you the truth, but you didn't believe me. You kept asking about strange changes and constant things. Many things in this world are hard to explain or understand. Some unbelievable events might actually be real. You should know this better than I do. Luo Chao smiled brightly, her cheeks puffed out, almost crying from the effort. Some things are better left unsaid. Bai Zhizhi immediately handed her a glass of water. Luo Chao tilted her head back and took a big sip before waving her hand and saying, I'm full. Remember the date I mentioned earlier? It was really hard for her to say that. She almost forgot, and now that she did, she felt much better. These brainy things are really not her style. As a noble female, she should just eat, drink, and enjoy life. As for that enlightenment and guidance, whatever will be, will be. Luo Chao thought to herself, criticizing silently. Then she looked back at Bai Zhizhi. She hoped that her small slip today could help a little. After all, her abilities were limited, and she could only do so much. The rest depended on how much Bai Zhizhi could create miracles. Really, questioning the old beast god was such a big disrespect. After Luo Chao left, Bai Zhizhi fell into deep thought. She realized she was wrong earlier. She shouldn't have doubted. She's a modern person who is cultivated, and she's here now. Nothing is impossible. She thought it was just an excuse she made up to go along with things, but it turned out to be real. Bai Zhizhi felt very ashamed of her actions and thoughts. She clasped her hands together and knelt down in her heart. Yes, she was very sincere. Why is Luo Chao acting so strange today? Lan Ting muttered. Lang Yi looked up and rolled his eyes at him. The snake clearly understood everything, but was pretending to be clueless. Some words are not suitable to say out loud. Lan Ting awkwardly shut his mouth. He knew that, but he was worried because the little female wasn't speaking. Bai Zhizhi frowned and sighed from time to time, making everyone's hearts ache for her. Big sister, are you going up the mountain this afternoon? Qian Sun asked at the right moment, trying to distract Bai Zhizhi. No, I won't. After I finish eating, I have more important things to do. May 19th, Monday. Now that she had the exact date, it was much easier to plan. She wanted to make a calendar. She had long wanted to stop living a muddled life. So, she actually received guidance from the beast god, didn't she? The beast god guided Luo Chao, who then told her. Rounded up, she was also protected by the beast god. Can I help? Qian Sun asked again. Bai Zhizhi replied, yes. Seeing that Bai Zhizhi was still in a good mood, the beast husbands felt relieved. Earlier, Luo Chao's words seemed to have other meanings, but judging by her appearance, she clearly didn't want to point it out. Strangely, Luo Chao didn't point it out either. They had been with Bai Zhizhi for a long time, and they already had a rough idea. Their guesses might have been bold, but they couldn't find another explanation. As for Chunhua, he didn't seem to react much. When he heard Bai Zhizhi say she wouldn't go up the mountain in the afternoon, he didn't show any reaction. He just ate quietly, looking as if he knew everything, which was quite annoying. Niling shot him a sidelong glance, as if he didn't know anything. That mean leopard just liked to pretend to be deep. Lanting chewed a few more bites, almost swallowing the remaining egg custard in one go, completely gone. As he burped, Qian's son felt wronged again. Big sister, there's no more egg custard. He hadn't eaten much. It's okay, we'll make more tomorrow. Lanting was also acting up. He imitated Qian's son's way of speaking, with an exaggerated expression, shouting, "Big sister." Bai Zhizhi flicked his forehead. Lanting rubbed his head, pretending to be hurt. His action successfully broke the strange atmosphere from earlier. After dinner, Manhwa cleared the table. Bai Zhizhi took out a blank notebook from her space. Luckily, she had plenty of scraps, enough to use for anything. The 5 beast husbands also got off the ground and sat around Bai Zhizhi, watching her write strange symbols on the paper. Bai Zhizhi sat nearby, quickly casting De Lu Ren, a divination method. In modern times, De Lu Ren isn't needed for calendars, which are mainly based on astronomy, International Standard Time, and solar terms. But where she was now, they couldn't even see the Big Dipper. Don't even think about astronomical references. At night, there are 2 moons. The main point is that she doesn't know the exact dates. She only guesses based on shadows throughout the 24 hours of the day, so her estimates can't be used as precise references. Orcs worship beast gods, but she prefers mystical practices, so she follows traditional calendars that suit her best. She uses the De Lu Ren method to predict good and bad days, select auspicious dates, and then create a detailed cycle calendar based on that. After all, she can't be too precise. She can only make rough estimates. Whether traditional or modern, she is now making a Beast World calendar, exclusively published by Bai Zhizhi. She ignores past dates and starts from May 19th, the date given by Luo Chao, and continues with the solar terms. Maybe she should add the Chinese zodiac signs? Suddenly inspired, Bai Zhizhi adds another feature. What kind of calendar doesn't have zodiac signs? She quickly decides, for 2025, the year of the wood snake, May 19th, lunar April 20th, Monday. One day later is minor fullness, and on the 31st is the Dragon Boat Festival, lunar May 5th. While writing, Bai Zhizhi feels hopeful about the days ahead. She loved festivals as a child because they meant good food. For Chinese people, each festival has special meaning, cultural heritage, family reunion, saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new, and hopes for the future. Bai Zhizhi works quickly. She marks Children's Day and grain fullness in June. If you want good crops, a calendar is essential. Next are Father's Day and the summer solstice. When she writes about Father's Day, she suddenly remembers how Chonghua used to bring food to Luo Chao's cubs. Then comes July, starting with a special day, July 1st, the founding of the party. Bai Zhizhi is a little celebrity, so she highlights this day. Whether the orcs celebrate it or not, whether they care or not, she will definitely pay attention. She also marks Army Day, the beginning of autumn, and the end of heat on September 3rd, Victory Day, remembered in her heart. National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival are also marked, with specific dates set. The rest is simple, until New Year's Eve, then continuing until May 19th the next year, which marks the end. When she finishes writing the last character, night has fallen completely. Chonghua carefully holds a torch beside Bai Zhizhi, watching her write on the paper. He thinks her small female is the most amazing person in the world. The 5 of them sit silently together. No one speaks. Until Bai Zhizhi looked up, Lang Yi brought a bowl of small shrimp dumplings to her. I want to catch some shrimp. These dumplings are made by Manhwa. Eat them while they're hot. You all, Niling said, we're just watching over you. Seeing how focused the little girl is on her work, we couldn't help but feel a bit playful. It's a pity, though. She didn't seem to notice. Niling's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at Bai Zhizhi. Sorry. This was a bit tricky to make because I had no reference, so I had to guess myself. Guess? Zhizhi, what exactly are you making? Lan Ting asked. This is a calendar. With it, we can understand the seasons better because it clearly divides the months and days. It helps us manage time and plan our daily activities. For example, when we plant seeds, we look at the seasons. Some plants need to be planted at specific times of the year, while others can be planted later. For instance, rice planting is already late this year. And the vegetables I asked you to plant can be done a bit later without problems, Bai Jiji explained in detail. The others nodded in understanding. Then what about this? Niling pointed to the date marked on the calendar for the Dragon Boat Festival. Bai Jiji chuckled softly and patiently explained, "That's the Dragon Boat Festival. There's a story behind this holiday. Do you want to hear it?" Manhwa said, "Yes, I want to hear." He knew that the Dragon Boat Festival was probably a celebration from Ziazizi's side. Even though it was just a story, it made him feel like he understood her a little more. Lang Yi said, "Eat first, then tell the story slowly." Bai Jiji took the chopsticks and softly replied, "Okay." Qian Sun stood nearby, watching her eat. After she finished, he reached out and gently rubbed her shoulders. The pressure was just right, and Bai Jiji stretched comfortably and yawned lazily. Then she continued her earlier story, telling the story of Chu Yuan. So, throwing Zongzi into the water was to prevent fish and shrimp from eating Chu Yuan's body, Lan Ting asked curiously again. He actually felt sorry for the Zongzi. From what Ziazizi just said, the Zongzi was sweet too. It was such a pity to throw it into the water. Better to eat it himself. Yes, there are many stories about the Dragon Boat Festival. People also drink Realgar wine. Speaking of Realgar wine, I thought of Bai Suzhen. White quality like Lan Ting are both snakes, but Lan Ting is black and Suzhen is a white snake. Since it was already mentioned, Bai Jiji simply told them the story of the white snake again. The 5 beast husbands listened eagerly. When they reached the later part, Qian Sun started to tear up again. Oh, it was so touching. The love between Bai Suji and Su Xian was very moving. Master Fa is really a bad person. Why does he break up others? If I ever meet him, I will definitely fight him. Lan Ting was so angry, he almost fainted. He imagined himself with Bai Jiji. Little female, no one can separate us. Boo-hoo, carrot, Lan Ting said, but that wasn't enough. He hugged Bai Jiji tightly and wouldn't let go. If he were forced under Leifeng Pagoda and couldn't see his beloved, he would go crazy. Fa, if I were trapped under that tower for many years without seeing my loved one, I would rather die. Lang Ye's eyes darkened. Just thinking about it made him feel terrible. Nai Ling and Manhwa were okay. Seeing everyone so immersed, Manhwa pointed at a piece of mooncake and asked, "What about this?" "Wow." Bai Jiji gasped. "Let's talk about that another day." Just after mentioning Bai Suzhen and Su Xian, everyone was already feeling emotional. If they added Chang'e and Ho Yi, the remaining 2 would probably be overwhelmed too. "Is this also a sad story?" Manhwa asked. Bai Jiji replied, "Yes. Let's talk about it another day. I'm tired today. I need to wash up." She was about to get up when Nai Ling held her back. The little fox smiled brightly, with 9 tails swaying, carrying a divine yet dangerous aura. "Little female, who will you choose to guard the night tonight?" "This is really a tough problem. Can I not choose?" Bai Jiji secretly wanted to break free from Nai Ling's hand, but she couldn't. "No," Nai Ling insisted. Last night, Lang Yi was on the first half of the night, Lan Ting on the second half, and Manhwa didn't need to compete because he had everything. That fish was even more annoying. If he didn't take the initiative now, there would be nothing left. Bai Jiji was most afraid of this kind of deadly situation. 5 choices, and she couldn't pick anyone. But thinking about her previous wish to become emperor, she sat back down again. "Rock, paper, scissors, do you want to play?" White Jiji smiled gently and said, "It's simple. I'll teach you all. The 5 of you will compete in a game. The first person to lose will go to the back of the line and so on. The person who comes in first will stay on duty tonight. Let's not talk about yesterday. We'll only discuss today. Here are the basic rules. Good luck, everyone." After explaining the rules of rock, paper, scissors carefully, White Jiji happily went to take a shower. The other 5 were excited and full of energy. Wow. White Jiji let down her hair and took a clean set of clothes from her space. It was her third day of her period, and the flow had decreased a lot. Tonight, she only needed to use regular sanitary products. Whether it was her body or this body, her period condition was generally the same. She didn't use a bathtub, but activated water magic to bring water over her. Tonight, she used a rose-scented body wash, which she liked very much. Her belongings were always kept on top, and the 5 others never touched them. Her towel was dry and smelled of sunshine, clearly cleaned carefully. Thinking of her 5 attentive beast companions, White Gigi felt very happy. She usually took her time in the shower. When she thought that those 5 might still be playing rock, paper, scissors, she couldn't help but smile. Outside the bathroom, a shadow was quietly approaching. Smelling the floral scent in the air, a faint smile appeared on his face. He knew she was here. Yeming endured his pain and sat down behind the bathroom door. His abdomen had a large hole, and he was clutching a colorful beast core, taken from Jia Meng. However, he had also been pierced by the creature's horn. If he hadn't been injured, a mere Jia Meng wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Yeming tried to lower his voice, but was still noticed by White Gigi. Almost immediately, she finished dressing and appeared before him. A strong smell of blood spread out. He was lying on a dark, blood-stained patch, an injury fresh from the fight. He probably didn't think she would be foolish enough to come save him. White Gigi frowned. "You still dare to come here?" Yeming looked up at her with a bitter smile. He knew she was still angry about him hurting that fish. But tonight, she looked very beautiful. Her long hair reached her waist and was slightly curled, like a sail blown by the wind. The scent of flowers and water vapor drifted in the air, masking the smell of blood on him. Suddenly, she felt a sweet sensation at the back of her head. Night Ming forcibly held back a swallow, then coughed twice. After that, he politely raised the beast core in his hand and offered it to Bai Gigi. "Is it pretty?" This was a top-quality core. If sold in the city-state, it could be worth at least hundreds of thousands of crystals. It was gentle in texture, and no matter what kind of special ability one had awakened, it could help break through bottlenecks. He said if he was giving it, he would give the best. Bai Gigi frowned at this. What did he mean? Did he get hurt fighting in the demon abyss? "Go away. Before I say anything," she despised using underhanded tricks like trying to take her life when he was sick. Although she found this dark, long worm annoying, her little fish had just gotten out of bed. Night Ming's lips pressed tightly together. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. He sighed quietly, carefully wiping the beast core on his leather clothes, then finally placed it on the ground. "Take your things and go far away," Bai Gigi said coldly. She still vividly remembered how injured and miserable Qi Xin looked lying in bed. Night Ming's hand, holding the beast core, paused midair. His eyes turned crimson, and even he felt ashamed of himself. Others wouldn't care at all, but he insisted on getting closer. "I know you don't like me. That day, I used the wrong way." As soon as he spoke, he knew he had lost. He had already thought of the most vicious words, but for a low-level wolf female, he had humbled himself. Yet, he still couldn't help but say what he did. Night Ming closed his eyes, feeling hopeless. Bai Gigi lowered her gaze. Since he wouldn't leave, she decided to go. If she was discovered later, it wouldn't be her problem anymore. Night Ming watched her step away in her embroidered shoes. His pupils shrank. Almost instinctively, he made a bold decision. Bai Gigi suddenly felt dizzy, and in the next moment, she was wrapped up by a snake tail. Night Ming, regardless of everything, grabbed the beast core and pulled her into his arms. Before she could speak, a shadow flashed away at lightning speed. It was too fast. She had no time to react. Winter Lingyi was just about to go to Bai Gigi when he saw a shadow flicker past, accompanied by thunder and lightning. "Gigi," Lingyi shouted and quickly ran outside. The few people who heard the noise suddenly turned around, realizing something was wrong. It must be that treacherous black long worm, Lan Ting cursed. Chun Hua's face darkened. He was careless. The opponent was a Tier 10 beast man who could hide their aura. He shouldn't have been playing house with children here. He should have stayed close to protect them. Niling's 9 tails were fully out. It seemed that the black longworm couldn't be allowed to escape. So, under Qian Sun's surprised gaze, Nai Ling shot out at lightning speed, so fast that even Chen Hua couldn't catch up. Yi Ming forcibly kissed Bai Jiji's lips, his snake tail tightly wrapped around her, trapping her in his arms. Bai Jiji struggled, but couldn't break free. Her mouth was roughly bitten, making her furious. She opened her mouth and bit Yi Ming's lips. Flesh tore, blood splattered. Yi Ming winced in pain and finally let go of her. But his body kept moving quickly. Finally, they reached the dark cliff. Yi Ming suddenly appeared and pulled Bai Jiji into a cave. To prevent her from escaping, he even sealed the entrance with a magic treasure. Bringing you back by force was a bad idea. But I had no choice. I've cut off our spiritual connection, so your beastly husbands definitely can't find this place. As he spoke, a vine stretched out from the corner of his eye. Yi Ming ignored it. He wiped the blood from his lips, then sat against the wall, exhausted. He had used all his strength just now. Bai Jiji didn't care about him. She wanted to leave. But the vine in her hand was pushed back when it touched the glowing barrier at the cave entrance. Bai Jiji was truly angry. She retracted the vine and, furious, walked up to Yi Ming and slapped him. "This is gratitude for kindness," she shouted angrily. Yi Ming was not upset from being hit. He touched his face, then sniffed his nose. It smelled nice. "So, I plan to offer myself to repay your kindness." Yi Ming looked tired and worn out, looking extremely haggard. But his eyes were full of a smile. He had a gentle smile on his lips, but now, when he spoke, there was a sinister and obsessive tone. The smile made people feel a little creepy. Unexpectedly, when Bai Jiji heard his words, she slapped him again. This slap was a bit too strong, and Yi Ming spat out blood and fainted immediately. The black-scaled snake curled up, shining with a golden light, lying motionless on the ground. Bai Jiji kicked him with her foot, and when she saw he really didn't move, she quickly used her magic to destroy the treasure above the cave entrance. The fire rose into the sky, and only a few wisps of smoke appeared on it. After several attempts, Bai Jiji was exhausted. What kind of thing was this? Why was it so hard to defeat? Feeling very frustrated, she decided to go back and try all her tricks on those few. She didn't believe she couldn't become stronger. Yi Ming woke up some time later. He was lying on the ground, looking weakly at Bai Jiji and said, "You can't escape." His father once said that, as the future of the divine realm, he should have his pride. Since he was young, Yi Ming's desires were easily fulfilled. He had never been defeated or felt wronged. Even with fewer males than females, he was never lacking. There were plenty of females more beautiful than her. Yi Ming's feelings for Bai Jiji were obvious in his eyes, but he was proud by nature. Excessive happiness might make females become arrogant and spoiled. So, he hid his intense joy behind his long bangs, but his wagging tail betrayed him. Bai Jiji turned around and rolled her eyes at him. She found a clean spot to sit, kept her back straight, and used a sandalwood hairpin to tie her hair up. Yi Ming watched her quietly, a smile growing on his face. If only those 5 useless people weren't there. Without them, she would surely have given up and followed him wholeheartedly. Maybe he should be more ruthless and cut off all future troubles. But as soon as this idea arose, he rejected it. That day, for that lowly fish, he had directly confronted her head-on. If he killed her beast companions, she probably wouldn't agree anymore. A feeling of frustration rose in him. Those 5 men were so insignificant. What was worth him obsessing over? The 5 people on the mountain went crazy. Kue Xing sensed something was wrong and led the warriors from his tribe to come out. He couldn't fall behind when trying to gain favor. Recently, he lost the iris flower, and he still didn't know how to explain himself. Now, he had to make up for his mistake. Looking at the broken tree in front of him, Chenhua's face was very dark and frightening. His breath had stopped here. Could it be that he used space powers? Niling asked. No matter what he used, find him. Even if we have to turn over the mountain, we must find him. Chenhua clenched his fists tightly. That snake. He must kill him. Suddenly, Chenhua felt a wave of dizziness and spat out a mouthful of blood. Niling was shocked. Are you crazy? Your beast pill is with Gigi. If you try to break through now, you'll die, you know that. It's okay. Finding Gigi is more important. He was already at the peak of the 8th rank. Recently, he had accumulated some energy, but for some reason he just couldn't break through. Every time he reached that critical point, he would retreat again. He could feel that his body was no longer affected by the love powder, but why was that? Meanwhile, Lan Ting was going crazy. Could he really become Baisuzhen? He didn't want that. Without a little female, he wouldn't want to live. But there was not a trace of female aura on the mountain. Lan Ting was anxious to death. The huge snake was moving through the forest. She was still in heat, and he didn't know if the snake would force her. But he couldn't just wait and see. Thinking of this, Lan Ting stopped in place. He used his internal energy just like Chenhua. He wanted to break through. Only by breaking through could he narrow the gap with the snake in battle. Maybe then he could find Gigi. Half an hour later, Lan Ting also spat out a mouthful of blood. Without a doubt, he had failed too. Why is this happening? I clearly accumulated energy, so why did I fail? You also didn't succeed. Lang Ye's face was pale. Clearly, he had also tried just now. Before Lan Ting could answer Lang Yi, a voice came from nearby. It was Qian Sun. Unlike them, Qian Sun was shining brightly where he was. Lan Ting and Lang Yi looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Qian Sun's beast level had been stagnant for a long time.
Now.
Had he broken through? How come he broke through? I've been saving energy for so long, and I failed. How did Qian Sun do it? Lan Ting was shocked and confused. Chenhua saw this too. The 3 who failed to break through had the heaviest internal injuries. Niling looked at the 3 who failed and focused on Chenhua. His 9 tails swayed. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, but it was just a guess. Right now, finding the little female is the most important thing. It's not the time for talking, so he stays silent. Once they find her, they can verify everything and understand better. Chenhua and the others adjust their energy and continue searching on their own. Qianxuan has just reached the 8th level. His body is full of strength, and at this point he is no longer limited by land at all. Kuaixing, hiding nearby, is secretly amazed. 8th level, another 8th level. He doesn't know why those others failed to break through, but even an 8th level beast man is not someone he can easily fight. Plus, there's Bai Gigi. After Qianxuan successfully broke through, he immediately speeds up his search for Bai Gigi. Now he has the strength to fight. He must find his sister and avenge himself. Although he is still weak, he firmly believes that with time, he will become strong enough to protect her. Inside the cave, Bai Gigi already feels the fluctuations of several beast men. The totem on her wrist is slightly warm, and she senses something strange around her neck. Realizing something is wrong, she frowns. Chenhua, Lang Yi, Lan Ting. Fortunately, a gentle breeze surrounds her lower abdomen, even pushing back her fatigue. Her delicate, helpless little fish state seems okay. Yeming's eyes her emotional expression closely. When his gaze falls on her wrist, he smirks coldly. Looks like those useless ones failed to break through. An 8th level beast man. What's the big deal if they succeed?
There's still no match for me.
Huh. Even if they did succeed, they still wouldn't find this place. Another slap. Yeming sneers. You really care a lot, huh? I just said a few words, and you're rushing to protect me. What does it matter? If you hadn't brought me here, would they have forced their way through? Bai Gigi's eyes turn red. She probably guessed why Chenhua and the others failed to break through, especially Chenhua. The totem on his body is the hottest. Thinking of this, Bai Gigi takes a deep breath. Chenhua, will he blame her? After all, in the beast world, strength is everything. He had failed to break through before. Although it wasn't her fault last time, this time it really was because of her. And Lang Yi and Lan Ting. Yemix originally just wanted to say a few words. He didn't mean to make her cry. Watching Bai Gigi lift her head and her eyes turn red, he suddenly felt a deep sense of pity. It was such a strange feeling, even more so than when he broke through to the 10th level. He touched his chest, feeling a painful, throbbing sensation.
You.
Actually, their failure is because Yiming's words were cut off by Gigi glaring at him. He awkwardly shut his mouth, unable to imagine himself falling into her hands like this. Bai Gigi remained silent, just staring blankly outside. It was getting dark, and she missed her husband's. Yiming felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even though he was right in front of her, she was only thinking about those others. Thinking of this, he crawled up from the ground, tore off his beast hide, and strode over to Bai Gigi. He suddenly knelt down in front of her with a thud. Bai Gigi was surprised by his action, thinking he had gone crazy again. Unexpectedly, Yiming forcefully took her hand and placed it on his chest. His eyes were also bright red, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. "What kind of special power did you use on me that night? You tortured me so much, I kneel before you now. This is my heart." Bai Gigi, do you really think it's so hard for me to become your beast husband? Am I not stronger than your other useless ones? I am a peak 10th level Tingsha beast man. That night I was injured because I was breaking through to the 11th level. He slowed his voice at the end. Yiming always valued strength. Among the younger generation, he was the strongest. He never thought he would one day have to act like those lower-level males, trying to impress with charm. He knew Bai Gigi liked that sort of thing. He had watched her interact with her beast husbands during those days. He thought she would admire him because of his strength, but instead, she only hit him and had no other thoughts. It was hard to say, but since it had come to this, Yiming gathered his courage. He really felt ashamed of this behavior. He took her hand and placed it on his abs. Bai Gigi felt very uncomfortable, but Yiming was too strong. She couldn't break free and could only rub between his chest and abs. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Yiming looked at her eagerly. Under his slightly curled hair, he actually had a pair of beautiful eyes. Seeing her silent, Yiming tentatively took her hand and brought it to his lips, always keeping his eyes on her. Her hand smelled so nice that even if it turned into a slap and hit his face, it would still be pleasant. Yiming's throat moved, and a look of happiness appeared in his eyes. But in the next second, a dagger made of scales was stabbed straight into his body. He smiled again. He looked down at the dagger in his chest. He recognized it. It was given by that lowly black snake. Hot blood splashed onto Bai Gigi's hand. Yemings felt a little panicked. He ignored his own injuries and carefully took off his animal hide coat to gently wipe the blood from her hand. "It's very dirty." While wiping, he started to dislike his animal hide coat. He had no choice but to use his powers to clean the remaining bloodstains on her hand. Bai Gigi's cold voice sounded above him. "I said enough. I don't know what kind of mind you have that makes you insist on being with me, but I don't like you. That night, I was just drunk. It's only because you look like Lan Ting, that's all. Just that, nothing more." Haha, Yemings laughed. Frustrated, he pulled out the knife from his chest and threw it heavily on the ground. "Can you honestly say you didn't hurt that fish because of me?" "I was wrong, Bai Gigi. I kneel to you. Can't I? I've never liked anyone. I just used the wrong way. Why can't you teach me, like you teach others?" He was about to go crazy from that feeling of failure. Yemings desperately grabbed his head. Blood from his body dripped onto the ground. He was really frustrated. At this moment, he had to admit he was a failure. If Qian Sun's healing ability wasn't so good, he would still be lying in bed now. If he were weaker, he might have died at this person's hands. Bai Gigi couldn't do it. She couldn't accept someone she liked being hurt. "Bai Gigi, I beg you. Do you like me?" Yeming knelt again in front of Bai Gigi, his gaze fixed on the dagger on the ground. But still, he picked it up and placed it in her hand. "How can I make you angry enough to stop? Maybe stab me a few more times?" "You're crazy." Bai Gigi put away the dagger and kicked Yemings aside. "Let me go." "No way." Yemings didn't even think and immediately refused. White Gigi was about to go crazy.
What exactly is this thing?
It doesn't listen to a word I say. I tell you, you're not the only one who can go crazy. When I lose my mind, I'm even scared of myself. Unexpectedly, Yiming saw her angry face and started to laugh. Suddenly, he understood. She has 5 beast husbands, and her love is already broken into pieces. If that's the case, he wants her to hate him alone. Yiming staggered up from the ground, holding his wound and laughing loudly. Little female, you can't escape. I know you have special powers, but this cave is my territory. Inside, all your abilities and magic tools won't work. You can only be mine. After saying this, he proudly looked at White Gigi. That determined look was really annoying. He slapped her again. White Gigi had never seen such a mean person before. Yiming stuck out his tongue and touched her face where she was hit. He felt great. This was the feeling. What does he want her love for? He was being narrow-minded. All her anger, frustration, hatred, and bad feelings were his. Why doesn't he hit others? Because those people aren't worthy of her little slaps. He still feels different in her heart. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. After understanding this, he took his beast hide coat, put it on, and sat back down. His eyes were teasing as he looked at White Gigi, whose face was red with anger. Yiming was very happy inside. Anyway, she couldn't run away. He had plenty of ways to make her accept him. White Gigi was so angry she almost died. She picked up a brick from the ground and threw it at him. Yiming didn't dodge. He took the brick directly, and his already battered body now had a new hole. Blood flowed down his forehead. He wiped it with his hand, and the anger in his eyes suddenly turned into a smile. Have you ever hit them like this? White Gigi almost thought she heard him wrong, but then Yiming continued, It seems like that's the only way you've ever treated me, Gigi. Tell me, isn't this a kind of favoritism? So mean. White Gigi laughed. She was really speechless. Her heart was full of regret. Why did she drink that little bit of cat that night? Now she was stuck with this troublemaker. After realizing that the other person is truly crazy, Bai Gigi fell silent. However, her silence didn't mean that Yiming also remained quiet. Are you in heat? Why don't you smell like those beastly men? Or, are they not good enough? Bai Gigi cursed inwardly. She turned around sharply and walked up to him, slapping him with both hands. Yiming's face turned red, blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Bai Gigi with eyes full of desire. It smells good. Come on, keep going. Yiming tilted his head and smiled. He knelt down, bringing his face close to Bai Gigi's. His smile grew wider, and his eyes showed more longing. Bai Gigi felt a bit uneasy. It was clear this wasn't just a crazy person. He was a disturbed, obsessive person with a tendency for self-harm. Why are you so cold to me? Tell me, why? Yiming's eyes looked very eager and dark, but when he said the last word, he suddenly looked innocent. His quick change to panic and fear made his gaze seem like he wanted to devour her. Get lost. Bai Gigi kept stepping back. Honestly, she had never seen such a strange person. She looked down at Yiming approaching her and quickly tried to activate her magic tools, but it failed as expected. Yiming seemed to know this. He smiled, licking the blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes shifted into a dominant look. I told you earlier, you can't escape, Bai Gigi spat. She wanted to use her magic, but Yiming pressed her down. That's useless. Your parasitism can only be used once. I won't give you another chance. Gigi, look at me, look at me. This last sentence was shouted out by Yiming. I clearly hid in the grass, but you insisted on provoking me, grabbing my horns and tying a knot. Bai Gigi, you're so irresponsible. We could have lived peacefully, but you provoked me and then rejected me. He was truly losing his mind. Hot tears slid down his face and fell onto Bai Gigi. Bai Gigi closed her eyes. She needed to stay calm. This person was a typical obsessive, unstable person. When she watched videos before, she thought such people were exciting. Now that it was her turn, she felt like she was barely alive. When she looked up again, she wiped away her tears and also wiped his. Feeling the hand on her face, Yiming's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He stared at her blankly, gradually falling under her gentle touch. You. Yiming's breathing became quick and excited. Bai Jiji's slender fingers touched his lips, signaling him not to speak. Do you like me? Yes, I like you. Bai Jiji intensified her approach, her fingertips moving along his lips. Every touch was soft and ticklish, making Yiming unable to resist. He realized how wonderful it was to be touched by someone of the opposite. He grabbed Bai Jiji's hand and leaned in to kiss her. She quickly turned over and pressed him down. This position made Yiming even more fascinated. That night in the small forest, she had pleased that lowly black snake in the same way. Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't told me your name yet. Bai Jiji's voice was gentle, very different from before. Her tone and eyes were soft. Yiming looked at her, his throat unconsciously moving, and the pain on his body was forgotten. All he wanted now was her. When Bai Jiji asked his name, he suppressed his impulse and smiled. Yiming, good boy. Bai Jiji reached out and tilted his chin, her gaze moving down to his neck. Yiming smiled faintly, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. But the sword hadn't fallen yet. Will you spoil me? He lowered his posture, tears falling again, his face lightly rubbing her palm. Yiming's face and body were covered with wounds. Although he showed submission, he couldn't hide his once powerful aura. Now, he looked broken, but Bai Jiji dared not break this flower. She couldn't afford to enjoy it. So she could only pretend. He said, I just used the wrong way, Jiji. You know, I only used the wrong way. Bai Jiji nodded. I know. You don't know. Yiming looked up, his gaze burning as he stared at Bai Jiji's tempting lips. She should stay with him alone. She didn't know anything. That night, he should have fought with all his strength and killed them all. Then she would be obedient. And there would be no other thoughts. I know. Why didn't she know? The thoughts in the black long insect's mind were all written in her eyes. Because of this, she couldn't keep him. Her lips, carrying the scent of roses, fell softly. Nightming was momentarily dazed. Maybe he was overthinking. Bai Jiji's kiss was gentle, like a kitten crawling on him. Only after he was completely lost in the moment did she lean close to his ear and whisper, Do you want it? Yes. Nightming swallowed hard, feeling hot all over. His eyes were blurry as he looked at Bai Jiji, eager for more. I don't like being in the cave. It's not exciting enough. Besides, since I've decided on you, I should let those few guys know. Don't you think? Her voice was enchanting. Nightming's throat felt dry, and he thought everything she said was right. He was also very excited. Was she planning to show those weak men what she's made of? Yes. Only a strong person like him could truly make her give her heart. Okay, let's go to the small woods. Is that good? Yes, I trust you. Hearing this, Nightming happily kissed Bai Jiji several times, his eyes full of joy. He joyfully withdrew his domain. Bai Jiji looked down and saw that below was indeed a bottomless abyss. After a moment of fear, she forced herself to stay calm. It seemed she hadn't been mistaken when she came here. So, she would proceed with the original plan. Bai Jiji reached out and pulled Nightming into her arms, reluctant to part. Though her eyes were closed, she had already planned her route in her mind. Once her domain completely dissipated, she immediately opened her eyes and kicked Nightming away. The cliff was bottomless. Now, she thought, she could finally be at peace. It wasn't that she was heartless. She just couldn't handle such dark, damp male ghosts. Nightming smiled, a very happy, joyful smile. He thought so. She suddenly changed so much. Turns out she wanted to die with him. As expected, she truly loved him deeply. Thinking this, a black snake tail curled up, and Bai Jiji staggered and fell down with it. The wind howled in her ears. In a daze, Bai Jiji seemed to see a silver figure. A swift leopard-like body, as fast as lightning, with a long tail trailing behind to keep balance. It dashed across the cliff of the abyss, rushing toward her at full speed. Manhwa, Bai Jiji's body uncontrollably fell downward. Yiming smiled, not expecting her beast husband to be so brave. He charged straight at her, which made him somewhat admire him. Bai Jiji's face turned very pale because she was falling too fast. Her vines couldn't reach the cliffs on either side, and there was no way to slow her down. At the last moment, a furry leopard tail wrapped around her waist. Chunhua's body flickered and appeared in front of her. "Are you stupid? You can't fly." Bai Jiji started crying loudly, tears falling down her face.
Chunhua didn't speak.
He quickly adjusted his position, shielding her in his arms. His soft snow leopard form hugged her tightly, and his tail curled around her head to protect her. Was he trying to use her as a cushion? Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared, shielding both of them. Chunhua's gentle laughter sounded in her ear. "Found you. It's so good." Then, his furry head leaned close to her, and his gray-blue eyes looked at her with deep affection, as if he wanted to remember her face forever. "Let go, Chunhua, let go. If I fall like this, you'll die. I'm not worth it. Please, let go. I beg you." Her voice was filled with desperate pain. The height was nearly 1,000 meters, towering into the clouds. Even though he was an 8th-rank beast man, he couldn't withstand a fall from here. Bai Jiji struggled to get free, but Chunhua held her tightly and refused to loosen his grip. "Jiji is worth it. Don't cry, hold me tight, okay?" His voice was still calm and gentle, but it broke Bai Jiji's heart. Hot tears fell on Chunhua's face. He smiled and comforted her. "Don't be afraid." Bai Jiji looked at him, her heart feeling cold. Still, she wanted to do her best to cushion the fall. Bright green light shone from her hands. Countless vines, like long dragons, wrapped around both of them. With the lightning, they shot straight toward the sea surface like a shooting star. Bai Jiji didn't have time to react. A strong, foul smell of blood mixed with seawater flooded into her nose. An overwhelming sense of suffocation swept over her. The bone-chilling cold, combined with the feeling of death, seemed like countless hands pulling her down to the bottom. She opened her eyes in panic and looked up. She realized she was already far above the sea level. Beneath the tide, dark currents churned and surged, accompanied by deep, angry roars. She immediately flipped over and swam downward, tears mixed with blood, constantly diluted by the seawater. Chunhua kept sinking, with a large amount of blood pouring out from behind him. Thin strands of energy, mixed with blood scattered everywhere. From such a high place, it felt just like debris landing on a marble floor. The deep roar grew clearer. Bai Jiji felt uneasy. There might be something underwater. Could it be sensing Chunhua's bloodstain? She couldn't panic. Bai Jiji first thought of connecting to the space, but as soon as she opened a small gap, seawater flooded in again. There was nothing she could do but give up. Then she reached out with her vines. This time, she succeeded. She pulled Chunhua, who was sinking, close to her. They hugged tightly, but her hand was sticky, like touching raw meat. Bai Jiji's heart tightened, but she ignored everything else. The most urgent thing was to get ashore quickly. Her water magic also worked at this moment, helping her swim upward. Suddenly, her hand went empty. She saw a fair hand grabbing Chunhua and pulling him into another space. Bai Jiji was overjoyed. This was nailing space teleportation ability. Wonderful. Had everyone come? After Chunhua was rescued, Bai Jiji let out a breath of relief. But it was only a small relief. When Nailing reached out again, her hand missed. Then, scalding seawater swept him aside, and her space ability was forcibly closed.
Jiji.
Nailing looked at the bloody wound on his hand, his heart sinking uncontrollably. "There's something in the water." Nailing's face darkened. Not finding that snake and killing it was his biggest mistake. It must be Chunhua's blood scent that awakened the beast lurking beneath the sea. The blood of an 8th-rank beast man contains energy. Sometimes, wandering beast men in the magic abyss choose to eat their own kind to gain strength. Qianxuan's gaze was sharp. He looked at the turbulent waves, fists clenched tightly. He knew better than anyone what damage such a sea monster could cause. It didn't even need to come ashore. It could destroy everything around it. Lanting and Langy no longer cared about anything else. Now, Bai Jiji's life was uncertain. As her beast husband, they wouldn't hesitate, even if it meant facing man-eating monsters, mountains of fire, or seas of fire. They had to go. Lan Yi, who was about to go into the sea, was stopped by Qian Sun. "You are a land beast and you can't do anything in the sea," Lan Yi asked anxiously. "Do I just have to wait here?" "You can only wait. Not just you, even Nai Ling is the same." After speaking, Qian Sun jumped into the water. His legs turned into a beautiful fish tail when they touched the sea. He didn't dare relax for a moment. Using the attraction between totems, he carefully looked for Bai Jiji's figure. Bai Jiji sensed someone approaching. She immediately extended her vines. The power of the totems attracted each other. A blue light flashed in the dark seawater. Qian Sun was swimming toward Bai Jiji. Lan Ting followed closely. When his snake tail touched Bai Jiji, a hot wave hit her. The snake's nose was very sensitive. When he felt that the heat was unusual, Lan Ting quickly swung his body to protect Bai Jiji in his arms. His snake body protected Bai Jiji like an eggshell. But as soon as he touched the wave, his skin was torn open, and he felt pain. Still, he didn't loosen his grip at all. Tiny hot waves fell on his face, and his shining scales scattered like flower petals. A strong smell of blood filled Bai Jiji's nose again. Her heart tightened. She looked up and saw Lan Ting's face, which was covered in blood and flesh, but still smiling gently. "Don't be afraid, I will take you home." Seeing Lan Ting badly injured made Bai Jiji's eyes hurt so much she felt like her heart was breaking. Lan Ting, but fate was not on her side. A large, magma-red mouth slowly opened, and several corrosive streams rose around like a cage. A huge wave swept over. Qian Sun went forward to block it with his big fishtail. But the heat and corrosiveness were too strong. Like Lan Ting, Qian Sun's body quickly lost many scales and flesh. The continuous smell of blood awakened the sea monster beneath the water. It roared angrily and surged upward, each movement like an earthquake. The scene of the underwater volcano eruption from many years ago replayed. Qian Sun looked at Bai Jiji and then at the sea monster below. Suddenly, he smiled at Bai Jiji. "Big sister, remember this. I look like this now. I used to be protected by you, but this time, let me protect you." The small fish sparkled brightly and looked very beautiful, like a sea god. Bai Jiji's tears welled up, and her heart was tightly clenched. But what could she do to keep him? "Big sister, Qian Sun will always be your little dog." He smiled gently and made a heart sign towards Bai Jiji. Maybe he can come back, or maybe he can't. Who knows? But she still wanted to say goodbye while she could. After speaking, he resolutely swam toward the big mouth. Fortunately, the totem didn't light up, or else he would have died, and she would have been hurt too. Qian Sun's fish tail slowly brushed past Bai Jiji's skin and then drifted farther away. Lan Ting kissed her and softly said, "If I can come back alive, I want to be with you. If I can't, then forget me and live well." What kind of words are these? What are these words? Lan Ting's snake tail swayed gently, sending Bai Jiji out of the water. He carefully cut the vines that Bai Jiji had wrapped around him, trying to hold him back, then turned and swam with Qian Sun toward the seabed. Among the five, only he and Qian Sun had the ability to fight underwater. Lan Ting thought this life was worth it. Not breaking the bond and being loved by someone he liked, now seeing her leave safely, he felt he had no regrets. Chen Hui and Lang Yu would definitely take good care of her. And Nai Ling. As long as Nai Ling was there, she would recover quickly. Actually, he was a little reluctant, unwilling to have only lived such a short time with her. The vegetables in the yard hadn't been eaten yet. When Bai Jiji surfaced, Lang Yi immediately went to carry her ashore. "Jiji, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Bai Jiji staggered and spat out some water. When she saw Chunhua, she hurriedly rushed over, and the green light on her hand enveloped Chunhua. But why are there so many injuries? Nai Ling's hand was also bloody, extending all the way up her arm, as if scalded with hot oil. Bai Jiji couldn't stop her tears from falling. They were both busy and didn't know who to feel sorry for first. She could only cling to herself like a leech, with green light flickering from both ends. She wished she could just die. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. I know I was wrong. If I hadn't meddled that night, if I had only saved an ordinary person. Bai Gigi sat on the ground with a pale face, her heart burning with a mix of emotions, worry, fear, guilt, and deep regret. She thought she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Lan Ting and Qian Sun. Gigi, Long Yi, and Nai Ling called out together. Bai Gigi coughed up blood, feeling pain everywhere inside her. Nai Ling was heartbroken. He held her shoulders gently, trying to give her strength. Gigi, don't do this. You're not the one who made the mistake. You don't have to take all the blame. You only did what you could. You just didn't save the right person. Long Yi clenched his fists tightly, biting his lip in silence, kneeling beside her. He couldn't help her at all, completely useless. If only he could fight underwater too. That feeling of helplessness was almost driving him crazy. Gigi, don't cry. Chunhua will be sad, Nai Ling said. When she heard Chunhua's name, Bai Gigi quickly wiped away her tears. She couldn't just feel sad and cry all the time. She still had many things to do, including treating Chunhua. Her little leopard had risked his life to protect her safety. She couldn't fall now. Bai Gigi's palm shone with green light. When she saw Chunhua's back again, her heart hurt like being pierced by needles. But luckily, he was still alive. For the first time, Bai Gigi realized not all lightning was deadly. Chunhua's lightning was gentle, just like him, protecting her tenderly. Cough, cough. As soon as Yiming's voice sounded, Bai Gigi almost rushed forward without thinking. Nai Ling and Long Yi were caught off guard. Her dagger had already pierced into Yiming's body. Are you satisfied now? Are you happy? You're so powerful, so awesome.
Can you kill that monster? Just kill me instead.
I regret it so much. Why did I treat you? If the heavens gave me another chance, I would definitely cut you off. Why don't you just die? Night Mia silently endured his pain. He didn't mean to hurt her. He only wanted to tease her a little. He truly didn't expect that beneath the sea there would be such powerful monsters. If he had known, he wouldn't have done it. How could he risk White Gigi's safety? If I bring them back, can you forgive me? Night Mia asked in a hoarse voice. Dream on. White Gigi's eyes were red with hatred for him. Night Mia frowned. She had given him her only and deepest hatred, but why was he not happy at all?
Get out.
Stay far away, and don't come near me again, she shouted. She threw the knife in her hand aside in a breakdown and burst into loud tears. In her past life, she only faced her own departure. Now, before she could fully recover, fate had brought her here. Today, was she going to lose two people she loved and who loved her at the same time? Her mind was flooded with the voices of Lan Ting and Qian Sun. The snake totem on her neck and the dragonfish totem on her lower abdomen felt painfully hot. She could sense their dangerous situation but was powerless to help, only waiting helplessly. She couldn't stay calm anymore. Watching her loved ones die while she was helpless made her feel overwhelmed. Night Mia knew he had caused trouble. Forgetting about the others present, he knelt before White Gigi. Lowering his head, he promised in a pleading tone, I will bring them back. Then, a double-winged serpent dove into the sea. Since he was the cause of this, he decided to fix it himself. Underwater, Qian Sun's mermaid song sounded like a haunting melody, disturbing the monster's movements. Lan Ting kept attacking its eyes with his snake body, releasing venom into the sea. Qian Sun was fearless. His strong mental power froze the surrounding seawater into ice. This surprised Lan Ting so much he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't expect Qian Sun to be so powerful in the sea. Qian Sun blew a bubble, wrapping himself inside to avoid Lan Ting's snake venom. His scales exploded outward like sharp blades, ready to attack. As he prepared to strike, he looked at Lan Ting and said, Back off. Lan Ting nodded and stopped insisting. His skin was almost peeled off, so he knew he couldn't keep fighting. The things in the sea are really strange. You can't touch them because they are very corrosive. Lan Ting spat out some blood while talking. Qian Sun raised his voice. As his voice grew louder, he looked like a sea monster, with fish scales on his face and blue skin shining strangely. It looked scary and not very nice. He stood in front of the beast, small but brave. His eyes were bigger than the beast's. Qian Sun was afraid, but he couldn't back down. There was someone he cared about on the shore, and only he could fight now. He couldn't give up. The beast had already woken up. If they didn't stop it, it would cause big problems later. As a member of the Sea Tribe, it was his duty to do so. His sharp voice got louder and more harsh. Golden light shone from him. He used his own power, and the beast's special crystal, which belonged to Qian Sun, flew out of Bai Jiji's arms. It slowly disappeared in front of her. Qian Sun. Bai Jiji's vision went dark. A cold feeling spread through her body. Her little fish was about to die. She felt a strange taste in her throat and spat out more blood. Lang Yi held her, unable to do anything or even comfort her. He could only watch her suffer and feel helpless. He wished he could fly or fight underwater so they wouldn't be so powerless. The beast turned gradually. Huge waves rose up, and a tall water column with dark clouds spun around. Thunder roared, and suddenly, a giant whirlpool appeared in the middle of the sea. The water that Qian Sun had frozen earlier shattered into ice blades. As he sang louder, those blades started to gather like a dragon water, gathering power. When enough power was gathered, the ice blades would shoot through the beast from Qian Sun's direction. Because the beast's blood was corrosive, they could only use this way to fight. Lanting noticed something was wrong. He finally realized what was happening. This kid was risking his life. Qian Sun, you're so cunning. Do you want to die here and live forever in her heart? Dream on. After saying that, Lanting quickly swam over. Like protecting Bai Jiji, he used his huge snake body to shield Qian Sun, hiding him under his already injured body. She likes you a little more. You are better at winning her affection than I am. My face is now ruined, and if I go back alive, I think she will be scared. Qinshuan, after this is over, please love her even more and take my part with you. Remember to try that potato again. If it's good, eat more. Lan Ting finished speaking. The snake's body curled up, standing like an egg in the water. He looked at the shore, but unfortunately, the water curtain was so high that it blocked his view. It seemed his little female was crying. He really didn't want to die, but it seemed there was no other way. Lan Ting opened his mouth, and low roars broke the sky. Wind blades with ice flew toward them. Qianshuan panicked. Why does this dead snake always act on its own? If you like her, you stay and guard her yourself. I won't help you. And that potato, I don't like eating it either, so don't try to take my place. Let me tell you, this sea is my home. Even Chenghua comes here. He has to stay to the side. What are you, a snake, trying to steal? Qianshuan suddenly laughed. His body grew bigger quickly. The surrounding sound waves still circled in the water. Seizing the moment, he swung his tail and pushed Lan Ting aside. I'm a male. Why should I protect you? Stop pretending and stay away. Don't try to make yourself noticed here. I can't thank you at all. He wasn't going to let him take the role of Bai Suzhen. Bai Suzhen was trapped under Lei Feng Pagoda, missing Su Xian every day. When he is buried under the sea, his sister will surely miss him too. After making his harsh declaration, Qianshuan led the beast step by step into the deep sea. Lan Ting was stunned. He saw Qianshuan's figure gradually shrink until it disappeared into the water. Countless ice shards and wind blades first pierced through the beast's body. The heat wave lifted Qianshuan up and then let him go. In the end, those ice shards seemed to fall back onto him. The bubbles burst, and a lot of blood stained the sea surface red. The seawater surged back violently. Lan Ting wanted to go and pull him back, but he couldn't get through. He was hit against the reef by the strong force, feeling shattered and in pain all over. He was still too weak. How sad must the little female be? At the same moment, a dark figure shot out of the water. There was a loud, muffled explosion. The monster that Qian Sun had taken into the sea was shattered into pieces. Yiming's scales fell off in large patches. He coughed and, while doing so, took out the beast core from the monster. Qian Sun was carried on his back. His tail was half gone, and he had big and small wounds all over his body. But he still looked like he was alive. Yiming put the beast core into his chest and staggered over to Lan Ting. He looked annoyed as he threw Qian Sun to him. Still breathing, he wanted to spread his wings, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yiming forced himself to stand despite his broken body, blood trailing behind him. When he finally reached the shore, Bai Zhizhi picked up a stone and threw it at him. Yiming didn't dodge. Everything started because of him, and he seemed to understand why she no longer liked him. Her beast husbands weren't as weak as he had thought. On the contrary, in life and death situations, they chose to save each other. That was much better than his own way, only wanting to kill the other. When the ice shards flew, that fish pushed him away without hesitation. In that moment, Yiming couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was something he had never expected. If that fish hadn't taken half the damage, he might have died in the sea. Thinking of this, Yiming looked at Bai Zhizhi's resentful eyes and smiled. He handed her the beast core. Fearing she might refuse, he added, "Your merman husband sacrificed himself to seal that monster. Without this core, he probably couldn't even keep his human form. He didn't have to go through so much trouble to kill the monster. But without the beast core, that fish probably wouldn't last long."
He didn't want her to be sad.
Yiming thought he didn't want to see her cry anymore. "I've kept my promise, Zhizhi. Don't be mad at me. I can't. I give up." Before he finished speaking, his body went limp and he collapsed. He didn't hear what Bai Zhizhi said afterward. All he knew was that he was very tired. His whole body had no strength left. As he looked at her moving lips, he smiled again. Then everything went black. Bai Zhizhi didn't want to look at him, but when she saw his back, torn and battered, she couldn't bring herself to hurt him. Just moments ago, he had taken the hit for Qian Sun. But what did that matter? This whole thing started because of him. They had been living peacefully at home. She had gone to take a shower, and they were just playing rock, paper, scissors. Their lives had been calm. Manhwa was fine, Qian Sun was fine, and Lan Ting too, not to mention Nailing. Bai Zhizhi felt cold all over. Thinking of those four, she didn't know what to do. Lang Yi quickly supported her. Now, only the two of them were still standing. At a time like this, no one else could afford to collapse. When Bai Qi arrived with his people, the battle was already over. The ground was covered with the injured. Seeing the scene before him, Bai Qi was so shocked that he could hardly walk. How could this happen? How could this happen? He muttered as he hurried to Bai Zhizhi and held her tightly in his arms. "My child, you must have been terrified." They had all heard the noise earlier. It was truly frightening. They were land-dwelling beast folk. None of them had ever seen such huge creatures from the sea. "Father, I'm fine," Bai Zhizhi said, standing up. Lang Yi followed behind her, placing the injured Chen Hua onto Yin Feng's back. "Thank you," Bai Zhizhi said. "You're welcome." Zhao Zhao was really worried. She should be here soon. Don't worry too much. Beast folk have strong bodies. These wounds may look bad, but with some rest, they'll heal, Yin Feng said, though he felt a bit uneasy. Falling from such a height and still surviving, what incredible luck. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at another figure on the beach, the black serpent. Its power level seemed high, and that burst of energy earlier must have come from it. But judging from Bai Zhizhi's expression, she didn't plan to interfere. Well, it was better not to get involved in other people's matters. The high priest soon arrived as well. The old man frowned at the wound on Nailing's arm and sighed. "How did you end up fighting something like that? Its poison is so strong. I wonder when your fur will grow back." Nailing gave a wry smile. "If it doesn't grow back, that's fine. It's hot anyway. Less fur means cooler days." As he spoke, he looked toward Bai Zhizhi, who was going to check on Qian Sun and Lan Ting. His eyes were full of worry and sorrow. Last time, when only Qian Sun was hurt, she had been heartbroken.
And now,
Qian Sun was badly injured and unconscious, his body torn and bleeding so much that the seawater near the shore had turned red. After Lang Yi pulled both of them ashore, Lan Ting also fainted from exhaustion. These two were the most badly injured, especially Qian Sun. His scales were almost gone, and his body looked degraded. His face was covered with fish scales, and his gills below his neck moved with each breath. Bai Jiji knew Qian Sun wanted to protect her and keep everyone safe. But she thought he was so silly, he only knew how to shed small pearls. As for Lan Ting, he wasn't much better. His body was full of wounds, many scales missing, and his flesh was torn and bleeding. His face. Bai Jiji cried again. Lan Ting's face was unrecognizable now, covered in blood and flesh. If it weren't for the chain around his neck, she might not have recognized him at all. Bai Jiji wished she could hurt herself to stop the pain. She also wished she could hurt Yi Ming. Luo Chao, with dark circles under her eyes, immediately jumped down from Lin Wu's back when she saw Bai Jiji. She hurriedly ran toward her.
How are you?
Are you hurt? Her voice was trembling. The ground had just shaken violently, and now everything around was a mess. It was clear they had just been through a fierce battle. Bai Jiji forced herself to nod weakly. Luo Chao didn't see the monster, thinking it was a fight with Yi Ming. After asking Bai Jiji, she didn't wait for an answer and, pregnant belly and all, prepared to kick Yi Ming twice. Fortunately, Lin Wu reacted quickly and pulled her back. Miss, you can't mess with him. Luo Chao, without special powers, couldn't see clearly. The beast on the ground was at least 10 levels above. Look at what he did to Bai Jiji's family. Lin Wu, don't stop me. This is a troublemaker. If we don't deal with him now, do we have to wait until he wakes up? Bai Jiji hadn't slept all night since her disappearance. Thinking about finding the culprit, she couldn't hold back her anger. Moreover, he had caused such a big mess. Luo Chao even admired how much trouble this dark-haired creature had caused. How could someone make such a big disaster? She was pregnant, so Lin Wu didn't dare to pull her too hard. Luo Chao then picked up a large stone, ready to hit Yi Ming. Seeing this, the high priest helping Nai Ling with her wounds quickly stopped her. Luo Chao, stop right there. The high priest wants to protect him? Luo Chao was confused. He is not an ordinary black snake. If we kill him, the wolf tribe will be finished. The high priest, with a beard and angry eyes, walked up to Luo Chao and pushed aside the large stone she was holding. If I'm not mistaken, this is a serpent from the divine realm. The one with wings just now should be him. I don't know his background, but I can't act rashly. Then the high priest's gaze shifted to Bai Jiji, who looked sad nearby. That girl really is. Luo Chao snorted coldly and turned away, afraid she might lose her temper if she looked at Yi Ming again.
Bai Qi was confused.
His mood kept changing all day. Earlier, he and Luo Chao had the same idea. Wait until no one was around, then smash that black long worm with a brick. But now, the high priest said the worm came from the divine realm. Wow, he wiped his sweat nervously. Sure enough, disasters often come unexpectedly, and only a few good things, like Nai Ling, are considered lucky.
He sighed.
Bai Qi didn't want to meet the high priest's gaze, but he knew he had no choice. So, he called 2 people to take Yi Ming back with him. Can't we just leave him here? Why bring him along? He's already caused my daughter and son-in-law so much trouble. If I don't kill him, I'll just keep him well-fed and cared for? Bai Qi didn't understand. The high priest said, don't you think he looks a lot like Lan Ting? Some things don't need words.
Just take him back.
After that, he didn't pay attention to Bai Qi anymore and ordered everyone to clean up the beach. Not many people came from the wolf tribe, but enough to a few injured back home. By the time they arrived, it was already evening. In the middle of the night, Chunhua woke up twice. He was very hot, and Bai Jiji had already treated his back wound. He was lying on the bed, half-conscious, and saw a small figure walking back and forth. Qian Sun had fallen from the stairs, worse than Nai Ling's last time. After burning the beast pellet, only 3 levels remained. Now he was neither human nor fish, lying weakly in a water tank. His neck gills moved faintly. His ears looked transparent, and his beautiful fish fins were half spread. Bai Jiji didn't know how to take care of him. Seeing his degenerated legs, her eyes turned red with sadness. She was alone, staring at the beast core left by Yi Ming. Maybe she should keep this beast core. Qian Sun really needed it. And this matter started because of him. Not to mention one beast core. Even 10 more should be expected. After thinking carefully, Bai Jiji took back the beast core, planning to give it to Qian Sun once he wakes up. When Nailing came in, Bai Jiji still looked worried. He let out a soft whimper and quickly transformed into a small form, quietly approaching her. He said softly, "Jiji, my hand hurts." The fox supported himself on 3 legs, lifting his front paw. Bai Jiji wrapped him up and placed him on her lap. Compared to the simple herbal bandage of the high priest, Bai Jiji's wood-type ability was more powerful. A green light surrounded him, and soon Nailing's fox arm healed, for returning to its original color. Seeing his arm was fully healed, Bai Jiji sighed. She was only at level 2. If she could level up one more time, she thought Lan Ting's face might also return to normal. Thinking of this, she asked, "Where is Lang Yi?" Nailing smiled slightly. "In the small kitchen." "Do you want to find him, little female?" The fox tilted his head, his beautiful eyes studying Bai Jiji. Why was she looking for him instead of Lang Yi? Or was he mistaken in his guess? Lang Yi couldn't cook, but now the house was full of injured people. Bai Jiji looked exhausted. He felt very uncomfortable inside, like oil being fried in his heart. He hadn't helped in the fight, so now he wanted to do something within his ability. He tried to imitate Chun Hua's usual way, intending to fry some meat. But he added too much water, so he had no choice but to add more meat to make a meat soup. When Bai Jiji arrived, he was busy. Sensing her presence, Lang Yi turned around and looked at her with an apologetic expression. I made some meat soup. Sorry, Jiji. I couldn't help much." They got hurt. Bai Jiji stepped forward, opened her arms, and hugged Lang Yi around the waist. She leaned her small face into his chest, sniffing his scent. It wasn't soap, but it smelled good. Seeing that Lang Yi didn't move, she rubbed against him again. "Tonight, stay with me." Lang Yi's body stiffened. He looked at her steadily, a blush rising on his face. "But you, maybe it's because I was soaked in seawater. Since I came back, I haven't felt it. Every night I want you. Don't you want to be with me?" Of course he wanted to. The thought made him feel like he was going crazy. However, at this moment, she couldn't understand Bai Jiji's feelings. Her face looked so tired, and her eyes were red and swollen. "Jiji, are you mad at me?" She was upset that he didn't help, but he was fine. "What nonsense are you talking? If you get hurt again, I will really lose my mind." "Lang Yi, I have never blamed you. I know you're worried too, and I understand your limits. You can't all go and risk your lives, right?" Bai Jiji said this, tears falling again. She touched Lang Yi's face, crying uncontrollably. Fortunately, he was safe. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. As she spoke, she reached into his clothes. In the end, she couldn't be angry with him anymore. Warm lips pressed against hers, kissing her through her tears. It was bitter and a little sour. Bai Jiji wrapped her arms around Lang Yi's neck, gently nibbling on his soft lips. At this moment, Lang Yi didn't want to think about anything else. Maybe this could make her a little happier. If she wanted it, he would give it to her. No matter the reason, as long as she was a bit happier, even just a little. Nai Ling leaned against the cave entrance, frowning. She was really unhappy, but felt helpless. After all, she wasn't the useful one. Just now, she thought she had guessed wrong. But now, with the young female bothering Lang Yi at this critical moment, it proved her suspicion was correct. Inside the cave, Lang Yi sat in a grass nest. He had never seen her so passionate before. He was a bit overwhelmed, even recalling that time she and Chenhua. "Focus," Bai Jiji said, turning his face. Her bright red lips pressed against his. Lang Yi held her waist, and his eyes gradually filled with desire. How wild was that night? Lang Yi didn't know. He only knew that the young female kept clinging to him again and again. Although he was happy, He also worried about her body being unable to handle it. They enjoyed themselves, but she seemed exhausted. Later, they continued while she was being treated. Perhaps worried he would tire out, she kept trying new things. Until the sun was high, Bai Jiji finally got out of the grass nest. Lang Yi had already gotten up, and beside the nest was a bowl of hot meat soup. Bai Jiji didn't care about eating. She raised her arm and reached toward the cave entrance. The thick vines were smoother than special effects, no longer glowing green but comparable to a powerful character's ultimate move. No, it was a combination of the thorny growth Jana and Kalen styles. Bai Jiji was very happy. Last night, she realized that the first 2 levels were easy, but it would get harder later. Luckily, Lang Yi was very helpful. Thinking about last night, Bai Jiji's face turned red. Was her big wolf too strong? So, was last night her way of feeding him? With the level 5 wood magic, all her problems were solved. Bai Jiji quickly put on her clothes and finished the meat soup on the stone stool. As she left the cave, she saw Lang Yi coming back. Bai Jiji was very happy. She ran over and threw herself into his arms like a koala, her legs around his waist, and kissed him twice on each side. Yay, I like you so much. Bai Jiji's face was full of happiness, and she felt much better than yesterday, no longer looking worried. I like Jiji too. I like her so much. Lang Yi's ears turned red, and there were marks on his neck from her bites last night. Bai Jiji gently touched the marks on his neck, leaned in, and kissed him again. Luckily, Lang Yi wasn't hurt, or the world might have collapsed. Thinking of something, Bai Jiji took out the beast core Lan Ting had given her earlier and handed it to Lang Yi. I can't absorb this. Because she couldn't absorb it, she put aside her plan to make money. But she could absorb their energy. Isn't this from Lan Ting? Since it was his gift, he would take it later, and the snake would cause trouble again. Just accept it, little one, to help your body, Bai Jiji said happily, her tone light and cheerful, like a clear mountain stream, very pleasant. The big wolf's mouth twitched slightly. At first, he didn't understand why, but later that night he realized. It turned out he was her nourishment. He had felt guilty for not helping yesterday, but once he learned he was her little female's nourishment, he felt very happy. All his worries disappeared. Seeing Bai Jiji insist, he gently smiled and held her in his arms. All right, thank you, little female. Thinking about my previous failure to break through, I smiled again. I really need to rest and recover. Should we go see them? Lang Yi asked. Yes, let's check on Manhwa first. He was hurt in the back. Remembering yesterday, Bai Jiji still felt scared. Even after falling asleep, she felt like her body was still falling, like stepping into a pit. Okay, I'll go with you. Lang Yi held Bai Jiji's waist and suddenly appeared with her in the cave. Manhwa was already awake. Seeing Bai Jiji and Lang Yi together, he smiled. He thought the little girl might be feeling down, so Manhwa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lang Yi put Bai Jiji down, and she flew toward Manhwa like a butterfly. Yesterday, I was so scared. You still managed to smile? Bai Jiji said, pinching his face. Manhwa obediently showed his teeth in a grin. Bai Jiji, it's good that you know it hurts. Next time, I wonder if you'll dare to do it again. Manhwa held her hand gently, his eyes soft. Next time, I will dare. He didn't care if he lived or died, but his beloved little girl must stay safe and healthy. Bai Jiji was angry. She grabbed his hand, trying to pull him off the bed. Go plant the fields, plant beans. I'm going to plant them. Lang Yi quickly stopped her. The injury on Manhwa's back looked very painful. They finally had a moment of peace. Don't push him too hard, or he might get worse. Later, he would need comfort. Manhwa endured the pain from his back and sat up. His face was pale, but he kept smiling. Being able to be with her was worth the pain. As he sat up, Bai Jiji hugged him. The cool feeling instantly spread through Manhwa's body. Bright green light wrapped around him, mixed with the scent of roses, filling his nose. Manhwa's brow softened, and he pulled Bai Jiji into his arms tightly. Lang Yi stepped back quietly. The time belonged to Manhwa now. The sky was still early, so he decided to go plant the beans. Don't be foolish again, Bai Jiji's voice was trembling with tears. If the big wolf hadn't helped her upgrade, with so many injured at home, she would have been overwhelmed.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to worry you. The pain on Shenhua's body disappeared, and even the deep wounds that looked like they could see bones were healing visibly. After noticing that Bai Jiji's special ability had improved again, he relaxed a little. He really wanted to kiss her. Yesterday, after he fainted from being thrown, he kept hearing her heartbreaking crying in his mind. He felt so sad but couldn't even wipe away her tears. He knew everything, but he just couldn't open his eyes. Thinking of this, Shenhua felt he owed her a lot. He looked at Bai Jiji tenderly, his gray-blue eyes like they were filled with stars. His gaze moved down from her face to her lips. Shenhua turned over and laid Bai Jiji on the bed. His pink tongue gently licked her neck. His furry animal ears stood up like airplane ears. Bai Jiji reached up to touch them, but Shenhua pulled her hand down and stuck out his tongue again to lick her. The big cat's tongue had soft, rough bumps, and when it licked her finger, it felt wet and ticklish. Has your heat period ended? Shenhua's voice was deep and hoarse. With that face, Bai Jiji really wanted to eat him, raw. How can someone look so good? Every time she saw him, she thought how amazing his face was. He was gentle, could cook, work hard, and most importantly, he was especially talented. If she weren't worried about Lanting and Qianxuan, she would want to throw herself at him right now. Yes, it's over. Maybe it was because I was soaked in seawater yesterday, and suddenly it disappeared. Hua Hua, I want to heal your wounds first. Can you wait for me 2 days? He kissed her a couple more times before reluctantly letting go. Bai Jiji felt the same. She really liked her Hua Hua so much. She wanted to have a baby with him. Maybe their child would be as handsome as Shenhua. Hua Hua, after this busy time is over, I want to have a baby with you. What? Shenhua's pupils shrank, and he was so surprised he couldn't speak. He never thought she would be willing. Never imagined. His mood was so complicated, so complex he couldn't even describe the feeling himself. What's wrong? You don't want a baby? Bai Jiji thought Shenhua didn't like the idea and felt a little disappointed. After all, such good genes should be passed on. After saying these words, Shenhua suddenly threw himself onto Bai Jiji. His quick breathing brushed against her neck, and he gently bit her shoulder. He kissed her hurriedly, but at the moment he lowered his head, it seemed like something fell onto her shoulder. Bai Jiji stiffened and gently held Shenhua's face, feeling a bit sad. She softly asked, "Why are you crying again?" "Because I am so happy." Shenhua rarely shows this kind of emotion in front of her. Bai Jiji's heart tightened, and she looked at him with some confusion. She softly said, "You're too happy too early." "I haven't even had a baby yet." Shenhua shook his head. "It's not like that. Jiji, when I think about us having our own baby in the future, I feel soft inside." He took Bai Jiji's hand and placed it on his chest, continuing, "Jiji, thank you." Shenhua felt he was terrible. He couldn't even protect her, allowing her to be taken away right under his nose. But despite how bad he was, she still wanted to have a baby with him. Shenhua thought he must be the luckiest male in the world, blessed to be loved, cherished, and kept by her. "Why thank me? My Hua Hua is so handsome, of course he should be a father." Jiji, her gentle, seductive voice made Bai Jiji's heart ripple. What could she do? She could only go along with him. Shenhua really didn't want to let go, but Lan Ting and Qian Sun were still waiting for her. Even if he was reluctant and unwilling, he had to hold back. Lan Ting should be awake now. Let's go see him first. Qian Sun's situation is special. We'll think of a way together later. Okay? She tidied her collar. The one who was really causing trouble was him. Now, seeing her fix her collar, he blushed again. "Are you shy?" Bai Jiji teased mischievously. Shenhua said nothing, only blushing. He heard rustling sounds around him. Thinking she was about to leave, he unconsciously clenched the sheets beneath him. So soft. Shenhua suddenly sat up straight, burying his face into the pillow. His soul seemed to lift off. His little partner was really bold and knew how to tease. Bai Jiji secretly felt pleased. She patted Shenhua's head and rubbed his furry, reddish ears, then happily left. Fortunately, she was wearing a slanted collar today, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to act like a rogue. Gigi watched Bai Jiji walk away, looking like a disappointed wife who had been abandoned. She seemed sad and pitiful. Just now, he hadn't had a chance to feel it properly before she left. She left so quickly. It made his heart ache and his stomach turn. As Bai Jiji exited the cave, she saw Bai Qi coming with prey. Gigi, I've noted all the beast men with stone pots. This is Wolf Jin's prey. But you don't need to rush to cook it. Everyone in the tribe knows about Shenhua and the others. We can all wait. Let them heal their wounds first. He felt a little touched. Thank you, Dad. Oh? The leader is here too. Lin Wu said as she placed a half-processed wild boar on the stove. Chow Chow sent this. She said your family has many sick people, and you're probably busy. Lang Yi is fine, but she can't do all the work. So don't worry about food these days. With me and Yin Feng here, you're covered. And Dad too, Bai Qi quickly added, unwilling to let his daughter go hungry. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Chow Chow. I understand everyone's kindness, but you don't need to send more tomorrow. Why not? Bai Qi asked anxiously. Surely she wasn't still trying to act tough at this time? Don't feel pressured. We're all part of the same tribe. Helping each other is what we do. If you don't accept, Chow Chow will keep thinking about you. You know she's pregnant, Lin Wu added. Bai Jiji smiled and waved her hand. That's not what I mean. I mean Shenhua is fine now, and Niling's hand is okay too.
We can hunt for ourselves.
It's been so hot these days. Everyone doesn't need to worry about us. She felt very warm inside. Luckily, there were no neighbors or parents like in stories who would cause trouble or betray her. Otherwise, she would have exploded. Thank the ancestors, her best friend was truly a true friend. A feeling of happiness filled her heart. Bai Jiji thought that being here was really good. Even though there were no phones or games, everyone was so kind and nice. Gigi, you don't need to comfort us. We saw how badly Shenhua and the others are hurt. No matter how hot it is, Dad can take care of your whole family, Bai Qi said with concern. He felt very worried, thinking Bai Jiji didn't want to burden them. White Jiji knew that talking was useless. After all, the people who truly care about you see any excuse you give as just avoiding the truth. Of course, the opposite is also true. So she directly used her magic. The bright green light was so dazzling that it could be seen even during the day. White Jiji aimed at a withered tree nearby and performed a spell, making the dead tree seem to come back to life. This was a level 5 spell. It couldn't bring the dead back to life, but it could turn bones into flesh. White Jiji didn't expect this power. She had used similar magic before, but it wasn't as strong or effective. Only after coming here did she realize how powerful she had become. Bai Qi and Lin Wu stared with their mouths open, stunned. They looked straight ahead in shock. Bai Qi thought to himself, so strong. I can't relax now, Lin Wu thought. Joining the wolf tribe was the right choice. Today is also a good day. With such a strong wood element ability, the Mo Fox tribe will also benefit. How did Bai Qi get back? Oh, he hopped and skipped his way home. White Jiji watched them run, jump, and slip on the ground, feeling amused. After sending them off, White Jiji went to a small cave nearby. It was dug by Lan Ting and was right next to her own cave. Next to Lan Ting's cave was Qian Sun's. All the caves were very close to each other. White Jiji first checked on Qian Sun. The little fish was still unconscious, lying in the fish tank, moving weakly. She used her magic to heal his wounds. Luckily, she was now a level 5 ability user. She suppressed her feelings of sadness and gently reached out to touch Qian Sun's face. Qian Sun felt much better and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw White Jiji standing in front of him, he instinctively sank into the water. White Jiji felt a pang in her heart. She knew what Qian Sun was thinking. Don't be afraid. I don't mind. No matter what Qian Sun becomes, I won't dislike him. Come here, okay? her eyes filled with tears. She reached out her hand softly and spoke gently to Qian-sun. But the little fish ignored her. He stayed in the fish tank, only his eyes looking at her silently. He wanted her to stay away, but his throat hurt so much he couldn't make a sound. Wave-based mind control requires a lot of energy. In that situation, he never thought he would come back alive, so he burned the beast pill. He thought that if he died, he could protect her and the place she lived behind him, and that would be worth it. Qian-sun also felt sad inside. He wanted to go over and ask for a hug, to tell her how much he hurt, but he couldn't. He looked terrible now, and she liked his handsome face.
But now.
So he was afraid, and he shrank back again. Bai Zhizhi saw the resistance in Qian-sun's eyes, but she knew she couldn't leave. Qian-sun, do you dislike me? Bai Zhizhi thought her current face was barely okay, mainly because of her level 2 earth magic. Qian-sun shook his head in the water, his eyes wet as he looked at her. How could he dislike her? He had always been happy when she was chubby, so now. Seeing him shake his head, Bai Zhizhi smiled softly and moved a little closer. Qian-sun doesn't dislike me, and I don't dislike him. Even if we turn into fish, we are still the most beautiful fish in the sea. If not, that's okay because love makes everything beautiful, right? I like Qian-sun, so no matter what he looks like, I like him. I think he's handsome. Please don't hide from me. Come here, give me a hug, okay? She was probably trying to comfort him. Their totem hadn't been activated, so he didn't have a pretty tail or body, and he didn't even have a nice face anymore. He couldn't even make a sound.
He didn't dare to take a chance.
Qian-sun felt a bit frustrated. He should have died. If he had, she would think of him every day like Bai Sujin, and it would be better than appearing in front of her like this now. Little Pearl fell again, but it was because of degeneration. His little pearl was no longer full and round, more like gravel. Thinking of how Bai Zhizhi carefully kept his tears before, Qian-sun felt even more inferior. He was useless, completely useless. She didn't need him in the first place. Bai Zhizhi felt a little discouraged. Maybe she liked him too superficially before, which caused Qian-sun to resist now. He was insecure, afraid she would see his unappealing side and no longer want him. She understood all of this. Qinshuan, look at me. As Bai Zhizhi finished speaking, the knife in her hand suddenly cut across her face. Qinshuan was stunned. He rushed forward and pushed her hand away, stopping her from hurting herself. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his silent, heartfelt pain was the most intense. He gestured angrily, but didn't know what to do. He flailed around, accidentally getting her clothes wet. He felt very sorry. Finally, his gaze fell on the wound on her face. Qinshuan opened his mouth but hesitated, then closed it again. Am I uglier now? Qinshuan shook his head, feeling more guilty and upset. Bai Zhizhi didn't care about that. As long as the little fish swam toward her, the injury didn't matter. Hold me. Bai Zhizhi opened her arms again. This time, Qinshuan didn't dare to hide. If he did, she might hurt herself again. When she hugged him with her wet body, it felt cool. Bai Zhizhi gently wiped away his tears and stroked his damp hair. Her eyes were so gentle, as warm as the sea. Qinshuan couldn't help crying again. It seemed she really didn't dislike him. The mermaid's fin cut her finger, and her mermaid blood could heal wounds, just like wood element powers. That was why he healed so quickly. He didn't want her to hurt. Bai Zhizhi stood quietly, feeling the blood on her face from Qinshuan's touch. Wow, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Qinshuan. After speaking, she leaned in and kissed him. She couldn't find any dislike. Qinshuan was surprised by her sudden kiss, his eyes wide like a little fish, and he cried even harder. His sister didn't dislike him. She truly didn't dislike him. He realized he had been overly sensitive earlier and had caused her to hurt herself. Unlike before, now his tears fell silently. Our Qinshuan is the best. If it were me, I would run away, but Qinshuan protected everyone and charged forward. Qinshuan, I like you, not just because of your amazing tail and handsome face, but because you are Qinshuan. There are so many beautiful fish in the sea, But I can like them all, right? Bai Jiji held his face gently and spoke softly. After she finished, she kissed him again. Qianshuan stopped hiding. His expression became more natural, and his eyes, still bright from crying, shone even more. Bai Jiji brushed his hair back and tied it up. When the wood-based magic was activated, Qian Sun timidly smiled. He took her hand and sat across from her through the fish tank. This gesture made Bai Jiji's heart soften a lot. Her Qian Sun is really well-behaved. Unlike Niling, who pretends to be obedient but actually wants to devour her whole. Qian Sun is nothing like that, he's just waiting to be peeled. Bai Jiji gently rubbed his head and whispered, "When your injuries heal, can you come out?" Qian Sun nodded. He originally entered the fish tank because of serious injuries. Now, with Bai Jiji's upgraded powers, these injuries are no problem for her. But he doesn't want to go out and see people. His current beast level is very low, he can't walk far, and he still has gills on his neck. He's worried others might see him as a disabled beast man. Bai Jiji knew Qian Sun didn't want to see anyone. She didn't persuade him, as long as he was willing to be close to her. Carefully helping him out of the fish tank, Qian Sun still felt unsteady. Although his tail turned into legs when he landed, faintly shimmering scales were still visible. Now, he didn't care about feeling shy. She brought clean clothes for him to wear, and she teased him with a smile to distract him. "Why are you blushing? I've seen all of you before." But that's true. That night at the hot spring, besides not mating, she stripped him completely. Qian Sun still remembers how it felt when she played with the shark pearl. He wanted to call her sister, but couldn't. The little fish felt wronged and had to hide in her arms. Once he was resting on her lap, Qian Sun turned to hug her, burying his face in her embrace like a little cat. When Manhwa arrived, he just happened to see the scene. He exchanged a glance with Bai Jiji, neither of them speaking. He understood Qian Sun's feelings. So, Manhwa placed the food at the door, sighed quietly, and quietly left. Qian Sun was really hungry. When he smelled the delicious food, he stuck his head out of Bai Jiji's arms, still adorable. Bai Jiji squeezed his hand to signal him to get up. Qian Sun obediently moved aside, wrapped in his clothes, and curled up on the bed, waiting for Bai Jiji to feed him. Manhwa was very thoughtful. The food he brought included egg custard, just like her recipe. Qianshuan's eyes stayed fixed on her, and as he looked, his eyes turned red again. Bai Jiji fed him a bite. "Don't cry anymore. After you finish eating, rest well. I'll come back to keep you company tonight." Qianshuan nodded. He knew he wasn't the only one hurt. His sister had to take care of many people, so she must be very tired. Even if he wanted her to stay with him, he couldn't cause trouble. After eating, Bai Jiji put the beast's core into Qianshuan's hand. "Don't refuse. It should be yours. Last time, he hurt you, and this time, it was his fault too. It's just a beast core. I haven't even taken his life." Hearing this, Qianshuan thought for a moment and nodded. Bai Jiji couldn't help but kiss him. This time, it was a French kiss. Qianshuan's face turned red, looking like he was willing to be picked. It wasn't intentional. His clothes really couldn't hold on anymore. Bai Jiji pressed him into the grass nest and took out a cool quilt from her space. It wasn't old. It was her favorite summer quilt. Since Qianshuan couldn't get out of bed now, she wanted to use good bedding, or where could he sleep comfortably. She removed the beast hide mat from his grass nest and replaced it with a cotton quilt, then spread a bedsheet and added 2 pillows. When she was covering the pillows, Qianshuan kept watching her. Bai Jiji smiled awkwardly. "This one is old. If you don't want to use it, I won't." Qianshuan heard this and hugged the pillow to his chest. He wanted it. Now he had one too, and it was better than Manhwa's because he had always admired Manhwa's pillow. But now he had 2 pillows, one pink and one blue. Qianshuan stared at the 2 pillows, lost in thought. So, his sister would really come to keep him company tonight. After tidying up the grass nest, Bai Jiji gently pressed him back inside. She knelt beside him, pinched his face, and said, "Rest well. I'll come to keep you company tonight. You can absorb the beast core if you can. If you can't right now, it's okay. I like you no matter what." Sniff, sniff. His sister was so good at comforting people. Qianxuan was completely buried in the quilt. Bai Jiji stroked him for a while before tidying up the dishes and leaving the room. As she stepped out, she was suddenly grabbed by Nai Ling. "Don't push me away. I'm going to be so sore," Nai Ling said with a full sense of grievance. Nailing shook his head sadly. "I don't want her to see me upset. When I look sad, she won't notice me anymore." He knew everything, but he still felt jealous. He just wanted her to see him. "Talking nonsense isn't cute," Bai Jiji playfully tapped his forehead. Seeing her smile, Nailing couldn't help but smile back. "Are you going to see Lan Ting?" Although he felt a bit jealous, he understood that now wasn't the time to argue. "Yes, Lan Ting is badly hurt. I wonder how he's doing." Bai Jiji's eyes were full of worry. "Your wood-type ability should have improved, right?" Nailing asked, but his tail slipped out unconsciously. "It has. Level 5 now," Bai Jiji answered honestly. There was no need to hide it, especially since Nailing was her beast husband. "Oh, I see," Nailing replied thoughtfully. Then he took the bowl from her hand and urged, "Go see Lan Ting quickly." "I'll handle these," Bai Jiji nodded. Maybe worried he'd feel jealous, she gave him a quick kiss before leaving. Nailing left happily. Happiness comes from working for it and knowing your limits. Don't overdo it or be too forceful. Just like this, just right. The fox's eyes narrowed happily as he went to wash the dishes. Even if he didn't eat, he was happy to do it. Lan Ting's cave was dark and gloomy. As soon as Bai Jiji entered, she knew it was bad. It was obvious he had shut himself away again. She sighed inwardly. Who was to blame? Maybe she was too naive before. But as a woman, she didn't gamble or smoke. What was wrong with a little flirtation? Perhaps because Lan Ting's situation was different from Qianxuan's, Bai Jiji didn't feel as heavy-hearted when she looked at him. When Lan Ting smelled her, he quickly curled under the beast hide. His face was ruined, no longer the noble protector. His scales had fallen off. He had woken up, but she hadn't come to see him. It was already noon, and she was late. So, the little female must have rejected him. Why isn't she speaking? What is she thinking? Is she going to break their bond? Because he's weak and couldn't protect Qianxuan, does she no longer want him? In the dark cave, Bai Jiji's sighs could be heard, making Lan Ting feel even more anxious. Why was she sighing? Had she made up her mind? Just as Bai Jiji was about to speak, Lan Ting interrupted her.
"Don't speak."
"I know what you want to say, but please wait. Jiji, I still have use. I am still useful. These are just superficial injuries. I will recover. I may look ugly now, but I used to be handsome. My abs are still there. I will do my best to get better. So, can we not break the contract? Don't kick me out." Bai Jiji smiled. It was clear what she had done, and both of them were panicking. After Lan Ting finished speaking, he realized Bai Jiji was ignoring him. He felt even more nervous. Carefully, he used his tail to cover the contract symbol between them, only to see his body with some scales fallen off. His vision darkened. He thought, never mind. Even he disliked himself, so how could she like him? Jiji. In that moment, Lan Ting understood Qianxuan. Sometimes, emotions can only be expressed through tears. His voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. "Get up," Bai Jiji finally spoke. Hearing this, Lan Ting shrank back, awkwardly replying, "I won't." Don't try to make him break the contract. It's pretty good that he's starting to oppose her. Forget it, I won't tease him anymore. Bai Jiji walked over and squatted down in front of him. She snapped her fingers at the fire in the corner, and the cave instantly lit up. After reaching level 2, it's really impressive. From Lan Ting's perspective, he saw a beautiful little leg swinging in front of him, along with a pair of elegant, moon-white embroidered shoes. Then she took off her shoes, revealing tender, white feet like jade, stepping onto the stone slab, gradually approaching him. Before he could react, the animal hide blanket on him was lifted slightly, and a fragrant scent of roses wafted over. This was the smell of a young female. Soft, boneless arms wrapped around him from behind. Bai Jiji moved closer, whispering into his ear, "Don't you want to mate with me?" Lanting's heart suddenly felt like a heavy stone had been lifted. So, she wasn't here to break the contract with him.
But
He thought her face was ruined, and she would no longer want him.
why?
Do you think I don't want you anymore? Lanting nodded, then quickly shook his head. He didn't dare turn around because he was afraid of startling her. I'm really shallow and a bit lustful, but Lanting, do you know? I just went for a walk and realized that even if your face is ruined and your scales fall off, you're still the most handsome in the whole tribe. Lanting's eyes lit up at her words. He immediately turned around happily and asked, Really? By Gigi. Yes. After seeing real gems, everyone else looks like wild boars. I swear I'm not lying to you. You're really something. No other males stand a chance with you. Why do you look so good and try to attract someone? Bai Gigi reached out and touched him from behind, but since she couldn't reach, she shrank down a bit. Her small hand landed on his firm, rounded, and gave it a squeeze. Lanting straightened up, and his snake tail immediately curled back. Bai Gigi chuckled. Oh, so you're trying to flirt with me? Wow, Lanting, you're really clever. Made me all excited. Her face turned red, and she looked a little proud. Although she didn't understand exactly what she was saying, it was definitely a compliment.
Then
You still won't kiss me. No way I can kiss you, huh? Oh no, I knew it. Bai Gigi giggled secretly and snuggled into his arms. She lifted her thigh and pressed it against him. Lanting's tears, which had just fallen, were quickly wiped away. He paused, then his face was gently cupped in by Gigi's hands. Her lips were soft. Lanting carefully touched her, their noses nearly touching, breathing intertwined. He could smell her pleasant scent and feel her warmth. His eyes grew moist as he softly said, Gigi, I like you very much. I know. Not only do I know you like me, but I also know you're worried about me getting hurt. That's why, when we were in the sea, you preferred to get hurt yourself to protect me. Her voice was so nice to hear. She was so close to him. Lanting watched her lips move as she spoke and couldn't help but lean in again. So soft, so lovely to kiss. I told you I like you, right? Bai Gigi asked. Then he got scolded. She tapped his forehead with her finger. Next time you have silly thoughts, I'll put you in a sack and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Would you really do that? Lanting looked sad. Of course. I'd miss you too. Haha. Bai Gigi smiled happily, watching Lanting get both upset and amused because of her. She felt very happy. Lanting, does it hurt? Bai Gigi suddenly lowered her voice. She rested her head on his arm, and a faint green light flickered in her hand. Lanting had never said he was in pain before. He seemed indifferent about everything. When hurt, he always thought first of hiding the wound. Such a silly snake. Lanting's other hand gently touched her face. As long as she was with him, he felt like the happiest person in the world. Because she cared about him. The wounds on her body were healing quickly, with green light flowing constantly into his body. Lanting was stunned. Had her plant-based power upgraded? Could she heal such serious injuries now? Did you absorb something you shouldn't have to boost your power? Gigi, don't be reckless. We're all fine, and you shouldn't eat random things. It's bad for your health. He didn't believe his beast core could help her improve so much. Seeing Bai Gigi silent, his mind suddenly jumped. Did you accept something from that black snake? He was stunned again. What are you always thinking about? Can't I just be stronger because I ate one of you? Lanting immediately got excited. Eating us can make you stronger? Then eat me. Bai Gigi hesitated. Are you sure? I told you if I eat you, you won't be able to break through anymore. She was just saying it nervously. Unexpectedly, Lanting waved his hand. What's the big deal? I can just hunt a few more fierce beasts. If eating me really helps, I think that's great. I used to feel like I had nothing to offer except my body, but now I think I have something useful. He then held out his arm to her, urging, Eat it. I'm not afraid of pain. He was both amused and touched. It seemed she still needed to teach this little fool how to eat properly. Lanting's mouth was covered. The little girl kissed him again, and this time, she took the initiative. How did she end up kissing his face? It was okay on the face, but could she kiss his lips? He liked kissing lips. Is it not good to hear with your own ears? Do you want a kiss? Lanting appropriately expressed his desire, eagerly waiting for Baiji to pamper him. Baiji cleared her throat and said seriously, when I say eating, I mean it like this. Do you understand now, Lanting? I am now full of strength. Beasts from the abyss. Prepare to die. Lanting couldn't believe such good fortune existed in the world. He was actually so useful. But on the other hand, this little female's ability has upgraded so much. Who did she eat? Even with her injuries, Manhwa can still move? Lanting shook his head, dismissing the thought. The firefox's hand was also hurt. Can he still function? The sky is falling. Why is it Lanyi again? What kind of expression is that? Lanting looked down. Of course, it's a displeased look. Can't you tell? He was the loudest barking dog about breaking the contract, and now everything good seems to go to him. Gigi, honestly, did you drain him last night? Probably drained him. Lanting rolled his eyes, looking annoyed. Little female, you're so confused. You should have been healing yourself while nibbling on him.
He's only good for that much.
Why do you pity him, Baiji? She didn't pity Lanyi, she just did it that way. Lanting cleared his throat and quietly buried his face in the beast fur blanket, saying softly, forget it this time. Next time, no, from now on. Cough, cough, fine me. Don't pity me, understand, Baiji. Isn't strength the most important? Why does it seem different from what she thought? After a long silence, Baiji didn't reply. Lanting, like a little wife, peeked out from under the beast fur blanket, blushing like a monkey's. He hesitated and added, I'm super awesome, you know. What do I know? I know. Clearly in the quilt, he started talking about intimacy. Such things are understood without words, no need to explain. Whatever. Anyway, next time come find me, okay? Please, I will definitely do better than him. Shut up, stop talking, Baiji grabbed his mouth. Lanting, I feel like crying, oh. She didn't agree, and I wonder if I'm not as good as Lang Yi. I am twice as strong. The child is feeling insecure again. Bai Jiji had to muster her courage and say, next time, I promise, next time, okay? Okay. Lan Ting was suddenly full of energy again. Feeling his wounds slowly healing and calming down, Lan Ting's tail wrapped around Bai Jiji's legs. Bai Jiji looked at his face and felt relieved, then realized how great she was. Even the big wolf is impressive. Does it still hurt? Bai Jiji asked. Lan Ting shook his head. When he saw her trying to get up, he also crawled out of the grass nest. Are you leaving? Yes, Lang Yi is planting rice. Our rice hasn't been harvested yet, so I want to check on it. She really craves rice. This event was very intense, but luckily, her magic upgrade was successful, so it was a close call. The most hurt in these incidents was Qian Sun. Bai Jiji won't just let this go. If she can't defeat him, she will do her best to get the most compensation for Qian Sun. After thinking, Bai Jiji quickly put on her shoes. She tiptoed and kissed Lan Ting on the cheek. Don't follow me. Rest well. My wood-type ability can only heal external injuries. You need to recover inside yourself. Rest well. Be good. Lan Ting's heart almost melted. Being cared for felt super amazing. But he just wanted to be with her. Can I go with you? I'm healed, see. He seemed worried she wouldn't agree, so Lan Ting stuck out his tongue and circled around her. He looked really healthy, but his voice was still weak, so he needed proper rest. She knew she couldn't refuse him, so she agreed. Okay, then get dressed. Let's go to the field together. Lan Ting was happy now. He took out the clothes Bai Jiji had made for him before and brought them close, asking her to teach him how to put them on. Actually, Lan Ting knew how to dress himself. He just wanted more chances to be close to her, just like now. Bai Jiji was much shorter than him, standing in front of him, small and adorable. She liked him so much. Lan Ting's eyes sparkled with joy as he felt Bai Jiji's hands adjusting his collar. Jiji, I like you very much. Bai Jiji smiled slightly. I know. Lan Ting, the little husband, leaned over and pouted his leaning against Bai Jiji, suddenly appearing openly in the small kitchen. Chunho was too lazy to look at him. He turned around and divided the half-pig brought by Lin Yu. TSK, I didn't expect you to be okay too. Chenhua looked up expressionlessly. You can stand here even after losing your snake skin. My little injury is nothing. Humph, carrot, Lan Ting boasted again. Isn't my Gigi more amazing? Can you pay more attention next time? Even if she can heal, it's very tiring, okay? You too. A punch hit the cotton. What does he mean? Gigi, what does he mean? Did that annoying leopard just care about him? It's what you think it means. Bai Gigi smiled and let go of Lan Ting's hand, then helped Chen Hua put the divided meat into a basket. Chen Hua saw her come over, and his originally cold face instantly softened. Raw meat has a smell. I'll do it. His little female is fragrant, and he really doesn't want her touching these. I brewed some honeysuckle tea. Lang Yi and Nai Ling are in the field.
You can take some water to them.
It's fine as long as I'm here. Maybe because they went through life and death together, everyone now cherishes this peaceful, comfortable life even more. Lan Ting took the opportunity to say, I'll go with Gigi. Chen Hua immediately took back the water bottle in his hand. You go deliver some water to Qian Sun. Gigi can go by herself. Lan Ting snorted, but obediently went. Qian Sun, when he was at sea, fought recklessly, without caring for his life. Honestly, Lan Ting admired him a little. On land, he was always crying and competing fiercely. He really hated him to death. But after this, Lan Ting suddenly felt that this family was best whole and complete. No one could be missing. When he thought Qian Sun might die, his heart almost hurt.
Lan Ting Shiver.
He even felt sorry for his fierce competitor. Lan Ting, wake up. Have you forgotten how that lazy fish hijacked your good thing? However, this should be the family that Gigi mentioned, one that faces storms together and shares both honor and shame. Lan Ting pursed his lips. He now has a family too, no longer alone. Lang Yi and Nai Ling are indeed very skilled. Bai Gigi watched the freshly prepared land and couldn't help but feel amazed. There were no machines involved, just pure shoveling with a. Even with just these two, they managed to level the ground neatly, not with uneven bumps but with a very smooth, even surface. Handsome and capable, even digging the land looked stylish. When Nai Ling saw her, he happily put down his and ran over. Are you done working? Yes, everything's finished. Your hand is better now. Don't use too much force, Bai Gigi said as she handed him a cooled cup of tea. Nai Ling smiled as he took it, his slender fingers gently rubbing the back of Bai Gigi's hand while drinking. Bai Gigi teased with a cute pout. Nai Ling grinned mischievously and leaned in. You little girl, did you see nothing? I did so much work alone. If I don't get some energy, I'll collapse. He finished the tea in one gulp and then looked at the 2 acres of dry land in front of him. The beans are planted as you said, but Nai Ling and I have been thinking all afternoon about how to bring water from the nearby river to these 2 plots. No one at home knows how to control water. Using a wooden basin could work, but that method is too stupid. Bai Gigi chuckled when she heard this. She patted Nai Ling's hand and then walked around the edge of the field. She found that these 2 were really reliable workers. Once told what to do, they could follow instructions perfectly. After confirming that the embankment could hold the water, Bai Gigi stood on the bank and performed a beautiful water control spell, demonstrating a neat hand sign. Lang Yi had never seen such a strange ability before. The little girl's fingers flicked up, down, left, and right. So agile and graceful. Nai Ling was also stunned. When Bai Gigi finished the last hand sign, the river water suddenly flowed backward, like a water snake, pouring into the field. The 2 were stunned. So this little girl not only has a wood-type ability but can also control water? What did they just see? She was just standing there, making a few gestures, and then the water was drawn over? Nai Ling's starry eyes lit up instantly. Wow, 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 her little female is really impressive. Lang Yi was also very surprised. She has wood element abilities, space powers, and can control water. She is indeed very strong. Thinking about himself in front of her, besides his face, he really has nothing else. But luckily, he can still serve as her nourishment now, so he's not completely useless. Just as they were feeling happy, an untimely voice suddenly sounded behind the 3 of them. The lowly female from the lower world is so happy just because she knows a few trivial things. No wonder she's so cheap, no wonder she needs many to share her. Exactly. Luckily, young Master Xiao doesn't need to do that. Otherwise, I would really feel terrible inside. Bai Jiji glanced sideways and turned around. When she looked up again, she saw that Lang Yi and Nailing had the same expression. She chuckled inwardly. It really is true that family members don't get along. Look at that cheap female's long dress. It's quite nice, better than some in our divine realm. After the tall female finished speaking, the one beside her immediately frowned. Her ugly dress was actually more delicate than hers. Could it be a gift from Brother Ming? Most of the lower world commoners are wrapped in animal skins. That kind of dress should be worn by her. Thinking this, the shorter one looked at Bai Jiji with hostility, sizing her up from head to toe with a superior attitude. Such an ugly thing. Brother Ming wouldn't like her, right? Big sister, what nonsense are you talking? How could young Master Xiao like such a cheap female? The one he truly favors must be someone like you. We've been wandering around here, and we haven't seen anyone more beautiful than you. It must just be an excuse for young Master Xiao. Hearing this, the shorter girl looked quite proud. Indeed, her appearance was top-notch even in the divine realm. That's true. Let's go. Brother Ming must be awake. Let's go back. Bai Jiji was almost laughing from anger at these two. Now she understood where Yi Ming's sense of superiority came from. Divine realm, lower world. What a regional bias. Even their speech is so condescending. Did I tell you to leave? Lang Ye's cold voice rang out. At the same time, Nailing's fox paw reached out. With two loud pops, each of the two females who had just spoken received a slap across the face. It didn't stop there. One more slap was coming from behind. Nailing does not hit females, but she can hit those who are rude. She can tolerate his rude words, but what about Jiji? Get lost. You sneaky fox, how dare you hit us? Do you know who we are? Weak males from the lower realm. Before the tall female could finish speaking, Nailing suddenly opened her 9 tails behind her. Sunlight shone through her white fur, making her look both dangerous and sacred. She tilted her head and asked with a half-smile, "Who do you think is the weak male?" Nailing's voice was very gentle, but it sounded strangely intimidating. The two females immediately shut their mouths when they saw she was a 9-tailed white fox. Before they could think further, Bai Chi's voice came over. Seeing that the visitors were respectful to her, the two women immediately straightened up. They are members of the divine tongue snake tribe. It's unreasonable for them to come to this place and get beaten. The two sisters looked at each other. Today, they needed to explain what happened. Oh, it's Nailing. I was just about to find you. Bai Chi hurriedly ran across the wooden bridge to Bai Jiji and whispered, "That black longbug's family has arrived. It seems they are quite important. I was just about to tell you. What's going on? Why are you fighting?" After speaking, Bai Chi looked worried. Bai Jiji smiled and comforted her. "We're not fighting. We're just scolding a dog." She didn't lower her voice intentionally. Since they came onto her territory and started insulting her, she had to endure it. She was already angry. She hadn't gone to settle the score with that idiot yet, and now their family dared to come and make trouble. How arrogant. Ling, come here. Hearing Bai Jiji's voice, Nailing's icy expression suddenly melted away, replaced by a very gentle smile. She wagged her tail, knowing that the little female was about to make a move herself. She suddenly felt a bit excited. "If you want to fight, just do it. No need to worry. Whatever happens, we'll cover for you," Lang Yi said, standing confidently behind Bai Jiji. "Father took Yeming back to the tribe?" Bai Jiji asked. Bai Chi scratched his head. "It wasn't me. The high priest brought him back." Bai Jiji smiled. "Then it's up to father to go and bring him here." "Whose dog is it? Who should clean up after it?" "Only fools bark like dogs. Strong people always strike hard. But why is she bothering to discipline someone else's dog?" "All right, father, I will go now." Bai Chi ran very fast. He couldn't stand these two women anymore. First, they kept insulting him. At least the wolf tribe saved their young lord, and they didn't even thank him. Now they're here insulting his daughter. Serves them right. They will get into trouble later. Who are you calling a worthless woman? The tall one couldn't stand being insulted. Think about their Tingsha tribe, living in the divine realm, always looking down on others. When have they ever been treated like this? Lower beings from the mortal world are just inferior. But they just say a few words and curse openly. Are you their leader? You should execute these 3 people immediately, or we won't leave you alone. Bai Qi, who was halfway running, was forcibly pulled back. Gender separation is important. Miss, please let go. Bai Qi stepped back with disgust. He spat, cursing the dog that insulted his daughter, and thought about executing his daughter and son-in-law. His face was really bold. He knew exactly what Black Longworm thought about Bai Zhizhi. Now, he just wants to call someone to come and train his daughter like a dog. And then, he plans to severely beat these 2 ugly women. His daughter is ugly? The young lord who defecated probably even wants to sniff her. Bai Zhizhi sat on the bridge pier, her long hair flying, legs crossed. Standing beside her were Nai Ling and Lang Yi. Yeming just woke up and heard Bai Zhizhi wanted to see him. He was so happy, he almost jumped. He hurriedly ran over, followed by a large group of Tingsha tribe members, including 2 elders. This was the first time he saw the young lord so excited. It seems that the Tingsha tribe will have good news soon. Although she is a low-level woman from the mortal world, if the young lord likes her, that's fine. Moreover, this tribe saved their young lord. Could it be that they are repaying kindness with kindness? It's something only a mortal from the lower realm would do. Night Demon looked anxious. He didn't know what was happening. All he knew was that his Zhizhi called him, so he ignored everything else. Although he was injured all over and every step hurt terribly, he still wanted to run faster. Even faster. Brother Ming, you're here. That shameless female is insulting me and Qianing. Her beast husband even hit us. Look at our faces. Brother Ming, you and the elders must stand up for us. Don't let this shameless female damage the reputation of our Tongue Snake clan. The speaker was Qian Shui, who had been promised to Night Ming since childhood. But Night Ming didn't like her, so the engagement was never formalized. Still, she harbored hostility toward Bai Zhizhi. Now she was speaking confidently, sure that Night Ming would help her. Not for any reason, but because Night Ming's mother was her aunt. Moreover, Bai Zhizhi was just a low-level female from the lower realm. Night Ming knew which was more important. Maybe he once had feelings for this ugly female, but now that she was here, he didn't believe Night Ming would really choose Bai Zhizhi. Before, there was no comparison. Now, with this ugly female in the picture, Qian Shui felt much more confident. After speaking, she quickly went to support Night Ming. Her face flushed with a blush. He was really too much. He worried about their sisters being wronged, but ran so fast. Unexpectedly, Night Ming didn't even look at her. He pushed past Qian Shui directly, intending to approach Bai Zhizhi, but was blocked by Lang Yi. Night Ming's face was cold. He wanted to get angry, but when he saw Bai Zhizhi beside him, he held back. The little female was probably still angry. He couldn't make her more upset. She's his beast husband. He wouldn't move. Zhizhi, you called me. His voice, attitude, and tone, was it right? The 2 elders behind Night Ming gasped. When did their young lord become so gentle with others? It's nothing serious. Your dog came here barking, so I called you to bring it back and tie it up. Also, you caused a big mess. Shouldn't you give us some compensation? Bai Zhizhi saw that killing him was impossible now. Being wise in times of trouble was smart. There's no need to risk hundreds of wolves from the wolf tribe just for a grudge. But since she had to swallow this anger, she thought it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask for a little something. Her beast husbands were still waiting for their beast cores. Zhizhi, please don't speak to me in that tone, Yiming said with a pale face, his voice full of pleading. Bai Zhizhi looked up at him with an even colder expression than before.
Her attitude deeply hurt Yiming.
His throat tightened, but he forced himself to swallow the feeling. She wouldn't care, so there was no point in wasting his energy on her. After thinking for a moment, Yiming straightened up and spoke to the snake tribe behind him. Take out all the beast cores you have. His tone was commanding, high and mighty, like a leader giving orders. This was the real Yiming. Young lord? What do you mean? Qian Shui said, surprised. Was Yiming not here to support her? Young lord, that vile woman just spoke disrespectfully to my sister. How can you be so confused? And you want to give them their beast cores? Our divine realm's beast cores are so precious. Can those lowly women and weak men from the lower world really afford them? Qianing was furious and didn't care about anything else. She and her sister had just been slapped twice. Are they talking about Bai Zhizhi? Yiming's pupils shrank, and he suddenly smiled. He turned slightly to look at Qianing, as if he hadn't heard clearly, and asked, "Who did you just call vile?" Qian Shui immediately sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it. Qianing pointed at Bai Zhizhi and said, "It's her. She insulted my sister, and her beast husband even hit us." "Did he just hit you?" Yiming slapped Qianing away. No one was allowed to speak badly of Zhizhi. No one. Qian Shui's knees buckled, and she immediately knelt down. Something was wrong. Did Yiming really like that vile woman? Was it just an excuse, or was it true? What about her? Qian Shui's eyes instantly filled with tears, but she knew she couldn't lose her status. She quickly took out all her beast cores. One of the elders noticed something was off and hurriedly took out his own belongings. This gesture was respectful, but Bai Zhizhi still sensed the anger in Yiming. "Don't dirty my land. Leave your things here. You, take the person back to your place and lock the door." The two elders behind Yiming couldn't stand it anymore. This woman, born in the lower world, was just a silver wolf, the lowest of the low, and she dared to speak to their young lord like that. It was simply unbelievable. Nightming. Did the two elders think I was already dead? Nightming turned around. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a heavy punch. The elder who was speaking was caught off guard and was hit. He spat out a mouthful of old blood immediately. "Who allowed you to speak about her like that? Who gave you the right?" After hitting him, he immediately knelt down in front of Bai Zhizhi, full of apology. "Sorry, I lost control just now." Bai Zhizhi didn't reply. She simply reached out her hand, but some people seemed to misunderstand. Her eyes, which were full of anger, suddenly brightened. The icy look in her eyes disappeared instantly. He looked at Bai Zhizhi's hand and then pressed his face against it.
Nai lang thla wen.
"So annoying." Bai Zhizhi slapped him. "Compensation. Bring it out." Lang Yi timely handed her a beast hide cloth. "Look at that, she really dislikes him." "Get lost." Nightming turned around and shouted at everyone to back off. Qian Shui was very sensible and took out everything she brought from the Tung Snake clan. Not much, just 9 big baskets full. Bai Qi was very perceptive. When Bai Zhizhi asked for something, he hurried to get a bamboo basket from the small kitchen. Cheng Hua and Lan Ting specially brought him several huge bamboo baskets. Why not take them? They deserve it. All these are beast cores, and the quality is excellent. If he absorbs one, how much will his rank increase? No wonder these divine domain people look down on others. Such quality is rarely seen in the demon abyss. Bai Qi packed the baskets while unable to hide his smile. Seeing Bai Qi collect the beast cores, Nightming came over again, trying to flatter her. Forget about temper, pride, dignity?
He didn't want any of it.
He just wanted to stay by her side. Nightming didn't know what was happening to him, like he was bewitched. He liked being touched by her, liked seeing her, liked her scent. He liked her so much that he was going crazy. He liked her so much that even in front of his own hands, he could kneel. "Zhizhi, I know I was wrong." Before he finished speaking, Bai Zhizhi had already stood up and walked away. Lang Yi and Nai Ling followed on either side, chatting and laughing together. Bai Zhizhi's smile was as bright as a flower, and she clung to the fox like a little octopus. She was gentle to everyone, but she was always cold and distant to him.
Finally, he spat out the blood.
Yiming knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Blood soaked his clothes behind him. He couldn't hold on and fainted again. The two elders looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? He just failed to break through and fell down. Why was he so interested in that female? He was the pride of the divine realm. Was there any type of female he didn't like? It turned out they were wrong earlier. The one clinging to someone was their young master. Qian Shui was also very upset, but she didn't dare show it. Luckily, Yiming didn't lose his temper with her just now. It seemed that the ugly female named Bai Zhizhi was quite something. She grew up with Yiming, and he had never acted like this toward anyone before. A strong feeling of frustration filled her heart. Qian Shui stood up and helped Yiming to his feet, but as soon as she grabbed his hand, he pushed her away. "Who told you to touch me?" He then felt a strange sensation in his throat, spat out another mouthful of blood, and, perhaps recalling what Bai Zhizhi had just said, he looked back at the figure climbing out of the water ditch and said, "Clean yourself up. Don't leave any traces. If you can't clean it, you don't need to go back." The trembling figure stepped forward, her face burning with embarrassment. She looked to Qian Shui for help, but Qian Shui was helpless too. "Who spoke first, you two?" Yiming sat where Bai Zhizhi had just sat. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the two elders, and with just one look, they knelt down. "Seeing her is the same as seeing me. No more incidents like today." His tone was very calm, but there was a hint of madness in it. After speaking, he pointed at the elder and continued, "Forget about today. Go to the demon abyss and hunt a few armored beasts to bring back. Her family has a merman husband. He fell in rank. Hunt some armored beasts to help him recover quickly." The meat of the armored beasts contained energy comparable to beast cores, but they were rare and cunning, making them very hard to catch. He had hunted one before, but he only wanted the beast core, so he left the meat behind. The elder listened and found it hard to believe. Had the young master also fallen for the other's merman husband? Did he even know what he was doing? Nightmare was unaware of what the elder was thinking. Seeing him kneel without moving, his aura grew cold. He asked, "Are my words not working? I'll go handle it right away." He hurriedly left, stumbling and crawling. His shadow was no longer wild, and his face was so swollen it was hard to recognize. He knelt on the ground, trembling as he wiped away the bloodstains.
It was a huge shame.
He wanted to go back and tell his aunt. Qian Shui didn't dare make a sound, only standing quietly to the side, waiting. She always thought she was special. Since she was young, she had been told she was chosen, so she called him Brother Ming. She respected and loved him, but he liked that ugly woman from the lower world and even helped others humiliate her and her sister. Thinking of this, Qian Shui couldn't hold back her tears. She immediately begged her family to come and take care of him after she saw he was hurt.
But
"Get far away." Nightmare was very annoyed. He had just shown mercy. "Brother Ming," Qian Shui still wanted to try again, but Nightmare looked at her with a cold, sinister gaze and sneered, "You can either go back on your own, or I can send you back myself. I'll take my sister and go now." Brother Ming, rest well. She didn't want to stay even a moment longer. The air in this lower world was almost toxic. Even though Nightmare had always been distant from her, he had never acted like this before. Qian Shui held back her tears, stubbornly lifting her chin, grabbing Shadow's hand, and leaving. After sending away the annoying person, Nightmare finally couldn't hold on anymore. In the small kitchen, Bai Zhizhi took dozens of beast cores to Bai Qi. Bai Qi was overjoyed. He was going to be invincible. Once he was invincible, his first goal was to find Kuei Xing for a duel. Bai Zhizhi kept 4 large baskets of remaining beast cores for herself. With these, she could slow down her life and no longer rush to earn small amounts of money. She planned to split 5 baskets among some beast husbands, but she noticed that Shenhua looked unhappy. Shenhua said, "This is for you." Bai Zhizhi replied, "I already kept some. You can share the rest of these baskets." Her voice grew softer as she spoke. Honestly, she preferred not to go on dangerous adventures into the demon abyss. Although her magic could heal wounds, it was still painful when she broke her magic at that time. Lang Yi said, "Thank you, Zhizhi. I will absorb these carefully." Niling snorted, reached out, and took several into his arms. He understood everything. They all knew. Gigi, I'll absorb first. If I need more later, remember to find me. My energy is full. By Gigi. Lang Yi. Does the burning fox also know about this? Lanting crosses his arms and leans to the side. His attention isn't on the beast cores, but on the direction where Yi Ming was earlier. Is it just an illusion? He really feels that black long worm looks familiar, but he can't remember why. Even the two old men behind him seem very familiar. Lanting, what's wrong? Bai Jiji looks in the same direction as him and notices he's looking toward Yi Ming's direction. She remembers that earlier, Lin Wu and the others said Lanting and Yi Ming have similar auras. Although she learned Lanting's identity from the scroll, her little snake doesn't seem to have wings. Just spacing out. Do female young ones like him? Bai Jiji shakes her head. If I didn't have special abilities, you'd all still be lying in bed now. No matter how many beast cores you get, if I wasn't lucky, I wouldn't be able to enjoy them. Thinking back to yesterday's events, Bai Jiji still feels scared.
She's not A.
She knows what she can and can't eat. Yi Ming is impulsive, quick-tempered, and emotionally unstable. Such a person in modern times would probably be a domestic abuser. It's typical to avoid talking to strangers. So, she keeps her distance. Nai Ling runs the fastest, choosing the fullest basket to carry away first, then Lanting. I'll give the evil creatures of the demon abyss a break first. Once I absorb these, I'll deal with you all. There's plenty of time later. He's not in a rush. These beast cores are just average. Moreover, the little female said she doesn't like that black long worm. That makes sense. Her family already has him, so why want another long worm? Especially that annoying black longworm, showing no respect to Gigi.
Buffed.
He considers taking a few beast cores as a favor to him. Their family's Qiansun is still hiding, all because of that black longworm. Lang Yi also left. Before leaving, Bai Gigi packed some of her daily supplies for him. Keep these with you. It'll be easier if I need to visit later. Niling caught the key point and immediately jumped back. Why didn't you take me? Am I not worthy? White Gigi. Help. You're right next to my cave. Can't I just send myself over later? And she knew. That smelly nailing had dug through the wall connecting to her cave. The feeling of being watched by a pair of eyes in the middle of the night was terrifying. She didn't even dare to make a loud noise. Okay, I'll wait for you. The beans, which had been bent over for most of the day, needed to rest. This field wasn't suitable for a fox. It was too tiring. Nailing silently lamented that his fox fur wasn't worn away by decay, but was simply sun-bleached. Compared to him, Lanting was much calmer because he knew White Gigi had something on his side. She was the first to leave him there, and when he checked the other caves later, they were all empty, except for Chunhua. He was thick-skinned and shameless, refusing to leave White Gigi's cave, acting as if he had no home of his own. He would be pushed out sooner or later. Lang Yi was also very calm. Once he realized he was useful, he felt less anxious. Both the little females would grow up eventually, and with a little cooperation, he would surely find his place. After they left, only Chun Hua and White Gigi remained in the small kitchen. They looked at each other and smiled. Chun Hua lowered his eyes and gently moved closer to White Gigi. He hugged her from behind, his chin brushing her shoulder. I know everything now. Know what? Chunhua chuckled softly, sticking out his tongue to lightly bite her earlobe. White Gigi, caught in his arms, had nowhere to retreat. She tried to suppress the ticklish feeling and let out a soft hum. Don't move, Chunhua said in a husky voice. White Gigi already felt his intensity. She didn't dare to move even without him telling her. Chunhua's voice was deep and charming. I'll absorb it properly.
Help.
Had he taken some love potion? The moment he spoke, her bones felt like they would melt. And what was he doing biting her neck? Whoa. White Gigi clutched the edge of the table, her legs almost giving out. Gigi. Is this a living person almost fainting? Was that her voice? In the middle of the day, she was so overwhelmed. Chunhua loosened his grip, his clear voice echoing in her ear, but he didn't let go. Earlier, You were very bold, but now you're being honest. You. Bai Jiji wanted to cry, but had no tears. She had also hesitated just now, haha. Chunhua sighed. It's still a while until nightfall. Can you pamper me a bit? Yes, please. Exhausted, Bai Jiji lay in the bathtub, thinking only of those 3 words. Today, she pampered Chunhua, so right after, she immediately entered the totem space. But what's this level? 3.5? What kind of joke is this? Is it because her Huahua isn't good enough? Why is there a 0.5 level? She clicked on the experience progress bar, and her eyes went black. Good grief, is this really about grinding a needle into a thread? She couldn't help but feel that this would take forever. But unlocking level 3.5 revealed 3 new seeds. Bai Jiji took a look and was surprised to see watermelon seeds. What is happiness? This is it. She decided to plant them tomorrow. The empty space in the vegetable garden is big enough. Planting some watermelons would be wonderful. The other 2 seeds were garlic and vegetable seeds. Looking at the seeds in her hand, Bai Jiji couldn't help but think that the key to a good life was all about Chunhua. Look at this. Almost everything she wanted was about to be within reach. After taking a shower, Bai Jiji changed into a clean outfit, a moon-white slip dress, paired with a loose linen outer shirt. Her hair was let down since she was going to sleep soon, so she didn't bother to tie it up. Chunhua stayed close at the bathroom door. When she came out, he naturally took the clothes she had changed out of. The food is ready. I made some meatball soup. Try it. Okay, I'll taste it later. By the way, Qian Sun. Chunhua chuckled softly. I know you're worried about him. I've already checked on him, and the food has been sent over. After you've eaten enough, just go directly to see him. As he spoke, he took her clothes to wash. Bai Jiji's clothes were mostly washed by him. She was delicate about her clothing, and some of the inner layers felt thin and soft, with her scent still on them. He really didn't want to let others handle them. Bao Bao had finished eating and was quietly washing clothes. On the small kitchen table, there were still fresh flowers. Lang Yi was still awake late at night, with Lan Ting and Nai Ling fixing the fence. It looked like they were planning to block off the bridge area too. White Gigi chuckled softly. These people. But this is good. From now on, their family will stay in this small world, and outsiders won't be able to come in. Getting bitten by a dog for no reason is really annoying. Chunhua's meatball soup tastes very good. They even added some small tomatoes, and the broth is rich and delicious. Feeling satisfied, Bai Jiji often thinks 3 times a day how good life is. Eating well and drinking happily, she becomes a bride every day and changes a new groom every night. Before wearing clothes, she never dared to imagine this. Qian Sun had been counting the time since afternoon, waiting and waiting. Finally, he heard the footsteps of Bai Jiji coming. He happily crawled out of his bed, eagerly opening his eyes to watch the person he longed for walk in. Qian Sun opened his mouth but held back the urge to call her sister. Bai Jiji hung up the clothes she brought. Qian Sun's face turned red. Does his sister want to live with him? Are you getting anxious? Bai Jiji finished tidying her clothes, took off her coat. Qian Sun felt a little happy inside. His heart was pounding. This was the first time they would sleep together. She would stay with him tonight. Qian Sun tugged at her skirt. Bai Jiji looked down, and Qian Sun immediately let go and curled back into the bed, blinking at her cutely. Just a moment. Bai Jiji brought some candies. They were from her own space, found while checking the totem space level today. She took out a jar of Eco Lotus candies, took a few, and brought the rest along. The smell was so good. The bed was filled with Bai Jiji's scent. Qian Sun sniffed happily, behaving very well. After Bai Jiji lay down, he directly snuggled into her arms. This wasn't a handsome fish. It was more like a peeled big lychee. Bai Jiji thought to herself, then peeled a candy and put it into Qian Sun's mouth. The little fish had never tasted this before, and his eyes immediately lit up. It was so tasty and sweet, and his throat didn't feel as painful anymore. How do you feel today? Does it still hurt? Bai Jiji asked, rubbing his head. Qian Sun shook his head. His mouth was full of candy, maybe a bit hard. He chewed and moved it around in his mouth, his cheeks puffed out, looking adorable like a little goldfish. Did I absorb your beast core? Qian Sun was stunned and shook his head again. He took out the beast core and placed it in by Gigi's hand. Feeling a bit sad, he lowered his head. His body currently had no energy and couldn't absorb the beast core, so he could only nurture it slowly. Also, his throat was acting strange. Despite having a strong healing ability, a whole day had passed and he still couldn't speak. He couldn't even call out to his sister. Thinking of this, Qian Sun started to cry small tears, feeling more and more wronged. Qian Sun, don't cry. You'll get better slowly. When the vegetables in our yard grow, I'll make you something delicious. Qian Sun is the best, and I like him the most. Bai Gigi hugged Qian Sun tightly, trying to give him a sense of safety. The little fish was immersed in this warm feeling sweet inside. He had a sister who loved him, so he wasn't sad anymore. Her soft lips pressed on his forehead. Qian Sun smiled happily, his eyes shining as he looked at Bai Gigi. Oh heavens, her gaze was too much for her to handle. Close your eyes, or I'll roast you and eat you. This sounded familiar. Qian Sun wasn't afraid. He slightly tilted his head, nudging her nose with a teasing look. Seeing she didn't move much, he nudged her again. Bai Gigi was stunned. What's the difference between this and the little goldfish being naughty in the bathtub? The difference was the former was in the tank, and this one was in her arms? In her arms? Well, then she wouldn't hold back. She pecked and bit him. This trick she learned from Manhwa. The little leopard loved biting people. When Manhwa bullied her, she would bully Qian Sun. Qian Sun couldn't make a sound. He really looked like a fish lacking oxygen, with his half-open mouth dropping small tears. His eyes, nose, and cheeks were all pink and flushed from crying. Such a good tease, a mute husband, ha. Otherwise, whose tears are a woman's stimulant. Even if the little fish falls in rank, he's still incomparable. Just look at this pitiful look. Bai Gigi bit gently on his fish ear and tugged lightly. Qian Sun took a deep breath, as if struck by an electric shock, stiffly curling up in the pillow like a small flower swaying in the wind and rain. So itchy. All the hair on his body stood up. I really want to call her sister, I really do. Bai Gigi didn't tease him the whole time. Like a chick pecking at rice, she gradually moved closer until her lips touched Qian Sun's half-open mouth. Qian Sun felt happy inside. He immediately closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling of being loved. Sister is so good. She belongs to him. After seeing Qian Sun's eager and pleading look, Bai Gigi hesitated and refused him. Qian Sun started to cry again. Sister said she wouldn't dislike him, so why does it feel different now? Be good, not now. If I stay with you, my body will automatically take your energy. You're not even nourishing yourself properly now, so how can we be together? The words, mating or pairing, were hard for Bai Gigi to say. Qian Sun seemed to doubt her and nudged her with his nose, signaling her to look into his eyes and speak. It's true. That's why Cheng Hua and Lang Yi and the others managed to break through their failures. Oh, that might really be the case. Knowing she wasn't lying made him happy again. He snuggled into her arms, wrapping his big arms around Bai Gigi, also adjusting her hands into a hugging position. Qian Sun was the best, the most obedient, a good little dog for his sister. He would take good care of his health so that he would have enough energy to be with her. Bai Gigi knew exactly what he was thinking, but at this point, how could she let him feel bad? Time to eat fish. Woo-woo. Qian Sun felt like he was about to die again. He just couldn't stop drooling. He was truly lacking oxygen because he couldn't make a sound. Qian Sun was a bit dazed, recalling the day Bai Gigi brought him delicious food, mushrooms filled with soup, very fresh and tasty. She always teased him, saying she would roast him and eat him. But it turned out she wasn't joking. She really ate fish. Qian Sun cried, gasping for breath.
Who was he?
How could he be treated like this by a little girl? Shame and anger filled him. If he had been better, he could have pleased his sister properly. He felt so heartbroken. so distressed. He was sinking deep, unable to surface. He thought, at this moment, he must be flying, right? Why are you crying again? Qiansun looked at her, his eyes red and frightening.
He just couldn't hold back.
He punched his chest, crying and sobbing into her arms. What was the difference between him now and a disabled beast? She was trying to please someone who couldn't even walk properly. What a waste. Qianxuan, Bai Jiji gently pats his back and softly says, I don't stop liking you just because you fell in rank, and I won't stop loving you now. It used to be you making me happy, and now it's my turn. What's wrong with that? I just want to tell you in this way that, whether in the past or now, you are always the same in my heart. Cheer up, don't cry, okay? Qianxuan shakes his head, wipes the tears from his face, then suddenly pushes Bai Jiji onto the bed and buries his face in the blanket. Oh, what a mess. He's really good at making silly sounds, too. Bai Jiji feels helpless and tearful. Qianxuan, you really don't have to. The last one who did this was Nailing, and she was crying too. Ugh, tears are falling again. Today, she woke up with crusty eyes again. It's not because she's tired, just because she cried too much. When Bai Jiji wakes up, she sees Qianxuan's happy little eyes and hopeful gaze. Thinking about last night, she almost jumps with joy. She turns her face away, feeling shy. But Qianxuan doesn't care. He pulls her back, tilts his face, and nuzzles into her embrace. He can't say much, or he'd ask if he's really that impressive. What if they can't have proper intimacy? Brave little fish has plenty of ways to take care of his sister, making her satisfied. Sweetheart, forget about last night. I can't be defeated just by your words, you know? Qianxuan blinks happily and pouts stubbornly. Qianxuan is in an extremely good mood today, his face flushed, and he's finally willing to get out of bed. He sits on the edge of the bed, while Bai Jiji styles his small braids. His hair is soft and feels nice in her hand. She uses a peachwood comb to run through it smoothly, then ties his hair into a high ponytail, braiding a small braid on each side. She tidies up the little bangs in front, making him look very handsome. So, what if he fell in rank? Even with a lower rank, he still looks amazing. Bai Jiji takes out a clean outer robe for him. There's nothing else to wear, and since she has some free time today, she decides to fix up some clothes. After tidying him up, Bai Jiji encourages him to stand. Although falling in rank has some restrictions on land, it's not impossible to walk around. Qianxuan's leg hurt. It was painful just to stand, let alone walk. But he didn't want to disappoint her. He forced himself to ignore the sharp pain and took the first step. Unsurprisingly, he fell to the ground, scraping his knee badly. I'm not going anymore, I won't go, she said hurriedly, helping him up. Bai Jiji quickly covered his wound with a green light. Qianxuan pursed his lips, full of apology. He didn't want her to worry, but there really weren't any mermaids of the 3rd level coming ashore. He had just tried very hard.
I'm sorry, Qianxuan silently mouthed.
Bai Jiji wiped her tears and forced a smile. It's okay. I was too anxious. I should have waited a bit longer. She remembered that her master had bought a wheelchair during a small surgery before. Later, she didn't need it and kept it at her place. During the New Year cleaning, she thought it was in the way and put it away in the storage space. Thinking of this, Bai Jiji immediately went to look for it. The last time the totem space told her her belongings had been sorted out separately, so she found it easily. After sitting in it, Bai Jiji pushed Qianxuan to the small kitchen. The morning sun shone brightly on both of them. From the cave to the small kitchen was a short walk along the fence and through the flower bushes. Such days are really wonderful. All the flowers planted by Nailing are thriving, none are wilting. They bloom in bright colors, looking very beautiful. Basking in the sun, smelling the flowers, with the person she liked behind her, Qianxuan suddenly felt grateful. Living is really good. Lanting and the others woke up early. The small kitchen was filled with the smell of breakfast. Nailing and Langyi were still in the fields. After yesterday's watering, they had gone to the muddy fields before dawn. It wasn't Bai Jiji's teaching, it was Luo Chao's. They said planting rice was very troublesome and required muddy conditions. So a wolf and a fox worked hard all morning. Even Lin Wu and Yin Feng were sent to help. Seeing Bai Jiji pushing Qianxuan out, Luo Chao, pregnant and with a big belly, came over. You're here? Chenhua made some delicious food today. It smells so good. But if you don't come, he won't start cooking. I, a pregnant woman, was so anxious I almost couldn't wait. In the end, he just made 2 fried eggs to dismiss me. Lanting was surprised. Chenhua, you're finished. Luo Chao is telling on you. Chenhua kept a serious face. What could he do? The fried eggs that were ready to be cooked were all eaten by her. Early in the morning, Luo Chao was busy following his orders. Sometimes the eggs were too oily, sometimes too plain. But he couldn't get angry. This was his little female friend's best friend, someone he couldn't afford to offend. Oh, really? But what's that on your mouth, Chow Chow? Luo Chao covered his mouth. Oops, I forgot to wipe it. Bai Jiji smiled softly. After pushing Qian Sun to the table, she pulled Luo Chao to sit down. Chenhua probably didn't refuse to cook. It just wasn't done yet. She had already smelled it earlier. There was still a faint scent of raw meat. Luo Chao stuck out his tongue.
You caught me, haha.
The 2 sisters were chatting happily when Yi Ming, the uninvited guest, showed up again. Qian Sun now had a conditioned reaction whenever he saw him. When Yi Ming walked toward the small kitchen, Qian Sun instinctively grabbed Bai Jiji's dress and hid behind her. Don't be afraid. If you don't want to see him, then we won't, Bai Jiji said gently, cupping Qian Sun's face to comfort him. Qian Sun nodded, and she took off her outer coat to cover his head. The little merman felt insecure. Back when he was at the 7th level, Yi Ming had mocked and looked down on him, almost hurting him badly. Now, seeing him like this, he feared more harsh words. But unexpectedly, Yi Ming had come to deliver something. He stood before them with his hands behind his back. His face was cold, but his eyes couldn't help glancing toward Bai Jiji. Lanting stepped forward to block Yi Ming's gaze and took off his own coat, draping it over Bai Jiji's shoulders. The clothes you made for me look great, little one, but I'm feeling a bit warm. You can wear them for now. Oh no, not again. Yi Ming's face darkened at those words. So the black serpent's clothes were made by her? Suppressing his jealousy, Yi Ming waved his hand. The 2 elders behind him understood and quickly brought forward the cleaned meat. Bai Jiji looked at it coldly. It was clean, but hadn't she already given them beast cores yesterday? Why bring me today? Just as she was about to refuse, Yi Ming said, This is Jia Meng's meat. It's full of energy. Your merman partner has lost strength. Eating this will help him recover quickly. Jia Meng is rare and lives deep in the demon abyss. He's very clever. This time, you brought 5 of them, but be clear, are you here to apologize or to flatter Gigi? If it's the former, we accept. If it's the latter, then go back where you came from. Luo Chao crossed his arms and took on the role of spokesperson. With 6 or 8 high-level fighters from both families combined, they might not be able to defeat even one Jia Meng. Also, last night, Chenhua had already gone to find Lin Wu and Yin Feng to team up. Someone like Yi Ming, besides his appearance, is truly useless. He repeatedly disturbed Gigi's family, and just thinking about Qian Sun, he was harmed so badly by this long worm. Bai Jiji looked at Luo Chao, unable to hide her smile. Her good sister really was her mouthpiece. Luo Chao didn't really want to speak for him, but if she didn't, when Gigi spoke later, her words would be much harsher.
Yi Ming ignored Luo Chao.
His eyes were fixed on by Gigi, and his words sounded humble and eager. It all started because of me. I sincerely came to bring something. Can you accept it? Bai Jiji didn't reply immediately. She was thinking. Seeing her silence, Yi Ming continued. Your mermaid beast husband must have lost his voice, right? In our divine realm, there's a secret medicine that can restore vocal cords. Gigi, I truly come to apologize. I know I was wrong. He hurriedly took out a glass bottle from his space and carefully handed it to Bai Jiji. Gigi, please don't refuse. Please don't refuse me. Luo Chao made way and then looked at Chenhua behind him. Strange, big brother. Aren't you going to say anything? Chenhua was very calm, even avoiding eye contact with Yi Ming, focusing only on the food in the pot. As for that long black worm, Gigi had her own judgment. As the head of the family, it was her decision to handle such matters. Leaving or staying was up to Gigi. Of course, people were the same. As her beast husband, he only needed to stand behind her at all times. If there was danger, he could charge forward without hesitation. Honestly, that so-called secret medicine really moved by Gigi. Qian-sun couldn't leave or speak now, and she was quite anxious too. What do you want? There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially not with a gloomy male ghost like Nightmare. His things are not easy to get, so she needs to ask clearly. Nightmare looked at by Gigi with a guarded expression. He felt bitter inside. He forced a small smile and said, "It's my fault first. I just want to apologize. If you ask me what I want, I guess I just want you not to dislike me so much. Is that all?" Nightmare replied, "That's all. Okay, I accept. From now on, we go our separate ways, no debts between us." Her voice was very nice to hear, but also very cruel. Nightmare's eyes turned red again. Luckily, his hair was long enough to hide his embarrassment. Bai Gigi took the medicine bottle from him and softly said thank you. Nightmare waved his hand and suddenly started coughing badly. He suddenly felt like laughing. Going back to the bridge, going back to the road? When he was leaving, Nightmare looked back at Bai Gigi. It seemed he had made a firm decision. He said to the two elders, "Let's go back. I am almost fine now. This was great." He finally didn't have to be at anymore. "Why do you think she's so nice to that fish?" Nightmare asked. The elder who was asked hesitated for a moment, then answered, "The young master likes a female with special abilities. Usually, such women are strong and independent, unlike some females who need to hide under their cloaks. So, I think she probably likes that fish." Gentle? Nightmare kept thinking about those two words. He remembered the night they first met. She was injured and fell into the small woods. She looked like a forest spirit walking up to him, grabbing his horns, but also very gentle, healing him. Maybe she was worried about the blood smell attracting wild animals, so she tied him up and threw him into the river. Thinking of this, Nightmare couldn't help but smile. But he also felt regret. He had used the wrong method. Otherwise, her kindness might have been shared with him too. On the way back to the spiritual realm, Nightmare kept looking back. In the small kitchen, a few people looked at the medicine bottle in their hands and exchanged glances. Lan Ting spoke first. Does he really mean well? Maybe he wants to poison Qian-sun. Luo Cha frowned. I don't think so. Lin Wu said that the black snake beast has a high rank. If he wanted to kill Qian-sun, he could have just done it directly. Why go around this way? Both of them had a point. So Bai Gigi was a bit unsure. She looked at Chen Hua and asked, "Hua Hua, what do you think? You can use your wood-type ability to sense it. If it's poison, your vines will wither the moment they touch the liquid." Bai Gigi finally realized. She has a wood magic ability. As soon as she saw Yi Ming, that troublemaker, her mind stopped working. Green threads entered, and the vines glowed with a gentle green light. Bai Gigi relaxed, thinking it was fine. Qian-sun sat nearby, lost in thought. Under the sea, that snake really rushed over and protected him. Qian-sun, try it. Bai Gigi interrupted his thoughts. But before giving him the medicine, she tasted a bit herself. It's quite sweet. Bai Gigi licked her lips, while Qian-sun and the others were terrified. They knew it wasn't poison, but they still shouldn't eat medicine randomly. But when they heard it was sweet, Qian-sun's mind started to drift. Last night, he and his sister also shared something sweet. Without thinking, he took a big gulp and finished it all. His face twisted in a bitter expression. Bai Gigi quickly peeled a candy and put it in his mouth. Qian-sun finally calmed down a little, but still looked bitter enough to cry.
Sister.
Lying, Bai Gigi was overjoyed. She finally heard her sister's voice again. Qian-sun couldn't believe the medicine actually worked. Seeing everyone watching him, his face turned red in an instant. He quickly hid behind Bai Gigi. Lanting rolled her eyes. That's enough. Even a third rank can't block your tea aroma. It's still the original recipe. After breakfast, Lanting went to smooth things over. Manhwa stayed home to do chores, while Bai Jiji took Qian Sun to the vegetable garden. The watermelon seeds they unlocked last night were just right for planting. Lang Yi took good care of the small garden. In just a few days, the potatoes grew well, and the beans started to climb, so they needed a trellis. Tomatoes also needed a trellis. They say the resources in this beast world are good, and the land is fertile. Just a few days after planting, everything was growing so well. Bai Jiji looked at her garden happily. She used to envy a blogger who was good at making delicious food and knew many traditional crafts. Her yard was lush and full of everything. At that time, Bai Jiji was thinking that after she finished her studies and came down the mountain, she also wanted to create a yard like that, living a peaceful countryside life, like in a painting. Now, she had mostly achieved that goal. Qian Sun watched her plant small seeds in the ground and asked curiously, "Sister, what is that?" "This is watermelon. It's very sweet. It tastes even better when chilled, a perfect summer refreshment," Bai Jiji spoke as she used A to dig a hole. Her long hair, damp with sweat, stuck to her fair face. Qian Sun watched her mouth move as she spoke, and suddenly, his face felt hot and blushed instantly. He quickly looked away and curled up in his wheelchair. After cleaning up the kitchen, Manhwa came over to help. He skillfully took the from Bai Jiji. "Let me do it. Let me do it instead. You can bring me some branches. The bean poles and tomato plants over there need support. Okay, I'll go right now." Manhwa moved quickly, brought back a bundle of branches, and in just a few moments, set up the support. The two working together exchanged smiles, and in their eyes, they saw love. But thinking about Qian Sun still being nearby, Manhwa restrained himself. After planting the watermelon, Bai Jiji also sowed some vegetable seeds. Her vegetable garden was starting to take shape, and she had a bold idea. Bai Jiji looked at the green light glowing in her palm and pressed it into the soil. Since it could revive dead trees, maybe it could also stimulate growth? She remembered that Lan Ting had wanted to eat that potato for a long time. She originally just wanted to see if it would work, but Bai Jiji was surprised to see the vegetables actually growing at a visible speed. Especially the potatoes, which were bulging and pushing out of the soil. This was the 100th time Qian Sun was stunned by Bai Jiji's amazement.
Manhwa was the same.
He was so surprised by this little girl's trick that he stood there like a scarecrow. Can a wood-based ability be used like this? How many times had it been unexpected? Too many to count. "Do you want to eat watermelon?" Bai Jiji asked. The little fish nodded. He hadn't eaten it before, so he definitely wanted to, but his sister's smile was a little scary. Hearing this, Bai Jiji's green light flickered again. This time, she focused on encouraging the growth of the watermelon she had just planted. Lush watermelon seedlings gradually sprouted from the soil, and Bai Jiji was overjoyed, feeling as if she had already tasted the fruit herself. Using magic without any trouble, the one-click harvest felt incredibly satisfying. Bai Jiji grew happier the more she thought about it, but in the next second, she couldn't smile anymore because the watermelon seedlings suddenly stopped growing and all the watermelons the size of a bowl remained still. Why is this happening? Why did they stop? Bai Jiji looked at her palm in disbelief. Thinking of this, she hurriedly brushed aside some potatoes. Looking at the large, goose-egg-sized potato in her hand, she fell into deep thought. This was also good, so why did it work well with potatoes but not with watermelons? "Jiji, what's wrong?" Manhwa saw her smile freeze on her face and immediately stepped forward to ask. "I just used my wood element ability to promote growth, but I don't know why only that one thing responded. The watermelon just stopped moving." Manhwa frowned upon hearing this, thought for a long time, and then slowly said, "I think this might be related to the plant's nature. Like you mentioned before, when making the calendar, knowing when to do certain things. The ability can only push them to their best seasonal state, not make them ripen instantly. I think you're right, but it's still okay. At least they've grown quite a bit, right? That's natural. Bai Jiji is the best. Look at our yard." Manhwa, who had just acted as a scarecrow, did so because he noticed that when Bai Jiji used her ability, the flowers planted by nailing also started to grow. She wouldn't know that at that moment, she looked just like a spring goddess, bringing life to everything just by squatting there. Such a wonderful ability, such a wonderful her. Bai Jiji stood up after hearing this. She looked around and found that the once empty yard suddenly seemed lively. It was truly beautiful. Nailing had even brought roses and hydrangeas, blooming so vibrantly, absolutely stunning. Qian Sun was genuinely shocked. He had been in the open space just now, but now he was surrounded by hydrangeas. Big sister. Qian Sun struggled to speak, really unsure how to get out because his wheels were stuck.
Ha ha ha, Qian Sun.
Bai Jiji couldn't hold back her laughter. The roses had climbed onto Qian Sun's head, and beneath the flowers, the handsome young boy looked very charming. Don't move, okay? The roses have thorns. Wait for me to come over. Bai Jiji threw the potato in her hand to Chenhua. Dig some more, we'll eat this for lunch. Okay. Chenhua really liked the food Bai Jiji cooked. Thinking about trying something new for lunch made him happy. Qian Sun sat in a wheelchair, unable to move. Bai Jiji carefully took out scissors from her bag and cut the roses growing on his head. Surprisingly, they were pink. Bai Jiji sniffed them. They smelled nice. After removing the thorns, she broke some off to put in a vase later. The hydrangeas also looked beautiful. As they say, nailing the perfect aesthetic, she had gathered these from all over the mountain. She thought they were wildflowers, but it turned out they all had names in the real world. Luckily, Lang Yi had paved these small paths with stones, or it would have been hard to walk back. In no time, the vegetable garden was full of spring life, with birds singing and flowers blooming like a fairyland. Bai Jiji pushed Qian Sun, her clever eyes glinting as she looked at his head. Maybe because everything was so lively, she suddenly got interested. She pushed Qian Sun to the flower bushes and started playing with small fish. Is my sister going to pick flowers for me to wear? Yes. Wearing flowers in this life, happiness in the next. She was very serious, even changing Qian Sun's hairstyle. Dressing up her handsome husband was just too delightful. While she was pinning flowers on Qian Sun, she sang a clumsy Manon song. Wearing flowers this life, beautiful forever. You wear a spring flower, worry-free for a lifetime. A face like a horse's, pure and clear. Her bell-like voice rang above Qian Sun's head. He looked up slightly and saw Bai Jiji's beautiful jawline, her red lips moving as she sang. Qian Sun was a bit mesmerized. His little lady knew so much. Her singing was lovely. Was she singing for him? Big sister, he loved hugs so much. Qian Sun wrapped his arms around Bai Jiji's waist. She looked happy, and Bai Jiji nodded with satisfaction. Lan Ting, exhausted from returning home, hadn't had time to be surprised by the dramatic changes in the small garden. Instead, she saw two people in the flower bushes, seemingly kissing openly in broad daylight. It looked like the little lady was the one who took the initiative. Qian Sun sat in his wheelchair, tilting his head to match her, with flowers still stuck in his hair. Lan Ting is no longer working there. He finds it very pleasing to look at, but that is his little female. How can someone be so unfair and neglectful? Are you just going to watch here? Lan Ting pointed at two people among the flowers and asked Chenhua. What else should I do? What a sharp reply. Lan Ting angrily threw his aside. He didn't care. He wanted to wear flowers and kiss too. What else should he do? He doesn't have Chenhua's calmness. The two of them are just right and three people wouldn't be crowded. Humph. Lan Ting crossed his arms and interrupted their tender moment. The little snake glared sideways and sarcastically said, I came at a bad time. Bai Jiji, possessed by Li Sun Huan, said, You came just at the right time. After saying that, she waved her hand. Lan Ting, feeling annoyed, saw her wave at him and quickly ran over. I want to wear flowers and kiss too, just like you two did. Qian Sun blushed deeply, but he didn't have the confidence to compete with Lan Ting. Luckily, his sister cared about him, so it was okay for him to stay silent now. Lan Ting pushed him aside and moved to stand in front of Bai Jiji. Then he let his hair down completely. It's my turn. Bai Jiji shook her head. What a jealous little snake. After Lan Ting untied his hair, he sat directly in front of Bai Jiji. Despite being tall and strong, he curled up into a small ball just to make it easier for her to fix his hair. Bai Jiji shook her head helplessly and used a comb to style his hair like Qian Sun's, pinning light-colored flowers into it. Lan Ting's eyes are green. Bai Jiji picked a few pale flowers and clipped them into his hair. Otherwise, what would red and green look like together? Lan Ting was very satisfied, grinning from ear to ear, showing his big front teeth. He was about to kiss her, just about to finish pinning the flowers. He had no idea that Nai Ling behind the fence was already rubbing her fists in anticipation. The little fox was very kind. When Bai Jiji finished pinning the last flower on Lan Ting, Nai Ling activated her powers and suddenly pulled her into her space. Unprepared, Bai Jiji was pulled into the space and fell into Nai Ling's strong arms before she could react. She hurriedly reached out and touched her tail, which was fluffy and soft. Nai Ling held tightly, pressing the person into his arms and not letting go. Bai Jiji couldn't break free, so she reached both hands into his pockets. "You're getting bolder." Nai Ling loosened his grip, pretending to surrender. Bai Jiji stood up and suddenly lunged at him. In her ear was Nai Ling's cheerful laughter. Bai Jiji threw herself into his arms, and Nai Ling caught her, lying back and scattering fallen flowers all around. Nai Ling turned over and pressed her beneath him, his eyes full of possessiveness and desire. He kissed her quickly and deeply. "I'm so jealous." Nai Ling looked at Bai Jiji with frustration, his gaze growing hotter. "Jiji hasn't pampered me in a long time." He knew he shouldn't be jealous of Qian Sun, but he couldn't help it. Jiji has so many special abilities. After being with Lang Yi, her wood element power improved. "What about me? Am I useful?" When Nai Ling said this, there was a hint of hurt in his eyes. These days, he felt anxious, worried that among the 5 people, he was the only one not useful. If she was beautiful and charming, each of the 5 at home had their own appeal. But without that, would she still need him? So on the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was very anxious. He was jealous, worried, impatient. He really couldn't hold back anymore. Bai Jiji sometimes admired herself. Just one look, and she understood all of Nai Ling's emotions. So she didn't hide anything and answered sincerely, "Yes." Nai Ling's eyes lit up. "Really?" Bai Jiji, while speaking, tore off her clothes. Nai Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Is this a proactive invitation? So what if it is?" Bai Jiji flipped over and pressed Nai Ling beneath her. "What if I pamper you so much that you can't advance?" Nai Ling chuckled softly. "With your protection, I just need to be a pampered husband." He then sat up, and Bai Jiji straddled him. Nai Ling's gaze was very charming, truly a fox spirit. Every smile and frown so alluring it made her scalp tingle. He clamped her chin and kissed her. Only like this could he ease his longing. Lan Ting was about to say, "Kiss me," but as he turned around, he realized she was gone. "Nai Ling, I want to beat you to death." Now everyone knows that Nai Ling can shamelessly cut in line. I suspect his 8th level special ability is aimed at Jiji. It's hard to defend against. The impatient little snake wants to peel the fox's skin. But just after he cursed, Bai Jiji came back, walking through the front door. Nai Ling, looking well-fed, followed closely behind her. Lang Yi said, "Really impressive special ability. Is it different from outside time?" Nai Ling raised an eyebrow. He had already fought with the little female creature 300 times. Outside, it was just a quick splash of water. Speaking of which, Nai Ling felt a bit proud. Manhwa put down the potatoes and said seriously, "Looks like I need to watch out for you in the future." "What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who randomly cuts in line?" Manhwa and Lang Yi answered together, "Yes." Then they all looked at Bai Jiji. "Is the little female creature okay?" Bai Jiji said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. It's funny, her little fox has excellent skills, and she also has wood element magic. There's not much left to say about her abilities." She calmly walked to the stove. Manhwa dug up a lot of potatoes. Fresh potatoes are best peeled. Just a quick rub. She had just peeled one when Manhwa took it from her. The meat for the armor had already been divided. Since there was enough, she asked Lang Yi to send one portion to Bai Qi and another to Luo Chao. Luo Chao is about to give birth, so eating something energetic can help restore strength. Women face a dangerous ordeal when giving birth. Bai Zhizhi thought about her own future, worried about the pain. But then she remembered her 5 top-tier beast husbands at home, and she felt a bit less scared. Honestly, she was a little excited. Lan Ting pushed Qiansun back into the small kitchen and went a duel with Nailing. It wasn't a fight but a contest to see who could build a fence faster and better. Bai Zhizhi covered her mouth, thinking, enough already. The path over the wooden bridge had been blocked. Now it was their territory. The fence was built tightly, and Nailing continued planting many flowers and plants along the way. In just one night, everything had changed dramatically. Lan Ting and Nailing hadn't yet decided who won when they returned. They were too tempted by the delicious smell. White Zhizhi was busy at the stove wearing an apron, while Chunhua was learning her craft and fanning her. Lang Yi was waiting nearby with tea. The most comfortable person in the family was probably Qiansun. Little Fish sat at the dining table, playing with the fresh flowers on her head, occasionally peeling a lotus seed and popping it into her mouth. Just as Lang Yi glanced over, White Zhizhi immediately stuffed a seed into his mouth. All right, fair enough. The top-tier little assassin smiled mischievously, making Bai Zhizhi feel both amused and overwhelmed. Chunhua paused for a moment, then her mouth also turned sweet and soft. White Zhizhi thought to herself, no way, I'm just this powerful, top-level water-serving master. Who else can compare? Nailing definitely wouldn't be angry. He is too. Lan Ting was the same, secretly proud because, in his view, Lang Yi and Chunhua each only had one. It seemed only Qiansun had more, but since Qiansun was injured, he didn't compare himself to him. You probably only have one too?
Lan Ting Lang said sideways.
Nailing chuckled. Yeah, I only have one. You wouldn't have two, right? Lan Ting straightened up proudly and snorted. Sure enough, those 3 only had one each. He didn't show it on his face, but inside, he was happily spinning around. He didn't know that, except for Qiansun, the rest of them all had the same number. But Bai Zhizhi's words were different. I only gave you 2, don't tell him how many. Except for Chunhua, the other 3 believed her completely. For lunch, they had potato stew with a special meat called jia meng meat, which was used to make lion's head meatballs, and they also had 2 pots of flatbread. The potatoes were soft and soaked in the broth, making them very tasty and flavorful. Lan Ting was drooling and started munching on his small fork even before the food was served. The lion's head meatballs belonged to Qiansun. Bai Zhizhi made 4 large meatballs, hand-rolled noodles cooked separately, then placed into the soup bowl, coated with meat juice, sprinkled with scallions for flavor, and garnished to look tempting. Wait, weren't these meatballs made just for Qiansun? Lan Ting was about to cause trouble. Lan Ting's small snake cup is cute and lively, with a charming snake mascot sticking out its tongue, sitting on exaggerated gold ingots and machine-printed RMB. Overall, very trendy and down-to-earth. Wow, is this for me? Lan Ting instantly felt proud. Sorry everyone, I am way ahead, but when the others finished and he saw the results, he was stunned. So, it's not just for me. Bai Zhizhi chuckled softly. What are you talking about? This small snake cup is only yours. Bai Zhizhi always felt this phrase sounded familiar, but she had to admit it was a good excuse. Basically, just say it's exclusive to you. Lan Ting sulked and kept quiet. Next is Nailing's little fox. The 9-tailed fox from Qingqiu entered the clouds. During a live stream, everyone scrambled to show their quick hands and finally got this small soup cup. Bai Zhizhi has always treasured it but never used it, treating it as a piece of art. Thank you, little girl. I like it very much. Nailing knew Bai Zhizhi's porcelain was very delicate, but he didn't expect it to be this exquisite. What surprised him even more was that she had prepared something for him. Looking at the 9-tailed fox on the cup, Nailing felt his heart soften. Someone like her, even if she asked him to do something crazy, he would agree. Then there's Chunhua. Chunhua's soup cup was bought by Bai Zhizhi when she visited Xiningzhu. Not for any special reason, but because she had heard many stories about snow leopards. Thinking of snow leopards fighting to the death for food, damaging themselves in the process, Bai Jiji felt heartbroken. Due to environmental reasons, their hunting grounds have become harsher. When she bought this, she also bought other snow leopard-related items. Buying more from the zoo meant more income, and those snow leopards unsuitable for release into the wild could eat a little better. A small effort, just to feel at peace. This one is for Hua Hua, the adorable snow leopard with a tongue sticking out, with clear gray-blue eyes, made Chun Hua blush instantly. It was his, and the little snow leopard's shape was almost identical to his beast form. It was just a coincidence, not intentional. Bai Jiji said nothing. The next performer, Lang Yi, was the main event. Truly, the prince of killings. As soon as the small soup cup appeared, Lanting asked, "Isn't this Lang Yi? If you also have beast markings, then you are exactly the same." "Oh, and add a small moon on your forehead." Lang Yi didn't speak. So does the little female like him dressed up like a soup bowl? But something feels off. He remembers she once said that the night they were at the small river, she used vines to hit him, then muttered something about killing the palace. The worst thing is when the air suddenly becomes quiet. At the moment he looked at her with heartbreak, Bai Jiji chose to look away, but it didn't seem to work because the other four also looked at him with sad eyes. Jiji, who is the killing palace, stable as an old dog, Chenhua was now also unsettled. If the killing palace was on their side, that would be easier. He could compete openly, and victory or defeat would depend on skill. But what if it was from the little female's side? Coming from a high civilization like her, how could he compete? "So, you accepted me because I look like him, right?" Lang Yi, why are you crying?" Wow, the others more or less cried, and she was immune. Only Lang Yi couldn't handle it. He had never cried before. Bai Jiji couldn't imagine the killing palace crying because he was a proud, noble son. "So, Knight, could you please stop crying? You're losing your character." "Shut up. I still like your rebellious look," Bai Jiji said, pinching his mouth. How could Lang Yi bear it? His heart was already broken. His intuition told him he was right because Bai Jiji didn't deny it. She was always honest, and today she didn't explain or say anything. "Listen, Yi, you really don't need to be jealous because there's no woman who doesn't like the killing palace." "What?" Niling immediately jumped up and cursed loudly. He looked at Bai Jiji with disbelief, asking somewhat unconvinced, "Little female, are you lying? How perfect must a male be to make a little female remember him constantly?" He had to find out. Bai Jiji spread her hands. "I'm not lying. The noble son from the Warring States period, white hair, golden eyes, gentle yet strong, handsome and elegant. He's the most perfect demon. Whenever he appears, he definitely draws everyone's attention. Remember, I mean everyone," she finished explaining, but it only made her feel more heartbroken. There is actually such a perfect male in the world, which is truly. "What do you mean by truly?" Bai Jiji interrupted Chenhua and patted Lang Yi's shoulder to comfort him. "So, Yi, you don't need to be jealous at all. On the contrary, you don't have to feel inferior like him." As she spoke, she became more excited. Bai Jiji straightened her back, flicked her hair, and continued, "People who haven't seen the killing hall think his brother is handsome until they see him. Sigh, although Inuyasha isn't bad either, I must say, the killing hall is very strong. With just a simple attack, his foolish brother couldn't deal the same damage even at the big finale." Lang Yi. "Sorry, I feel a bit overwhelmed." "Chenhua, take me along too." Chenhua was purely jealous. This was the first time he saw a small female describe a male in such detail. It seemed the other person was truly perfect. Chenhua secretly made a decision. He also wanted to be like the killing hall, striving to hold a bigger place in the small female's heart. Lanting. "Who are you talking about?" "This armor is really delicious." Lang Yi shot a death glare, but Lanting chose to ignore it. He has his own unique look, and the small female didn't like him just because of his face. She didn't mind even when his face was all cut up yesterday. So, who cares who he looks like? As long as he can make her happy, that's enough. Lanting couldn't understand this, and even thought Lang Yi was just looking for trouble. How good does the killing hall soup look? If he looked like the killing Hall the small female mentioned, he would try his best to get closer to him. After all, the killing Hall belongs to everyone, but he is only hers. Qianshuan also said he didn't mind. Although he felt a little jealous inside, his sister loved him. She was so wonderful. What's wrong with liking two people? As long as his sister's heart was with him, it didn't matter how many other males she liked. So, he only took a quick glance at first, then was attracted by his own special meal. His sister made it herself. So fragrant and delicious little fish was so happy that her legs couldn't help but shake. Gigi, you can't think about him anymore. When you're with me, are you thinking about him too? Lang Ye's eyes were red, but his face looked okay. Inside, he was feeling very hurt and broken.
You're wrong about that.
When I was with you, I was definitely thinking of you. I just like the killing Hall. I'm not a dream girl, so how could I be thinking about a fictional character from a second-dimensional world at such a time? Hearing this, Lang Yi finally felt a bit better. But what is a dream girl? And what is a second-dimensional world? Not only him, but the other four also looked eager to learn. Good, everyone's attention wasn't on that topic anymore. Bai Zhizhi chuckled and said, "Alright, since you all want to know so much, I will kindly explain what a second-dimensional world is. A second-dimensional world is a two-dimensional universe. It might be a bit hard for you to understand. It refers to a fantasy world made up of anime, comics, and games. Virtual content. The Killing Hall is a character from that second-dimensional world." Chunhua listened carefully. Although he didn't understand all the words Bai Zhizhi used, he understood that the Killing Hall was a virtual character. Nai Ling was the same. She said, "So, it's all imaginary." He smiled slightly, a subtle smile. The soul-capturing magic of the fox tribe can also make people briefly see the person they are thinking of, making them fall into obsession. It's very harmful to the body. Otherwise, I could let the little girl try it. Meet her Killing Hall. What about anime, comics, and games? Qian Sun asked with wide, curious eyes. Good question. I'll explain in detail after we finish eating. Since I say these things, you might not understand now, but once you try them yourself, you'll get it. Okay. The four beast husbands nodded in unison. They were all very interested in Bai Zhizhi's occasional explanations, except for Lang Yi, who was quietly eating. What elegance! He was so anxious he felt like dying. Although the little girl explained, when she talked about the Killing Hall, her eyes shone brightly. Lang Yi ate the fastest tonight. The first time he showed off Lan Ting was now second. As soon as they finished eating, Lang Yi started clearing the table. He didn't want the crops anymore. Everyone gathered around, waiting for Bai Zhizhi to give her explanation. White Zhizhi took the opportunity to poke Lang Yi, signaling the big wolf to stay calm. But the big wolf refused, getting more and more anxious. What's with all this anime talk? And now there's another comment? It never ends. He's about to break. Zhizhi, can't you see I'm about to fall apart? My eyes are dancing like there's an earthquake. Having just one wolf in the family is enough. Instead, there's a Killing Hall, no crying aloud, afraid of being too obedient or being quickly replaced by that perfect Killing Hall. If Zhizhi could hear Lang Ye's thoughts, she might drop her paper in shock. Who would think that the cold-looking Lang Yi is actually a chatterbox inside? Could it be that the Killing Hall isn't a wolf but a dog? Of course, Zhizhi knew he was about to break. She saw clearly from the corner of her eye. The table was cleaned and tidy. She took out paper and a pen from her space, and under the watch of 10 eyes, she drew the Killing Hall. Opposite him was Inuyasha. The two brothers sat across from each other, drinking from separate bowls, as Zhizhi's drawing showed. In Hall is a character from the anime Inuyasha, a fictional character. She then drew Kikyo and Gome. Lanting paused. These two females look alike. Yes, they are related in past and present lives, she replied, then told the story of Inuyasha. She spoke so passionately that her throat was dry. Chunhua and Qianshuan poured her refills from both sides. After finally finishing, Lang Yi summarized. So, In Hall did 3 things, Qianshuan asked. Lang Yi said, found a sword, raised Rina, and fought his brother. Lanting stared at the drawing, lost in thought. Sorry, Langyi, it's not that I want to poke you, but he's just too handsome, strong, and elegant. I declare I like Inhal too, Niling added. The little female is right. With someone like him, there's no need to feel inferior. I'll fight with you all. But who wouldn't want to be like Inhal, focused, strong, and most importantly, loved by the little female? The five of them secretly decided to learn from Inhal, to become stronger, more elegant, and only love her. And no brothers to fight with. Thinking of that, the four of them all looked at Lanting. What are you looking at me like that for? This drawing is mine. Nailing a look of innocence, Xiaozi, forget it, forget it. Big sister, what is this? Qian Sun pointed at the words Kill Xinguan on the paper and asked. He was asking knowingly. Last time he made a calendar, he already knew those were words. He actually wished Bai Zhizhi could also write his name. Orcs often name themselves with sounds that are similar, with a nickname on each side. But looking at the name on the paper, it felt completely different. It was like being remembered and truly existing. That feeling was so good that Qian Sun also wanted it. This is a name. Do you want me to write your name too? When Bai Zhizhi looked into Qian Sun's eyes, her tone softened a lot. After falling into the water, Xiaozi really looked like a big lychee. She was afraid her loud voice might scare him. She had completely forgotten that he was an adult male. Can I? Qian Sun's ears turned red, full of hope. Not only him, but the other four also came closer. It seemed everyone wanted to write. Bai Zhizhi took out a few more sheets of paper. First, she wrote Qian Sun's name. Before writing, she asked, Do you know what your name roughly means? Qian Sun shook his head. Most orc names are just the main name plus a character. I don't know what my name means. I only remember that my mother had many babies in her litter, so I was given the number 1,000. The rest of the name came from the mermaid tribe sounds. Looking at the other four, it seemed they were the same. Bai Zhizhi thought for a moment. She first wrote the character 4,000 on the paper, then carefully chose the character Sun for the rest. Qian Sun, is this my name? Qian Sun's eyes sparkled, staring at the words on the paper without blinking. Yes, you're a mermaid. Fish can't live without water, so I chose the character Sun for your name. It means sincerity, purity, and also wisdom and resilience. The Sun character belongs to the water element, so it suits us Qian Sun best. Bai Zhizhi patiently explained, sitting beside him. Qian Sun's gaze was intense, like he was looking at a divine being.
He wasn't as perfect as she said.
Thank you, big sister. I like it so much. Qian Sun treasured the paper with his name and hugged it close to his chest. Chunhua said, Later, I'll make a wooden frame for it so it won't get wrinkled. Really? Thank you, Chunhua. Qian Sun was so happy, he almost floated up. His small fish eyes were moist, clearly about to cry again. Bai Zhizhi quickly kissed him on the cheek, wiping away his tears. The small kitchen was filled with laughter. The second name was for Lanting. Bai Zhizhi still chose suitable characters based on his personality. Lanting was energetic and liked to dig holes. The character, Lan, combines the wind from mountain breezes, which fits him well. As for Ting, Bai Zhizhi thought hard because there were so many options. She finally decided after seeing Chunhua. The snake human's inheritance was cold and distant. Bai Zhizhi felt sad for Lanting. When she wrote the two characters, she couldn't help but gently rub him. When Bai Zhizhi explained the meaning of Lanting's name, he also blushed. The little female. She must love him very much. What a lovely misunderstanding. He would love her even more in return. What about mine? Niling propped his chin with one hand, looking at Bai Zhizhi with a half-smile. He was curious how she would write his name. Bai Zhizhi smiled softly and wrote the character Nai on the paper. The Nai character belongs to the fire element, symbolizing energy that she felt from him. It also has a graceful, agile, and clear spirit. The words, clear and bright, match perfectly with Nai Ling's white fur. Next was Ling. This character suited him best. Handsome, noble, lively, and radiant. Nai Ling looked at his name carefully, chewing on it softly. His gaze was gentle, and his eyes shimmered. I actually look so good in the little female's eyes. Bai Gigi chuckled. Of course. If you weren't good, where would I find a doghouse for you? Nailing looked pained, knowing his charm was the reason he won her over. But so what? Not everyone could be born like him, and not everyone could make the little female happy.
Thank you, Gigi.
I like it. Nailing carefully folded the paper and handed Manhwa a beast core. Make me one too. He took it and put it in his pocket. Next was Lang Yi. Lan Yi knows the meaning of his name. His real name is Silver Wolf with wolf at the start because he was born at night, so he has this name now. Bai Gigi does not agree with the wolf part. Her husband has a face as beautiful and pure as jade, so his name should be different. Let's use the character Lang. Bright, clear. Bai Gigi writes the name Lan Yi on paper with a big. She keeps the Yi, night, character because it fits well with Lang Yi. She explains the meaning of the character, Lang, to him. Lan Yi suddenly smiles and says, So, I am different? Right? Knowing Lan Yi still feels a bit upset, Bai Gigi quickly pulls him into a hug. Of course. Others can only dream about it, but I get to hug and kiss Lan Yi and lift him high. How can we be the same? Good at comforting people. Though he says this, he feels very happy inside. Lan Yi looks at his calligraphy book and suddenly understands. Being good-looking is a good thing. If he didn't have this face, he might not have a chance to stand here. No matter what happens later, he admits he didn't do well before. He should thank his face. Bai Gigi is right. He doesn't need to feel inferior about his appearance. Bai Gigi doesn't explain the name Manhwa. She just quietly writes two characters on the paper. Calm and unshaken, just like Manhwa. He is always steady and tolerant of everything. The character, Shun, also means beautiful and charming, like the country's most beautiful woman. He is her queen. The character, Hua, directly represents beauty, fitting perfectly with her family name Hua. Does my name have no meaning? Manhwa asks, pretending to be sad. Bai Gigi laughs. It's a secret. I'll tell you next time. What about yours? Manhwa asks. Mine. Bai Gigi glances and happens to see a blooming gardenia flower. She picks one and continues. This is my name. A white flower? Lan Ting tilts his head. Of course not. It's Bai Gigi. This is a gardenia flower, and my name uses the same character as the flower. Nai Ling listens and feels his heart soften. He guessed right. When he picked this flower that day, he specifically asked the high priest. When he learned that the name was a homophone of Gigi, he brought it back. His cave also has this flower. Looking at it, he feels like he's seeing her. Now that it's proven, he likes this gardenia even more. At her request, Bai Gigi made 5 copies of her name, one for each of the 5 beast husbands. Manhwa prepared 10 frames. After everyone wrote their names and Bai Gigi's, they placed 2 frames together. Today was very meaningful. They learned the meaning of the young female's name and also understood their own. From now on, they would see the gardenia flower every day and think of her when they saw the flower. After this small event, Bai Chi arrived with people bringing supplies for the stone pot. All the prey had been collected, and the items would definitely be given. Manhwa silently went to the back mountain. The leopard man spent the afternoon humming while tending the pot. Bai Gigi was in the small kitchen, teaching the other females how to refine oil and cook simple meals. Lang Yi and Nai Ling took Lan Ting to the fields. The 2 beast husbands from Luo Chao's family were there. After the mud was settled, they followed Luo Chao's instructions to prepare the seed beds. Once the rice was planted, Bai Gigi's side had also finished explaining everything. Because the timing of planting rice was off, Nai Ling thought of Bai Gigi's wood-type special ability, which was also Luo Chao's idea. Seeing Bai Gigi push Qian Sun over, Luo Chao waved to the 2. Her belly had grown quite a bit. She could hardly move anymore. Gigi, come quickly so I can see your wood-type ability. Lin Wu said your ability can make dead trees bloom again. I thought it might work on the rice. Bai Gigi stepped forward to support her. Take it slow. I'll demonstrate for you next time. But with your belly, you're probably about to give birth, right? Yes, Yan Feng has been waiting for a long time. He thought the baby was his, but it's not.
Huh?
Bai Jiji was surprised. Luo Chao continued, as a mother, I can sense the babies. Even though they're in the belly, I know there's one Lin Wu inside. Can you really tell that? Bai Jiji was again surprised. She used to think that without thinking it was impossible to know so clearly. Luo Chao just smiled mysteriously. You'll understand when you have your own baby someday. Sometimes she would spoil two of her children in one day. They wouldn't be born at the same time, but the gap wasn't much. It was very normal for siblings of different races to be born this way. Moreover, females are naturally able to sense their babies. Bai Jiji didn't know this yet, but this ability is even more powerful than her understanding of thought. The talented little one was already showing signs of greatness even before birth. Bai Jiji was more surprised than she expected. Her feelings were similar to Zhenhuan's when she learned that when Shichu and Mei Jie had a child. Yin Feng cared a lot about the baby in Ling Chao's belly. She could see everything clearly from next door, even through a fence wall. Are you not worried that Yin Feng will be upset? Knowing it doesn't matter. This kind of thing is hard to avoid. I didn't tell because I wanted to surprise Lin Wu. Between two beast husbands, Lin Wu is not as strong as Yin Feng. One person's effort is just enough for a day, but do you know how competitive Yin Feng is? So, I thought I'd give him a little punishment and also a small reward for Lin Wu. A big reward for him. Ling Chao sat down and said, in 2 days I will give birth. When that happens, I want to use this to teach Yin Feng a lesson. Sigh, just a sigh. Qian Sun listened nearby, stunned. It seemed her previous fierce competition was really unnecessary. She guessed her sister was so angry back then because she was worried. Qian Sun felt guilty. But at least she had changed her ways now. Also, Chanhua's hitting hurt a lot. Yes, this kind of thing should be stopped, right? Thinking you've gained something might seem good, but the moment you think you've won, you've already started losing. As females, we must be fair and equal. Ling Chao liked Yin Feng's bossy attitude, but he didn't like him bullying Lin Wu.
Gigi, it's ready.
Come and see. Lang Yi waved from the field, looking like a scarecrow, face red from the sun. Bai Jiji helped Ling Chao walk over, then, under the watchful eyes of Liang Zhao, she used her wood magic. A large green light spread over the fields. The once water-filled seedbeds instantly turned green, lush and full of life, with 2 rows of plants. Not far away, in the forest, 2 striped eyes watched the scene. When they saw Bai Jiji use a wood-based method to promote growth, the big cat happily stood up. The high priest was right, there really is a sacred female in the wolf tribe. Bai Jiji didn't realize she was being watched. Both she and others were immersed in joy, looking at the green seedlings. Bai Jiji was very happy. This was enough to plant. She had seen the rice paddies at Luo Chao's home. The 2 families together had about 7 or 8 acres. These 2 rows of seedbeds were more than enough. Gigi, you're really amazing. I knew I could trust you with the rice, Luo Chao said with a big smile, almost unable to stop grinning. Will this grow rice? It doesn't look like much, Lang Yi asked. Of course not. This is just a seedbed. The seedlings need 2 days to adapt in the ground. Later, I will take them out and replant them. Ah, replanting after pulling them out. Nailing was going crazy. During this time, working on these water fields, he was so exhausted he almost cramped. Bending over and squatting was really uncomfortable. Yes, this is just a seedbed. It won't grow rice here. Later, I will work with you all to do it. No. Before Bai Jiji could finish, the 3 of them all refused at once. Nailing said, I'm already tired. How could I let you do it? I'm telling you this to make you feel more loved. Don't get the wrong idea, little female. He was speaking sincerely. The house was full of troublemakers, and sometimes a little tough love was necessary. Of course, farming was really tiring, but just thinking about the food he grew for the little female made him feel less tired. Lang Yi said, there are bugs in the field. You're not allowed to come down. Just stay on the ridge and tell us what to do. The field was very dirty, and he wasn't willing to let Gigi come down. Lanting said, do you think I'm useless? I'm agile and can do this work alone. Why do I need you? Lanting wasn't bragging. He was really fast at planting rice. Bai Jiji only showed him once, and he understood immediately. The rice seedlings he planted were neat and beautiful. That afternoon, he alone planted about 1.5 acres of land, just to prove to Bai Jiji that she wasn't needed in the field. They all worked hard, and she was busy too. Qian Sun hung a hook on the bridge to catch shrimp. Bai Jiji squeezed out the shrimp meat nearby. Now they had garlic at home. Besides saving some for seeds, she planned to stir-fry some garlic shrimp paste and make shrimp sauce noodles for dinner. She also made honey mashed potatoes. The honey Lan Ting brought back last time was still not finished. Just as she squeezed out some, Qian Sun took over and said, "This smell is too strong. Let me do it." He gently took her hand and carefully wiped it with a beast hide cloth. Even small fish at level 3 can control water. Just after wiping her hand, a tiny water bubble formed nearby, washing away all the smell from Bai Jiji's hand. Qian Sun washed carefully and gently. His face was red, and the sunlight made his side face glow. The sunset highlighted his handsome features and the fine hair on his face. Bai Jiji gently touched him, her fingers stroking softly. Qian Sun happily called her sister. Lan Ting crossed his arms, with mud on his legs that hadn't been washed off yet. He squatted in front of Qian Sun with a serious face and said, "If I don't come soon, isn't your little mouth going to move closer?" He wasn't done. He reached out and touched her. Qian Sun's face turned red from being pinched, and she could only sadly call out, "Sister." Bai Jiji raised her hand and hit Lan Ting lightly, pretending to be angry. "Let go, or I'll be mad." "Please don't be mad, sister." Lan Ting felt a little proud. He could do it too. Then he went into the river, kicked by Nailing. "That's so annoying. I'm already tired, and now I have to be tortured by you. Do you think you're a mermaid?" With a beautiful voice, he didn't dare to imitate properly, but Lan Ting actually did it seriously. Truly. Shameless. "Where's Lang Yi?" Bai Jiji asked. Lang Yi is helping Lin Wu and the others plant rice. The rice fields in Luo Chao's family aren't many, so they want to finish today. And in a couple of days, Luo Chao will have cubs, so Lin Wu is in a hurry, Nailing explained. "Okay, let's go back first." The two families often visited each other, and this had become normal. Bai Jiji didn't say much. Dinner was prepared in 2 portions. Bai Jiji made 2 big jars of shrimp paste. One was given to Luo Chao's family. She also marinated some meat for Jiameng. Bai Jiji packed everything into baskets, including fresh cherry tomatoes and potatoes from the small vegetable garden. Nailing felt heavier on her back. "Hurry back quickly. If the dough gets cold, it won't taste good." "Okay, I will come back soon," Nailing said softly with a gentle smile. Then he sniffed the air. The smell of potatoes was very tempting. The little girl added some honey, making it sound even more delicious. He jumped happily out the door, but it seemed like Lang Yi hadn't returned yet. Hearing the sound of water in the river, Bai Jiji took small steps and walked over. Lang Yi had excellent hearing. In an instant, he noticed Bai Jiji hiding behind a tree trunk. Lang Yi smiled slightly, but didn't call her. Instead, he took off his clothes. It was getting dark, and his strong wolf-like abs and muscular waist were faintly visible. His gaze was full of strength. "Oh my goodness!" Bai Jiji immediately covered her nose. She didn't mean to look at that part of him. Sure enough, looking at him and seeing him were 2 different things. And he was wearing the shorts she had sewn. She had tried to make them bigger, but they still felt tight. Bai Jiji couldn't help but glance a couple more times. Oh, so the big wolf liked to keep his right side exposed. "Jiji," Lang Yi called out just in time, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of her. Bai Jiji was startled. How did she forget that he could teleport? "You're spying on me while I bathe." Lang Yi's voice was deep and clear, very pleasant to hear. He looked down at Bai Jiji, who blushed from being caught and couldn't help but smile. But she was actually staring at the second wolf, swallowing repeatedly. Her hair was wet, her abs were tense, and a small droplet of water slid down. Suddenly, Bai Jiji reached out instinctively.
Ha!
Lang Yi knew she was bold, and he had always known. Ha ha ha, carrot carrot. Bai Gigi playfully lifted her head. Okay. Big. Now it was Lang Ye's turn to blush. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, his voice becoming even deeper. Little girl, do you know what you're doing? Yes, I do. I'm teasing you. Oh wow. She's quite straightforward.
Gigi.
Don't move. Lang Yi lowered his eyes, staring at her red lips in a daze. Water droplets slid down her hair, falling onto his Adam's apple. Bai Gigi let go and shifted her position. She tiptoed and kissed him lightly, whispering, "Time to eat." After speaking, without waiting for Lang Yi to react, she quickly slipped away and ran far ahead. She ran from his armpit. Manhwa, looking dirty and tired, just finished a bath when he saw Bai Gigi blushing and running back. He caught her in his arms, then looked behind her and saw Lang Yi walking slowly this way. Seeing Lang Yi's calm attitude, Manhwa immediately understood. Is this little female playing with fire? No, I'm not. The bathhouse is free, and he insisted I stand in the river. How can I be at fault? Bai Gigi said confidently. That's true. It's Lang Ye's fault. He shouldn't have tried to flirt with you, Manhwa said with a smile, gently rubbing her head with affection, then lifted her into his arms. Bai Gigi's feet left the ground, and she naturally wrapped her arms around Manhwa's neck. Her fragrant, soft hair was tempting. Actually, she was quite troubled because everyone was very clever. I can smell the scent. What did you eat? Manhwa changed the subject, worried she might be overwhelmed since she had just been with Nailing today, so he diverted his attention. Shrimp paste noodles and honey mashed potatoes. The mashed potatoes are for dessert. You've worked hard today, so have some sweets and sleep well. After saying that, she patted Manhwa, signaling him to put her down. But Manhwa refused. He held her with one hand and used the other to bring all the food from the stove to the table. The shrimp paste noodles smelled delicious. The stone pot has been emptied. The leader has already brought people to move everything back. I'll cook tomorrow, Manhwa said, taking her hand and kissing it. He liked her cooking, but he really didn't want her to stand in the smoke and oil. The rice has been planted. The rice planting in Lan Ting is almost done. After finishing tomorrow, we can wait for the harvest. Manhwa kissed Bai Gigi's forehead again, then was satisfied and let her go. Tomorrow, I need to go to Mo Yuan with Lin Wu and the others. It will take several days to come back. Gigi, stay with me tonight, okay? His voice was very low. These past 2 days, he had been sleeping alone in the cave. Although her scent was on the bed, Manhwa still felt very lonely. Why do you have to go to Mo Yuan? Is it because you don't have enough beast cores? Bai Gigi asked worriedly. Luo Chao is about to give birth soon. Lima wants to give her 2 doses of strengthening medicine to help her recover, and Qianxuan also needs it. He can't always sit in a wheelchair. As your beast husband, he should stand up, but Bai Gigi wanted to say that the magic abyss is too dangerous. Are you worried about me? He punched his chest lightly. Of course I am, Manhwa chuckled softly. With the beast core you gave me, I am definitely stronger than before. Gigi, just rest assured. I will be fine. He used the beast cores all night to absorb their energy, but he didn't rush to break through. Instead, he stored the energy for tonight. After Bai Gigi absorbs her share, he will use the remaining energy to break through. The journey through the magic abyss is difficult, and with all the trips back and forth, Manhwa feels that even before leaving, he's already thinking of her. What are you all talking about? Lan Ting also finished his bath. He used Bai Gigi's bathing lotion. He couldn't resist. He desperately wanted to smell like the little female. But in the end, he found that even using the same product, he still didn't smell like her. Manhwa is going to the magic abyss with Lin Wu, Bai Gigi said. Then take me along. I plan to finish the other 2 plots of land early tomorrow, and then I'll go with you. When mentioning the fierce beasts in the magic abyss, Lan Ting had been eager for a long time. Although he had the beast core from the little female, it wasn't enough. Now, just thinking that his energy wasn't only for himself made him anxious. As a strong male, what's the point of living if he can't feed his little female? All right, we'll wait for you. But are you sure you want to go to the magic abyss? Manhwa kindly reminded. What's there to be sure about? I need energy, and Qianxuan also needs the meat from the beast. More people means more security, Lan Ting said, sitting down and taking out his small fork to start eating happily. The noodles with shrimp sauce are really delicious. Lan Ting couldn't stop eating once he started. Lang Yi also sat down. Honestly, he wanted to go too, but with so many people leaving the house at once, he was really worried. Chen Hua shared the same thought. Let's stagger our trips. When the little female's abilities improve again, we can go together. We can't have too many people leaving the house at once. Lang Yi nodded. Don't worry, go ahead. Nailing will watch over the house. Don't let her cook. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I will make it for you. Chenhua became even more talkative. Lang Yi looked up. I can cook too, and you're really so nagging, just like that male mother. Old habits, still sharp-tongued. Chenhua wasn't angry. He was eating shrimp sauce noodles quietly. Since this was made by a little female, he knew he wouldn't get to taste it for several days, so he ate slowly. When Nai Ling returned, everyone was already eating. Qian Sun curled up in his own cave. After dinner, he lay down to rest, saying he felt a little strange in his body. Bai Zhizhi was worried at first, but when he said it was a good kind of strange, she relaxed. Nai Ling also wanted to go, but when he learned that Lan Ting had gone ahead, he had to stay home because there couldn't be no one there. I'm pretty tired today. After I finish eating, I will go to sleep. Little female, I'm sorry, but I can't stay up with you tonight, Nai Ling said, wagging his fox tail. Chenhua had been gone for several days. He had plenty of chances. He wasn't in a rush. Lang Yi also spoke at the right time. Nai Ling and I have some land to tend to tomorrow. Since Lan Ting is going to the Demon Abyss, we won't go to the fields tonight. Let's rest early, Lan Ting. What does that mean? Creating opportunities for Chenhua? What is he? He also comes and goes for several days? Little female, can I stay up with you tonight? Lan Ting begged softly. Bai Zhizhi looked at Chenhua, then at Lan Ting. You two play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will stay up with me. She finished her noodles quickly, then ate the mashed potatoes in 2 bites. Whoever loses or wins can go to sleep. She didn't care. She was even glad she hadn't promised Chenhua directly earlier, or it would have been complicated. The water in the shower was ready. Bai Zhizhi soaked for a while before letting her hair down to wash. Chenhua quietly waited outside, standing by, waiting for her to come out. Lan Ting was furious, almost dead. He had lost 20 rounds in a row. He couldn't win at all. It was unbelievable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Eventually, he got off the ground. With all his restless energy, he decided to work in the fields, so Nai Ling wouldn't call him tired. When Bai Zhizhi finished washing and opened the door, Chenhua pounced on her. His kisses were urgent, clearly waiting for a long time. This is the kiss of a winner. I won, Chenhua quietly said as he loosened Bai Zhizhi's grip.
I know, she replied.
As soon as she finished speaking, her towel slipped off. Chenhua's eyes darkened. He bit gently on her neck, nibbling softly. I can't help it. He really liked biting her. Chenhua loosened his grip and carried her horizontally into his arms. As they stepped out of the bathroom, Bai Zhizhi shivered slightly. Her body was wet, and the night breeze felt a little cold. Chenhua held her with one arm, turned around, and picked up the towel to cover her. Bai Zhizhi hadn't been back to her cave for several days. When she returned, she was quite surprised.
Did she
have a bed now? It was a simple wooden bed with a mattress placed on it, and the sheets were clean and tidy. Did you do all this? Bai Zhizhi looked at the changes in the cave with happiness. Chenhua nodded. Look, he opened the window, which faced Ningling's flower garden. From the bed, they could see the stars. To keep out mosquitoes, he even made a small sliding window with bamboo. You're such a clever little leopard, Bai Zhizhi said with admiration. Chenhua sat on the edge of the bed and gently placed Bai Zhizhi on his lap. I want you to be comfortable. The cave is simple, Zhizhi. I will try my best. It's already very good.
Thank you, Chenhua, she said.
Bai Zhizhi wrapped her arms around his neck and sat in his embrace. Manhwa instinctively wanted to refuse. You can't handle it. He just wanted to hold her. Even if they did nothing, he would be happy. Don't you remember, I have a level 5 wood element ability? My husband is delicious, and I love to pamper you, Bai Jiji said, leaning into his chest. Her slender, fair fingers traced his chin, and her ring finger lightly stroked his Adam's apple. Her body was moist with water, but these small gestures made Manhwa lose himself completely. Not to mention, she suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "If you don't work hard, you won't be able to have a baby, Gigi." Manhwa's breathing grew rapid. "You're so naughty." The big bed was very sturdy, so quiet that not a sound could be heard. Manhwa put all his effort into it, eager to give her all his energy. That night, besides his soft sounds, Bai Jiji only heard him ask if she was satisfied. "Yes, I am satisfied." White Gigi didn't even have time to see what she had unlocked. She was so tired that she couldn't keep her eyes open. After Manhwa saw her fall asleep, he got up and called Lan Ting back. He felt worried, so he decided to stay. He chopped firewood and prepared the remaining meat, placing it on a plate. He went up the mountain at night to hunt, cleaned the game, and hung it in the kitchen. He also found some salt and exchanged a bag with Bai Qi. Since he wouldn't be away for long, it should be enough. Although Lang Yi and Nai Ling could do these things too, he just wanted to do them himself. After hanging the clothes, Manhwa sighed in relief. Looking at her clothes and thinking of her, his heart was full. Lan Ting patrolled around his territory and caught a few wild chickens along the way. Once everything was done, he finally entered Bai Jiji's cave. "Why don't you guard the night yourself?" "I lost, so I accept it." "Manhwa, that's Jiji's wish." When Lan Ting heard it was Bai Jiji's idea, he was very happy and slipped inside. Judging by the time, it was just late at night. He knew Manhwa had given him some time. The little female was very warm. Lan Ting stretched out his tail, and Bai Jiji casually held him in her arms. Watching her sleep peacefully, Lan Ting couldn't bring himself to wake her. He obediently lay on the bed and reached out to pull her into his arms. Even though she was asleep, Bai Jiji knew someone had changed on the bed. She turned over and curled up completely in Lan Ting's embrace. "Lan Ting, I'll wait for you to come back." The little female was drowsy and mumbled in her sleep, which was very adorable. Lan Ting tightened his arms and softly replied, "Okay." The next morning, when Bai Jiji woke up, she was alone in the cave. The bed still had cooked food and dewy flowers on the bedside table. Next to the bed were clean clothes, neatly placed within her reach. Bai Jiji couldn't help but smile. Even though she already knew this was how it would be when she woke up, she still felt very happy. Today's meatball soup was a bit salty, probably because of Lan Ting's cooking. That big fool never knew the right amount of salt, but Bai Jiji still ate it all. After finishing her meal, Nai Ling came in carrying a basket of fresh fruit. "Is the little female doing well?" Bai Jiji's face warmed and she nodded. Nailing didn't have much feeling, but naturally helped her put on her clothes. "Today the weather is nice. I'll take you up the mountain. Didn't you say you wanted to find some spices last time?" But Qianxuan, Nailing, Qianxuan advanced to a higher level last night, to the 6th level. "That many?" Bai Jiji was truly surprised. "That's quite a bit. Dropping levels isn't common. It hurts a lot, but recovery is quick." He ate a lot of tough meat and the beast's core from that monster. Reaching the 6th level is actually quite fast. It just shows he was hurt too badly and needs some time to rest. While speaking, Nailing pressed Bai Jiji onto his lap and used his fox paws to give her a massage. Chen-hui was strong. He could hear everything from the next room. It was probably exhausting for the little female, so he decided to give her a massage to help her relax her muscles. When Qianxuan got up, Bai Jiji and Nailing had already gone up the mountain. Lang Yu was tending to the flowers and plants in the small garden. He had built several low fences, separating all the thorny flowers. The little female liked wearing skirts and always left a bit of her leg exposed. It wouldn't be good if she got scratched. "Today, it's just the two of us at home. If you want to eat anything, just tell me." Jiji and Nailing went up the mountain, Lang Yi said. Qianxuan pursed his lips. No need to trouble you. I also want to go out for a bit. Today, I might need you to watch the house. Lang Yi nodded. Then take it slow on the way. If you need company. No, I can manage. Qianshuan quickly refused. He still wanted to do things himself, especially the gifts for his sister. Don't push yourself. Lang Yi, who usually appeared cold but had a warm heart, didn't usually interact much with these people, but he knew what was going on. After all, they were family, and if anyone got hurt or upset, it was her. Don't worry, I won't force myself. I'll follow the river downstream later. I'll leave now. Qianshuan walked steadily, seeming to have nothing urgent. But Lang Yi was still worried. As soon as Qianshuan left, he followed behind. He kept watch until he saw him cross the river, then turned back. Nailing's beast form was very striking. Bai Zhizhi sat beside him, and the two headed deep into the forest. According to the calculations, she should be able to harvest another batch of Sichuan peppercorns. Naling seemed to know what she was thinking, so he headed straight for the original pepper tree. As she expected, this time's harvest was quite good. After picking the peppercorns, they also teased a wild buffalo. Well, they milked it quite a bit. Naling kept the wild buffalo still with his mental control, while Bai Zhizhi filled a small bucket with milk. Smells so strong. What can we do with this? There are no little ones at home, Naling said, covering his nose. Bai Zhizhi replied, Have you ever tried fresh milk tea? The last time I brought back some Biluakun tea, you can make tea with it. You said just drinking tea leaves makes the taste a bit plain, but if you add fresh milk, it's completely different. Plus, we have honey. If we boil them together, the flavor will be even better. Naling stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The fox head leaned over naturally. I want a drink. Seeing the fluffy fox head, Bai Zhizhi's eyes lit up instantly. Really, she had no resistance. After storing the milk, the two headed into the deep mountains. When they noticed someone was following, Naling's smile faded. Little female, sit tight. Before Bai Zhizhi could react, Naling took her on a space jump. In the next moment, the scenery changed from dense forest to a small mountain valley. What's going on? Bai Zhizhi asked. Just now, a few annoying troublemakers were behind us. I don't want to be disturbed during this peaceful time. Today, it's just me and little female. Naling smiled and then shifted form, wrapping Bai Zhizhi into his arms. The fox became even more domineering, no longer as cute as before. He sat on the grass, placing Bai Zhizhi on his lap, and kissed her until she almost ran out of oxygen before finally letting her go. Hee. I used to come here often. Little female, see if there's anything useful, Naling said happily. Perhaps because he was emotional just now, his voice was especially hoarse and pleasant, making her feel tingling all over. His eyes were like water, and his long fingers gently stroked Bai Zhizhi's face, looking like a beautiful troublemaker. It made her dare not look directly at him. Naling knew exactly how he looked, and he didn't hide it. He said for her to look around for anything useful, but his hand was actually pulling hers into his pocket. When Bai Zhizhi felt the touch in her hand, her pupils shrank in shock. Naling's smile remained the same. Little female, you stared at Lang Yi for a long time last night. Do you think I can't handle it? The big girl with yellow hair became stubborn, but her face was still hot. Niling didn't want to give up such a good chance. He naturally picked her up and sat on a rock. Bai Zhizhi was forced to be held in his arms. When she looked into Niling's captivating eyes, she froze. Don't try to me. Bai Zhizhi pinched Niling's chin and slapped him. Niling smiled and said, I feel wronged. What do you want to do? Bai Zhizhi asked knowingly. Just do it to me. What do you think? Good idea. Bai Zhizhi said this, but the next second, she stood up under Niling's eager gaze. I smell the scent of the star anise tree. Take me there. Bai Zhizhi pointed to a small dirt hill not far away. It's not the season to harvest star anise now, but they could pick some small fruits. Better than nothing, and definitely better than forcing it. Niling lay uncomfortable on the ground, looking like a wronged little wife. He whined in dissatisfaction. Little girl, you lied to me. Bai Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't call that lying. I just said I would do it to you. How to do it? That's definitely up to me. Niling hit the ground, cunning as a fox, and surprisingly lost. He suddenly turned around, and a big white fox appeared in front of Bai Jiji. Niling knelt on his front limbs and said in a muffled voice, "Come up, I'll take you over." Woo-woo, the little girl doesn't love him. Is he not handsome enough? Niling was puzzled, but Bai Jiji's mind was elsewhere. She was thinking about how to find usable seasonings. If she could find, that would be even better. Speaking of, Bai Jiji opened her totem space. This time, she unlocked strawberries, cotton, roses, and a set of essential oil refining tools, plus a weaving loom. She was very happy. Hua Hua was as reliable as ever. But it was strange. Why did both times only increase by 0.5? Shouldn't it be 1.0? Fortunately, the rewards this time were good. After going down the mountain, she planned to gather all the rami from the back mountain and start making summer cloth. Maybe she could raise some silkworms too. Cloth made just from rami isn't very soft. Adding silk from silkworms would make it much better. Thinking this, she reached the foot of a tree. She didn't miss here. There really was the scent of star anise. White Gigi carefully collected the ripe fruits into a bamboo basket, mindful of the small ones. As she smelled the aroma of star anise, she started craving meat. Without star anise, the stew would lose much of its flavor. Now she has Sichuan peppercorns, green onions, garlic, and star anise. If she could find some fresh, that would be perfect. Oh, and soy sauce too. That's essential. When the soybeans ripen, her first task will be to make soy sauce. Then she can dry a jar of fermented beans, make soybean paste pancakes, and enjoy them with a bowl of millet porridge. It all sounds so delicious. Just thinking about it makes her drool. Maybe she should also pickle some beans. Sour green beans are great for meals, and she can also stir-fry some mixed vegetables. There are so many wild chickens in the back mountain. She should miss out on those. Bai Jiji had picked a lot of star anise. Niling was still lost in his thoughts, lying on a rock with a dreamy look, watching Bai Jiji's figure. Why would a little girl refuse?
But
He just couldn't give up. Bai Jiji was still picking star anise when she suddenly caught sight of Niling lying on the rock, acting coquettishly, licking his paws, then exposing his pink paw pads with his belly up. This playful, charming creature was a troublemaker, a little demon that steals people's hearts. In any case, he was very cute and adorable. Big fox demons are indeed very attractive, but their cuteness is dangerous. Bai Jiji pretended not to see him. Was this sneaky fox trying to bother her to death? Last night, Manhwa finished quickly, but with his strong abilities, even if she had a level 5 with magic to heal, she wasn't interested right now. Plus, Niling was just. She was afraid of losing control and overindulging to death. Would such a death be glorious? Thinking about her 5 beast husbands, forget Xiaoyu, and aside from Lang Yi, Niling was the most dangerous. Manhwa seemed gentle on the surface, but he was actually very domineering. Lan Ting thought he was quite skilled, but really, he was only slightly better than the big wolf, more like a Tai. He was a troublemaker. No matter whether she wanted to or not, as long as he held her, they would both fall into chaos. She valued her life, and she had been exhausted these past few days, so she needed to hold on and resist the demon's temptation. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. When the eyes see nothing, you... Treacherous fox, retreat. 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 Nailing up with a playful smile, he suddenly leaned close to Bai Jiji's face and asked, "What is this little girl mumbling about?" Wow. Bai Jiji was startled and slipped slightly. Nailing. Bai Jiji cursed loudly. There was no pain, only a fresh scent. Nailing stood steadily under the Sichuan pepper tree and caught her. "Be careful, little girl, NMD, what a silly nickname." "Put me down." Bai Jiji covered her mouth, determined not to give him a chance. "I want to go against a woman's wishes." He was just as determined. A gentle breeze blew, making Nailing's white hair flutter and fall onto Bai Jiji's face, tickling her. Honestly, just looking at his face made her unable to resist. "Forget it, I won't do this again." Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll indulge you this once. Just once, no more after that. Nailing was overjoyed, finally getting what he wanted. He happily hugged Bai Jiji and leapt onto a nearby big tree. Bai Jiji, feeling a bit nervous, wrapped her arms around his neck. Nailing's 9 tails spread out and gently set her down. This way, I won't hurt you, Nailing said, his other tail wagging in front of Bai Jiji, tickling her. Bai Jiji, with a low tolerance for teasing, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Nailing took the opportunity to move closer, first removing his clothes. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were half covered, hanging on his arms. With a smile on his face, he leaned in. Bai Jiji, usually tough and stubborn, was no match for Nailing whenever he touched her. She had no way to resist. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let you fall. Be good, come into my arms. Nailing's voice was charming and a little hoarse. He pulled Bai Jiji to a different spot, sitting against the tree trunk. Bai Jiji naturally sat on his lap, with her legs apart. Yes, I'm here. His tail wrapped around her again, making it look like a huge white bird's egg on the tree from the outside. As the sun set, Nailing carried Bai Jiji back to the wolf tribe. Bai Jiji, sitting sideways on a white fox's back, was half lying with a small spirit. She wore a flower crown on her head, her long dress swaying, and her black hair flowing in the wind. She seemed to have fallen asleep. Nailing took out all the mountain loot they had collected, 8 spice, Sichuan pepper, milk, and some wheat. He finally understood why they had encountered so much wheat in the mountains last time. It was planted by the bird tribe. Nailing exchanged some beast cores with them and brought back quite a bit. Currently, they had no staple food. The rice was just beginning to grow, and it would take a long time to harvest because the small females with type abilities couldn't speed up the ripening. Plus, the small female had a delicate appetite, so they couldn't eat only meat every day. Jiji, what's wrong? Lang Yi stepped forward, about to carry her down, but Nailing transformed first and held her in his arms.
Just tired from climbing the mountain.
Do you think picking Sichuan pepper is easy? Climbing trees is exhausting. Nailing smiled and, in a flash, appeared at Bai Jiji's cave. The small female was indeed very tired today. He boiled some hot water and helped her wash. With a snap of his fingers, the air in the cave started to circulate. The scent of flowers wafted in. He had planted sleep-inducing flowers by her window, told to him by the high priest, saying that the scent of purple grass could help people sleep peacefully. Nailing's voice was gentle as he pulled the blanket over her. Before leaving, he gently kissed her forehead. Stinky Nailing, I don't like you. Bai Jiji's eyelids couldn't even open fully. She knew it would be like this, so tiring. Okay, I don't like you. I'll go gather the wheat. You rest well. Bai Jiji nodded drowsily. During dinner, Nailing called her twice, but she didn't wake up. Late at night, she vaguely felt that Lan Ting had returned. She lifted her leg and pressed it on his tail. The person behind her paused, then fumbled and climbed onto the bed.
Lan Ting.
Bai Jiji mumbled and called out, turning over and snuggling into his arms. Like a little cat, she moved closer to him. He had to admit, at that moment, he was jealous of that black snake. Bai Jiji's sleeping face was truly beautiful, so obedient, so sweet. Thinking of how she had cried in front of him before, an inexplicable pain pierced his heart again.
Jiji.
As long as he wanted. Even his voice could sound the same. Her voice was full of fatigue. He reached out and brushed her black hair. Then, with his big hand, he held the back of her head and pulled her into his embrace, gently touching his chin, as if they were a couple. He knew this warmth wasn't really his, but it was because of this similar feeling that he could blend in unnoticed. Tonight, they didn't argue. Jiji, please forgive me, okay? That night, tears silently slid down his cheeks. I really like you. I just used the wrong way. Jiji, I will change, I promise. It must be a ghost. Bai Jiji woke up early the next morning. She actually dreamed of Yiming last night. Can you believe it? Not only that, she even mistook Yiming for Lan Ting? Isn't that nonsense? How could that gloomy ghost compare to her little snake? Such a strange dream, a bit disgusting. Bai Gigi yawned endlessly and went to the bathroom. She almost washed her face with her eyes closed the whole time. When she suddenly saw the peachwood comb in her hand, she realized she had been unaware and opened her eyes. She turned around and saw Longyi looking at her with concern. Gigi, what's wrong? You've been very tired since yesterday afternoon. Did Niling bully you? Longyi frowned. The dark circles under his eyes showed he hadn't rested well. No, probably because I had a nightmare. He thought about checking the hexagram later. This was too strange, like all his energy was being drained. Even after sleeping all night, he still felt exhausted. Yeah, I even dreamed of Yiming. Can you believe it? Isn't that bad luck? After fixing her hair and applying some powder to her face, Bai Gigi looked terrible today. Long Ye's heart ached as he frowned. Niling had no sense of boundaries at all. Thinking of this, he angrily turned and left. He grabbed Niling while she was cooking in the kitchen, then teleported to the back mountain, where they started fighting fiercely. You're being too rough. She can't even keep her eyes open. Niling was punched in the face. He felt really wronged. He knew she had been with Chunhua the night before. How could he have been so reckless yesterday? It was just once, he swore to the heavens. Lies, Longyi said, punching again. This time, Niling dodged. You almost got it right. She is also my female. Do you think I don't know the importance? Maybe I was just too tired from climbing the mountain yesterday. After all, we also negotiated with the bird tribe about exchanging wheat when we returned. Hearing this, Naling's eyes darkened, and she spoke seriously. I have something to tell you. Today, you stay at home and take care of her. I need to go up the mountain again. Yesterday, when I and the young female went up, someone started following us. Yeming, besides him, Lang Yi really couldn't think of anyone else.
No.
But I am sure it was also aimed at the young female. Lang Yi, the beast core she gave you should absorb it quickly. Maybe we will face a tough fight soon. Naling's lips curled into a slight smile, and a dangerous aura radiated from her. Lang Yi nodded. I understand. It seemed he remembered something and added, Qian Sun left yesterday. If you patrol the mountain today, take a detour along the coastal road. He just recovered, and if anything happens, Gigi will be upset. Okay, you should reinforce the fence on the mountainside. Use some material, something solid, not. You decide how to do it. After speaking, Naling stretched her 9 tails and leapt into the small forest. When Lang Yi returned, Bai Gigi was already sitting in the small kitchen, looking like she didn't have much appetite. Is it because Naling's cooking isn't good? I'll make you something else. Bai Gigi shook her head. No, I just don't feel hungry. She stared blankly at the door. Lang Yi sighed inwardly. She probably was lost in thought. The leopard and Lan Ting had only been gone for 2 days, and she was already missing them. After forcing herself to eat the food in her bowl, Yin Feng cheerfully knocked on the door. Gigi, are you home? Chao Chao just gave birth. She had 3 cubs. Lu Chao gave birth? I thought it would be a few more days, Lang Yi said as he teleported Bai Gigi to the door. When he opened it, he saw Yin Feng's almost ear-to-ear, wide smile. Chao Chao gave me 2 cubs, and 1 is from Lin Wu. I am now a father. I am a father. Ha ha ha, I understand. You take care of Chao Chao and the cubs first. I'll come over later. Yin Feng nodded happily, clearly very excited. The joy of becoming a father for the first time is truly thrilling. Lang Yi watched enviously as Yin Feng ran away. Actually, he also wanted a little one, but such decisions were up to Gigi. He couldn't force her, so he had to work hard to prove he could take good care of her and the little one. Bai Gigi returned to the small kitchen, took out all the remaining flour, added water, and kneaded the dough. Lang Yi, please go to the back mountain and catch 2 wild chickens. I want to make chicken soup for Chao Chao. She had a lot of matsutake mushrooms, which she collected when she first arrived. After drying, she stored them in her space. Now, they would be perfect to cook with the wild chickens. Okay, I'll go now. Lang Yi moved quickly, and before she finished speaking, he was gone. After kneading the dough, Bai Gigi placed it on the table and started rolling it. There was still some meat left from jiameng, which she seasoned and chopped up. Although Qiansun also needed some, she believed Chen Hua and Lan Ting would bring back plenty of jiameng. This jiameng looked very familiar to Bai Zhizhi. Honestly, it looked a lot like a triceratops. But its limbs didn't quite match. Its long legs and thin claws were different from the reconstructed triceratops in modern science, but the 3 horns on its head were quite similar. It was promising. They had managed to eat a rare beast. If this were in modern times, it would be quite a crime. Lost in her thoughts, she quickly pinched nearly 100 small wontons. Women's childbirth is always the body, no matter when it happens. As a good sister of Luo Chao, she naturally wanted to do her best to make some delicious food to nourish her. When the small wontons were cooked and served in bowls, there were still a few left in the pot that couldn't fit. Bai Zhizhi said, "I'll leave these few for now." Yeming hid in the grass, unable to help but find it funny. She could even talk to her food. But, wow, it smelled so good.
She seemed to
really be good at making delicious food. Yeming's throat moved slightly. After Bai Zhizhi left with the food box, he crawled out from the grass pile, then climbed onto the stove. His snake had looked at the floating wontons in the pot and couldn't help but swallow hard. He mimicked Bai Zhizhi's actions, carefully scooped one out of the pot, and even without blowing on it, popped it into his mouth. The tender meat of jiameng was delicious and fragrant, leaving a wonderful taste on his lips and teeth. It was just as good as the food from the divine realm. Nightmare swallowed 2 more creatures. Just as he was about to eat the remaining ones, he suddenly heard footsteps. He quickly slipped into a nearby haystack to hide. Langy had returned from hunting a wild chicken. The chickens were very fat. He held one in his hand, compared it briefly, then cut it open with a swift motion. The little chicken stopped struggling and gave a small cry. He boiled water, plucked feathers, and cut open the belly. It was hard to believe that he could do such down-to-earth work with that kind of face. Night Mia frowned slightly. Maybe he could do it too someday. Bai Zhizhi arrived at the falling morning cave, where she was lying in a grass nest feeding 3 little ones. Yin Feng was busy holding one after another, no longer competing with Lin Wuxiong. Looking at the little fox cubs in his hands, he showed a face full of fatherly love. "Chow chow, I came to see you," Bai Zhizhi said as she put down the food. When Falling Morning saw her, she started crying. "Boo, Zhizhi, giving birth was so painful. It suddenly started, and I felt like my intestines were coming out." Hearing this, Yin Feng's eyes immediately turned red. He had been by her side during the birth, watching how hard it was for her to give birth to the cubs. "Chow chow, we won't have more babies in the future. It's my fault. When you're feeling better, hit me if you're upset. Don't cry anymore. My mother said that females who cry too much after giving birth aren't good for their eyes."
Chow chow, I'm sorry.
Yin Feng was happy, but also guilty. Mostly, he felt heartache. Bai Zhizhi sat beside the grass nest. She held Falling Morning's hand, and a gentle green light wrapped around her. It was a magical feeling. Falling Morning felt her pain disappear. Not only that, but even the spots on her face from pregnancy and her dull, yellow hair seemed to regain their shine. Yin Feng was so grateful he didn't know what to say. He suddenly kneeled down and bowed deeply to Bai Zhizhi. "Zhizhi, thank you so much. My mother, and they're on their way here. They brought a shaman, but it's no match for your wood element's spiritual power." He then raised his hand and slapped himself twice, then knelt before Falling Morning again. "Sorry, Chow Chow. I was too excited just now, and didn't call Zhizhi immediately to treat you. I'm not human. You're definitely not human. Once you had cubs, you stopped caring about me. I have such a hard life." Luo Chao cried very loudly in the morning. No matter how Yin Feng tried to comfort him, he couldn't stop crying. So, he looked to Bai Zhizhi for help. Bai Zhizhi ignored his gaze and scooped a wonton to feed Luo Chao. It smells so good. Chew, chew. Luo Chao ate while crying. As he cried, he also hit Yin Feng lightly. Yin Feng knew he was at fault. As a new father, he was so happy he almost lost his mind. He didn't think about who made him a father or who worked hard to give him a child. The world is big, and Luo Chao is the most important, but he should put Luo Chao first. Sorry, Luo Chao. I won't do that again. No more crying, okay? Ing Feng moved his face closer. Luo Chao didn't hit him again. He knew how much Ing Feng looked forward to the child. Actually, she felt the same. She was still in pain and forgot to ask Gigi to come and help her. Her heart was all on the child, and she forced herself to feed the babies despite feeling uncomfortable. No more of that in the future. I'm Ing Feng. I will always prioritize Luo Chao. I will stand straight and take the hits. You decide everything. Bai Gigi stood up at the right time. As long as Luo Chao was okay, she was fine. She put down her things and, before leaving, gave a few more instructions. She wanted to hold the little ones, but they were so small and soft that she didn't dare to reach out. Ing Feng saw her hesitation. He stood up and held the babies of Lin Wu and himself in front of her. Xiao Xuesher opened her mouth and bit her finger on it. This scene made Luo Chao laugh. Gigi, my babies really like you, Luo Chao said. I know. Bai Gigi's voice softened unconsciously. Looking at the adorable little babies, her heart melted. They were just too cute. Luo Chao also thought there were two bigger ones in her nest. Luo Chao hugged the two big ones in his arms and kissed each of them. Mother was just a little scared, wasn't she? No, we feel sorry for Mother. Ing Feng is so careless. Humph. When Mother cried just now, they also felt upset. And giving birth to the babies was really hard work. Bai Gigi didn't dare to touch the small ones, but she dared to touch the big ones. The little fox cubs were also very cute. Bai Gigi left feeling happy. Lanyi was waiting at the door. When she came out, he immediately stepped forward and picked her up. How is Luo Chao? I just heard crying from inside. Lingyi was shaken. He realized how hard it was to have a baby. He didn't want to be a father anymore. He couldn't bear to see Ji suffer so much. You're feeling better now. Don't forget, I am a level 5 wood element ability user, Bai Ji said as she raised her hand. Lingyi looked at her with some concern, and his eyes turned a little red. The big wolf silently carried her back home. Lingyi made lunch. Bai Ji was lying under the big tree in the flower garden, enjoying the breeze. But soon, she fell asleep because she was very tired, unable to stay awake. Yiming always stayed close to her. After returning to their world, he healed his injuries and also broke through to the 11th level. Now, even if they were watching, he could still move around unseen and undetected. Seeing Bai Ji asleep, he gathered his courage and moved forward, hiding in the flowers near her feet. His small, round eyes watched her closely. Just being able to stay with her was enough for him. When Lingyi brought the food to the table, he softly called her a few times. Seeing she didn't wake up, he went over and gently covered her with a beast hide blanket, not wanting to disturb her sleep. Falling flower petals drifted onto her hair. Lingyi sat beside her and reached out to brush away the petals from her hair. Gigi, he whispered softly, unable to resist reaching out and gently touching her cheek. Don't make trouble. Bai Ji slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful face was so stunning that it was hard to get tired of looking at her. It's time to eat, Lingyi said. Have I been sleeping for a long time? Lingyi shook his head.
Not yet.
Wait until after you eat, then you can sleep again, okay? The little girl was so focused on falling asleep that she was exhausted and couldn't get up. I don't have an appetite. Although Ling Ye's cooking was not as good as Shenhua's, it was still decent. But Bai Ji didn't know what was wrong. As soon as she smelled the meat, she felt very sick, with her stomach churning and feeling uncomfortable. Even with her wood element magic, she couldn't suppress this feeling. Suddenly, she remembered the strawberry seedlings she had unlocked. She took them out and handed them to Lingyi. I want to eat this. Please plant it in the patch next to the flower garden. Okay, I will plant it right now, White Gigi chuckled softly. She wanted to say that there was no need to rush, as the strawberry wasn't in season. However, she had no taste for anything else and really wanted to eat it. The fresh fruit brought back by Niling was a bit sour, and she didn't like sour things. The watermelon wasn't ripe yet, so she could only try this one. Eating things out of season might actually taste better, she thought. Lang Yi planted the strawberry seedlings according to White Gigi's instructions. After everything was done, he carried her over. Although it was only a few steps, the young girl didn't look very well. White Gigi raised her hand and gently tapped the strawberries. This time, unlike before, she seemed to have accelerated their ripening.
Ripe.
Ripe? White Gigi was a bit excited. She hurried into the field. The strawberries were large, very sweet, and delicious. Lang Yi followed behind her, truly amazed that her wood-type ability was so powerful. He had known it before, but seeing it in person was even more shocking. Remember, these were seedlings just planted in the ground. Through her hands, they had ripened and borne fruit. White Gigi pulled him down to squat and picked a strawberry about the size of an egg, then put it into his mouth. The girl's eyes curved into a smile as she asked, "How is it? Is it sweet?" Lang Yi nodded repeatedly. "I've never tasted such a sweet fruit before, Gigi. It was as sweet as she was. Right? Let's pick a few more. When Qian Sun and Niling come back, they can eat them directly." When she mentioned Qian Sun, White Gigi suddenly remembered her little fish. "Qian Sun? Where's Qian Sun?" Her words were tinged with worry. "Don't worry. He said he had some things to do, and went out. He's following the river downstream. He should be fine." Niling went to patrol the mountain. "I told him to take the coastal road when he comes back, so he might run into him," he explained. White Gigi listened, checked her and Qian Sun's totems, and confirmed there was no abnormality. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yeming in the flower garden frowned. It seemed she was really wrong about her initial judgment. Among her 5 beast husbands, she truly liked that fish. Yeming regretted her past mistake. However, it was of no use. She could only plan to make up for it later. Still, the fruit she ate looked very delicious. He curled up nearby and could smell the sweet fruit aroma. The divine realm couldn't compare to her courtyard. While Bai Gigi and Lang Yi were momentarily distracted, Yiming quickly slipped under the strawberry vine. He shrank his beast form a little and picked a big, bright red strawberry to eat. In the deep sea, there are pearls that glow even at night. Qian Sun wanted to find one to bring back and place in Bai Gigi's cave. After going into the sea, with his 6th level strength, he killed many low-level monsters along the way. Qian Sun's power in the ocean was very strong, easily defeating opponents of the same level. Because of this, during his search for pearls, he unexpectedly advanced to 7th level. Niling didn't lie to him. Truly loving his mate would bring smooth sailing. He originally wanted to find beautiful pearls for his sister, but not only did he level up, he also refocused his beast core. Although small, it showed that he now had energy in his body. Thinking of this, Qian Sun blushed. He wanted to gather more energy so he would be qualified to mate with his sister. With his recently restored strength, Qian Sun became much bolder. He swam toward the deepest part of the ocean but was suddenly pulled into the abyss after seeing a flash of golden light. Niling returned alone. Bai Gigi sat at the small kitchen table eating strawberries. Lang Yi picked many and also sent some to Luo Chao. Seeing that the little fox had returned alone, Bai Gigi looked behind him again. After confirming she didn't see Qian Sun's figure, she asked, "Did you not meet Qian Sun?" Niling sat down, took a sip of water, and said, "It's strange. I followed the mountain range along the coast. Today, there was no wind or rain, but the waves were very strong, as if something unusual was happening. I was worried and hurried back. Bai Gigi's hand instinctively touched her lower abdomen. Niling knew he had spoken too quickly, but it was too late to fix it now. Lang Yi comforted her, saying, "Qian Sun is clever. He'll be fine. If he doesn't come back this afternoon, we'll go look for him." All right. Bai Gigi felt uneasy again. That nauseous, restless feeling returned. She put down her strawberry, yawned twice, and, feeling drowsy, headed toward the cave. Lang Yi quickly picked her up. Before leaving, he shot a sharp look at Bai Ning. It was all the mischievous fox's fault. The little female hasn't been feeling well these past few days. In the flower garden, Yiming looked toward Bai Jiji's cave. After thinking about her recent expression, he turned and slipped away. He swam into the small river, following the current all the way to the sea. Qian Sun was enveloped in golden light. A powerful wave of energy surged into his body. It's so strong. I can't hold it anymore, Qian Sun whimpered in discomfort. The blue scales on his body gradually faded as the gold took over. He felt a terrible pain all over, as if his blood was boiling and awakening. This is unbelievable. He had never seen such energy waves in the sea. What exactly is this? Is he going to die here? Qian Sun struggled to escape, but his body seemed trapped by the golden light spell and couldn't move. Suddenly, he remembered stories from his childhood about the sacred place of the Sea Tribe. Legend says the sacred place is where the Sea King lives. When the Sea Tribe's strongest members fall, they come here. He's going to die. He's not the strongest. And he's not a descendant of the Sea King. Why was he pulled in? Qian Sun was about to cry, but when he saw a golden pearl falling, he held back. His sister loved collecting his little pearls. He couldn't let them be wasted here. But he really felt like his body was about to explode. In the next moment, a dazzling fish tail splashed water. Qian Sun was surprised to see his transformation. In an instant, he was flying through the air. He seemed to have advanced again. Qian Sun looked in horror as his beast core gradually condensed into a fist-sized ball. His beast level was rising from level 7, one step at a time, as if in a dream. 8th level, 9th level, 10th level. Perhaps because of his earlier injuries, his body was severely depleted. Now, as he touched this energy, it all flooded in. The previous fullness disappeared, replaced by a roaring desire for more. Qian Sun looked at his rapidly increasing beast rank with disbelief. 11th rank. Qian Sun was so excited he couldn't hold back. Beast ranks start at the 5th rank, and it gets harder the higher you go. The 9th rank is a bottleneck. To break through further, more energy is needed. It's not just about relying on the beast core. Talent is also important. Otherwise, too much energy could cause the body to explode. So, he is a promising young fish. His tail is golden red, and his hair color changed from deep blue to gold. The deep sea is dark and silent, but because of his presence, it suddenly brightened. At the peak of the 11th rank, Qian Sun leapt out of the water like a carp, and at the same time, the sacred land of the Sea Tribe began to collapse. Huge waves engulfed him. Yiming wanted to help, but it seemed unnecessary. The fish he once looked down on seemed to have a strong bloodline. Looking down, he realized it was the sacred land of the Sea Tribe his father had mentioned. So, Qian Sun is a descendant of the Sea Emperor, a golden dragon fish. Qian Sun swam up with the waves, his fins leaving a rainbow in the air. At the same time, the merfolk seemed to sense something and all gathered toward the center of the waves. The 100-year-old sea elder hurried to the front, tears in his eyes. Colorful pearls kept falling from his eyes. Is our king back? The old man was overwhelmed with emotion. He's our king. No fish can enter the sacred land except the king. It must be him returning. Exactly. The king risked his life to save us all and was destroyed by a volcano underwater. I thought he was dead, but he's actually alive and back.
Great. Great.
The king is back. The king is back. Yiming, hiding behind a reef, quickly covered his ears. Such a noisy bunch of fish.
Ah.
The king has left. The king has come ashore. He's so beautiful, shining with gold. Truly our king. King, look back. Your people are right behind you. The king is so majestic. Did you see that? Such a big shark pearl. I want to have babies for the king. A group of fish frantically spat water at the one who just spoke. The king has a totem on him. We have a queen now. Yes, yes. We have a queen now. White Gigi woke up. Her tiredness had lessened, feeling similar to the time she was in the mountain cave, but this time it was stronger. She looked down at the totem on her lower abdomen and was surprised to see it had changed. Qian Sun. It was already dark outside. White Ji sat quietly in front of the bed. Over the past 2 days, she had felt very lazy and weak. After confirming that her wood magic was functioning normally on both sides, she felt a bit more at ease. Still, she felt something was wrong. Why was she so exhausted when she was perfectly fine? Nai Ling brought in chicken soup. White Gigi looked at him with a tired smile. Little female, I'm sorry. Did I ask for too much? Are you hurt? Nai Ling had been reflecting all afternoon. He thought about that night when Lan Ting stayed with her until late at night, and he kept bothering her. He felt it was his fault. It's not your fault. White Gigi looked at the bowl of chicken soup with oil floating on top. She couldn't hold back and vomited. Since she hadn't eaten much all day, she was vomiting yellow bile, which burned her throat. Gigi. Nai Ling was shocked. White Gigi was crying as she vomited. She leaned over the bed and felt dizzy, then fainted. Lang Yi, go find the shaman. Nai Ling was panicked. The little female's face was pale, and her whole body lacked color. He carried her out of the cave. When Lang Yi saw this scene, he was also startled. How did she become like this? Nai Ling looked worried. I don't know. I brought her chicken soup, but she didn't drink any. She just looked at it and vomited. The chicken soup is bad. Stop worrying about the chicken soup and go find the shaman. The noise from the yard reached Luo Chao's side. Yin Feng's parents had arrived, along with the shaman. Hearing Nai Ling's voice, Yin Feng went outside. What's wrong? Yin Feng asked. She fainted. Nai Ling's tears were falling. Wait a moment. I'll bring the shaman here, Yin Feng said, feeling anxious. Normally, White Gigi shouldn't be sick or have problems. Her wood magic was so strong. That's why he was worried. If she couldn't heal herself, then even the shaman might be helpless. Thinking about Luo Chao, he lowered his voice, forced a smile, and after entering the cave, he didn't say a word. He pulled the shaman and ran away. A few people looked at each other in surprise. Inside the cave, Bai Gigi was lying on the bed with no sign of waking up. The shaman checked her wrist, frowning so deeply it could kill a fly.
Ugh. This. Huh?
Oh, the old shaman frowned, then relaxed her brows, and finally let out a breath of relief. Grandma, Gigi. Na Ling knelt by the bed, too afraid to stand. Lang Ye's gaze was on the knife wielder. Seeing the shaman relax, Na Ling quickly asked what was happening. She's fine. Luckily, her body is strong. Otherwise, this pregnancy would have been very hard for her. Pregnancy? Lang Yi was confused. Na Ling was overjoyed. He immediately got up from the ground. The old shaman continued, Don't you know that the bond you and your partner formed isn't just a simple mark? Usually, the bond is marked with a symbol that looks like the real thing. But what she has is a totem. Totem offspring are usually quite powerful, so during early pregnancy, it consumes a lot of the mother's energy. In other words, Gigi is having a baby. Lang Yi felt happy but also sad and worried. He remembered the screams during Luo Chao's delivery and felt scared. Even if she has wood element powers, he still feels heartache. The baby is strong, which makes the mother a bit weak. But this girl seems different. Eating more energy-rich food can help ease this discomfort. The old shaman coughed awkwardly, covering her face. She glanced at the two handsome men in front of her, thinking she probably didn't need to say much. They could figure it out on their own. During pregnancy, being close to the baby's father can also help soothe her, so there's no need for all this fuss. But she didn't say this aloud. After all, a female can't have only one mate, and no one knew whose child it was. To avoid saying the wrong thing, she chose to stay silent. Na Ling finally relaxed. So, there is a baby. Does that mean he's going to be a father? After seeing off the shaman, Lang Yi went to cook. Looking at the meat soup in the pot, his eyes felt sour. He's going to be a father? What a strange feeling. Na Ling also came out, and, when he looked up, he saw Qian Sun. Nailing thought she was mistaken. It was really Qian shining brightly. What's going on? Lang Yi also noticed. Qian shyly scratched his head. I originally wanted to go into the sea to find a jade pearl to light up my sister, but I accidentally ended up like this. Nailing is right. Being good to your female will bring good luck, so I advanced. Looking at you, 9? 10, Nailing asked tentatively. 11th level peak, hee hee. What? Really, Qianxuan? Did you eat a monster's brain or something? How did you advance so quickly? Nailing was so excited, he almost jumped. Today is truly a lucky day, with one good thing after another. No, I just accidentally entered our sea tribe's sacred place. Anyway, it's probably a blessing in disguise. I think if I were in good health, I might not have been able to advance. By the way, where's sister? I brought her lots of delicious food. Qianxuan was about to go to the cave when Lang Yi stopped him. Zhi is sleeping. Don't disturb her for now. Zhi usually sleeps late. Why today? Qianxuan looked confused. Nailing smiled and said, Zhi has a little one now. Qianxuan, I'm going to be a father. But as he spoke, he felt sad. His little female was pregnant and going through so much hardship. What would happen later? Thinking of this, he almost didn't give Lang Yi a chance to speak. He transformed and jumped out, heading to the demon abyss to hunt for Jia Meng. The witch doctor grandma said that the little one was strong and needed to eat energy-rich things to ease the discomfort. So, he decided to kill more Jia Meng to bring back. Qianxuan didn't pay attention to what Nailing was doing. He only heard those words, Zhi has a little one. So, I'm going to be a father? Qianxuan's face turned red. Of course, he knew this wasn't his own child, but it was his sister's. His sister's baby was his baby. Thinking of this, Qianxuan took out a jade pearl from his space. It was really big like the moon. We're going to be fathers, Lang Yi corrected. It didn't matter whose baby it was. The most important thing was that Zhi had given birth. Yes, us. The golden-haired Qianxuan looked more obedient than usual, with a gentle expression that didn't resemble a peak-level powerhouse at all. However, Lang Yi was very happy. Having a strong underwater team member was only good for them. During a break from cooking, Lang Yi told Qiansun again about what had happened over the past 2 days. I want to add some ingredients to the fence, so before Shenhua and Lanting return, you need to protect Zhi. Qiansun nodded. I will. Don't worry. Lang Yi looked at the hand that seemed to conjure things out of nowhere and asked, You also have space abilities now? Hearing this, Qiansun felt a bit embarrassed. My ability is different from Nailing's. My space is cold and snowy. I brought back many icy water beasts, but as soon as I put them in, they froze. Qiansun spoke softer and softer. Even though he was a level 9 awakened, his abilities seemed quite useless, and he felt helpless. Luckily, Bai Zhi was sleeping now. If she had been awake and heard about Qiansun's ability, she probably would have been very happy. It was like a moving big icebox. Hearing this, Lang Yi smiled and said in a deep voice, Your space ability might actually be something Zhi would like. Really? Qiansun's eyes lit up instantly.
Yes.
When we were making a stone pot recently, Zhi wanted a prey in exchange for a pot. I think she wasn't unwilling to ask for more, but she was probably worried about it breaking. Now that you have this ability, we can store a lot of food in the future. After hearing Lang Ye's analysis, Qiansun's worries disappeared. He was indeed very useful as always. Little Yu gained more confidence and straightened his back, even more than an 11th level expert. He tiptoed into the cave. Just as he touched the stone slab, Bai Zhi woke up. Has Qiansun come back? Bai Zhi's voice was very gentle. Qiansun's heart softened, and he quickly walked inside. Little Yu held a jade orb, which lit up the cave and himself. Bai Zhi looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar face, and suddenly felt unsure. How come after waking up, her little Yu looked different? Big sister. His sweet, soft voice was the same as before, but now little Yu was glowing. His hair had also changed. He looked more handsome, more glamorous, and more elegant than before. Big sister, do I look good? Qiansun placed the jade pearl on her bedside table, then knelt down in front of her. He held her hand and gently pressed his face to it. Under the bright light, the young boy looked calm. Bai Zhi was sure now that the person in front of her was her little fish. Qiansun, why do you look different? Qiansun chuckled softly and told her everything that happened at sea. He actually had one more thing to say, but he preferred to stay here rather than reveal that identity. Since the distance wasn't far, he could still protect the ocean from here. Bai Jiji was very happy when she heard this. She was glad her little fish had grown up and become capable. Soon, he wouldn't be bullied anymore. Qian Sun moved closer and gently placed his hand on her belly, with a tender look in his eyes. I'm going to be a father now. Then he tilted his head and kissed Bai Jiji. Your sister must be tired from carrying the baby. Her face looks pale, Qian Sun said with concern, frowning. Bai Jiji helped him onto the bed and leaned against him. It's only temporary. Although she had fallen asleep at that moment, she heard the words of the witch doctor grandmother. Qian Sun took off his clothes. He didn't mention the space-related matters, thinking he would talk about it when she felt better tomorrow. As soon as Qian Sun got close, Bai Jiji curled up in his arms and quickly fell asleep. So exhausted, she couldn't keep her eyes open. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Qian Sun felt very happy. Sister, I am useful now. I can protect you and everyone else. Bai Jiji rested her head on his arm. She slept well that night, but someone else was going to feel uncomfortable. Because they were both high-level, Qian Sun could sense his presence. Night Yao didn't dare to act recklessly. Unlike before, he had to curl up into a tiny worm-like form, hiding in the flower garden or among the strawberry plants, living a life of exposure and hardship. 2 days passed peacefully. Qian Sun brought back plenty of salmon and, placing them in a large water tank nearby. He hadn't decided how to cook them yet. Bai Jiji was still very sleepy. She fell asleep again on the lounge chair while he was away. When Shenhua and the others returned, she was still asleep. Lan Ting was initially very happy, but as they approached the house, he became nervous. Will Zai Zai not like me? He asked anxiously. Shenhua said, Zai Zai isn't even born yet. You're worrying too early. Nailing the fox carried many armor pieces, happily running to the kitchen. He had just arrived at the magic abyss and met Shenhua and the others. This trip was quite successful. As soon as he put down his things, he heard Lanting shout in surprise. He pointed at Qianshuan's back and looked sad, saying, Our home was robbed. Who is that golden-haired beast man? Shenhua was really speechless, and Nailing felt the same. Long Yi just looked amused. Your eyesight really isn't good, Nailing said. Lanting didn't care about his eyesight. He had gone to the 9th peak this time. He wanted to teach this newcomer a lesson and make sure everyone knew who was the most favored in the family. You're back. Qianshuan turned slowly, holding a king crab. Lanting stopped. Could it really be Qianshuan? After confirming it was Qianshuan, Lanting happily pounced on him, grabbing him and giving him a good squeeze. You're hiding your strength. I just went out and you've already advanced? Nice, nice. This little fish really suits our Qianshuan. Yeming was hiding under the flower bed, frowning. They could actually get along like this, even happy about each other's strength? This shock was a bit hard for him to accept at first. They were playing around, but both kept their voices low out of understanding. Chunhua put down what he was holding, washed his hands, and then headed toward the tree. Bai Jiji was lying on a small lounge, sleeping deeply. Maybe sensing something, as soon as Chunhua arrived, Bai Jiji opened her eyes. Jiji, you're back? Bai Jiji reached out her hand. Chunhua immediately stepped forward and held it, placing it on her belly. You've worked hard. I heard from Nailing that this little one is quite lively. Not sure who it takes after. Bai Jiji smiled slightly. Want to feel? Chunhua paused, beginning to understand Lanting's feelings a bit better. It was a strange, wonderful feeling. When he placed his hand on her belly, he felt the little thing inside move slightly. His eyes softened with surprise, and he looked at Bai Jiji happily. To be sure, he pressed his ear to her belly. Yes, there really was a cub inside the female's belly. Jiji, I want to be a father. Yes, you'll be a father. Lan Ting ran over, holding a plump little snake in his mouth, filled with strawberries. Jiji, these are so sweet and tasty. Why are you still making these at home while you're pregnant? Choose. Without these, what would you eat when you come back? Chunhua teased. Lan Ting was speechless. then squatted down beside Bai Jiji, looking at her belly and smiling. I don't know if it's my little snake egg, but I think it isn't. My snake babies definitely wouldn't cause so much trouble, because he doesn't cause trouble, his babies wouldn't either. The yard, which had been quiet for a few days, became lively again. Bai Qi heard Bai Jiji was pregnant and brought many things with the high priest to visit. This is good news. The high priest said that the totem children are all very talented, and Bai Qi was getting happier the more he thought about it. Niling held back the two old men in the small kitchen, not allowing them to pull Jiji aside to ask questions. His little female was still feeling unwell. Manhwa carried her back to the cave, lying on his side. After holding Bai Jiji in his arms, the little female kitten-like creature snuggled into him again. Manhwa extended his tail and placed it near her hand. Bai Jiji's eyes lit up, her drowsiness fading. She grabbed his tail and started to pet it. Haha, she must be the person in this world who loves to touch the leopard's tail the most. It's so soft, fluffy, and nice to pet. Manhwa looked at her with affection, love almost overflowing from his eyes. Seeing her thin face, he felt a deep pain in his heart. It was probably because she was feeling unwell and couldn't eat properly due to pregnancy. Niling said she had vomited and fainted. Manhwa's heart broke when he heard that. Just sleep a little if you're tired. I'll stay with you. Need the tail. Manhwa lay down slightly, holding Bai Jiji in his arms. His back pressed against her chest, and her fluffy tail was held in his arms. The tip of the tail started moving again, gently brushing her face. It was ticklish, so Bai Jiji opened her mouth and bit it. Manhwa. Maybe because Manhwa and the others all came back safely, Bai Jiji slept very well that night, without nightmares or discomfort. When she woke up the next day, she felt very refreshed. Since the bathroom was a bit far, Manhwa carried her there. On the way back, he picked a lot of strawberries. Bai Jiji went to the bathroom to wash up and changed into a new set of clothes. Today, I didn't feel as sleepy as yesterday, but I was still a bit tired. After finding out I was pregnant, Bai Jiji, felt very happy. I also have a feeling that this baby is Manhwa's. My fire magic level is now 4. Yes, when I am with Niling, my power level increases in whole numbers. Long Ye's is the same. After Lan Ting, he wasn't spoiled, so there's a good chance this baby belongs to Manhwa. Such amazing numbers. My sixth sense has always been very accurate, so I believe it's the same this time. Jiji, are you ready? Manhwa asked outside.
Not yet.
Come in and help me. It's hot today, so I don't want to wear underwear. I took a belly band from my space, but then I got a bit playful. When Manhwa came in, he took a deep breath. Oh my goodness, she's teasing him. It must be. My long hair is loose on my shoulders, and I wear a moon-white belly band around my neck, barely covering my body. What are you waiting for? Help me tie this. I moved my hair to the front and turned around, with my back to him. Manhwa was stunned. My little feminine curves and waist are so beautiful and soft. He could admire this view forever. Okay. Manhwa felt his hands acting up today. He tried to tie it several times but couldn't get it right. His fingers were busy and trembling from the heat. And now I'm pregnant, so he can't do anything bad. Jiji is doing this on purpose. Manhwa gave up and, feeling resigned, wrapped his arms around me from behind. He rested his chin on my shoulder, looking a bit wronged. Yes, I did it on purpose. I then reached back and tied a bow myself. Manhwa looked defeated. He took off his outer coat and helped me put it on. Jiji, Jiji. I responded twice, tied my hair up and fixed it with a sandalwood hairpin. After that, I put on earrings, small pearl beads the size of soybeans, matching my outfit perfectly today. Manhwa looked at himself in the mirror, and his eyes softened a little. Jiji looks so beautiful. His words were so sweet. I turned around and gave him a kiss. The surprise was sudden, and Manhwa was so happy. Carefully, he held me in his arms and gently kissed my lips, which he had been longing for. White Jiji rarely shows her cute wife side. Manhwa tightens her arms and kisses her twice before stopping. The small kitchen is ready with delicious food. The wheat brought back by Nailing has been ground into flour. For breakfast, there are small shrimp dumplings. When Manhwa returns, the food looks even better. The small dumplings are clear and shiny, with tiny green onion bits floating on top. White Gigi scoops one into her mouth and says, "Delicious, this is Huahua's cooking. Can you really tell?" Nailing's eyes widen like a fox. White Gigi eats and laughs. "It's obvious. You guys each have your own special way of cooking. What about me?" Lan Ting happily comes over, looking expectant. White Gigi says, "You're the salt cellar, kid, Lan Ting." He swears he only added a big spoonful. Well, no matter what food it is, he adds a big spoonful. Lang Yi also becomes interested. "What about me?" White Gigi gives a thumbs up. "You're the Guangdong wolf, good at making fancy soups. No matter what dish, just add ingredients and cook a pot." Lang Yi understands what the little girl means. "I'll definitely learn well from Manhwa. Good." White Gigi gives an approving look. Then there's Nailing. White Gigi really doesn't understand what he's asking about. "You're the great fairy from the northeast, good at making hearty stews. Whether it's dumplings or noodles, they all get cooked until very soft." Well, that's a kind of skill too. So White Gigi adds, "From now on, you'll be in charge of the baby's baby food." Qian Sun doesn't ask. Qian Sun is a pretty vase, just peacefully eating and not cooking. Cooking isn't his specialty. Taking care of his sister is. Because he's his sister's little dog. Look at how, right now, he's already used a fish scale-made fruit knife to cut the strawberry's bottom to avoid waste, and has already taken a bite. Then he uses a small fork to pick up a piece and feed White Gigi. "Big sister, eat the strawberry." "Oh my goodness, don't sit in the light. I'm not very comfortable right now." White Gigi only glances and starts to scream inside. Her Qian Sun has now become a cute little fish, super eye-catching. She looked down and focused on his open collar. The view below was beautiful. Bai Gigi felt a bit exhausted. She picked up her bowl and took a big sip of soup before pointing to the star anise she picked from the mountain. "Qinshuan, go dry the star anise in the sun." "Why? Don't you like me here, sister?" He frowned, and her little pearl earrings swung as she spoke. They were golden, big, and round. Bai Gigi took a deep breath, feeling her body relax. No more back pain. No more leg pain. She felt very energetic. Why be tired? Because she was collecting pearls. Just hold on a little longer. Hold this drop in, and it will sell for a good price. Bai Gigi didn't care about Qianshuan's feelings. Her eyes were full of desire for the big golden pearl. She even ignored her bowl and reached out her hand to catch it. Qianshuan surprisingly stopped crying. "I command you to cry," Lang Yi had already noticed. It seemed the little girl liked mermaid tears. If Qianshuan didn't cry, what would she collect? The others also grinned and moved closer, making it even harder for her to cry. In the flower garden, Yiming curled his lips. It seemed he still had to rely on himself. A small stone was thrown up, and his tail swept directly at Qianshuan's little leg. It hurt. Something was wrong. Qianshuan immediately turned around and threw an icy blast at the flower garden. It was Yiming. The little fish's heart tightened, and she hesitated for a moment. Yiming dodged just in time and quickly climbed out through the fence. Qianshuan missed, but because of Yiming's previous actions, he still chased after him. They say beastmen value strength. Qianshuan, although from the sea tribe, had peak level 11 strength, so even on land, he faced no obstacles. Yiming knew he would be discovered. He didn't want to hide forever. Although the fish had become stronger, if he didn't want to be caught, he had no choice. Yiming turned around and hit Qianshuan a few more times. His speed was very fast. These two hits seemed fake, and Qianshuan couldn't tell. But it was this divine skill that caught him off guard and made him take 2 hits. They weren't serious, just surface wounds.
Yiming grinned.
This fish was the best at acting cute. When he got back, he would definitely cry a little. Then he'd have a little pearl. As soon as he activated his domain, Yiming disappeared instantly in front of Qianshuan. The little fish was very angry. She had just leveled up and wasn't used to it. Even after becoming stronger, could she still not beat that nasty snake? The poisonous snake teased him, as if playing with him. Qian Sun felt insulted. He covered his arm wound and tearfully went home. As tears fell, he remembered Bai Jiji's words, so he held back. When he arrived at the small kitchen, 2 big tears fell. Everyone looked confused. How could a top-level 11 be so helplessly returning? That Yiming still has bad intentions. Can you wait to cry later? At least you're as strong as him. Why are you hurt again? Lang Yi was a bit disappointed. I don't have all these injuries. It was an accident. And he has a domain skill. If I can't fight him, what's the problem? He sounded more aggrieved as he spoke. Leaning in by Gigi's arms, he kept crying. Soon, Bai Jiji filled a whole box with tears. Nai Ling kindly changed an empty box for her. Qian Sun was upset again. Look at him, sister, Nai Ling. I don't want to waste your tears. You know I value you, Qian Sun. Cheng Hua was better. He patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't cry anymore. The tears became smaller and smaller. The little female's smile was no longer as excited as before. Lanting rolled his eyes. He really didn't understand where Qian Sun got so many tears.
He used to be weak and cry.
Now he's stronger, but he still cries. Sometimes he wondered if mermaids' heads are filled with water, or why they cry everywhere. All right, no more crying. Qian Sun just got stronger and needs time to adjust. Bai Jiji comforted Qian Sun, then gave Cheng Hua a meaningful look. The message was clear, without words. On Yiming's side, I'll go after him. Cheng Hua's eyes darkened and his aura cooled down. No wonder he felt that the little female's bed smelled off. Lanting had been away for 4 or 5 days. The bed shouldn't still have such a strong scent. It could only be him. The snow leopard shape flashed, and he followed the scent. Nai Ling frowned slightly and shared his discovery over the past 2 days. Besides Yiming, there's another tricky one. The Golden Tiger clan seems to have taken a liking to the little female. They've marked the surroundings. I went to deal with it yesterday. These past few days have been uneasy, but since Bai Jiji isn't feeling well, everyone stayed at home. Nai Ling didn't mention this matter. Now that Shun Hua and Lan Ting have returned, her condition has improved a lot. It's time for a thorough patrol. Fortunately, several members of the family have upgraded, and only he and Lang Yi still have the strength for a fight. This trip to the Abyss of Demons has been very rewarding. With the beast cores given by Yi Ming, Shun Hua is now a top-tier expert at the 10th level, and Lan Ting is at the 9th level. Even Qian Sun, who used to be unremarkable, has reached the 11th level. I've already coated the fence on the mountainside with my poison. It's not deadly, but it can make them drink a little, Lang Yi said, trying to prevent problems before they happen. After being tormented by that sneaky ghost Yiming, they all have lingering effects. Why make it so complicated? Bai Jiji said, stopping Nai Ling, who was about to patrol the mountain. Yiming is more frightening than the Golden Tiger clan, she added. How so? Lan Ting asked, a bit confused. Bai Jiji explained, the day Nai Ling and I went up the mountain, we probably encountered the Golden Tiger clan, right? She looked at Nai Ling as she spoke. Yes, it was them, Nai Ling confirmed. That day, there were just the 2 of us. They didn't attack. They might have been just checking the situation, and they didn't intend to fight hard. So, let's wait patiently. Since they are targeting me, we just need to be patient. After speaking, Bai Jiji frowned. She didn't understand why Yiming had come back again. This sneaky ghost, what is he trying to do? She had made herself very clear, but he just wouldn't listen.
It was so frustrating.
Qian Sun reached out and gently rubbed the frown on her forehead. Sister, don't worry. He leaned into Bai Jiji's embrace and suddenly asked a very strange question. Sister, would you forgive him? Bai Jiji paused, realizing Qian Sun was talking about Yiming. She shook her head. It's not about forgiving or not. We are not from the same world. There's a barrier in communication. Qian Sun didn't understand and didn't want to care. He only wanted his sister to be happy. Sister, if you want to, I don't mind. Compared to everything else, I just want you to be happy, he said. Hearing this, Bai Jiji's heart softened. If you think of me, I will think of you too. We can't let Qiansun always suffer. She gently stroked the cat-like creature in her arms, and Nailing suddenly decided not to go on patrol anymore. Instead, she organized and dried all the supplies they had brought back from the mountain. That fish was completely unreliable. As for the big wolf, he went to farm again. Baizhi gave him cotton seeds and rose seedlings. Following Baizhi's instructions, he planted the cotton near the bathroom, and the roses were planted close to the small kitchen, near her window. Lanting asked, "What about me?" Baizhi chuckled softly. "There are a lot of Raimi plants over by the small river. You and Qianshuan can gather them all. I plan to make summer fabric." "What is summer fabric, sister?" Lanting asked. Summer fabric is a handmade cloth made from Raimi. It's light and breathable, perfect for hot weather. The clothes you all wear now are made from my old clothes. I want to make you new ones. I also want to teach the people in the tribe how to make it because everyone wears animal skins all year round, which is uncomfortable. Hearing about new clothes made Lanting very happy. Since he wore the clothes his little female made for him, he couldn't wear animal skins anymore. They were hot and not pretty. Soft linen makes people feel more confident. That's why he ran the fastest. But he listened carefully to Baizhi's plans. She wanted to teach the tribe how to make summer fabric, so he went to find Baichi. His little female is amazing. She knows everything. Halfway there, Lanting stopped because Baichi was rushing toward them. Seeing Lanting, Baichi waved happily. "Lanting, you're back? Wasn't I back yesterday?" "Father, did you forget?" Lanting said, a little speechless. "Oh, right. Sorry, I was so happy about leveling up that I forgot everything." "Father, you leveled up?" Lanting asked excitedly. "Yes. How do you know I'm at level 7? Baichi, who was quite old, looked proud. He crossed his arms and stroked his small beard confidently. "Wow, that's amazing." Lanting mimicked Baiji's usual praise for them. But as soon as he finished, Baichi gave him a light slap. "You're not even close to that." That sounded terrible. "How is Ji today?" White was a bit worried about Baizhi. In their tribe, it was normal for females to have babies, although the high priest said that the totem babies were special. Still, just thinking about how Baizhi was suffering and sleeping heavily made him feel anxious as a father. Shenhua will be back soon. He just finished breakfast. "By the way, we plan to make summer cloth." Gigi said she wants to teach the tribe how to do it too. "Dad, do you want to ask around?" "Summer cloth?" White asked with a puzzled look. Lanting briefly explained what Baizhi had told him. After hearing it, White smiled happily. "Learn it, of course. Weaving is a skill only the nobles in the city know. I didn't expect my girl Gigi to learn it too. I'll go call some of the smarter tribe members to learn." As he spoke, White remembered his purpose for coming and asked, "Can you also teach them the grains you grow? You know, during the cold season, the tribe often runs out of food. Since they saw Luo Chao and others starting to farm, many beastmen in the tribe became interested. Although it was hard work and they grew bird feed, it was precious during the cold season when food was scarce. Adults could endure a little hunger, but the little cubs couldn't." Lanting said, "The grains are grown by Lang Yi and the others." Don't ask Gigi about that. His little female was pregnant, so teaching summer cloth was enough. Asking about farming should be left to Lang Yi. Last time during the stone pot tutorial, the little female's mouth was dry from talking so much. The group was too slow, and she had to repeat herself many times. This time he would watch closely. If they were too slow, they wouldn't learn. Thinking of this, he added, "Dad, you should find a few smart ones to learn this time. Just teach them once." White rolled his eyes. That brat was just teasing him. Of course, he knew to find the smart ones. He remembered everything from last time. "I got it. I'll ask by man. She's smarter. Once she learns, she can teach others. That way, Gigi won't be so tired." "Okay," Lanting said happily. Meanwhile, Yiming suddenly felt like his domain skills were failing. When Shenhua's heavy punch landed, Yiming's heart tightened. After all, he was an 11th rank mage, with divine blood flowing in his veins. How could this leopard be so powerful? He turned his head to look at the half-destroyed small hill and suddenly became very excited. As expected of the most favored male, he's got some strength. Manhwa remained silent, standing still, with his eyelids slightly raised. Yeming felt a bit annoyed. Usually, he was the one giving others this kind of look. Breaking promises. Manhwa's voice was very cold, so cold that even the more powerful Yiming, who was one level higher, couldn't ignore the pressure. I like her. Yeming didn't want to fight. If he fought, she would feel sad, and then he wouldn't have a chance. She doesn't need it. As he finished speaking, Manhwa rushed forward. He couldn't fly, but the Snow Leopard clan specialized in fighting fiercely, even at the risk of injury. They wouldn't back down no matter if they were 1 or 2 levels higher. Yeming knew Manhwa was strong. At the peak of the 8th level, he was already tough, and now he was even more formidable. Brother, you at least absorbed the beast core I gave you. Can you not hit so hard? Get lost. It was clear Manhwa was really annoyed. Yeming chuckled. Why are you in such a hurry? Although it's a kind of compensation, I also played a part. If you hurt me, I might change into a different beast form and fall down. The little female will come to help me. You know her well, she's very kind. Shameless. Manhwa became fierce. His fist wind turned into sharp blades, stabbing straight at Yeming. He knew it was bad, but it was too late to dodge. The explosive power of a close-range leopard was too strong. Now he had to take the hit. Yeming was kicked and flew backward. Pain mixed with disbelief. He couldn't believe it. He actually lost to a leopard? It was a joke. Yeming's fighting spirit was high. After taking this, he used his back leg to brace himself. Manhwa looked up. Was he really going to fight face-to-face? He found it interesting. This snake was very proud. Manhwa still remembered what he had said to Gigi before. So he used all his strength. After blocking Yeming's heavy strike, his long tail stretched out from behind. This time, it wasn't fluffy. The hair on the tail looked like sharp spikes standing upright. When it swept past, Yeming's pupils shrank. If he got hit, he would be like a sieve. A gust of wind formed a protective barrier, barely blocking the attack. At the same time, fists clashed with fists, feet with feet, but Manhwa seemed to be a bit reckless. He changed his fist into an open palm and slapped Yeming on the ear. Yeming's slap was not without reason. He swung his tail sideways and directly knocked Manhwa away. Yeming heaved a sigh of relief, finally putting some distance between himself and the leopard. He's not suited for close combat. I admit you're very strong and worthy of standing beside her, but I'm not bad either. If you keep me around, you won't lose out. Gigi is so outstanding that even without me, others will be interested in her. Can you show some attitude towards them and give me a chance? Future matters can be discussed later. If Gigi likes him, Manhwa might consider it, but clearly, Gigi doesn't.
Why not?
That night, I climbed into bed. She even hugged me. Isn't your rejection a bit too straightforward? Manhwa was truly angry. Pretending to be lanting and still daring to be so confident was really shameless. Manhwa sped up and teleported right in front of Yeming. He was really risking everything now. He hugged Yeming's snake tail with both hands and spun him around in a 360-degree Thomas rotation. He swung him, threw him to the ground, then swung him again to keep throwing. Yeming was no pushover. He released a large amount of snake venom, causing Manhwa's face to darken instantly. A leopard and a snake fought fiercely, rolling down the mountain and into the water. Before climbing out, they trembled again. In the end, neither gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Bai Gigi was in the yard asking Qian-sun about something. That's when she learned that Yeming had leveled up again. Her Hua was a 10. No matter how strong, he couldn't gain an advantage by surpassing levels. So, she immediately hugged Qian-sun, and the two flew over. Oh, I forgot to mention, Qian-sun spread his fins like wings, a small flying fish. No need to walk anymore. The floating dragon fish looked like a dragon. Bai Gigi was riding on it, but wasn't interested in sightseeing. She was worried about Manhwa and kept urging Qian-sun to go faster. Below, Yeming saw Bai Gigi coming and immediately stopped, obediently standing straight, waiting for a scolding. Bai Zhizhi didn't disappoint him. When the slap came down, he smiled happily. This feeling, words can't fully describe how satisfying it was. Zhizhi, you still like hitting me. Isn't that a sign of favoritism? Yiming looked up and smiled, knowing she was pregnant and couldn't be too active. He deliberately knelt in front of her, with a hopeful look on his lips and eyes full of joy hidden behind his messy hair. As long as she still has feelings for him, he still has a chance. He said, Zhizhi, I am good. I am not going crazy. I will listen to you. Bai Zhizhi looked at him with a face full of frustration. She turned her head coldly and said, I remember we already made things clear last time. I accepted your compensation. We're even now. See? Communication still has barriers. He talks about city gates and walls, she talks about hips and elbows. He wants to be the submissive one, but she doesn't have the habit of hurting others. But I don't want to be even. Zhizhi, I like you. I really want to be with you. I accept their existence. I won't be overbearing anymore. It was my fault before. Can you give me a chance? I swear, I'm not here to cause trouble this time. I just
Can't forget you.
Yiming is sincere, with a gentle expression on his face. He really didn't mean to hurt Shenhua badly. He doesn't want to go back to the divine realm. He just wants to stay here. Bai Zhizhi sighed. She was actually a little tired. You're too stubborn. I can't handle it. If you really like me, just go back where you came from. Please, I beg you. Is that okay? Shenhua frowned, feeling even more annoyed with Yiming. If it weren't for him, how could the young girl be pregnant and come to this mountain? How could she be so exhausted? Even with Qian Sun around, it was still a mess. Qian Sun noticed Bai Zhizhi was unwell. He quickly stepped forward and gently carried her. Shenhua had snake venom on him, so he didn't dare get too close. Bai Zhizhi didn't argue with Yiming anymore. She used vines to gently wrap Shenhua, and the snake venom on him disappeared instantly. Now there was no more snake venom. Qian Sun quickly put her down. Bai Zhizhi rushed into Shenhua's arms, her face full of worry. Yiming stood behind, feeling sad inside. She still couldn't see him. Shenhua shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. When they tried to leave, Yiming immediately stepped in front of them, almost begging. Bai Zhizhi could see that he was suppressing his true nature. Just like in the cave, maybe next second, he would go crazy. Zhizhi, don't call my name. She was really irritated. Does she think her life is long? Or does she think her family's lives are long? Who dares to provoke him? She was not brave at all. She hadn't forgotten the terrible scene from last time. Everything was still clear in her mind. Even if she accepted his words, what would that make Qi Sun? He was injured twice and nearly died. If he managed to level up this time, it was just good luck for him. And there was Lan Ting Shenhua, not to mention staying behind. She and he could hardly even be friends. Zhizhi, Yiming wanted to try harder, but Bai Zhizhi's gaze discouraged him. Yiming watched Bai Zhizhi walk away, feeling his eyes sting with tears. When you do something wrong, you must face punishment and make up for it. He would try his best to make them accept him. He chuckled bitterly, blaming himself for being too naive before, thinking everyone should see him and come to him when he beckoned. In the small vegetable garden, Lan Ting gathered all the Rami plants. Bai Zhizhi rested for a while, then called Lan Ting over. Since you've collected the Rami, you need to peel and scrape it to separate the bark and fibers. We don't have tools. Can your special ability do this? If not, I'll think of another way. It can work. Lan Ting patted his chest confidently, but still looked a bit doubtful. Zhizhi, can this really turn into clothes? Bai Zhizhi smiled softly. I'll make some for you first. Lan Ting's eyes lit up.
Deal.
I'll go peel and scrape the Rami now. That's my specialty. Qi Sun didn't stay close to her. Compared to him, he could tell Bai Zhizhi preferred Shenhua to keep her company, so he also went to help. After everyone left, Bai Zhizhi leaned into Shenhua's arms, feeling sleepy. Don't do this again in the future, Shenhua said tenderly, holding her hand. I worry about you. Bai Zhizhi reached out and touched Shenhua's face, her fingers brushing his defined jawline. Manhwa kissed her palm naturally. Do you want to rest for a while? After she finished speaking, Bai Zhizhi closed her eyes. She initially felt fine, but suddenly, Yiming appeared and interrupted her. Manhwa stayed with her for a while, making sure she was asleep before getting up to prepare food in the small kitchen. The seafood that Chi Sun brought back, the little female said she wanted to eat it raw. As for the king crab, she said she wanted it steamed with dipping sauce. Although it was her first time making it, Manhwa was very careful. Bai Zhizhi was already tired, so he tried to meet her food needs as much as possible. During his busy schedule, Niling took time to come back and replace the flowers on the bedside table with fresh purple herbs. The beast husbands each had their own tasks, and everyone silently agreed not to disturb Bai Zhizhi while she rested. After Manhwa finished preparing lunch, Bai Zhizhi was still not awake. He looked at the empty space in front of the wash basin and suddenly thought that maybe he could build a pavilion for the little female. If it turned out well, he could make it even more beautiful. The cave was a bit simple after all. Although he laid stone slabs and made a wooden bed, he still felt it wasn't enough. He couldn't let the little female always rest under that tree, right? What if the rainy season came again? So, when he mentioned the idea of building a wooden shelter, Niling immediately said he could take over the job. Their wooden pavilion in the Tushan Great Lake was the best. In the entire beast world, probably no one knew more about building such structures than him. Manhwa had plenty of strength, Niling had the skills, and the two agreed quickly. When Bai Zhizhi previously helped Manhwa with the drawings for building a wooden bridge, the carpentry techniques used were very suitable. Manhwa took out the drawings, and Niling said it was feasible. The fox drew a rough outline on the ground with branches. He thought that if they built something, it should be big. After all, the little female was pregnant and couldn't go anywhere. It was a good opportunity to build a pavilion for her to relax. Manhwa looked at Niling's plans and offered his own suggestion. Maybe we can divert the river water here, so Bai Zhizhi can also play with fish at the door. Niling smiled and said, "Good idea, I agree. Manhwa, our little female is different from others, so I think the same as you. Let's go and get the wood," Manhwa said. Then, in beast form, he quickly darted into the small forest. As soon as he roared, several tall trees fell with a loud crash. Seeing Manhwa already in action, Niling hurriedly reminded him, "Don't cut down every tree. Choose the ones that are hard and not infested with bugs, or it will be troublesome to rebuild later." Manhwa agreed. The leopard and fox were busy, and as beast husbands, their main responsibility was to make their little female comfortable and happy. Thinking of this, both of them felt full of energy. When Bai Zhizhi woke up, he was shocked. The flower garden had been dug up quite a bit, and Niling was covered in dirt, digging the foundation. "Niling, what are you doing?" Bai Zhizhi asked, unable to hold back her question as she chewed on a piece of crab meat. "We plan to build a large pavilion. The flower bed in front will be turned into a fish pond, and later I will replant roses there, so you won't need to sit under the tree to stay cool," Niling explained while digging, dirt flying everywhere. Bai Zhizhi's eyes welled up with tears. What should she do? She felt like crying. How could her husband be so good? Manhwa had already gone up the mountain to select trees, as Niling requested. For lunch, Bai Zhizhi ate alone. Since the fish was raw, Manhwa didn't think he should eat much, so he didn't cut much for her. The rest he fried simply with some oil and added a little salt. But Manhwa was clever and thought of using rosemary with a sashimi. Bai Zhizhi felt touched by his thoughtfulness. Not only was he talented at woodworking, but he was also good at cooking. He was truly an all-round husband. Bai Zhizhi blushed. Well, he was quite good in bed too. Carrot. She made tomato soup with 2 eggs, which was not fishy, and the temperature was just right. Bai Zhizhi ate happily. Seeing everyone busy, she didn't sit idle either. She took out 2 jars of preserved vegetables from her space, those with sealed lids, and decided it was time to make her pickled green beans. The small vegetable garden was full of hanging strips, but Manhwa didn't know how to harvest them yet, so he hadn't picked any. Bai Zhizhi carried a small bamboo basket and gathered 2 big baskets of beans. Lan Ting saw this and immediately ran over to lift the beans, somewhat reproachfully saying, "Just tell me next time. Why do it yourself? I could have called you when we were in the Raimi pile." Her voice grew softer and softer. What should she do? She was reluctant to raise her voice. Bai Gigi chuckled. "I'm just pregnant, not unable to move. I know, but I just want you to ask me to do things more often. Otherwise, what sense of presence do I have in this home? Gigi, it's not only about staying up all night that shows I care. If you call me to work, it makes me feel needed. That's also a kind of caring." Lan Ting finished speaking, noticing Bai Gigi's silence. He became a little anxious. He wiped his hands on his clothes and then took her hand, muttering, "Do you understand or not?" Bai Gigi replied, "I don't understand." "So, Lan Ting, can you stay up with me tonight? Previously, I promised to wait for him to return, and I must keep my word." "Really? You want me to guard the night?" Lan Ting's happy voice was so loud that Qian Sun and Niling both looked up at the same time. "Yes, we agreed before going to the demon abyss. I'll wait for you to come back." Bai Gigi smiled with bright eyes. Actually, her little snake isn't bad. It just eats less. If she feeds it more in the future, it will be fine. Help! What kind of fierce words am I thinking about? Gigi, Lan Ting paused, and her ears immediately turned red. "What's wrong?" Lan Ting ran off with a small bean bun, and Bai Gigi shook her head, feeling that Lan Ting was becoming more like a child. "Sour beans are easy to make because they aren't sprayed with pesticides, so no need to wash them." She picked out the tender ones and put them into a jar, layering beans and salt. She also picked some chili peppers, which could be eaten too. Once everything was in the jar, it would taste great when stir-fried later. It's perfect for noodles, sandwiches, or fried rice. After preparing the sour beans, Bai Gigi realized they had run out of salt at home. She paused for a moment. There was no more salt to use tonight. She thought about going to the seaside to get some sea salt to eat. She had been trading prey for salt in the city, but it wasn't very cost-effective, and most of what she got was coarse salt. While she was thinking about making salt, the lively square at the center of the tribe suddenly became busy. The Lion Tribe people had arrived. According to the agreement, they came to deliver this batch of prey. Last time Kuei Xing came, and Bai Qi was lying down. This time was different. Bai Qi had advanced, so when he heard Kuei Xing was coming, he was the first to arrive at the scene. He knew Kuei Xing didn't serve him, but he still felt great. "Why are you the one here?" "I want to see the leader." Kuei Xing still didn't like Bai Qi much. Before the Yunju incident was revealed, Bai Qi was weak. He didn't understand what Yunju saw in him. Later, he found out Yunju was with him to con the shaman doctor, but Kuei Xing still looked down on him. Letting a female mate with other males right under his nose and even give birth to such a big female, doesn't that make him look stupid? Well, he was stupid too. "My daughter is busy. I'm the one here to receive the goods today. Don't forget, I am the leader of the wolf tribe." Bai Qi held his head high. Recently, he had gotten used to acting confidently, especially since the young lord of the divine realm was polite to him because of Gigi. What is a mere star of the constellation compared to that? Kuei Xing was not used to his arrogance and said coldly, "You caused a delay. You can't handle the consequences." Today, Bai Qi's visit was not just to deliver something. He wanted to continue, but seeing Kuei Xing's serious expression, he guessed something serious might be happening. So, he immediately sent someone to knock on Bai Gigi's house. Luo Yi opened the door. The big wolf had just finished washing up, holding Bai Gigi in his arms. He had seen the people from the fierce lion tribe arrive earlier. "Show the way." Luo Yi carried Bai Gigi with one hand, his expression always cold as he looked at the visitors. His tenderness belonged to Gigi. Kuei Xing had been waiting for a while. When he saw Bai Gigi arrive, he immediately went to meet her. Unlike Bai Qi, he spoke very respectfully to her. "Respectful leader, here is this period's goods. Also, I brought you some fine salt. Coarse salt is rough and not suitable for you, leader." Bai Qi rolled his eyes, secretly thinking Kuei Xing was really good at flattery. But he still felt good about it. Bai Gigi looked at the bright white fine salt and smiled. Their home had just run out of salt, and Kuei Xing had brought some right away. She signaled Luo Yi to accept it. Kuei continued. Also, I have something else to report to you, leader. After saying that, he looked around at the beastmen gathering to watch the show, hesitating for a moment. Bai Zhizhi understood his meaning and immediately told Bai Qi to disperse everyone. Only then did Kuei say, "Recently, our fierce lion tribe found out that the Golden Tiger tribe seems to have intentions toward you, leader. The Golden Tiger tribe is a branch of the royal city. They have many brave warriors and high-level beast ranks. It seems their high priest predicted the sacred female, and with the divine power you recently displayed, they might make a move soon." Luo Ye's eyes darkened. "So, it's coming," Bai Zhizhi said. "I already know about this. Keep an eye on them. Also, I have something for you this time." She raised her hand, and Luo Yi took out a basket of insect repellent packs, leftovers from the wolf tribe. "This is insect repellent packs. The rainy season is coming soon. Trust me, I won't forget your loyalty. Using both kindness and strength is the best way to lead effectively." Kuei was very happy. Their shaman used simple methods to drive away pests, but it didn't work well and made them uncomfortable. They had heard that the wolf tribe had a new medicine pack, but because of their status, they never asked for it. To their surprise, the respected leader had done something for them. "Thank you, respected leader. If you need anything, just ask. The fierce lion tribe and the wolf tribe are one." Bai Zhizhi seemed to remember something and asked, "How is my mother lately?" Kuei bowed and said, "We dare not hide anything from the respected leader. Recently, we found a mineral vein. Yunju was sent to mine it, but it's actually Iris." "What happened to Iris?" Bai Zhizhi asked. "She ran away." Kuei looked uncomfortable. Seeing Bai Zhizhi's smile fade, he quickly added, "Don't worry, leader. We are already looking for her. As soon as we have news, we will tell you immediately." Honestly, Bai Zhizhi didn't care much about Iris. Someone of her level was just as foolish as the original owner. What she cared about was the mineral vein Kuei found. "Tell me about the mineral vein." Kuei knew Bai Zhizhi would be interested. He immediately handed over the sample he brought. At first glance, Bai Zhizhi's eyes lit up. It was iron ore. She had seen the crossbow arrows made by Luo Chao before. They used sharpened stones for the arrowheads. Now that they had iron ore, it was a big difference. Her fire level was 4, so refining and forging cast iron was quite easy for her. After thinking for a moment, she looked back at Kuei and said seriously, "It seems the leader has made up his mind. Tell me your thoughts." Her commanding presence was just right, respectful yet willing to submit. Such a female was surprisingly a descendant of Bai Qi. Kuei felt a strange mix of admiration and discomfort. Kuei found this mineral vein valuable because his special ability accidentally heated a piece of it, leaving behind a very hard substance. But he didn't know how to use it. As a beast man, his understanding was limited. He knew it was good stuff but didn't know how to make use of it. So, he turned to Bai Zhizhi, the so-called saint female of the Golden Tiger tribe, believing she would have a solution. He bowed again and said, "The fierce lion tribe will hand over all the mineral veins to the respected leader, but only one request." Kuei then asked earnestly, "Please, respected leader, protect the fierce lion tribe." From the expression on Bai Zhizhi's face just now, it was clear he had found something very valuable. Instead of wasting it in his own hands without knowing how to use it, it's better to make a good relationship and show loyalty. With Bai Zhizhi involved, other tribes won't be able to come and steal again. Bai Zhizhi. Of course, the two guardians were stunned, especially Lang Yi. It wasn't the first time he saw Bai Zhizhi showing his powerful aura, but every time he saw it, he was captivated. If Qian Sun is willing to be a dog, then Lang Yi is Bai Zhizhi's most loyal guard. I will ask my father to send someone over. But since you've given me this mine, I can't tell others about it. Kuei. That's certain. Bai Zhizhi nodded, then said, "I will go back later. I will give you a blueprint, and you can prepare everything needed. This is a beast world, not modern times. To turn iron ore into metal, only primitive methods and steps can be used. Fortunately, her fire level is enough, but that only removes impurities. To maximize the value of the iron ore, she needs to think carefully. First, She needs to build a blast furnace. The rest will be left to her versatile abilities. The strongest defense, this is just what she needs. Later, she plans to give each of her husbands a big sword. After Kuaisheng left, Bai Zhizhi asked Bai Qi to divide the prey. Now, the wolf tribe members are more respectful to Bai Zhizhi than to their own chief. Just like before, she asked for 2 black pigs. Their oil is almost finished, and everything they have is just enough. On the way back, Lang Yi couldn't help but kiss Bai Zhizhi. Why did you suddenly become so sweet? Lang Yi looked at her with infatuation. You looked so beautiful just now. Being chosen by her was his honor. Bai Zhizhi, you're too late. I already asked Lanting to keep watch. Lang Yi chuckled. It's okay, I'll sleep next to you. Bai Zhizhi was surprised and stared wide-eyed at his words, unable to believe it. Her big wolf was joking. The bed is small, you should stand at the door. Lang Yi. All right then. After saying that, Lang Yi asked, is the mine discovered by the Mingshi tribe very important? Yes, it's an iron mine. With iron, we can make many things, weapons and daily items. Later, you can go with my father's people to see it. I don't trust others to handle such an important matter. Okay, I understand. I'll take care of it. Also, about the blueprint you mentioned, maybe I should do it. Since you're pregnant, you shouldn't tire yourself too much. Lang Ye's eyes were very gentle. Thinking that the baby in Gigi's belly might be his, he felt both happy and a little worried. This is really something I need to handle. The furnace for refining the ore is quite complicated. You might need to hug me more when the time comes. Lang Yi chuckled softly. I'd be happy to serve you, my little female. Just as they reached the door, Xinhua came out to greet them. Kuei-Shing has arrived. Yes, bringing some supplies and also good news, Bai Zhizhi said, patting Lang Yi to signal she was going to Xinhua. Before Lang Yi could react, her hands were already empty. Zhizhi had been very clingy to Xinhua these past few days. Xinhua caught her in a warm hug. Bai Zhizhi snuggled into his arms, then started ordering dinner. I want fried salmon tonight, eggplant with minced meat and green beans, and a bowl of crab yolk mixed noodles. He knew about the crab yolk noodles, and the method for shrimp paste noodles should be similar. Eggplant with minced meat and green beans. Xinhua was unfamiliar with this dish. I'll teach you. Okay, I'll do it. The big wolf felt a bit awkward because he didn't know how to cook. Then I'll learn from Xinhua. Bai Zhizhi shook her head. Later, you can stay with me and draw the plans. The mine area's matters still need to be handed over to you. I have many details to discuss. While Xinhua was cooking dinner, Bai Zhizhi drew the blueprint for the furnace. She detailed the inner and outer layers carefully. Lang Yi listened very attentively. Bai Zhizhi told him many things about the mine area and what to watch out for. The big wolf took notes one by one. She also marked the surrounding tribes of various sizes. The closest to the Mingshi tribe was the Husuan tribe. This beast-man tribe has always been peaceful and untroubled, so it can be temporarily ignored. But the hyena tribe next to us is more troublesome. The leader of that tribe is a female who often makes deals, and she really likes to steal the work of other tribes, Lang Yi said. Not just that, she's basically a bandit. The nearby small tribes have all been raided by them. During the last hunting season, their female leader even tried to form a bond with Lang Yi, right Lang Yi? Nai Ling really likes to bring up topics that make others uncomfortable. Lang Yi rolled his eyes. Won't talking make me mute? Nai Ling grinned. Yes, Bai Zhizhi frowned in disgust. Sure enough, hyenas are not only annoying in the animal world but are the same on the beast world continent. After thinking for a moment, she turned Lang Ye's face toward herself, carefully examined him, and smiled. Although I dislike them, they do have good taste. They know our big wolf has some charm. Zhizhi. Lang Yi glanced away, blushing. But Bai Zhizhi wouldn't let him go. She teased him with her words, then reached out with her hands. Lang Ye's body was very straight, feeling Bai Zhizhi's restless hand slipping into his collar. She rubbed him all at once. They were having fun when Nai Ling suddenly rushed over and tore off her own top. Oh my goodness! She was glowing white. What a stunning, captivating, muscular, long-haired, tear-mole handsome man. He was really attractive, but also a bit dangerous. Nai Ling, if you keep doing this, I might become immune to your beauty. Plus, you're showing too much. I prefer the big wolf who is half hidden, leaving enough to the imagination. As she finished speaking, both her hands went inside his shirt. The feel of his abs was incredible. Actually, Nai Ling's smooth skin was very attractive, especially since he was white. It was a top visual treat. But now she was touching Ling Yi. How could she be easily distracted by him? The big wolf also had a perfect figure, especially that face. Hard not to love.
But
He was a bit reckless. Just like Lan Ting. That kind of recklessness. No, maybe they were equally reckless? Anyway, there was no difference. The big wolf Lan Ting was just the same. Hey, little female, look at me. Am I not good-looking? Nai Ling was in the middle of casting a spell when Lan Ting interrupted her. Not good-looking. The words fell, and the overly pretentious act of unbuttoning clothes was revealed. Gigi, look at me. I have something to show you. Lan Ting was not vain. Among the 5 old men, he indeed had the best figure. It was no wonder his animal form gave him natural advantages. His body was full of lively flesh, and his shape was excellent. Big sister, I think I might get a pimple. All right, everyone, once Qiansun makes a move, most of the game is over. Others played openly, but Qiansun simply leaned into his arms. His height of 190 centimeters made it look natural when he curled up. No wonder the chubby fish had its advantages. Lan Ting pouted, reluctantly putting on his clothes. Tisk, what's there to be proud of? Tonight, he was on night watch. Bai Zhiji caught Lan Ting's small expression perfectly. Haha, she really felt like an emperor. Lan Ting's control was just too precise. It was as if he was saying, "You fools, tonight the emperor is flipping my card." Haha, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Despite the teasing, Bai Zhiji didn't forget the serious matter. She folded the blueprint and tucked it into Lang Ye's pocket, repeatedly reminding him, "Keep it safe. After you finish deploying around the mining area, I'll go over.
be sure to watch out for the hyena tribe.
Don't let them tempt you." Bai Zhiji pretended to be jealous, which was very effective on Lang Yi. He pressed his lips to kiss her and nodded. "I'll behave." This trick from the big wolf was also very effective on Bai Zhiji. After dinner, everyone dispersed. Since Bai Zhiji said Lan Ting would stay on night duty, he also went with her during the washing up. Zhiji, is the water temperature okay for your bath? Bai Zhiji, yes. Are the flower petals enough? Do you want me to come in and help you with a massage? Bai Zhiji, no. Lan Ting wanted to say more, but Chenghua pulled him aside. Can you be a little calmer?
She's pregnant now. I know that.
I was just asking if the little female needs extra service. He still had a reason. Chenghua sighed. Nai Ling, Lan Ting, I'm leaving her in your hands. The nearby fox, who had been eagerly waiting, was already prepared. Honestly, he didn't like that snake just now. He used his tail to lock Lan Ting, and the two of them rolled to the back mountain, knocking down a bunch of trees. Nai Ling was secretly happy, and was also hitting Lan Ting. It was a clever plan, really effective. No wonder it was him, because most people wouldn't think of it. Bai Zhiji was wondering why everything outside suddenly became quiet. When she came out of the bathroom, she almost burst out laughing. She saw Nai Ling pretending to be defeated, knocking down a tree in front, while Lan Ting, with his snake body, quickly peeled the tree trunk like a banana. Smart little fox and tool-like snake. They fought back and forth. Chenghua stood nearby and picked her up. I'll take you over. Okay, thank you, husband. Chenghua paused, then his eyes grew warmer. It's been a while since you called me that. Yes, Chenghua. Smack Lan Ting, who was fighting, tilted his head. Huh?
Ha. Ha.
Chenghua, you sneaky leopard, don't think you can steal the home. Tonight, it's me, okay? Nai Ling gave him a final bump on the head, then smiled with his eyes closed. Go wash up. Chenghua won't steal your home. Bai Zhiji and Chenghua exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. Lan Ting's little den looked carefully decorated. The animal skins were all new, clean, and fragrant. The cave was filled with fresh flowers, and there were washed strawberries on the bedside. He was really good at learning. During the day, Qiansun had cut off the strawberry's bottom, and now he was doing the same. And there was juice too. Seeing this, Manhwa naturally put Bai Jiji down. Before leaving, he kissed her again and then left. On the way back, they saw Qian Sun. He was curled up in the cave, working on a piece of wood. Manhwa said nothing. Since Lan Ting was on night duty tonight, he and Nai Ling would work overtime. Look, whether Qian Sun had become stronger or not, they habitually didn't give him any tasks. Just like before, they kept him as a useless burden. Bai Jiji woke up after a nap, and Lan Ting had just returned, still damp. "Why are you back so late?" Bai Jiji asked. "I went to build that pavilion. I looked at Niling's drawings, and it took quite a bit of time. I also helped out a little." "Were you worried?" Lan Ting gently wrapped Bai Jiji into his arms. "Fortunately, I slept well. Jiji is so obedient." After saying that, Lan Ting looked at her lips and leaned in. Soft kisses are so nice. Bai Jiji also liked kissing him, but Lan Ting was a bit restrained because she was now pregnant with their baby. He didn't dare. This was also why he kept busy working to release his energy. But the little girl didn't seem to think the same. She wrapped her tail around his and casually took off her slip dress. Seeing this, Lan Ting froze. He couldn't handle this situation. "Jiji, don't be naughty." He clearly said not to be naughty, but his eyes showed a passionate fire. He was really struggling to hold back, but he thought he could endure it. There was only her at home, and he didn't want her to get too tired. Bai Jiji said nothing, just leaned down and whispered in his ear. Her voice was hoarse, her earlobe tingled, and her warm breath brushed against him, making him lose the last bit of his reason. "Jiji, you're bad." "Yes, I'm bad. I teased our good little snake." Lan Ting huffed proudly, then pulled her into his arms and kissed her. He longed for her so much, only he knew how much. Every kiss was especially passionate. Bai Jiji first activated her with magic to protect the baby inside her belly. She didn't want the child to grow up and say, "I saw you when you were in my mom's belly." "Jiji, yes, I am here." Lan Ting held her hand carefully and gently laid her down in the grass nest. He knew he was reckless, so now he was very gentle and cautious. Bai Jiji voluntarily wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Lan Ting chuckled softly and slowly lowered himself. When she woke up today, she wasn't alone in bed. Bai Jiji opened her eyes and saw Lan Ting's handsome smile. "Good morning, Jiji." She felt much better. Today, Bai Jiji looked very healthy. It seemed that the old witch doctor's hesitation meant this. Her baby was quite strong. During pregnancy, she could be with her beast partner. Thinking of this, Bai Jiji silently activated her earth magic, which had now reached level 4. A 2.0 increase? "Lan Ting, what level are you at now?" Bai Jiji asked. "Peak of the 9th level," Lan Ting replied. Bai Jiji nodded upon hearing this. It seems that the value isn't fixed. It changes based on the strength of the beast master. So the stronger they are, the faster her progress. Thinking about this, Bai Jiji happily kissed Lan Ting. Even though Lan Ting is usually careless, he now understood what Bai Jiji's reward meant. He shamelessly moved closer and blushed as he asked, "Jiji, am I getting a little better?" Bai Jiji nodded. Lan Ting was very happy and jumped up from the grass nest. But worried about startling the little one, he immediately bent down and gently comforted Bai Jiji's belly. "Little one, your father didn't mean to scare you. I'm very gentle, right, Bai Jiji? I need to get up now. Help me get dressed." Bai Jiji didn't yet realize how much the level 4 Earth-type magic had changed her. Lan Ting had been facing her in the grass nest, so he didn't notice her transformation. But in fact, she looked especially radiant today. Not only her complexion, but her features had also changed significantly due to the 2 levels. Her previously flat and unremarkable features had become prominent. The change wasn't very obvious when she leveled up before, but now, after jumping 2 levels, it's impossible to ignore. Her slender eyebrows, naturally dark and with a gentle curve, complemented her long, curled, and thick eyelashes. Beneath them, her eyes resembled autumn waters, like peach blossoms. Her small nose was slightly raised, and her lips were tender and red. Even without makeup, her delicate oval face was captivating. When Lan Ting heard Bai Zhizhi was about to get up, he stopped fussing. He quickly got up, brought clean clothes for her to wear, and tidied up the messy clothes in the grass nest, placing them into a wooden basin. After Bai Zhizhi finished dressing, she was about to sit and comb her hair when she heard a commotion outside. Lan Ting, who had gone to fetch water for washing his face, came in with a grim expression. "What happened?" Bai Zhizhi asked. "The Golden Tiger clan has arrived." Lan Ting put down the water and looked at Bai Zhizhi with concern. He wondered why she seemed to have become more beautiful recently. He had just stepped out, and she had changed so much. Was it really that dramatic? "Zhizhi," Lan Ting squatted beside her, holding her face gently as he examined her. He confirmed that she had indeed become more beautiful. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Promise me you won't go out today." Lan Ting only glanced briefly. He saw that many people from the Golden Tiger tribe had come. They seemed polite and respectful, giving Bai Zhizhi face. But does that tribe really bring two 12-beast level attendants on their first visit? Bai Zhizhi shook her head. "You can't ask me to hide forever. If I'm here, they won't see me today, but they'll come again tomorrow. Since they came for me, I can't hide forever." After saying that, she used a sandalwood hairpin to tie her hair up. Today, she wore a long grayish-black dress with long sleeves and a hood. She put the hood on her head. Lan Ting didn't really want her to hide. His possessiveness was acting up. Her family hasn't seen this beautiful young female yet. Instead, outsiders saw her first. Isn't that frustrating? He knelt on one knee and helped her put on embroidered shoes before supporting her out the door. Qian Sun didn't go to join the crowd. He had been waiting at Lan Ting's cave entrance for a while. When he saw Bai Zhizhi, he was momentarily stunned, but he quickly adjusted his thoughts. Nai Ling said that they could provide energy to the young female. This energy must be categorized, not just one type. So, her big change today probably came from being with Lan Ting last night. "Big sister, are you okay?" He was more worried about her health.
Bai Zizi replied, "I'm fine."
"How many people came from the Golden Tiger tribe?" Qian Sun's expression darkened. "Not good." He didn't say how many, but there were two 12-beast level attendants, a 10th level young master, and a lot of animal skins and rough porcelain. Their purpose was obvious, but did they really think so highly of themselves? Their wolf tribe, now led by Big Sister, wouldn't use such broken things, right? Bai Man's family already uses wooden bowls and chopsticks, way better than those ugly clay ones. Ugly people. Ugly things they bring. Qian Sun was angry. He wasn't upset that someone liked Bai Zhizhi. He was angry that those people liked her but showed no sincerity. His sister is the best female in the world. A bunch of junk came to her door, and if she didn't agree, would she let the two guardians fight over her? Bai Zhizhi and Lan Ting looked at each other and smiled. "All right, don't be angry. Whether she's pretty or not doesn't matter. I don't care about her. I only need you guys. Come on, take me to see her." Qian Sun nodded and then took a bag of dried fruits from his arms. "Sister, you're pregnant. Eat something to keep your strength." Over at the tribe square, Bai Qi was already tied to a fire and being roasted. The people of the Golden Tiger tribe kept urging him to come out and call Bai Zhizhi to meet them. They said it was their young master who wanted to marry her. Yes, you heard right, he wanted to marry her. Our Golden Tiger tribe is very sincere. This time, we came to ask for her hand for our young master. Our young master is a powerful beast man at the 10th level. I heard the two women beside your daughter are not very strong. Better to end the contract early. Their people said only two were at the 8th level. 8th level. How could they compare to their young master? As a branch of the royal family, the strength of the Golden Tiger tribe is very powerful. Surely the chief has heard of us. I haven't heard of you. That was Bai Zhizhi's voice. When Bai Qi heard Bai Zhizhi's voice, he finally relaxed. Hua Chun and the others weren't here, and he was left to handle everything alone. He felt like he was about to die. Everyone turned to look and saw Bai Zhizhi walking at the front, followed by her 5 beast husbands. Lang Yi had returned. As soon as he got the news, he came back immediately. He stood on either side of Chenhua, with 3 others behind him. Actually, there were more because Yi Mia was also here. The young master of the Golden Tiger tribe sat on the main seat. When he saw Bai Zhizhi, his eyes lit up with interest. The high priest said she wasn't very pretty, but she could give birth to the strongest offspring, so he humbly came to ask for her hand. He didn't expect even the high priest could be mistaken sometimes. What's wrong with her? She looks very beautiful. And her clothes, Jin Chuan had never seen anything like them. Compared to the noble females of the royal court, this female was even more impressive. Jin Chuan's attitude changed dramatically. He quickly stood up to welcome Bai Zhizhi, but she brushed past him and sat directly on the main seat. Her long legs crossed, her presence commanding. Yeming stood hidden, a look of admiration on his face. The female he liked deserved this treatment. What attitude do you have, female? Didn't you see our young master welcoming you? Bai Zhizhi said nothing, just gave a glance. Nailing behind her immediately slapped the person. Has anyone told you that you should speak gently and politely to females? That tone was very charming. Yeming, hiding in the dark, was pleased. She really only knows how to hit him herself. No one else gets this treatment. Jin Chuan saw his subordinates being hit, and his smile immediately disappeared. He turned around with a cold face and said to Bai Zhizhi, "We came with courtesy. Is this how the wolf tribe treats guests?" Even the noble and elegant Qian Sun couldn't hold back. "Are you talking about those shiny animal skins and roughly made pottery you brought?" Actually, regarding the pottery, Qian Sun really misunderstood the Jinhu tribe. They brought the best set, but it was just that everything they used was too delicate. Roughly made? Do you know that those are for royal use? The priest beside Jin Chuan couldn't stand it anymore. This merman has such a big mouth. Your royal family really has no taste, Lang Yi said, still startling everyone. Jin Chuan smiled upon hearing this. He said to Bai Zhizhi, "Your beast husbands really lack manners. Why not dissolve the contract with them and come with me? You saw our sincerity. I noticed you a few days ago, but considering the wolf tribe is too small, I didn't insist on marriage. Instead, I chose to treat you with courtesy. Why not come with me today?" He liked Bai Zhizhi very much. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful female. She looked good, dressed well, and as they passed by, he smelled a lovely fragrance on her. Chun Hua frowned. This was another arrogant Yeming. Lanting said nothing, silently sharpening his fists. Lang Yi lowered his eyes, a cold smile on his lips. He was angry. Nailing's 9 tails flared open, and the pressure of an 8th-level beast man burst out. A small fish nearby immediately added to the attack. As the two groups clashed, Yeming also released the pressure of the Tingsha clan from behind. Bai Zhizhi's expression darkened. Here we go again. The Jinhu tribe is so arrogant. Chenhua frowned, but Yiming gave him a look. That look had a clear meaning. Bai Zhizhi understood it instantly. She didn't want to owe him a favor, but Yiming didn't plan to give her a chance to refuse. He stepped into the center, and the moment he appeared, all eyes from the Golden Tiger tribe turned toward him.
Who are you?
One of the elders asked coldly. Yiming tilted his head slightly, a faint, dangerous smile on his lips. Can't you tell? I'm here to join you. And remember, when facing a beautiful lady, you should be polite and respectful. After speaking, he gave Bai Zhizhi a graceful bow, then turned to Jin Chuan. What's wrong? Do you need me to show you how it's done? His smile looked calm, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. Jin Chuan snorted, but for some reason, when he met Yiming's cold eyes, a wave of unease rose in his heart. She's just a woman. If she comes with me, her only duty is to raise children. Why should I bow to her? Jin Chuan tried to sound confident. After all, a powerful elder stood behind him. What did you say? Just a woman? Yiming laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the air. Bai Zhizhi frowned. She knew Yiming was about to lose control. Quickly, she turned to Bai Qi. Father, send everyone away. Tell them to hide in their caves. Meanwhile, Luo Chao, In Feng, and Lin Wu had already brought out the crossbows hidden in the caves and set them up. If the Golden Tiger tribe wanted to fight, then they would fight. Bai Zhizhi's family had never been the type to be bullied. Bai Qi chuckled and gestured for her to relax.
Don't worry, my child.
Your father isn't that timid. Before Jin Chuan could react, Yiming grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. He struck him hard across the face, again and again. Before the Golden Tiger elders could intervene, Yiming opened his domain, and in an instant, both of them vanished. The chief elder shouted angrily, pointing at Bai Qi. "Give him back." Bai Qi spread his hands. "You're blaming me for nothing. That dark fellow isn't from our tribe. He took your man away. How am I supposed to find him for you?" The elder snapped, "If he's not one of yours, why would he help you?" Bai Qi smiled faintly. "That's what I don't understand either. You came here asking for marriage. Why would I want to oppose you? What good would that do me? I'll be honest with you. The black longworm came from the divine realm and has taken a liking to my sister Gigi. Now both sides are fighting. You can handle it yourselves." He pushed them away because the wolf tribe wouldn't take any responsibility. The longworm kept wrapping tightly around Gigi, but she didn't like it. Since he wanted to step in, it was better if both sides got hurt. Bai Qi was actually quite afraid of Yiming, feeling he might lose control at any moment. Bai Gigi thought privately that it was best for her to handle this herself. While having Yiming take responsibility was the best solution, he was more difficult to deal with than the arrogant Jin Chuan. Everyone knew this well. Manhwa saw her worry and signaled her to stay calm. Nai Ling secretly withdrew, planning to add fuel to the fire. A fire that could kill two at once. Jin Chuan was the strongest among the young in his clan. He didn't understand why this black longworm, which was only one rank above him, was so hard to fight.
Yiming simirket.
The big cat in front of him was too weak, far behind Manhwa. It was timid and useless. But thinking about someone even more reckless made his anger hard to contain. The big cat had been extremely rude to the little female, just like before. And that rudeness, he was enough to handle. He lifted his leg, kicked with his knee, spun to kick again, then added a choke. After releasing a large amount of snake venom, Jin Chuan couldn't fight anymore. Yiming was determined to kill him. Nai Ling did the same. Seeing Jin Chuan unable to get up, Nai Ling used space jumping to grab Yiming and pull him in. "Long time no see, black longworm." Nai Ling squinted his eyes, releasing not pressure, but demon energy. Yiming smiled. "Interesting. I've seen you hold back your hand all this time. So you've been waiting here? Fox from Tishan, I've wanted to meet you for a long time." "Humph. Well, then you can experience it properly because you won't have another chance." Nai Ling finished speaking, suddenly opened his eyes. His red pupils carried a lot of demon energy. His charming fox tail swayed, and his beast form suddenly grew larger. At the same time, everything around them froze instantly. Yiming activated his domain. Two powers collided, a loud bang echoed, and space began to tear apart. Yiming smirked. "This barrier is broken. You might get hurt." "Is that so?" Nai Ling chuckled softly, leaping into the air. Her 9 tails looked like sharp blades, and the soft belt around her waist resembled a long sword, stabbing straight toward Yiming. "I won't allow anyone to use anything to control her. Therefore, Yiming can only die. Or, like that big cat, be half dead and useless."